don't have a long stream in me tonight either, but I'm happy to hang out here and amuse, bemuse, play, talk, whatever it is that I do.
I'm simulcasting now, by the way.
I see that. I just saw the link go up. Yeah, so I was just finishing up saying that I'd run into my girlfriend that was, oh, you know what, you guys, sometimes, I was talking earlier about about my bad empathy scenario with those two girls on my first stream. Well, that woman, I realized I should have asked questions when I got offended at Mr. Peabody. It all happened so fast and I was so emotional, so reactive. And that my girlfriend, Esra, who was here, is very empathetic, compassionate woman. And she sensed everything and she tried to clear up the air and I screamed at her and called her a piss apologist. Anyways, she ran off and I haven't seen her since. And I got word I could find her in these streets and I went and found her and I went up and apologized. And she says, no, I'm sorry. I should have asked a question. And I was like, nope. If I hadn't reacted, you wouldn't have needed to ask a question. So I'm glad you learned a lesson, but I was wrong, not you. But so yes, friends again, and Esra from Mindful Exposures will be coming over here to share some of her research, and I'm excited because she's a very kind and sympathetic woman, and she's really got some really interesting boots on the ground research she does. And actually, not just boots on the ground. She's just a really interesting woman with all sorts of research that she brings to the table. So other than that, nothing else is new. Nothing else is new.
I got nothing, Bex. I just wanted to simulcast.
That's very kind. Well, I really appreciate you trusting me with your audience. I hope I can keep them entertained. It might not be it might not be what they're used to. But we'll see. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to it is what I'm trying to say. You know me, sometimes without someone here to talk to, I might read something from my book or play some music, or it'll be a first and I'm excited to do it. So hello.
It's your world. I just live in it.
Thank you. It's your world. I live in it. It's Beck's School of Broadcasting today, friends. Beck's School of Broadcasting. So I was going to see, will the chats merge? Yes. Have they already? Wow.
Yeah, but anybody that comments on my side, your audience won't see it on YouTube. But if you highlight a comment, everybody will see it. Yeah. Okay. You're a quick study, as I've noted.
Yeah, right here. Like right here. Hi, Music Holds the Secret. Nice to see you. That's nice. That's a nice thing to wake up to. A very nice thing to wake up to. I love having a schedule around what I enjoy to watch on YouTube or what I enjoy to participate in or produce. What should we talk about? I mean, I hope people are okay. I might just choose to read another one of these papers. I haven't read on cloning a human being. That one, some of them I haven't read because they're a little long. I read on transcendental meta worry earlier. It's one of my favorites. But I guess that is what the title of the broadcast is then, because it's my title. So they can expect to be reading, perhaps. But anyways, I'm learning. I'm a quick learn. Hi, Mimi. Good morning. Nice to see you. Oh, that's bent into set. I was going to do this so my friends could see that we are in 2 rooms now. It's exciting. I hope I can keep you guys entertained or interested. Because I really do like reading. I do really like reading aloud. But I won't read anything yet until more people come into the room. And I can maybe talk to you guys about the book that I'm reading from. Thank you, Mimi. Nice to see you too. we'll just take some time and chit chat until people come, more of Benton's crew comes into Benton's room, or more of Benton's. How do you guys all participate together in this broadcast? You know, the same goes for you guys in the chat. Obviously, when I'm putting your comments up and talking to you all along, this is our broadcast. And yeah, I'm feeling a little bit of the pressure, friends. What kind of story should I tell you about? I was talking about school. I was talking about yeah, how I came to study economics, and actually how I deinstitutionalized, and after university, and I didn't finish my grad degree, and the restaurant I was working at, where I was making a lot of money and was going to get this mortgage as a server, there was a fire in the building next door, and the restaurant I worked at was closed down for about 3 months while the building was aired out and dried out, and see if there was any water damage that needed to be repaired. And the business never recovered from that. And in that time, so after that, I was homeless for the first time in my life. And homelessness looked a little bit different for myself. I only tried 2 nights in a car with my cats before I found somewhere to take my cats. And then a girlfriend of mine had broken up. Well, her and her husband had split up, and her daughter was only about 6 or 7 years old and was really missing her dad. So she was sleeping with her mom in her mom's bed, and I just ended up taking over a bedroom of a 6-year-old, and it was fun actually to live in this top bunk of a bed. But it was some pretty tough times trying to figure out what to do, how to get a job to save for the future and pay for the past when the past had caught up to you so quickly. You had so much debt, looming over you, that it just paralyzed me. I didn't know what to do. All I'd ever done is plan, to get an education, to get married, have some children. And yet there's a whole skill set in there I hadn't attained, which was how to communicate with a man, how to communicate with a lot of people actually, but specifically with men. Women are, in my opinion, this is speaking about myself, we enter into fantasy hormonal la land very quickly into, especially sleeping with someone. But, if the chemistry's strong, you can enter there even before so. And I'd always acted from that place, so I never really learned how to have a relationship. And ergo now I was sitting at the end of a schooling where I was like, yep, I'll be the perfect stay-at-home mom. I know how to be resourceful. I'd lived poor as a student for a long time. I was like, I know how to make milk from oats. I knew how to make milk from oats before people even knew you could make oat milk, before they were selling it for the same price as cow's milk. But then when you get to the end of school and that hasn't happened, you're like, fuck. And then you're supposed to I was just going to be a really educated waitress until something else came along, and then your job's done. And yeah, it was pretty paralyzing. And so I lived without a home for 14 months in total, and was really blessed to participate in a family, but I didn't have any of my stuff with me. I lived out of a suitcase for 14 months, and I didn't stay at that one house for that long, but I was very blessed to have my other girlfriends take me in. And that's about it for that story for now. A little anticlimactic. Climactic. Hey, Angel Wings, nice to see you. Let's see what's going over on this side of the house too. Thanks very much, everyone, for being here. Thanks, Benton, for letting me figure out how to do this. Music Holds the Secret says that he's never been homeless, but have spent many years alone. Yeah, I feel that. I think it's probably something that most of us, not to minimize anything, but most of us feel by now, especially over the last 3.5 years. But not as much. I don't feel as lonely having this space. Angel Wing says she's at her mother's right now. but it's crappy, but at least she got a good job for once. I'm glad. I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that. I do have a link too. If anyone wants to come up and chat, if I put a link down, I guess I would have to let people in Benton's chat know to come here for the link.
I'll do that. But could you backstage me in the meantime, if you don't mind?
No, I don't mind at all.
Cool, thanks.
Okay. Ooh, now it's just us. Just us. I'm going to put the link down here too. I have to be very careful. I have to be careful, friends. I'm bad at anyways, it won't, I'll be good. Paste in here. Link this up here, pin message. Now that being said, okay. All right, so we got the link down. Maybe if anyone wants to come up and panel and keep the conversation going with me, it would be much appreciated, but it's no pressure on anyone. I will be good morning, Jackie Fox. Nice to see you. We're doing the Beck School of Broadcasting this morning. I didn't come, I was reading from my favorite book called Medusa and the Snail by Lewis Thomas. He's an allopathic doctor that wrote a bunch of philosophy papers, basically on philosophy and medicine after he retired. It start to finish, this book actually helps me process the last 3.5 years. It actually, because I'd read it before all of this happened, I definitely felt like it helped. It gave me sort of the philosophies that a lot of us have. A lot of us that didn't take the medicine, didn't take the bait, didn't get all freaked out, even though it was really hard to not get freaked out. But I mean, didn't get freaked out about the illness. Who do we have? Private chat. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Let's see. Let me look at that one more time. Benton has suggested or offered to do screen shares if I want to watch and comment on any streams. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to you guys. I had a situation where I wasn't managing my link properly. Oh, I just took down my link again. Okay, just a second. Sorry, friends. Just a little bit of administration over here on Beck's side. Bear with me. I always do that wrong. I pin the link and then I try to take it out and then it's gone. So one more second here. I'll just drop this link. Okay, so who do we have here? Jackie, nice. Add to stage.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Nice to see you.
You too. I'm just finishing up my shift, so I'm just doing a little paperwork. So I thought I'd just keep you company while I'm finishing up here, so you're not sitting all by yourself.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I went to bed after having a bath, and then I slept with my hair, so I might not look my best right now, friends. So I might keep my camera off.
You always look your best because you are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What do you do for work? Where are you at?
I'm at the hospital. I'm a respiratory therapist in a small community hospital, working night shift. So when you were talking about that thing you were just talking about,
yep,
I was feeling you.
I'm
gonna head and cam down while I'm doing my paperwork.
Okay. Yeah, I come from a medical family myself. Yeah. My dad's a GP and my mom was an ER nurse.
Oh, sweet. I just came back from the ER. I was down there night. It was kind of busy.
Yeah, as they are quite a bit busier now, right? Just like sort of a lot of things funnel to the ER that, we don't have as many walk-in clinics and stuff up here. They kind of all shut down.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, here too. We don't. It's a real small town in Indiana, so um, yeah, we have actually a very busy ER, which is surprising because I've been in the field for 30 years, so um, I've worked in a lot of bigger hospitals, but I'm surprised for as small as the hospital is that the ER is like it's constant here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So are you on a night shift, like
Yeah,
7:30 to
yeah,
7:30?
yep. I work 6P to 6A.
Mm, nice.
Yeah. So you were reading I caught the title of your live from your channel. What was it reading on? What were
Well,
you
I chose to read one of his more fun papers, this allopathic doctor who wrote for, post-retirement, just a bit through 1974 to 79. His name was Lewis Thomas. So
Mhm.
they all really tell a nice story start to finish, but the one I read was called On Transcendental Meta Worry. And it's just a doctor playing around with the idea that if you can't calm your brain to say he discovered the first time he was trying to do it that he sat in the wrong position, or he basically chose to do the opposite, get really uncomfortable,
Yeah.
really, really uncomfortable, and push through it, and achieve that state of bliss. It's actually a very sarcastic paper, but it's just a lot of fun. And I find when I'm stressed out, or if I've been given cause to maybe be stressed, that I remind myself that discomfort is just as good as it can be, just as good to learn and push through and learn to be calm in your mind and just go with the flow.
Yeah, I like that. I
Mm-hmm.
like that the uncomfortability of the or of the meditation, because I find myself a lot of times in meditation, I find myself very uncomfortable, and
Mm-hmm.
I try to it's like I almost feel like it's an almost I'm not doing it right, or something's not right, and really it's not. It's just the state I'm in that moment, and I should be okay with that, to just flow in that and let it feel uncomfortable, or let it feel however it is, because that however it is how it's supposed to be at that time, I feel.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Are
It's
you
not fake,
familiar?
because it's
Go
not
ahead.
fake, and it's not fake. If you're pretending like it's supposed to be a certain way, then that's not true then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hear that. Like, you mean sort of just, pretending like the worry isn't there
Yeah.
and trying to get to a state of calm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, you're kind of you're likely faking to yourself that you're
Right.
actually getting calm at all. Yeah, I
Right.
really struggled when I was young to settle my mind.
I still
And you still do?
I still do, because my mind is so active. Like my awake state and my dream state are so active that I really struggle. I really, really struggle with even calming my mind at any point of the day. It's a real practice. It's literally
Mhm.
it's highly
You
imagine. My mind is highly imaginative. Like
so
it's constant.
so you're more likely just thinking about ideas than, say, worrying about something. Your brain's
Correct.
just going. Yeah. Yeah.
Correct.
But I can understand why that might be something harder to manage. Um,
Yeah.
just because it's exciting. It's an exhilarating,
It is. Yeah.
busy brain.
Yes.
But I appreciate you sharing that. It, well, yeah, it's incentivizing. I mean, I have a very imaginative brain as well, but I know my brain is can really get tripped on the worry part. Um, I have I am hyper socially anxious, but I'm hyper social in that anxiety. It's very
Yeah.
strange. Get me out in
Yeah.
the world, and I'm just like
That is a
with
very
everybody.
strange dynamic.
Yeah. Hmm. It's enjoyable though. I've always done a lot of improv with the world. Like when the Queen died,
Yeah.
I was driving around pretending like my car was like an old page boy, right? Like I'm a page boy on a bike. And I was driving around screaming out the window, the Queen is, oh, God bless the Queen. Oh, she's dead. Sorry, we can't, honking my horn, just being so silly.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm also someone who who likes to shout out the window of my car for some reason. I really do.
Good stuff. It's okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the other things though, the more important things, I'm not going to read from this book, but I will tell you that there's a lot of things in here. There's an article called On Magic in Medicine. It talks about essentially manipulation of statistics. There's stuff on disease and on I have to remember the other one, but just stuff that sort of indicates how they used to treat illness like it was demonic possession.
Right.
And then, and then they used to cup things and bleed things and drain the humors of the body and things like that. And then they discovered essentially penicillin or eating mold, let's just say, and there's just a real link between the labeling of things, right, as you go along. Like, it's like science likes to say, oh, we discovered things weren't religiously associated, right? But something was making people act this way or be ill. And so then they decide they, rebrand a demon as a virus, basically. Does that make sense to you? Like,
say that again.
Well, they kind of rebrand a demon as a virus.
Yeah, I could see that.
And so was the virus, like, is it a germ, right?
It could
or
very
is it, or is it like a corruption in our code? That's sort of how I would see.
Yeah.
Possession. Because if we think about it, back to the worry thing, when we're worried about something, we're possessed by that worry, right?
Absolutely.
And we don't see worry as an illness per se, although we know it's not good for our health.
Yeah. And I'll add to that is I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder my whole, adult life, and, was on all kind of psych meds most of my life, and not anymore. Once I realized it was just, it has to do like with that same kind of theory. It was, I wasn't settled in myself, who I was. And, and I feel it got misdiagnosed. Like, it was like the wiring wasn't right, so they say. And once I settled in with myself and who I was, and what I was here to do, and I was able to wean myself off all those, and ever since then I've been totally fine. So it was just, it's like that wiring. Once I realized what the wiring was, and maybe in my own self just kind of rewired things, or was able to reconcile within myself what these symptoms were and how I was, acting them out. Because literally it was like acting them out, especially like, they say once you're told you have cancer, then the cancer gets worse, or you end up, you envelop that title. It was like, once I was diagnosed with that, then it was like, did my diagnosis make me, because then of course, once you have a diagnosis, then you look into the things, did it make me worse, or did it, it's just kind of a horse before the cart kind of thing.
Well, Benton talks about this, Benton talks about it in terms of neurodivergency and autism. If he'd had an autism diagnosis, he doesn't think it would have served him at all, would have done him harm. We look at some children now, they not given the skill set.
Right.
I feel the same about my neurodivergencies. I got an ADHD diagnosis when I was finishing my grad school.
Yeah.
And I had already had eating disorder when I was younger. So they'd actually deemed me someone with a unipolar mood disorder when I had an eating disorder, which is now called bipolar type 2, I think.
Yeah.
But at the time, which I never knew, right? So I had this unipolar mood disorder, slight borderline personality disorder, which I thought was funny. Borderline personality disorder, to me as a doctor's daughter, I was like, that's like calling the church's daughter a slut, right? Like it really was. It was like, oh, you can test your doctor. You think you can think like your doctor. Yeah, bipolar is known as people who can. Okay, good. Bipolar is. Sorry, what was I just saying? That I got this diagnosis. Sorry, I checked a chat message, friends, and got a little distracted. We're going to bring Benton back up in just a sec. But yeah, I got this bipolar diagnosis, and not bipolar. I got the unipolar mood disorder, which I never knew until like a few years ago that it had been rebranded. But borderline personality disorder is actually secret code between doctors for like might give you problem, right?
Yeah.
It really is. There's a lot more to it. But back to what you were saying, I do think that the bipolar diagnosis was given to people just to get people on meds. One thing I don't know if you've ever looked into would be if you ever looked into the Lost Girls of Autism.
No.
I only say that because neurodivergency has 4 main categories, and it's giftedness, OCD-like tendencies, tends to be organized, right? Would be like, and have some rules and stuff. ADHD and autism. So you can have like 1 or 2 of those under the umbrella, but the research done on the Lost Girls of Autism can really help women frame things sometimes. If you feel like you were misdiagnosed with an emotional regulation disorder of any sort.
Yeah.
It really helped me. Most of these labels should be helping us with our framework, not making us justify being on medication. You know, trauma and grief can last a lifetime, you know, and I think a lot of it comes from that. But just going to welcome back Benton here.
Hey, I guess I should have stayed up here. Hey, Jackie, how are you?
Hi, Benton. Nice to see you.
You as well. I'm not problem solving. This is not advice from my own life. What you ladies were talking about at the beginning of your conversation with what I interpreted as quieting the mind. I just wanted to throw in on that real quick.
Sure.
I myself I think everybody, right, on some levels had struggles there. And I have benefited greatly from a long formalized practice of meditation, which I no longer do these days, but I still have noticed that the benefits are still there. And that's one of the major benefits. When I go into some sort of a space of worry or anxiety or fear, it doesn't last nearly as long, and I'm less likely to get sort of swept up in all of that. And I know, sitting cross-legged for periods of time and, forcing oneself to meditate, that can be painful and arduous, but in my life, it has paid, large dividends. So I would encourage anybody, that feels like they no longer want to be that way. However, it does seem like it takes quite a bit of, many days in a row of meditation to get to that point. But it certainly helped me, although I am very reactive in certain situations, as we've all seen.
I think some situations warrant reaction, though.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I almost said that myself. So, yes, 100%.
Mm-hmm. And I know I liked how you, I know you put in the comments yesterday where it's like, anger, there's nothing wrong with anger. I might be paraphrasing.
Anger is a gift.
Anger is a gift. That's exactly it. When I was in university, go ahead.
That's also from one of my favorite songs. We all know Rage Against the Machine sold out, but I love that song Freedom by Rage Against the Machine. And that's a line from that song, but please continue.
I was just going to say that I remember being, freaking out in university. I was under so much stress, and I was in a fight with a boyfriend at the time, and we lived in an attic. Well, I lived in an attic suite and he was there, and it was not a nice fight. And I was screaming, right? And he's like, "Can you keep your voice down?" And I was like, "Anybody who can hear me, they're just jealous. They can't scream like this." Right? Like, I'm not worried. It might not have been appropriate to, timing for all that, but I know that there's times where I've thought that I can feel that energy, where it's sometimes maybe I think even that energy you are a bit of a tuning rod for angst. But I agree, it's a gift. It's just it's good to learn to regulate. For me, it's been good to learn to regulate and not direct it at people to the best of my ability. I fail often still.
Indeed. And believe it or not, folks, I stayed up all the way till 10 p.m. last night. I usually go to sleep around 5:30. But yeah, as far as the what you just said, I think you said it pretty well.
Thank you.
Indeed. Yeah. And I had something I wanted to say, so I actually forgot it. I lost what I was going to say, but
It's okay. It'll come back.
it's always interesting seeing Jackie at work there too. I forget that she's in the medical field.
I have a lot of downtime, so if you see me up on panels while I'm here at work, don't think like that I'm being naughty. I'm like, it's kind of like being on call because I don't like have an actual like per se workload. It's just if they need me, they page me and then I go. So a lot of people are like, oh, you can't do that while you're at work. That's like, a bad thing. Well, it's basically just downtime whenever I'm up here. And then if I get a page, then I just leave. So FYI, I'm just doing some paperwork right now.
And my StreamYard's acting up a little bit. I don't mean to have this ticker tape on, but for some reason, things do not want to turn off easily here. I'm sorry, guys. There.
It's all. Oh, wait a minute.
No?
Yeah, it's off. It's off on my side. Or I mean, it's
Okay.
off on the StreamYard. Can you
No.
Yeah, I don't see it at all.
Okay, good. Good. All right.
Oh, do you mean the one
So,
that says thanks for your patience?
well, that's why I just put that up there because I really do try to engage
Oh,
with the
okay,
chat
cool.
more. And I know we've got 2 rooms going. I don't know if your energy's low and you don't, I know you're good at that, but
Well, I can't highlight the
okay, so,
comments.
oh, only I can.
That's right.
Oh, because I didn't give you the keys.
Yeah, I don't need them. It's all
No,
good.
I know. I'll do this. That's why I put that up as a slight disclaimer for the moment. Here. Oh, I'm not sure if this is related, but I saw it and thought, musical The Secret says, love songs are all directed at you and me, and for everyone. They are there to make us realize what we lost to get in here to play this game. We gave up the most important thing that ever mattered. That's deep. I love seeing the quotes that music holds the secret shares from all the songs.
Yeah, me too. It's been a great addition to my broadcast and now yours as well, potentially,
Yes.
by extension.
Yes.
And that's one of my people that's been there since the very early single digits of the channel, meaning single digit live streams while I drove my big rig at 1 a.m. in the morning all across the country. It's good times in a way, Bex. I miss being able to do that. It was certainly a lot of fun. Very, very difficult though, especially with as ill as I was. And if anybody wonders why, sometimes when somebody says, "How are you?" and I say, "Best day of my life," there's a whole story behind that too. If anybody's
I
interested.
was just going to ask you.
Well,
I
it's
just had it.
logic. It's not a feeling. It's a logic because I cannot access the past, and I have no way of knowing if I will be here tomorrow. So therefore, technically speaking, this is the best day of my life. It's the only one I have access to.
I like that.
It doesn't feel that way. It doesn't always feel that way, I can assure you. I am I'm back to the meditation. I was going to stay off the stream for a bit, but that is, a huge interest of mine is meditation and the benefits to my own. It's been awesome. And, I do dumb shit in my own.
Mic check. Are you there? Benton, can you hear me? I think we're having.
For you, I don't hear that.
Yeah. I can't hear him either.
It's a benefit, just that of the meditation. And, I'm not Jack Talcott. Jack Talcott's one point on his website claimed that he had total control of his thoughts and emotions. I'm certainly nowhere near that, but the reality is I do manage to maintain a meditative state much of the time, although the live streaming is kind of the opposite of meditation in a way, it seems like. But when I'm living my best life, I'm more or less in a meditative state most of the day. Although I do
Mm.
get carried away at various times, like just about everybody, right? But even it's what's interesting also, Bex, to me is I had this ridiculous argument in public at the pawn shop about Trump, of all things, which I don't care about. But for various reasons, I got into an argument. But even as I'm having the argument, I'm observing what's going on just enough to at least keep it under wraps and then just sort of wrap the thing up and get out of there versus just completely, ruining my day. My anger used to be so strong, or those feelings, that it would, just oftentimes ruin my whole day if I had some sort of incident. Whereas now I'm able to go back to center like relatively quickly, even if I get, pretty agitated. So, but I mean, we're talking sitting cross-legged with a straight back for, starting out, not for very long necessarily, but I found that very few folks will actually do this. I forced myself to do this at least once a day for 90 straight days, and it was just about the most difficult thing I've done. And I averaged closer to 3 times a day for that period. But by the end of it, I could do like 45 minutes at a time. And again, huge benefits, certainly. If anybody's interested, y'all can always ask me questions about meditation if anybody has any questions. But other than that, I don't have much
What
general advice. But
what
go ahead.
kind of what kind of meditation did you do? Like,
Well, I don't even really believe in types of meditation, honestly, but I'll answer anything you want.
well, I mean, what was your approach to meditating then? Because some people do like
Well,
low
you know what my
music or.
approach was. You know what my approach was to read everything I could find on meditation first before I actually did anything. That
Mm.
would be the tendency, right? So I filled my head with a bunch of knowledge that mostly proved to be useless in the end. Um, but so to define meditation would be directing one's focus to an object of focus, right? Directing one's attention. And I started out doing with my breathing, which I do find to be, basically focusing on breathing in, through your nose, watching all of that and observing the sensations in the body. And then, of course, because the person is not, well, I'll just say me, because in the beginning I was not experienced. Very quickly, I would realize, oh, I'm no longer focusing. I'm now carried away by my thoughts. And then remind myself I'm supposed to be focusing on my breath. And then I would direct my attention back to my breath. And then that represents like one repetition of like exercise, right? And another benefit is I have way more focus and concentration than I ever did before. Like I was a person, like many of us probably, that I had unlimited focus for things I was interested in, but had almost no focus for stuff I did not care about, which actually kind of
Mhm.
sounds like ADD in a way, but it's, I never had ADD, but I found I can force myself to focus and concentrate when I need to, right? Which is a huge benefit, certainly. But and again, for anybody who wants to try to say a bunch of frou-frou stuff about meditation, in my experience, meditation is like a light switch. I'm either in a meditative state or I'm not. And then eventually I switched my object of focus to my third eye. So I've mostly done third eye meditation by focusing on the point, between my eyes and slightly above, right? And that's been a
Mhm.
big help. So and it's going to sound like I'm bragging, but because of opening that awareness of that, and I am a chakra guy, by the way, and I don't want to get too new agey, or my audience will fucking revolt, but but only after doing all of that third eye meditation did I realize how closed off my third eye had been. And now, even as I'm saying this, I have a perception that it almost seems like I can't even really detect how big that chakra is. It's like it goes up into my crown chakra, if that makes sense. Almost like they've merged in a way. But that's just what I'm perceiving, you know. But a lot of physical sensations in the body around repressed trauma. And then so now I'm becoming aware of how much tension is in my body. Now it's like, okay, what is this? Why is this here? Now I'm choosing to go in and focus on those sensations. Now memories are returning. Now I'm like, okay, wow, that's what that is. And then that's the difficult part, is all the stuff I never dealt with because I repressed it. Right. And there's still some of that in there, certainly. So that's why I say it's like, and just especially for a man, because we can be less flexible than the ladies, just sitting cross-legged with a straight back is really tough when the person isn't used to it. But now I'm giving too much information. I found people can only really take in so much at once. So I'll go ahead and see if one of you ladies would like to respond.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, go ahead, Bex.
No, you go ahead, Jackie.
I was just going to say that, yeah, like with the meditation, like I'll go in like cycles with it where I actually am doing it as a practice. And then I will go to points in time where it becomes, like you said, it's like almost like a state of being where I don't feel like I need that. Like I don't need to actually dedicate time actually to it, because I feel like I'm in a more conscious state.
Yeah.
Throughout the day. But then I find that I get lazy. Not that I get lazy, but I feel like that I need drawn back into that practice of it. I feel like that it's almost like going to, like, I don't know if it's like almost like going to the next step, or it's just a reminder of, hey, you have a little bit more something that needs more concentration on. If that makes sense.
Like something to work on, or just something to, I guess, something to check out, you mean?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not sure what you mean. Yeah.
It's like, I find like whenever I pull away from the actual practice of it, because life is just so incredibly busy for me. Sometimes it's hard for me to just dedicate certain times, and then when I do dedicate the certain times, then I'll find that it moves into like a state of just that awareness where I don't feel like I need to dedicate the time. But once time actually moves on, I realize that I do need it. And it's kind of like a flux. It's kind of like a flow, like a back and forth for me. I find if I have it too routinely scheduled, or try to make sure it becomes like a duty, and then I find I don't get as much out of it. But that's just me personally. It's almost like an internal conflict with me.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I found the major benefit for me was making myself do it for the 90 days. And then after that, I did it as I wanted to.
Yes. Yeah.
The 90 days was a big, getting that foundation was huge for me, because I don't think I ever would have done it otherwise. And it just, I had to be stubborn. I chose to be stubborn and just force myself into it.
Yeah.
One of my first experiences with meditation was on a wild woman's retreat. And I live on the West Coast, and, very sort of California-esque. And I'd never really done anything like it. It was a really unique opportunity to engage with women of all ages. There was about 25 of us, and the group ranged from about 22 to, I think the oldest woman there was in her 70s. And we did all sorts of, I'm going to just call them hippie things, right? Like, I don't know, tree gong or something, like, it was a lot of fun. But they guided us in this meditation, and I remember they were trying to get us to like breathe into my root chakra. And they just breathed down into my pelvis. Made no sense to me. It made no sense to me at all. It was I really struggled to even comprehend how to meditate at all, starting from a place like that. It didn't make any sense to me. I've since sort of still understood it, but I just don't know how the breath goes beyond the lungs still. Not going to lie about that. But I like that third eye meditation.
Yeah. Well, and I would specifically focus on the breath going into the nose, me personally. But yeah, there's lots of options there. What I like about it, I like everything about it, but the person can sort of tailor it to themselves. You can't really do it wrong. It's one is either meditating or one is not meditating. It's really is that simple as far as I can tell. So that took the pressure off of when I realized that I did not need to read all of those materials. It is as simple as doing the thing, right? But Vipassana was probably, if I was actually going to point to something useful, there's some sort of PDF somewhere about how to do Vipassana meditation. That was probably if I was going to suggest anything to read, that would probably be it.
What was it called?
Hang on, I'll find it actually. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, I find the best ways for me to meditate is to keep busy on something. Like doing a jigsaw puzzle for me is really meditative. I don't do it very often. But when I was younger, that's definitely something I can zone in on, kind of like reading a novel that's a really light and airy novel.
For me, it's
and sorry,
like,
Jackie, real quick. I do want to point out that it is easy to actually end up in a trance instead of meditation. But yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
No, I was just going to say like that passive meditation. Like for me, it's like crocheting or knitting. I get into that like you would with the puzzle, where you're just doing something that is like an automatic, or you just let your mind kind of just go as your body's doing something totally separate from, what your mind's doing, where you can just kind of passively do it, and going into that kind of trance state or meditative state during that.
My screen is really freezing, you guys. I might have to kick myself out for a second and come back in. But we'll see.
Goodness.
Or if not, I can just stop it. I might not be able to use the chat buttons at all.
Oh, goodness.
I know.
You can do you have a tablet also, you said, right?
Yeah, but it's really old.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, it's just
there I go problem solving again.
I know.
Mr. Fix-It, the man, Mr. Fix-It's here. I'm going to fix all your fucking problems, apparently.
Well,
see how easily we do that, right?
Yeah, it's a good suggestion, though. It's a good suggestion.
What's the difference? You off, Jackie.
No, you're good. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, you were going to ask a question, so yeah. What was that?
What's the difference between a trance and meditation? If you're doing it on, like, I can get how something can be hypnotizing, but I would think there's probably a subtle line in some place. What's the difference to you?
That's a good question. It would be hard to describe. I know that and you were asking, I think you started to ask about like guided meditations, and I actually have done a lot of guided meditations, and I've actually also, I used to be big into the brainwave entrainment, or the binaural beats. So, I had paid money for a bunch of these things, and one of them was a Kundalini, right? I used to, and I no longer believe in, like, for me personally, I don't do the Kundalini type stuff, if anybody knows about Kundalini, but I got pretty far with the Kundalini at a certain point, and that definitely was not for me. If anybody knows what that was. We lost Jackie. Good talking to you, Jackie. Sorry for now I feel bad. I cut her off, and then she left, but she probably has things to do.
I'm sure that's it. Yeah. See if I can get this comment of Woody's up here.
But Jackie, come back if you're so inclined. I'll be quiet and let you talk. I promise. But let me just, since I'm so basic, Bex, let me look up the definition of trance. So, I don't even know what I mean at this point. It's a half-conscious state. So in meditation, you're fully conscious, or as fully conscious as you're able to be. So a trance is a half-conscious state characterized by an absence of response to external stimuli. So you might not even notice something in the environment, right? Typically as induced by hypnosis or entered by a medium.
Interesting.
So especially a medium, like I think they mean like a clairvoyant. But so if a person is not, and I'll tell you, here's the way to know you're not in a trance, is because for a beginner, pretty much every beginner is not going to be able to concentrate and stay in a meditative state for very long. Almost all of us in the beginning, the thoughts will very quickly carry us away. So when I was first beginning, I would actually, it was almost like, oh, that's right, I'm supposed to be meditating, because now I'm just like in my head, like examining and getting carried away by all these worries, and I've got to do this tomorrow, and then, Friday is is this thing, and then my boss said this at work or whatever. Not my boss. I don't
Hmm.
have a boss. See, how I choose to correct myself. The people I work with, are giving me problems.
Hmm. Yeah, I was going to say there's a difference between medium and clairvoyance that I learned about in Manly P. Hall's The Occult Anatomy of Man. There's a part where he says that you can go into a room for 3 days, a dark room for 3 days with no light, and anyone can come out a medium. Whereas the path to clairvoyance can take a lifetime. And I see Snowfire said MK Ultra versus Spirit. And so I do think that when you're in a trance and that medium coming in is messages from others, let's just say. Maybe it could be Akashic record, it could be, some people seem to think it's angelic or demonic, but ultimately sort of running on a Gnosticism that isn't yours or isn't from source, and that clairvoyance is more the path to just having clear sight on your own. So in some cases, being a medium, people would say you're actually channeling information from other spirits, other places. And clairvoyance is sort of more like that direct relationship to source itself. It seems subtle, but I guess if that's where people would say possession or conjurings or Ouija boards, but on the good end, right? So you're just sitting in a dark room. Now I had a friend who actually said that would have something to do with photosynthesis, actually. And I don't know if I should bring it up and not remember the analogy, but it really, how he described it really made sense. We think of photosynthesis as being something a plant does to breathe, but actually all sorts of things involve synthesizing light. So just a thought that I got from Manly P. Hall. Have you done much esoteric reading?
Some certainly, but I never got super fascinated with a lot of that stuff. The Kabbalion was probably, which I listened to while I walked 100 miles from Jonesboro, Arkansas to the other side of Memphis, Tennessee. I listened to the Kabbalion a couple of times, and not that, I don't think anything is the end all be all, but that was certainly enlightening.
Mm-hmm. I find a lot of the esoteric readings to be very just sort of reinforcing more esoteric readings.
Yeah, I've definitely read a lot
And
of the books in your local, whatever religion and spirituality books are in your local library. I've read many of those, or at least what would have been there up to like 2014, probably 2015.
I like Manly P. Hall. I know sometimes people like to brand these old published, I don't know, for lack of better word, just academic men as like Masons or satanic influences or Freemasonic. If I just said that. I don't understand that because I've seen very similar philosophies across from esotericism right into religious lore. It seems to me to be all about a pursuing of enlightenment. Just one person calls it the philosopher's stone, sort of polishing that gem inside you, whereas in religion it's more about creating a relationship with a god or source. But to me it's like, and by being by acting by what am I trying to do, fine tune the characteristics that make up a good human being, right? By being virtuous, for lack of a better way of putting it. I feel the two actually preach very similarly.
I got lost in the chat. See, this is the problem. We need Jackie up here because now I need to not talk for a minute. Dang
Okay,
it!
that's all right.
If anybody else wants to come up at the risk of me hijacking Bex's broadcast. If anybody would like to come up, perhaps. And I dropped a link in the private chat about the Vipassana. I haven't read that in a while, so I'm not even really sure what that says, but you might check that out.
Okay.
I'm sure you've probably read similar things, I'm assuming. And I've read a lot of information about Buddhism and just a lot of Eastern stuff in general, certainly. I was very allergic to anything associated with Christianity for many years. So that got me into the Eastern stuff.
Understandably so.
And I'm not trying to have sexy voice. I'm just trying not to talk too loud.
Oh, because it's early where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I had real quick, I don't think I had the energy to carry my own broadcast. So I was happy to see that you were live, or are live rather. Because I guess were implies you're dead. So yeah, I'm glad you are live. How about that?
Thank you.
I'm glad you're alive, Bex.
I'm glad you are too. It's the best day of my life, Benton.
Yay.
I did in 2020. I started reading a lot more about spirituality, and I went way into all sorts of I'm just going to say I did a lot of it on Wikipedia, friends.
Hey, nothing wrong with Wikipedia as long as you understand what Wikipedia is. But yeah, go ahead.
But I also have done a lot of research into Islam in the last couple of years, and had a great conversation. I had a lot of great conversations with a friend on Facebook in Morocco that was suggested to be a friend, when we were in lockdown, and learned a lot about the idea of coming to reinforce your faith, or coming to understand.
Oh shit, we lost Bex. I think Bex's device overheats. You're back now, Bex, with no icon, interestingly. Hey, what browser are you using, and are you on Apple? I'm just curious, because now I'm going to try to troubleshoot this thing.
That I was Islamic.
Hey, you dropped off for a moment.
I did?
You're back now. Yeah,
Oh.
you completely left, and then you came back, and you were talking, but we could not hear you. What
Strange.
are you on Apple? Are you have an iPhone?
No.
Android, huh?
Yeah,
What
and it's not hot at
you're
all.
using Wow, something's wrong then. Anyway, I'm old. Yeah, anyway, I'm no longer tech support, so I have no idea. That's interesting though. Are you using Chrome?
Yep.
Wow,
Yeah.
it should work then. That's bizarre. Oh well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How
Jackie's
strange.
saying I ghosted.
Oh man.
Yeah, but it was interesting talking to people, because I actually have I find the Abrahamic religions to be intriguing, to be honest. The more you look into all three of them, with Judaism, Jewish, what do they call it? Judaism? Is that what that's called? I don't know much about the Jewish religion. I kind of know about it by default when I go looking at the differences between Christianity and the difference between the Bible and the Quran. Mostly I look at family lineages, and it's really interesting to see that the Abrahamic religions, they're a family for a reason. I'm not sure what the reason is yet, but in the stories, there'll be families that are merged in the Christian Bible, that actually one side is one part of. So let's just pick the story of Rebecca. She has two in the Christian Bible. She has Jacob and Esau, but in the Islamic faith, she only has, I might be wrong here, but she only has Jacob. And then I'm going to assume that Esau's from the Jewish faith, right? So it's just interesting when I talk to Islamic people and I start asking family lines, that oftentimes there's a difference, someone's missing, which kind of makes sense actually, because if we were merging faiths at any point, or someone switched from one faith to another, or say married interfaithfully, then you'd still be calling each other brother and sister, right? So two brothers of different ethnicities, which is sort of in the story of Rebecca. It's one of the only places that race is mentioned in the Bible, or the idea of children looking very different. And Yet, interestingly enough, that one story, like I said, has these two children in different lineages in these other faiths, which is just really interesting. I haven't looked for much more patterns than that, but I would start with the twins. Anywhere where there's twins told, that's where I'd start. And I just find it, I find it interesting because of I think they are the holy trinity of some sort of power control in the world.
Sorry, I was reading the chat.
It's okay.
Yeah. Well, it's the cancer grift, right? The people think and this is it's interesting because I know not to give these people attention, but it's like it's funny when people try to troll or be edgy. Now we're back to the edgelord and the pressing and the bet and a raise. So this person who made this comment actually hasn't responded to my response, but they're just going to up the stakes because now see people have painted a narrative that I faked an illness for an entire year in order to get somewhere around $400 something in donations to this point on YouTube. What do you think about that, Bex, if anything?
I think it's just, well, I do have thoughts on it because,
oh, good.
You know, I wanted you to be faking, right? I mean, I've only known you 3 months, right? But when I wasn't up, I was always watching you delayed, not live. And so when I first heard your stream where you were talking about not feeling well and being really concerned for yourself, I wanted it to be fake so badly, like I really did. But then I had to take the thought exercise to the whole, who would do that, right? It's psychopathic, right?
Well, if I could jump in real quick,
yeah.
I'm not saying I'll just be honest. In the past, I'm not saying I wouldn't do something like that. I'm not able to do something like that. Like I don't think that way. It would never occur to me. I would never be able to pull it off. I'm actually sick, and as you see, many people just assume I'm lying about my illness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just have no capacity to pull things like that off, right? Now, as far as I'll just at the level of conscience or whatever, like, I would never do that. Certainly it's wrong, but in the past, maybe I could do that and not feel bad about it. I don't have the ability to fake an illness over the long term. It's just not a thing I could do. And people just don't believe that. And the reality, Bex, is that they could fake an illness if they chose to. So
exactly.
The folks that just assume I'm faking an illness, they would be able to. So of course they project that onto me. See.
Mm-hmm.
But if for some insane reason I chose to do that, I probably wouldn't feel bad about it. Now, thank God I'm not a psychopath, because I can't ever be a psychopath, because I have a high level of introspection, which literally makes it impossible that I could be a sociopath or a psychopath. But please go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly where I took it. Like if someone's listening to you and a subscriber of yours, I don't think that they would be here for a long time and be able to say that. So anyone coming in and saying that is not someone who's listened to you. And so they're just a troll. They're just looking to get a rise out of someone who's not well. And that's,
well, yeah,
that's
anybody, sorry to interrupt, anybody that wants to can go watch my old streams and watch how obviously ill I am and watch the weight loss, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's just, I think I was probably somewhere around 135 pounds when that started, and I'm 120 pounds. You can watch an underweight man lose 15 fucking pounds of body mass if one wants to, but go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a friend on a similar line of thinking. I had a friend, I made friends with a man in Nigeria, a much younger man than myself in Nigeria in 2020. And I'll tell you, even mention the name of a friend in Nigeria, and people are like, he's not scamming you. He didn't say he's a prince, did he? I'm like, get over your stereotyping, friends. I get that people get catfished, and I get that people are opportunistic. And we did come in our years of friendship. I did learn that he can't comprehend like how it is here. It doesn't matter how you explain how money works. It's just their currency is so vastly different than ours, and yet the things they want cost the same, right? So they can't afford a lot of the things that we can afford here based on our wages, even if it's a sacrifice for us to do it too, right? They have to sacrifice so much more to get an iPhone, so much more work to get an iPhone. But that being said, he and I, we talked so much about, he's just a brilliant man. We talked so much. We became such good friends. And at one point, he was sick. He was in Nigeria. You can, when you're finished in education, when you finished your degree or diploma, you are actually required to do a year of service in the government, where you can get a certificate to just a second, I'm adding your computer. Sorry, I do these things in the middle of my thinking.
Thanks.
But you can get a certificate. You will get a certificate that allows you to work for the government, or so they say. So they make you do a year's work teaching. So he went and taught in a remote area of Africa, and it was sort of to a remote area of Nigeria. Nigeria is a 3-nation country where 3 main nations were put boundaries around them, and they put one nation in charge of 2 other nations, and their population is roughly similar to the United States, and their landmass is very similar to the United States. There's a percentage difference, but on top of that, there's hundreds of small tribes, like if not thousands. So the idea of it is to motivate the young, educated people to go in and learn more about their own country. And it's a beautiful thing, but it pays nothing, right? It pays nothing. It's a year of service. Someone pays you just enough to buy some food, and your room and board is taken care of. But actually, if you're from a different culture, a different area, the food can be really different. And he didn't like it. So he actually had to, really work hard to find, money and just get by. That being said, while he was there, we'd talk on the phone when we could, and he was just getting sicker and sicker and sicker and sicker. Like, you could hear in his voice, he hardly had any energy at all. And I said to him, "You've got to get home," right? So he went home and on his next break and got tested. He had typhoid fever, which everyone around him would have been immune to, essentially, or just carried it along because it was in the water. And so I sent him like $50 to get medication for his typhoid fever. And my friends freaked out. And this was right after George Floyd. I went to the bank. I sent $50. They didn't have a problem the first time. But when I went to send him money for his mom's illness, which I actually saved her from having an organ removed, by the time we actually hadn't talked about me offering to help his mother, she had appendicitis. And he was really worried about her, and he would have never brought it to me, knowing that I'd already helped him with his typhoid. And he was telling me about his mother, and he was so worried. And I waited about 2 weeks, and I couldn't believe I hadn't asked. And I was like, "How's your mom?" Right? And he's like, "Well, she's okay. She's in pain." I said, "If she's not dead," because she's not, I said, "you need to take her in and get another scan." Right? Because obviously the swelling's going down. And if the swelling's going down, because by the way, friends, itis simply means inflammation. Right? So while she was went for the second test and the inflammation was down, I said, and this is the nice thing about being a doctor's daughter and also being, helping someone who can access a system that's even freer than the American system to access. Like, you can go to the doctor and ask for things. I don't know if you guys can down there too, or if the doctor kind of still dictates to you the best plan. So anyways, I assigned his mom to go get another scan of her appendix. And when we found out the swelling was down, I ordered that she be put on drip antibiotics, which is what they use there, and paid for that. And again, people are like, "Oh, they're faking it. They're faking it." It's like, you get to know someone after 3 years who's never asked you for anything, and then you can't even be seen as doing something nice. Like, it's just like, it's unbelievable. The way people look at things in the world. And what would be the worst that could have happened if he was scamming me, right? Oh, he bought more cell phone time to talk to me, it's strange the way people that accuse people of scheming are schemers. It's that
That's
it's
100%. Yeah. And I'll say this for myself. I'm super good at lying, but I don't have the part of my brain, thank God, where I can remember what lie I told to who and what scenario for what reason. I do not have that ability. So if I'm around the same people consistently, I just don't lie for the most part, although we all do, to some extent, here and there potentially. I shouldn't say everybody, a lot of folks do, but the fact is, if I'm just around random bozos, I'm really good at lying if I need to, like super good at it. But I cannot remember, oh, I lied to this person in this scenario for this reason. Never had that ability. But unfortunately, Bex, when you say unbelievable, I now say believable because unfortunately, this is just more or less how people are over time. And then I don't know if you know, but the Chalk Body Outline folks are all on a Discord together. And I'm not on there, although I used to be. And I can tell that this is what they've been talking about lately. They've been focused on my illness and my cancer grift, right? This is what they've been focused on. But I named the stream yesterday, I Might Not Be Dying or something like that. Like, it seems like probably, and I've been sick for an entire year, but it seems like probably I'm going to live longer than I thought, which I think now maybe 5 years. I don't know, 5 to 10 years. I'm definitely not going to the doctors. That's not going to happen. So we'll see, Bex. And then part of this, by the way, is for the last 3 months or so, I've mainly just been sitting on my butt in front of a computer. Let me get back to this truck driving and we'll quickly see how sick I am. But I'm probably not going to go back to truck driving.
It's just people see this division and this calling. I don't know. It's just so weird how in a world where we've like come together, at least on here where we've come together, say on the not jab, that yet still, let's just say, I'll bet you this not jab community is fractalated into so many factions, which is fine. People have different, you can't obviously group cohorts of people together. There's always going to be differences. But I was thinking tonight about just that idea that there's always going to be more in common with two human beings than they have reasons to divide themselves. And yet, for some reason, we're addicted to division.
Well, yeah, and you see what happened when someone came into my chat, how quickly, even though I thought about it, I understood we were shifting gears, how easily, we divert off of talking about meditation and kind of we were high vibing back. Although I would say, high vibing is great, but I don't think we are intended to high vibe all the time, if that makes sense. I think sometimes it's because that is very unbalanced, right? To just high vibe 24/7. So, I think sometimes it can be beneficial to sort of come back to earth and, hey, man, when are you going to send my refund from the cancer grift? And I'm just like, well, you didn't donate. So, clearly there's not going to be a refund. Like that, but that's almost like a scam, right? Like, what if I was like, oh my God, how much did you send me? And just like sent them some money. Now they're scamming me, right?
Well, yeah, and then the other thing would be like, what if you got so many donations that you went and you got treatment, and now you're going to live 50 more years, and then someone's going to call you back.
Well, but the medical system doesn't fix things, Beck. So going and getting treated and living 50 years is not a thing.
Well, but I meant treat yourself.
It's not a thing.
But I meant treat yourself then.
But I do want to. But I do want to remind folks that I've never met a person who had a chronic illness and then went through the medical system that had anything good to say about the medical system. So I don't even believe that's possible.
But can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I just don't believe it's possible what you just said.
Yeah, but what if? Okay, so what if you sought out your own treatment? Right.
Well, I have, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, that's why I don't seem as ill as I did.
Exactly. So let's just say
I did a year of treating myself.
Yeah. And let's just say you had been showered with 10 times the money, right? So now you've bought that much better ingredients, you've been able to invest that much more into what you've discovered. You think, you've tested and you've mastered, let's just say, healing yourself to the best of your ability. Then you've got these people coming back saying, like, why would you donate to someone who was unwell and then be upset when they're well?
That's a good point too. That says something about them, right?
Yeah, because they were obviously donating what for you to have a jar of money around so someone can pay for the casket for you to be buried in. What were they hoping you'd do with the money? This doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense to me.
Well, and because I took it so seriously based on how ill I was, and I was so freaked out that I just immediately started doing the thing that I knew would make me enough money to be able to at least afford food, supplements, and herbs, which was drive a big rig and make over $1,000 a week after taxes. And then I spent between 150 and $200 a week on supplements and herbs for like about 9 straight months. So just
Mhm.
think about the things I put in my body that absolutely, while not curing me necessarily, had a lot to do with me being able to recover to this point because
Mhm.
my kidneys were just fucked. So
Mhm.
now I'm in a pretty good place with the kidney, right?
I'm glad.
Yeah, and I just somehow knew when I was near death to start drinking, mixing baking soda in water because I was experiencing metabolic acidosis. And by the way, Jackie, who's I believe in a hospital right now working in the medical field, apparently agrees with with my assessment of the medical system. Just for anybody who's wondering,
Mhm. Well, and
In the U.S., I should say. But go ahead.
it's the same. The allopathic
Yeah, I'm
medical
sure it
system
is.
is all the same everywhere. If anything,
Yeah.
do have more access. The things they've told us aren't good for us. Like, to do an antibiotic cleanse once in a while wouldn't be a bad thing, right? It's we've been taught about these antibiotic resistant bacterias and stuff like that. They've got us paranoid. I bet you some people haven't had antibiotics in years. And eating, we don't eat mold anymore. We pick it off our food. But if we
Hmm.
ate the green mold that we grew on our food, as a chef, I knew how to keep food in the kitchen longer. You don't touch it with your hands. That was my rule. There were gloves everywhere. There were gloves in the fridge. You don't dip your hands into a bag of salad greens
Well,
without tongs.
may I
Yeah,
interrupt? A
yeah.
human being cannot survive in a sterile environment.
Hmm.
And it
Hmm.
really is that simple. So what's with all
Yeah,
this sterilizing everything?
exactly.
It's a mental illness,
And then
in my opinion.
how can you actually, let's go back to AIDS, right? How can you tell us that there's no cure for something, right? How can
Mhm.
you even start an illness with it's an incurable illness? Like that's one of the biggest psyops they ever did on us. I mean, there's no profit in cure, only in treatment. So,
Well, and sorry to interrupt,
no,
but
go ahead.
I like to say very basic. I like to keep things very basic and simple. And I'm kind of getting off of, but this will be topical. There's a rapper that I used to like called I think it's Lord Jamar, and he's a older guy, probably about my age, and he just is super insightful in a way. And when the fake pandemic happened, he said, "Man, how can I breathe on you and ruin your health, but I can't breathe on you and restore you to health? Like it would have to work both ways. How could it only work one way? That makes no sense.
Hmm.
So if I'm unhealthy and I breathe on you and I destroy your health, why can't a healthy person breathe on you and restore you to health?
100%.
So it
100%.
would have to work both ways.
Oh yeah, we pass on immunities all the time without getting sick.
I don't think we pass much of anything personally,
That's
is
true.
my
That's
opinion.
true. Good
It
point.
definitely not this fake pandemic,
Yeah.
but that's just my opinion. I'm pretty much out on the germ theory. Although I will say this, as far as the bacteria and the mold, when I was living in the streets with nothing, and at times eating out of garbage cans and dumpsters, and I mean, I know it sounds gross, but I never got sick from that, interestingly. But I certainly
Exactly.
wasn't putting I wasn't hand washing, I wasn't putting a lot of effort into my hygiene necessarily, and I almost never got sick. It was
Yeah.
only after I went into something like truck driving, started getting less exercise. Um, my diet wasn't bad during that time, but I think it's interesting that if I had just kept walking 10 miles a day with a 35-pound rucksack, yeah, I already had the underlying conditions, but I don't believe it would have progressed as quickly. And then, I icing on the cake with the practice of alcoholism for, drinking massive amounts of alcohol every day for months on end, right? Thank you, Robin, for the $5 super chat. Bless you. And it's good to see you, Robin, as always. And she said, Benton, I've never been among those that don't think you're in declining health. It must take an extra toll to deal with. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. And again, I mean, maybe I am going to be restored to health. Like, how could I know, Bex? And I've said this before, for me to mentally cope with what I've dealt with over the last year, I could not have done that if I hadn't taken it as seriously as possible. So the way I interpret that is, oh my God, I almost died. And then it was like, well, clearly I am dying, right? Because food made me sick. So what would you think, Bex, if you were in a state where pretty much all food made you sick, and the thing that made you not sick was to just not eat food? Because that's where I was at for months. The food made me sick. Well, as we know, much of it isn't even food.
Yeah.
So eventually, when I very quickly corrected, and I was eating a lot of canned food, which certainly lacks nutrition, but I don't think it's we can have our opinions on the GMO, and that's not even what I'm talking about. But avoiding all things that we know not to be food 100%. And then certain real foods would make me sick. But eventually, I was able to go back to eating beef, right? But imagine eating beef and it makes you sick. 2 ounces of beef made me sick, right? And when I say sick, I drove a truck and hit the monthly bonus, 12,000 miles a month, twice, while I was sick enough that most people would be in the hospital. So when I say make me sick, I mean like in bed for 2 days sick. I don't mean like, oh, I don't feel good. I already didn't feel good. But we also know, Bex, and apologies for hijacking your broadcast and talking about myself, but the reality is that oh crap, I lost my point. Damn it. Anyway, please take it away.
Well, and it's our broadcast. It's our broadcast here.
I love that.
I know Maggot on my side here was saying he ate out of bins in Europe for a year and had a great time.
Right on, Maggot. Good to see you, brother, by the way. Shout out to Maggot. And I don't recommend anything, really, for the most part. I definitely don't recommend doing that. But and this is going to sound gross also, but the craziest person I knew in Eugene, Oregon, which is saying a lot because there's a lot of crazy people in Eugene, Oregon, but this guy, he went through the trash cans all day, every day, and anything that he considered edible, including liquids, he consumed. And I only ever saw him get sick one time, meaning, regurgitate. So, we have these ideas that, oh, we have to be clean, we have to do this, we have to do that. It's like, not really. Not really. A lot of our preconceived notions are just simply unfucking true.
Yep. I'd like to even add one other thing for a preconceived notion, because now it's post-conception of the notion, because we already got it fed to us. So I remember sitting in school when I was a little girl and learning about life expectancy. And, they tell you about the animals, and then they tell you about yourself. And I remember thinking, like, how did they even get the tests on the animals, right? And so you ask the question, oh no, they weren't in the zoo. They did them in, outside. But then you'd see these bears on National Geographic with this gigantic box around their neck, like, and I tell you, I'm sure if you're a bear that's in a scientific study and you're out there in the woods, you're not going to be treated like a normal bear, right?
That's a great point.
Yeah. And so then they started telling me how old I was going to live to be, 72. Okay. And I always knew how to do fractions, even if they hadn't taught me yet. I was 72. I'm in school. It's like, that's 12 plus 1. That's 13. We'll just assume it's 12. 12 of 72. That's 1/6 of my life I have to sit here. Right. I was so offended. And so that's one thing I would at least challenge to people, which I know is hard, because I talk about the idea of death being a program running on us. Right. I actually believe that it is, but that's an aside. So let's just, independent of Beck's thinking, we'll just go with something a little more rational, which is the idea of 120 years, right? Well, we're in a 72-year program, but we're supposed to be in a 120-year program, you know, and then if that 120-year program, I know we've talked about this before, but we've been through a lot of programming, friends, and it's good to hear repetition on ideas that are different from what we're forced into our heads for those stupid 12 years, 1/6 of the life I was just talking about. So 72 out of 120, that seems like a ripoff. Like, and I was, oh, it's just the atmosphere, the vapor canopy, they cut down all the trees, you know, or it's just the idea and the suggestion of it. And so as soon as you've got this like idea and the suggestion thereof, like at 72 years or 84 or 36, if you're in Thailand or whatever they told us back in the 80s, then you've set a cap on it relative to what you've seen as reasonable. Not you, Benton, but anybody. All of us have thought, okay, well, what would I like to live to be and how long? And it's sort of like a subconscious like idea running on our everyday. And when you're unwell, it's really easy to go to that place of contemplation and you know, relative time periods. And I know that when I was sick with illness after operation, after an accident, I was given a prognosis of having a problem that I might have forever. And that problem was serious. It was like an old lady problem. I didn't want to have it at 22 years old. And so the doctor's like, oh, well, this just might be something that'll go on for you forever. And I thought, well, fuck, especially with that attitude. I'm like, how many people have been in an accident, had my specific injury, had my specific treatment, you know, that you could even be quoting me some sort of prognosis based on zero fucking statistics, right? Pissed me off. So I was like, I'm not taking that advice, you know, I'm not dealing with that. I'm going to make sure not, yeah. And so I don't know. I just think that I encourage anyone who's feeling unwell to just hope for good health, period, you know, and trust that that can come. Not hope, but believe it if you want it. If you believe it, you want it. And I don't, by believe, I mean simply that we use this to become something is like you plan it and then you get there. You know, we were told like believe in something. It's actually just it's like Berenstein or whatever. Like that's old English for like to believe, which means to plan for the future in a way that you live the now for the future. You just believe it. You know, you keep living till it happens. So I don't know. That's how I see it. But then it comes back to that, you know, we're in this world. It's a hard world to be in. You know, sometimes the last 3 years have been so hard on us that it's hard to even want to have that kind of hope. And that's what I'm here for, friends. I bring that, at least I feel like I'm someone who can't have the hope squashed out of me.
Well, and something I was talking to with my buddy Keith, Highly Suspect, who's been on my broadcast and on several of my podcast episodes, and he's even on some of Chalk Body Outlines videos, believe it or not. I was talking to him last night about, you know, the movie Ready Player One, and I realize I'm pretty much the only person on here that watches movies. So I reference movies a lot, but at this point, I don't want to be out there. I'm happy here in the metaverse. It's where I'm trying to escape from is what's going on out there, right? So, you know, ask and ye shall receive. The reality is, like, I really was attempting to drink myself to death because I don't think it's, you know, I don't think spiritually it's an option to just delete myself in one fell swoop. So I thought I found a loophole. But then, when I was on death's door, I do have a strong will to live. And for whatever reason, you know, got off the booze, haven't had a drop of alcohol for an entire year. And most likely, I can't make promises, but most likely we'll never consume alcohol again. And yes, right, folks, any amount of alcohol is literally poison. One glass of wine, oh, it's good for you. No, it's not. It's poison. I'm not saying don't drink a glass of wine. I'm not saying don't drink a bottle of wine. I'm saying it's fucking poison, period. And see, I thought I found the loophole. So I actually put it out to the universe, and I have been a high level practitioner of the law of attraction. So I'm no dummy. You know, I understand that I was basically ask to be removed from whatever this is. But now that I've chosen to stay here yet again, Beck, now it becomes a problem of, okay, what now? What do I do now? And it's going to be the metaverse. Every time, just about, I go into this thing outside, I don't want anything to do with it. Although, necessarily, because of the way I've chosen to live over the last 15 years or so, I will be, back inserted into that, that war going on outside, no man is safe from, right? I'm going to go back into that, but that's okay. I have a lot of experience out there, but I'm going to be back in the metaverse very quickly. I can assure you. So I wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
So you have a lot of experience out there, but you'll be back in here quickly.
Oh, my apologies. I mean, living in the streets with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't have a house. I don't have by choice. I chose not to live that lifestyle. So,
Mm-hmm.
There was great advantages to me of living that way. But in my mind, I'm so indestructible, and my CDL, my ability to drive a big rig has been my ace in the hole. And I've now lost that, although I might return to it for a month or two just to get some money, but probably not. And I've lost all desire in many ways just because of the way the world's gotten. And this is not woe is me, feel bad for Benton. Like, I love my life. I always have, right? But once I really saw how people truly are based on this fake pandemic, I just wanted to leave. I just wanted to get out of here, honestly. And the reality is, I know I've already achieved my main mission. We can say that I agreed to come here, however one chooses to view that, whatever I was sent here to do. Like, if you think about a video game, which I don't play video games anymore, and I stopped that in my 20s because I saw how addictive it was. But, I've completed the main storyline of the game. Now I'm on the side mission, right? So now I'm doing things like, what I talked about yesterday with the lady who had been left out in front of the medical clinic. Now I'm trying to see what can I do to be of service, right? Which is my purpose, whether I like it or not. And I'm not saying that's everybody's purpose, because that's individual to each person, right? But I've already transcended the limitations I was born into, and as far as I can tell, I can't be totally sure, but I'm pretty sure that was the main mission. And as far as I can tell, almost nobody that I grew up with did that. Although now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure my middle sister probably also did that. So when I say I'm the only one, that's not exactly true, but I haven't met anybody outside of possibly my own sister who's transcended these particular circumstances. Born on the bayou in the edge of the Mississippi River Delta in a complete and total ignorance. Nobody knew anything. My dad had a college degree. He knew nothing, right? And zero guidance. But I grew up in a great home, in many ways. I had an awesome childhood in many ways. I'm not complaining. It's just like, I don't know of anybody else who's talks like me and grew up like me who talks like this, right? I haven't met them yet. Maybe they're out there. I haven't run across them. But my own sister, to some extent, yeah. And then I want to finish up on the health stuff real quick. I've had right shoulder pain for years. I mean, for years, my upper right shoulders bothered me. And eventually, what I figured out is it's some physical problems, from mostly because I used to be a face sleeper, and the way I slept wasn't some of my bone structure never properly developed. But also gallbladder. People with gallbladder problems typically have pain in their upper right shoulder, upper back, and on the right side. And eventually I figured out the only way these problems will ever resolve is going to be through fully, right? They're way better than they used to be, because I've intentionally been working on them. And part of that is the repressed trauma I was talking about earlier, just with the meditation and the being willing to examine whatever that was in there, that psychic pain, if you want to call it that. A lot of that's been released. But at a certain point, I realized the only way I'll ever fully resolve all of that is through some form of extreme fasting. So surprise, surprise, I've spent an entire year in a state of semi-starvation So yes, I eat food every day, but that is still a form of fasting because my body can only assimilate a small number of calories. Right. So
Mm-hmm.
what my body is actually able to make use of on a daily basis is, especially when we see my body weight fall to 116 pounds not that long ago, like I'm in starvation, semi-starvation, which again I would say is a form of fasting, even though I'm eating food. But yeah, go
Mm-hmm.
ahead, please.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember. Wait a minute. I remember what I'm going to say about the people who criticize me. We all know they can only hold one idea in their head at a time. So, I should be a little more patient with these folks because they can't reason through the problem like I just did. They
Mm-hmm.
can't break it down. They don't have the brains for it. They just don't. Now, are they zombies? Did a zombie eat their brain, Beck? I don't know what's happened. But please, I will not hand it to you and then interrupt. So let me mute.
Not because you interrupted. I forgot what I was going to say. I was thinking about, in fact, I got disturbed by that kind of, I appreciate that you're willing to have that kind of compassion for people I'm glad that you're modeling it because I want to attack. I really do, but it doesn't serve me. It wouldn't serve me to get angry. Well, at someone in your chat and just anger doesn't serve us at all. But that fasting, I was an anorexic bulimic subtype 2 when I was 18 years old. I was basically an anorexic 18, 19 years old. I was in Mexico on a Rotary exchange and they told us that we'd gain some weight. But they say that typically people go to a different country, you'll gain about 20 pounds on average. Don't worry about it. You'll lose it. It just has to do with the different everything. And so I put on 20 pounds. I was hypercritical. I've always been hypercritical of myself. I looked fine. But I found out my boyfriend, who I'd broken up with before I went up there, I was only 19, I just turned 18. And so I found out my boyfriend, who I'd just broken up with, to go to Mexico, had ended up calling me one night to tell me that he loved me. Actually, he called me one night to tell me that he loved me, and he'd never said it before. Like, we went to grad together and everything. He never said it before. And I was like, oh, that's so sweet. The next day I get a phone call again. He's calling me and I'm like, what the heck? So I know something's up, right? I'm like, what do you need? Right. And then I hear my best friend's voice on the other side. And she's like, we're fucking, right? I thought, fuck, people are fucked, right? Anyways, as the typical hormonal fantasy la la land of a girl's logic, right? Especially at that age, I was like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go home and be so thin. I'm going to go home perfect, right? And I starved myself. I actually contracted diarrhea. I ate half a can of tuna every day. I had like 6 saltine crackers. It wasn't even half a can, doesn't matter. It was very restricted. I had half a piece of fruit in the morning, half a can of tuna with like 6 saltine crackers, and half a piece of fruit at night. And I did the Jane Fonda aerobic workout every day, and to the point of getting bruises on the bottom of my feet. And it wasn't so much in Mexico that I had any sort of binging and purging issue, but I called my dad and I was like, something's wrong. I went to get ready for a wedding that I was going to, and I was rolling my waist of my pants, like all my clothes were falling off me, but I couldn't see how thin I was getting. And I went and got I had to go to a wedding, and I was borrowed my host sister's like 15-year-old, 13-year from her quinceañera, her 15-year-old party when she turned 15. And anyways, I borrowed this dress from her, but and it was too big. So I went down to look for a dress. And while we were downtown, I went on they used to have these, put 1,000 peso coin in a scale downtown. It'll tell you how much you weigh. And I found out, I did the math. It was kilos. I was like 112 pounds or something. And I thought my goal was like 120, and I couldn't believe. So I went and did it again. I was like, no. And I called my dad and said, I was really sick. I got to come home. Right. I can't even see how thin I am. I couldn't even see how thin I was. Something's wrong with my brain. I need help. Like, if you have a problem with air or food or water, you just need to go get help. That's all. And I came home. But I lost a lot more weight. I got down to 98 pounds before the doctor was like, you better gain weight this week or I'm throwing you in the psych ward. And I'm like, why didn't you say that when I got here? Right. You know, to me, it just didn't make any sense. Anyways, I have had the experience being very underweight. But interestingly, when you get diagnosed with something like that, it doesn't matter how well you get in the world. People will assume you're still binging and purging. No one ever lets you get over an eating disorder.
Yeah, that's heavy. And I'm not trying to prescribe weight loss, and I think you're fine. I know you're fine as you are, but if you ever decide you want to lose weight, I've got a channel for you.
Cool.
Yeah, and you know I have excellent taste specs, so I wouldn't. I would only steer you towards something that's pretty damn good.
I appreciate that. I know you're much like
By
myself.
the way, I mean, it's none of my business, and I only even mention it because you brought it up.
No, I appreciate it.
So,
and like I
yeah,
said,
go ahead.
we're very similar that way. It's actually the one day that it was one of the days that you were talking to people about being unwell and how you didn't want advice from them, and that no one could be as no one could do as thorough research and be as competent in coming up with what you decided to prescribe for yourself.
Well, thank
And I
you.
remember watching that, thinking, "Fuck, that's like I'm like that, right? That's like I get that, I get that, you know."
Yeah. And I'm
So
in my body, so I have the most information.
exactly.
Because the doctor, if I went to a doctor, they have to interpret in part based on what I tell them. I'm in my body. I am the most qualified to deal with these things, period, end of story. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I feel exactly the same way. In fact, when you said that day, I was like, damn straight. You know, it is that simple. And like I was talking to Jackie about earlier, just to be clear, like it was funny when I went to talk to my doctor about some mental health stuff a few years ago. I ended up telling him that I had a borderline. I put a bunch of stuff down. I was applying for some help through the government, and I put down basically anything that ever happened to me. And I even put down this borderline personality diagnosis because I knew that it would be advantageous because they lie to their doctors, right? So in the end, I had this whole list, and I'm like, I didn't tell you about that one, but doesn't that make sense? But all of this, but my point was that I'm not only raised by a doctor and an ER nurse, but we had conversations around the table. Like I know all the medical terms for things, and you know, I am intelligent, and if my father bred correctly, I should be more intelligent than him. In my opinion, that's how you breed, right? Not that intelligence is the only thing that you're trying to make in children, but if your parents have picked properly, then they're going to make their byproduct should be more evolved in some way than them. That's how we've been told. And so for me, I found it really crazy. I've just always been able to I've always been able to tell doctors what I want, you know? And I think doing the research rather than being that sort of we're all educated from the TV now, not us, but you know, in general, you've got that idea of the sense of health. They've been marketing things to us. In fact, that all comes back to this book again, that when I do actually read it and put it online, I think it'll really help people come to understand how much in control we are. And that's where some of my theories come from, with just the idea of like this, you know, I was talking to you about it yesterday, but the idea of the appendix in our body, I think it has something to do with the information to help us keep ourselves well. And I'm not sure how it.
Sorry, I am.
Yeah.
I dropped off there for a moment, but I'm back.
That's okay. Did your computer pop out?
What?
Or you dropped off?
I'm gonna have technical problems. Yeah, it's technical problems. I'm gonna have these until I get out of this place. It's just how it is. But yeah, I'm okay with it. But when I was talking to Bex yesterday, we were running into those problems. So it's a bummer, but it is what it is. But yeah.
Well, my
and also
my
as far as being the most qualified to deal with my health issues, I mean, let's face the reality that nobody else can possibly care about these things as much as I do. You know, I care the most, I have the most information. And I wanted to tell you, one time on live stream back when I was truck driving, we did 30 minutes of people in the live chat were suggesting like, hey, have you tried this? Hey, have you tried that? I did a reach and grab every time they said a supplement. I just reached my arm and grabbed it and showed it to the camera for 30 fucking minutes. So the reality is, I was on a live stream and people started suggesting specific nutritional supplements and herbs.
Mhm.
And for 30 straight minutes, whatever they suggested, I had right there within arm's reach. So when they said,
Mhm.
"Hey, have you tried this specific thing?" I would show it to the camera. So the reality is 90% of everything people have suggested to me, I was already doing
Mhm.
because I had effectively unlimited money to buy nutritional supplements and herbs.
Were those suggestions made to you after you asked people not to?
Oh, of course.
Mhm.
Well, see that you only met me, Bex, when I'm actually somewhat controlled. So part of me driving a truck and doing live streams and being that sick is I was a basket case. I could go back and play some of my old streams, and if I showed you some of that content, you'd be like, "Wow, like look at this guy." It was bad. Like I would spurg out. I spurged out on Provo Kid for like an hour and a half one morning. Yeah, I was not in a good way, Bex. It was I'm doing much better now.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I don't want to make this about me, and it's certainly not a pity party. Like, and I've told people before, like sympathy and pity are not tools I can work with to create anything. Because especially when I was living in the streets, sometimes somebody would just, and typically a woman, which is fine, but I would just see the pity and sympathy on their face. And I would just sometimes I would say out loud, pity and sympathy are not tools I can work with to create anything. Like it does me no good for somebody to treat me with pity or sympathy. And I want to talk about the empathy for the old lady, or not. She wasn't old, actually. She was just obese and had her leg amputated, and they had left her stranded. I don't have empathy. I've developed empathy. So when I say that if I wanted to rip people off, I wouldn't feel bad about it, that's because the empathy I have, I developed it intentionally in order to be what I need to be, right? So it's a
Mhm.
practice. For me, empathy's a practice. So when I
Mhm.
see what somebody's going through, and especially if they're going through something and it's causing me problems, or I'm choosing to see that it causes me problems,
Mhm.
I actually say, or if, like, say, my dad's complaining about something involving another person, I say, and yes, and that's your basis of compassion for them, because just imagine how miserable it would be to live in the state they're living in. See, that is empathy. I'm putting myself in their shoes. And I've always been
Mhm.
able to do that. It's just if I don't practice it, then I'm not in that space, if that makes sense. It's not a feeling for me, it's a perception, and it's a practice versus, people who might say, "Oh, I'm an empath," which I don't even
Mhm.
think is a thing. That's just my opinion.
Well,
But they're sensitive, and the emotions of other people seem to affect them greatly, right? They pick up on other people's emotions. That's my perception, right?
mhm.
And so
Well,
that's the thing. I don't have a feeling. I didn't meet the lady and feel anything towards her other
mhm.
than just, this is my fellow man and woman here, and oh my God, can you believe that this is what we are as a society, that we've allowed this to happen? And then, but
Mhm.
I felt no sympathy towards her. I felt no pity towards her because I don't pity her, but I've developed empathy, right? But at the
Mhm.
same time, I don't feel like I did anything out of the ordinary by doing that. And I'm speaking specifically of this lady outside of a orthopedic surgeon clinic, got stranded, and they were just going to leave her there in a wheelchair all weekend. And I drove her like 3 hours to her home. And it didn't, no, it's a good feeling to do a good thing. Obviously that feels good because that is love, or whatever, you want to call it. But, I didn't have some sense of like, oh, I'm this great person. Look how awesome I am. Like that wasn't a part of it. But
Mhm.
please go ahead. Now I'm just rambling. So,
Well, no, I appreciate it because that's where I've been looking long into the sort of reflecting a lot on these words like empathy versus compassion.
mhm.
And what you did was an act of servitude. I know that maybe with your religious upbringing, you
Mm.
don't like that
Can
language
I
as much.
jump in? Sorry
Yeah.
about that. My purpose is to be of service, whether I
Mhm.
want to be or not. So she's
Mhm.
giving me something.
Mhm.
It's an even
Well,
exchange. Giving
yeah,
is receiving. See what I'm saying? But go ahead,
yeah.
please.
Well, and helping you learn to understand compassion, right? Because here's
Yeah.
where I think the difference is like empathy is what happens to people who don't understand what's their feelings and what somebody else's feelings are, right? So when I'm being empathetic, or if I'm just, that's where, because people are, I'm an empath, your feelings affect me. No offense to anybody, because I'm saying this to myself just as much, right? But basically there's studies that have been shown that if someone's sleeping in one room and someone's awake in another room, and you turn the light on and off for the person who's awake, the person who's sleeping's brain acts like the light goes off. That's how our magnetic frequencies work around each other. We don't realize it. So for some reason I see pathology, and I'm not loving that as a prefix or even as a midfix or suffix. I don't know if anything's called a midfix, but I like that. So to me, empathy is nothing that I want to have anymore. I don't want to be sympathetic or empathetic. I want to have compassion. I want to be able to keep my feelings separate from my understanding and my projection onto someone else. Now, if we know that being close to people can actually affect us too, and we know that that happens when we're in a room, and I'm sitting in say I go home to my family and nobody's told me that like for 5 years they've been living like the War of the Roses on 2 separate floors in the house. And let's just imagine, right? And then you go home and you spend Christmas there, but all your siblings are in their own houses and they'll pop by on Christmas Day, but it's ultimately just you and Mr. and Mrs. Rose. And my nature is to sit in that environment and not understand. I think I've brought the tension. I think I'm the problem, right? And so, but what I'm picking up on is all the weird energies in the house because I'm actually sensitive to it. So if anyone had ever told me what was going on, I would have known, oh, that's their problem. And you either have to sit, and I just wouldn't have gone to visit the Roses at all, right? So if we're that affected by each other and we think that being empathetic or sympathetic is a virtue, then we've actually not been told how to keep ourselves separate and safe from one another and to share what we should share and to have that understanding for each other. So I choose I'm working on having, and I think it ties back into that MK Ultra versus spirit talk we were talking about earlier when I likened the medium versus clairvoyant, right? A medium is working probably on that energetic frequency of maybe even taking information from the people closest to them, or even say further apart. But still, like through that, it's somebody else's mind coming into yours. Whereas clairvoyance is, developing your own mind. And so I think you've actually expressed already, since you didn't have feelings for, you didn't have feelings for the woman. I mean, if anything, it enraged you to see her in that situation, knowing that she had children at home and she just had an amputation, right? So your feelings were actually righteous, probably righteous indignation, and your action was compassionate. And you don't have to feel anything to be compassionate.
And I would say in some ways, it's easier for me to do those things specifically because I'm not overwhelmed with those emotions. And real quick, I shared my screen. Let's see if you can, will it let you, yeah, let's see if you can do that. Add it to the broadcast here. So you'll have to do it though. I can't do it. There you go. So this is where we get into how confusing the English language is, because the dictionary says compassion is sympathetic pity and concern for the suffering. So, that doesn't sound right based on what you just said. But then the Wikipedia says compassion is a social feeling that motivates people to go out of their way to relieve the physical, mental, or emotional pains of others. Well, that's what I did, but I did not pity her. I did not have pity towards her, meaning like I didn't view her as like lesser than me. And oh my, you know what I mean? I didn't treat her as if a lament, right? I didn't lament her plight. I treated her as, hey, this is a human being. This is her life circumstances, right?
And was pity in the compassion or the empathy?
It is. Pity's in the dictionary definition on the left. I know that's hard to see because it's so small. So this is where, the actual meanings of words, like it probably didn't used to mean pity and concern.
And what dictionary is it? Oxford?
Well, that's the thing, is all I did was a Google search, because most people are just going to do a Google search.
Yeah. And that's where I'd say,
well, hang on real quick. I'm intentionally not taking it deeper. I'm just doing what most people would do.
Yeah.
on purpose. But please go
Yeah.
ahead.
And that's where I would say, like, I personally really enjoy the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, m-w.com. I used a Webster's dictionary to learn all the words that I learned when I went to study I studied the Bible I studied the dictionary like a Bible. I just knew that if there was the word and nobody put it together for me and there's a meaning of the word, then I'm just going to go look at all the words and see what they mean. And I did a Webster's dictionary, collegiate dictionary, which had all the etymologies in it. And I studied, I made my own code up for it, but I studied trends in language. So I would say, though, for myself, I go to the Merriam-Webster's and then I go to the 1828 dictionary to see if the word was even there, right?
Exactly. But and the reason why I Googled is because 99% of everybody's not going to do what you're describing. Some will, but most people are just going to Google it like I did. So, but I'm aware when I Google it, I'm not getting, I need to do more if I really want to study. I know that. But here's the Merriam-Webster's says, sorrow or pity caused by the suffering or misfortune of another. Sympathy.
Compassion.
That's what it says.
Mm.
I'm not saying I agree. I'm just, now if we went to the 1800s or whatever,
probably
then
doesn't
maybe
exist.
that would be different. So what would I type to get to the 1800? Because I'm not an
just put
expert in this.
try putting 1828 Webster's dictionary.
Okay, hang on.
The thing about the 1828 Webster's dictionary is that they don't put the etymology in there. They say it takes up too much brain power. No, that's because you'll see. The thing that I like about the Merriam-Webster's dictionary is that it has archaic uses. It has archaic uses of the words that we use, which can often be.
No, I'm listening. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say it can often be actually what a lot of us mean those words to be. I don't know why, but at least I know it's what I mean words to be. I should say, but I have met other people that tend to use. Anyways, I'm just saying.
Well, the 1828 is on the screen now, so.
Yeah. And the neat thing about the 1828 dictionary is you start looking up things like proton, neutron didn't exist, only electron.
Interesting.
I'm like, yeah, they didn't have microscopes, Becky. Like, whatever.
Well, and sorry to cut you off. I'm just having ideas here, but you and Word Wizard could probably go pretty deep on some of this stuff. Are you familiar with Word Wizard?
Yeah, Hecklebus.
Yeah, Hecklebus. Yes.
Yep.
Cool. I love it. I'm glad we're working together, right? And even Mr. Unslaved showing up two days in a row, right? That's pretty cool. And then remembering over time, certain folks not wanting me to work with certain folks, but how thankfully I knew not to listen to those people. Because what do they know about it? And that's what I told Smith at the end of the broadcast yesterday. He was telling me to stay live, but I was wrapping up so that Paul, so that people could go see Paul's broadcast. And I said, man, why are you telling me how to do the thing that you don't know how to do? Like, it doesn't even, but this is where people's psychology has gotten to, that they feel comfortable advising me in matters that they have zero experience with personally. What could he know about it, right? So when somebody's trying to keep me from, having Wizard on my broadcast or Paul on my broadcast, but they don't have the vision I have, right? I'm sort of projecting out into the future in a way of like, I'm not worried about I'm not concerned with what happens today in a way. I'm trying to do a thing in the future. It's going to take us some time to get there, but I know not to listen to these bozos who just same thing with Tommy. When I first started having Tommy on, these people they damn near staged a mutiny, right? And I thank God I just knew not to listen to them. Anyway, I know I kind of got on a tangent, so I'd rather you refocus us, if you would, please. Focus us, Bex.
Did we say what the compassion? Did we look up compassion in the 1828 dictionary just to see if it didn't say pity?
It's on the screen.
I can't see though.
Suffering with another, painful sympathy, a sensation of sorrow excited by the distress or misfortunes of another, pity, commiseration. Compassion is a mixed passion compounded of love and sorrow, at least some portion of love generally attends the pain or regret or is excited by it. Extreme distress of an enemy even changes enmity into at least temporary affection. Boy, it's so hard for me to say enmity. Wow.
Here's one Gary's recommending too. I don't know if it's online, but
I have no
man,
idea.
I would love to have that. I would love to have a leather bound ancient book. I was going to say, this is the thing where these words that they've taught, I'm like, I don't want compassion for nobody. Sorry. Empathy, sympathy, none of it. Fuck off. You know, is that how we got to this fucking tolerated, you know, where they blurred the lines between tolerance and acceptance too?
Yeah.
It's like fucked up, you know? But I was going to say, in a redomantic world, which is a word I've made up from the word redomancy, which is a love returned in full. If we were all serving each other with a love returned in full, compassion would have a totally different meaning because there wouldn't be suffering, right? And so if you're looking at that, I'm not saying there wouldn't be any suffering, but you'd know there'd always be a solution to a problem without a reaction, right? So that level of compassion would just be like that moment of like, oh, let me help you, right? Like, oh, you're hungry. Okay, I'll feed you, right? Like, you know, you're cold, here's a sweater, right? You're sad, here's a hug, right? So I think that a lot of these words have been overcomplicated because we're in a world that's so fucking messed up, you know, so far from anything any humans would build together, in my opinion.
Real quick, redomancy, not in the 1828.
Interesting. Is demancy?
Hang on. Well, redomancy, it did come back when I Googled it. But yeah, let me try demancy. Hang on. And sorry for cutting you off there.
No, that's fine.
Demancy. Nope. Interesting. But I bet it's probably in that 1865, I bet.
I agree.
Try to find that.
Is there an 1865 dictionary online?
We're about to find out. We're going to find out.
Cool. I love words.
I do too. No, I don't think there is an 1865. It went to the 1828 when I typed in 1865. So oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Maybe this is it. Oh, there's a PDF. No, wait a minute. Yeah, it's not on here, but then you get into why is it not on here, right? So now that makes me want to go find one. You know, just by the fact that I can't easily Google it, and because Gary Baxter mentioned it, now I'm like, damn, I got to find one of these things. So I'll do more research on that, hopefully, but I'll probably forget, but that's all right.
What I found in my getting lost in the Webster's Abridged Dictionary, you know, in physical form, is that I was able to really see that there's some real patterns to these languages, right? Some very nefarious words around 1888. Like they always had the time periods. If there was any time period, it'd give you a range. And then there's a whole bunch of words that are like, I'll only remember a few, like teaching language. I wish I could remember more. I'll flip open my dictionary over the next few days and come up with some, just get familiar with this stuff again, because it's a talking point for me. Because 1888 seems to be a big year in a lot of the truth-seeking community.
Hey, could you look at the comment I just typed in, if you would? Just take a look at that and see what you think.
Sure, it hasn't loaded yet.
Well, I just typed it into the chat. I typed it into the chat. Because I just found that accidentally when I was looking for demancy, D-A. D-E is madness.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, D-E-M. So it's kind of looks like demon in a way also. Yeah. It's interesting, these words, man.
Well, and if it was it, because sometimes vowels do get changed depending on what language it came in through into English through. I'm not that I would play around like some people play around with words, just throwing vowel, you know, just like sort of assuming that an E is a Y, but it does happen. Anyways, I would just say that demency versus damancy, I don't think there's much of a difference. I'm not surprised now. Although,
well, love is madness in a way, right?
It is.
It can be, certainly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I've certainly fallen into madness based on especially romantic love at times, especially in my early days, right?
Oh, I did put it. Now, are we okay with just like, is everyone okay with us, the chat going the way it is? Like, because I know you usually engage with the chat quite a bit more,
Yeah,
and I know I'm usually
they seem all right with it.
yeah, everyone's adjusted. Okay.
I think so.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't have enough experience at that right now.
Oh,
and then with the long day, long days and the recovering into getting into a sleep schedule.
Bex, you're doing great. You're a quick
Thank
study.
you. Good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
And I know you said.
Oh, by the way, I didn't do anything, so I did nothing. But yes, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did that, Bex, not me. But
Oh
go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I could just say an astute observation, Benton.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Well, I'm not trying to correct you.
Well,
I'm just
yeah.
sort of, that was like, kind of a playing on a word, I guess, or
I
whatever.
know, and then you said thank you right after, and I could say I didn't do anything.
Exactly. It's reflexive, though. I was beaten as a child if I did not say sir, ma'am, thank you, please, all of these things. Not beaten, but like spanked, right? Because I was talking to Keith, a highly suspect, and I have very few actual in real life friends. So he's on the short list. And then he doesn't like that I'm calling him sir because he considers it impersonal. But I'm like, man, they beat it into me to say sir. So I don't know what to tell you. I'll do my best not to, sir. And then I almost say sir. And I'm like, fuck, I'm like, he's like, you just call me Keith. I'm like, yeah, man, I'll do my best. And it's funny because like I prefer email for communication. I don't really want to be getting text messages if possible. And it's funny because I never realized that he doesn't like email because he views it as impersonal. And that's probably because he came to the internet very late. I'm like, no, it's not impersonal. I said, in fact, it's like the early version of text messaging, if you think about it. It's not impersonal. He's just choosing to see it that way, right? And me calling him sir is not impersonal, but he's perceiving it that way, which is fine. It's not for me to impose onto him, that, oh, don't perceive it that way. It's funny, all this interpersonal stuff, right? And Gary Baxter, shout out to Gary Baxter, no word demancy or demancy in the 1865. Wow, neither one of them. Interesting.
So a loveless.
Well, but real quick, sorry, I'm on the internet. So the reality is, if Gary Baxter has the printed book, I shouldn't even be going by what the internet says. I mean, if you think about it, like, why am I trusting Google to tell me what is in the 1828 or the 1865? Hypothetically, realistically, I would need to have the physical copy.
Yeah. And I would say I spend a lot of time in the English to Latin translator, playing around. And then I've learned to look up words that, to go look up a word. Like I was looking up Io, trying to figure out where it came from. So I had to find like, Ionia, which was Greek. And then you're like, oh, okay. So go look up Io, Greek to English, and I got the word virus, certified virus, right? Io in Greek. That's yeah. Thank you. I mean, not thank you, but
yeah. Well, you can say thank you.
It was a good find. Yeah, it was a good find. It was a good find.
Manners are okay, Bex.
Yeah.
Bex, manners are okay. Yes.
But on that same note, I took the word pornography and I thought I would look that up just to see. And you have to play around with the different languages, and you don't always get certified, especially not in Latin. But it's still really you could probably find redemancy, what it means in Latin, or what it means in English, and how it relates to Latin. So I looked up pornography, and you expect it to be like pornographicus or something like that, right? But it wasn't. It gave me the word dolor, which is actually Spanish, and which means pain. Very interesting to me. Like I have a lot of fun in that area of just looking up words. I've got a friend here that I know well. We've talked many times. Should we make it the Triple B show here, Benton?
Absolutely. I'm taking the day off, lest we forget. Okay. This is my day off. So please, and if you want to, and if you would get rid of this, you don't have to get rid of the screen share. If you click the button to where it'll just be our icons, that'll probably be better.
How do I do that?
Well, there's a
button. I know when.
Yeah.
And it's in layout somewhere, right?
Well, and real quick, yes, this is good for you. This is practice. So This is
Okay, I
actually
see
going to
full
help you.
screen. Back to full screen layout, I think. Does that make sense?
No,
Nope.
that's now none
Okay.
of us are on the screen.
Oh, great. Just a
That's
second.
okay. It's okay.
So
This is the
exit full
part of the
screen
process.
layout. I know I've seen it in here before. Just one. Thanks for your patience there, Blue. Layout, got it. So back to this one.
There it is. Perfect.
And this is Blue, Benton, Blue. Chats
up,
in
Blue?
both rooms.
Peace, Benton. Peace, Bex. The two blues, the two B's, my BBs, my BBs. No, I'm joking. The three B's, not the degrees, the 3B degrees. I don't know. What am I gonna?
Nice.
Yeah, I just thought I'd jump up. I heard anything when it comes to do with words and linguistics and the where they come from and how. Just I had the weirdest dream. I don't even know why I was dreaming about it. I don't dream about things like that. Maybe it wasn't a dream, maybe I was just thinking. But a seagull, right? So you gull in Europe before it was called Europe. Well, you've got a seagull. Now a seagull, look at the word it made. I mean the sound it goes. I don't want to make the sound, it sounds weird. I don't want to sound like a seagull in my house. But when someone over there was when a Gaelic person's or even a Spanish person or even you can hear it a bit in Arabic, you can hear it in some of the Dutch tones. The ha instead of a G, it's like in Spanish, it's the R, it's the S, or a H is a R and things like that, or a G is a J. And I was thinking, did certain people get linguistics from hearing animals? You know, just the vocal cord, just to extend our vocal cords, kind of thing. Because, like I say, it's quite strange when I hear the bird, the seagull, sounding like an actual pronunciation. And remember, it's just words like words like without being vulgar, the word piss. It's a sound that you make. That's where that comes from.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot to get into when it comes to words and where they come from and how they've changed along the lines and progressed and advanced into whole different narratives and contexts. But yeah, I'll just leave it there. Yeah, I'm enjoying the topic anyway. I've been listening.
I appreciate your input. I was just typing a comment. Just one sec. I was going to say what I've noticed though, and I can even hear it in your voice and in the way you speak, and more so in Benton. And Benton refers to it as slack-jawed. There's certain pick our friend. I don't mean to advertise for him, but my good friend Charles Was. Check his channel out. A good place for panel starters. If anyone want to try just casually jumping up on a panel talking anything when he's done his builds at the end of his program, it's often a good place to go. But his last name is in German Was, right? Now he's in Americanized German Was. I don't have a slack jaw. I can't, but you can see, I met a German man online. You could see in his face, his wide mouth smile. He was able to, like, it's just the shape face. Like, I mean, not the shape face, but the way your muscles, the way your muscles develop speaking a language, right?
Vibration coming out.
Mm.
So what? So I think
Yeah.
Was means what? Was mustest du?
Yeah, but I can hardly say his name, right? I can't say. I have to go with a V, not a W, because to me a W is a very tight. Like I can't say wa like was, right? It's very interesting because I've noticed just I'm in interacting with people with more language than I
speak German. I can speak German.
Mm-hmm.
Ich spreche die Deutsch, ja.
Nice.
Das ist gut.
Yeah.
Nicht nice. I'm not nice. That means I'm ignorant. How dare you? Hey, and also as well, Bex, with the Latin, how I've got a lot of Latin books, and one of them was basically, and I'm glad it let me know that the 16th, 17th, no, the 1700th Latin is more of where they had the Gaelic influence. Because remember, through Gaelic, this is how they, through Latin, this is how they married and got, sorry, I just stood on my son's toy. Fucking Mario.
Oh. Okay. Lego injuries, friends. Be careful.
Why is it there?
Take your time.
Mario, no, I swear this Mario, it was in the front room. And now it's in my bedroom. So you can see where, you know, French came, you can see where Italian came, you can see where Espanol came, because Espanol is basically in the Americas, because in Spain, where Spain is called now, they were speaking Aramaic,
Spanish.
Islam, and Gaelic. No, Spain, they weren't speaking Spanish over there, because Espanol is in South America.
I know, that's why they call it Spanish now, because it's like ish.
Yeah, it's part of, and it's a corporation, because Catalonia, Sevilla, Basque, they don't support Spain. They know it's an actual corporation. Just like how the Republic of Ireland don't support the Northern Ireland, or, you know, the IRA and things like that, because of the original people who used to be of them isles, you know, the original Celts and Druids and things like that, who spoke Gaelic as well. So, you know, you can see through the marinating of languages or linguistics, when the Britons, or the Britons came over, the red, white, and blue, and came with their, you know, the Gaelic, and marinated. I don't know why I keep saying marinated. I must be hungry. But you know, fuse that together with Latin. So Latin, what we read now, is very anglicized. The original Latin was more phonetic, where you get words like we're Phoenician. Phoenician is just the same thing. Same with the Hebrew. It's the same thing. You know, the ba, ga, za, ra, sha, ha, la. All of that. These are natural pronunciations of our tones and vibrations of our mouth. And throughout different areas, obviously these are going to be different. You know, so when we say amma, you say because it's the breath of life, and ma, obviously that's where you just come from. So amma becomes amma, mama.
Well, an ama means ama, like, is amor is to love in Spanish.
Love, jetador. No, that's to adore. Yeah, that's French for, like, the name.
Je t'aime. You've got it, aim. Je t'aime.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And the name Theodore, that means God's gift. So, you know, there's a lot of words that we use that. Go on, Bex. I'm just talking.
No, I was going to say that they teach it like Latin's one of the foundational languages. It's actually an intermediary language. One of the teaching languages, probably of 1888. I'm just presuming. And I know when I went and looked, I've been talking a lot with I had been talking to a lot with the realist McCoy about some of his philosophies with how he raises his children. They never say please or thank you to their parents, right? And I know I always had this plan when I had a child that I would never ever refer to them as mine, right? So when people said, "Oh, which child's yours?" I'd be like, "I'm that child's mother." Right? So that I said through my English language who I serve, not what they are to me, right? What I am to them. And it's probably influenced that philosophy just by learning Spanish at 18 years old, being immersed in a culture where the please and thank you is in the question. So when I ask you in Spanish to make me a sandwich, would it please you to make me a sandwich? So, te gustas. No, leave the por favor off for a second, because that's politeness. Okay. Yeah, just for a second, because it is an important aspect. But te gustas hacerme un sándwich, right? Would it give you pleasure? Like, so if I like you in Spanish, I say a mí me gustas. A mí te gustas. I get it gets me gustas, right? Me gustas. Me gustas blue, for instance. So blue gives me pleasure. It's even confusing unless you're using it, because That's the language, right? Like that's the language. But that is, instead of I like you, you please me, right? You please me. And that's the same as would it please you? Yeah. So when you put the por favor on the end, it's redundant, right? And so por favor is it's a banker's language. It's a banker's language of pleasing, being polite, even into, and that's where I'll go back to this because I don't want to be all like, I'm not a really religious person, but when you look at the name Jesus as it's been given and how it's like all through the Americas as a name that so many, you can't name your child Jesus in English, right? It's blasphemous. Yet in all through the Americas, Jesus is one of those names, which is why I got to that idea with the language. And then looking up a word like pornography. So if your child brought you something and was like, what's this? And, the grandma picks it up and she's like, oh dear, it's like someone's magazine or whatever. Oh, that's just pain, my child, right? So you put it away, right? And the child's not going to think anything different of it. Sorry if I'm expressing my opinions here, friends.
What's that mean? The law?
It means pain. It means pain. So as I look deeper and deeper into these in some of these trick languages, I would come, there's people out there going, his name's Yeshua, it's this and that. His name was Jesus, I'm pretty sure. It's built right into the language.
That's
right?
Zeus. That's Zeus though. They're on about Zeus because remember before Jesus, it was Isaiah. No, basically, because
I don't know.
VS. No, because remember there was no U. It was a V when it was before it was a U.
Yeah. I know. You know what I was going to ask you about though, because we were talking about health earlier, and since you're here anyway, since you're here, I'd love to. I know you're just sort of broadcast on your channel occasionally, but it sounds like you had a pretty good build recently with Dean, and I know you had started it out with the idea of talking about health and well-being. Is that something you're going to be doing on your channel?
Yeah, because that's like my main function. Like I am religiously into training and nutrition, and not so much dieting, but just knowing like things to do with electrolytes, carbohydrates, so slow releasing carbohydrates, and just things like that, just to keep you fueled and keep you going. You know what I'm saying? Breathing techniques, stretching techniques to keep supple and that. And keep a range, keeping that oxygenated blood flowing through you, through your body and things like that. Just opening airwaves, letting out pressure in the body and things like that, getting that oxygen up to the brain so you can think properly, make proper decisions. Yeah, I love all of that, to be fair. And I really enjoyed and appreciated that talk with Dean. Yeah, I appreciated that. That was nice. That was nice. It was good for the soul.
Good. A lot of the audience on Benton's side wouldn't know Dean, but I would say that to sum it up, we've got a friend in the community who's in his 70s, lives off the land with his wife. He set himself up. It's not an easy life, but he was one of the Greenpeace, one of the main Greenpeace activists who was like working right on the Greenpeace boat until it was blown up or damaged or whatever the deal was. He's a very, very loud, you can feel the energy of activism off this man. And just his energy is amazing. He's just a really intriguing guy. Maybe we'll have him up one time over here so people can get to know him as well. But yeah, I'm glad. It'd be nice to see. I was wondering if, I don't know if Maggot can find your link or if you want to share it in the back. I don't mind dropping it down into my chat.
Who, mine?
No, I was asking my main mod down there right now, but if he could grab your link, or if you could put the link in the back, then I can put it down either way.
I don't even know how to do all of that. I'm useless on the computer. I'm like you. I'm still learning. Like,
do you know
I can make games, but I just can't do certain things. My brain stops at that point.
Oh, I can't. It's interesting. There's a comment on the screen. Just a second, friends. Okay. It's not showing us. Okay, it's off. Did I get the comment off the screen? Sorry to have a technical difficulty for a minute. I can see names on my side. Anyways, I had a comment in the back chat. Do you know your handle? You're at blue something, at peekaboo or something, at peekaboo, at peekaboo or something. I'll go look. Are you there, Blue?
Oh yeah, I was just talking
Oh, yeah.
with my mic muted.
That's okay.
Talking with my mic muted, like when I talk to my child.
Mm.
Yeah, sorry, it was PEKABLU.
Yeah. Okay, good. That's what I thought. I'm just going to put that in the chat in case anyone wants to find your channel.
Maggot makes me laugh when I come up. He thinks of fighting stuff. Yeah, man. Tiger uppercuts and all of that. Tiger knees and that. I got training in a bit as well. That's why I'm a bit quite amped right now.
Okay, I'm just going to put that. Sorry.
I'm going to go live when I go on the bags. When I go in my studio, and I want to go live on the bags and just kick the hell out of it. Take my frustrations out if anyone wants to join.
Oh, nice. So I'm going to put this up for just a second so Benton's crew can see it in case they're interested in checking out. Yeah, I know you're a really energetic, motivated. I find you to be very energetic, energizing and motivating on the health front. Although that tends to be just a mental exercise for me, friends, at this point. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Nothing wrong with that because the mental will lead to the physical.
Yeah.
You'll start making it matter.
Exactly. Exactly.
Sometimes I say to people, I know you want to change straight away, but sometimes you have to do it in moderation. It's like an alcoholic, a drug addict, a cigarette smoker. You have to wean yourself off these things. You can't just do it straight away, as much as willpower as you might have at that time. You know what I mean? It's all about adjusting. So I try and just say to people as well, like, you know, because there's a lot of people changing. A lot of people have woke up, see things differently, may see things in different perspectives than individuals, but have woken up, and they're inner fighting with themselves. And it's these people that I like to try and get to speak to say, yo, I've been through this. You know what I'm saying? Just slow down, take it easy. There's a long road ahead. Change comes with patience of oneself. You know, I don't know why I sound like that sometimes, like why I talk like I'm some great philosopher. You know what I mean? But really, I just sound like Spider-Man. I don't take myself seriously, you know. You know when you've got 3 little kids anyway, like, and they just look at you and think, yeah, whatever, Dad, I'm just going to beat you up. All right, cool. Yeah.
Well, the only thing I've ever done to lose weight or do any kind of sports, I've told you this before, but in other spaces. So, the only thing I've ever done was when I went to the comedy stage, I noticed my weight was holding me back, and I just didn't feel comfortable. And I hate shopping. I've never cared. Well, not since I was young and before my car accident have I ever cared what clothes looked like on me, except for when I needed to for work. But I noticed in comedy, I wanted to start looking really nice for stage. And so I went and joined I paid $1,000 for a 3-month transformation program through a kickboxing gym. I clicked a link in Facebook. Be careful, friends. I mean, it was very helpful, but it was very expensive. And what I learned at the time was it was someone who was going to put me on a calorie restricted diet, which was basically just varying micronutrients, 12 to 1,400 calories a day. And then this rigorous kickboxing, which is for people who have like ADD or ADHD, or you don't like exercise, but aerobics isn't around anymore. Kickboxing was so good for my brain. Like, it was such an amazing sport for me. It was like every 2 minutes, you don't like something, it's going to switch it up, switch to the other side. Now run around the room. Now do it again. And by the time you've done your stretch up and your warm up and warm down, or whatever it is, whatever the words are, you've really only exercised for like 30, 35 minutes. It's not that pain. It was really painful. Okay. Like for someone who's never exercised, it was the most work I've ever done in my life. And I thought, oh, if I ever have to do this again, I'm going to die. But what I noticed too is if people ever pay for a gym membership that they're not, that they never go to, I said to them at that time, you don't pay enough, right? You haven't paid enough. You need to pay your bigger fat tax, or you won't you know, or you're not going to go. So I'd already lost a bit of weight going in because I'd bought a bunch of clothes at a garage sale that all kind of had a theme and they felt really good on. So I'd already felt better in my body because I was wearing these clothes that looked nice on me. And I became their poster child. They made a poster size, like a life-size poster of me. And I was out there in the gym all the time. They actually wanted me to come work for them to train with them. And they were so good. When the guy asked me to come train for him, I'm like, how much do I have to pay you? Right? Because they'd taken so much money from me already. But I injured my foot kickboxing and I've tried wrapping it. I've tried the right kind of shoes and these guys they just rip you off. So I might get a bag for home and get back into it. But I'll tell you, I've never, ever been more motivated in my life, not only from the exercise, but from the hunger. When you get hungry for food, you get hungry for everything. You know, you get hungry for, it was such an amazing, gift
I'm
to.
glad. I think you should do that again because you look, you're at a point where, see, from the first time I spoke to you to now, you're growing. Each time I speak to you, you're growing in confidence and in knowing who you are. You know what I'm saying? So when you speak about these things, I think to myself, hearing you, and I don't know you personally, but hearing you and hearing the rhetoric you always speak, you can kind of tell when somebody's on the up or when someone may have certain bouts of not depression, but you know, just thoughts then, when their own thoughts. So me personally, I think you've got that already in you to go out and do them things. See, this is the thing. Our body needs to know it's alive. We have things called kinesis, kinetic energy, that we need to make our body realize what it does and functions and get all the chemicals working and firing up and all your synapses and whatever, you know, all the different chemicals, the estrogen, the endorphins, the serotonin, the lithium, the librium, you know, the testosterone, all of that you want circulating, functioning to do its part. A lot of these things are lying dormant. A lot of us get aches and pains because of the synovial fluid, what's in our joints, is just wearing away because we're not doing anything with ourselves. So our brain is losing that connection. Remember, you try and read out loud and you haven't read for a year, you're going to sound like a robot because your brain's not programmed for that yet. It was, but you got to keep doing it. You know what I mean? Rest and repeat. That's what it is. Rest and repeat. So therefore, it's always giving your brain something to know. Our brain is beyond capabilities of what we know. So we should be putting more into it. We don't need to go and get another terabyte. We've got enough storage to put so much into our brain. And we put a lot of crap in there that's unneeded. Junk spam and all that bullshit what just needs clearing out. I vibe and live and get a thrill when I see a kick bag. I get thrills, no weirdness, but I get thrills when I'm looking at these children. I get excitement when I'm looking at the children doing what they're doing. And I'm seeing them, I see the determination on their face and I think, come on, little man. You know what I mean? I love it. I love it. And it's not enough of it. You know, I want to get some adults on it as well. Because the more adults I get doing this, the more they're then going to go on with a better breath and better spirit in their body. You know what I'm saying? To go and be better for that day. And if they can be better for that one day, that's going to make that child or whoever they're around better for that one day. And maybe it might turn into be a next day. That's how I think of things, you know what I'm saying? People might think that's far-fetched or reaching, but I have to think like this because I've got little children. I've got a big boy who needs a proper functioning father. Not a dad, a father, a nurturer. So, I love listening to you. And anytime you're on, I'll try and pop up or whatever. Try and you know, not give you no pep talks or whatever, but just trying to install more belief and not belief, more knowing, more attitude, more aptitude in people. Because I need that installed in me certain times. Because we all need it. We all need that push up. We all need that keep going. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. Just everybody. I know we've all got a talent out there waiting to be unleashed. Don't matter how old you are. You could be in your 50s. Look at Dean, 69 or whatever, 62 or something. And we're talking like there's no age barrier. no color barrier, no skin barrier, no demographic, no class barrier. It was just information, and that's how it should be. So yeah, my bad again, because just tell me to shut up sometime. Benton, tell me to shut up
No, I
sometime.
love it. I love it. I can take over for a sec because I wanted to say I really appreciate your observations. It means a lot to me. I was really blessed to Blue and I got to hijack a friend's channel when his phone died, and we just sat there for hours talking. It was really nice. That being said, I appreciate your observation because I had been out here on so many channels, on so many different types of channels, because I know I'm capable of thinking about almost anything. I have a very vast knowledge of things. I have confidence in my ability to cognate, and I just would go and hit links. And in doing so, I've been practicing sort of, in essence, in many ways, a lack of focus, right? Like, it's great to be able to build on all sorts of ideas and to share that kind of knowledge and wisdom, or just to have fun and play, inventing sort of imaginary ideas with friends, you know? But ultimately, like, we're here. I came to YouTube initially for answers or just for interest. And then I thought I started finding answers. Then you start really getting into understanding the dynamics, and then you start participating, and then you want to have your own channel. My point is that I've really found in the last week here working with Benton, really nice to focus. Like, I know we can talk about almost anything as well, but it's just nice to focus on conversation, to focus on the ideas we've been having here, and then also I just find I really want to focus what I'm doing now, right? And not spend as much time talking about anything, even though that's kind of what Benton and I are doing here and kind of what I do on my own channel. But I feel like more narrowed on my own channel, I can focus more on what I'm doing. And then just sort of the crossover that I've been doing lately, I just really like the idea of my plight in the world has been to question the banking system since I understood it, since my stepmother came into our life and leveraged her children, stepping on the necks of the 4 children before her. Well, 2 of the 4. The boys were leveraged quite well. And I don't mean to be so blunt about it, but she really acted like a martyr, and she really did like cash checks in my name. So, and it's, kudos to her for actually setting herself up for, should she ever be in a situation where, she might need to leave my father, but her psychopathy has her living like remember the hypothetical scenario of the War of the Roses earlier. So, my point is that I really feel like in this community, I really fit in terms of I went to study the economics to figure out why the bankers had taken over the world. And in my journey, I have a lot to bring towards the sort of crossover that happens with Paul Unslaved and Benton and all the communities associated with him. So it's been nice to have that focus to bring that knowledge to this group. I look forward to doing it. I hope I have an opportunity to do so. And I'm excited.
Well, you're on about the 0809 banking scandals when they took all our money.
Well, no, I appreciate the question, because as much as I just said I always had a problem with the banker, I studied economics. I did an undergrad and master's degree in economics, and I never really actually got into money and banking. Pardon me?
No, I was just saying, look at you.
Well, thank you. I'm finally using my education for something. I mean, if not to share my knowledge with the world of YouTube, but or to impress men on the other side of the world. I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, kudos to you.
Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of indoctrination and a lot of deinstitutionalization, just to share with everyone here that nothing that comes out of my mouth did I learn in university, but that it gave me an opportunity to understand. To actually even understand, for instance, that the economic theory that I learned, they treat it as if it's theoretical, right? Like, oh, this is implied by what's happening in the world. Now that I know how the world works, like the books that I were reading, they were equations for what they did in the world. Like, this is what they did. This isn't just theory. This is what they did. So it's really interesting to go back and look at my education in hindsight. But money and banking, I never understood. I never wanted to understand. My problem is, here's the thing. apes don't own banana trees. I'm being really, really specific here for someone who doesn't even think I come from fucking apes, okay? But apes do not have banks yet. You know, nobody's like, there's no ape standing in front of his banana tree, like about to beat people up if they, or beat the other apes up if they're going to go for their bananas. Now, I guess I've never hung around apes, but I don't see any animals in the animal kingdom actually. I know animals have territory and we may think it's about food, but I would imagine that if the territory started to infringe upon the animals, that the animals actually, you know, die off more than they kill each other over the food. And so to me, the banking system in this world is just, it's one of the most corrupt things. It doesn't support the idea of evolution at all, which is a good plus on my opinion, but it's just one of the most insane things that I never understood. I didn't understand why I had a pool and somebody else didn't, right? Inequity, okay, inequity. That's what I went there to solve. I went to try and go to school because I thought I could solve the problem of inequity. I was a very arrogant young girl. I wasn't arrogant. I was confident as a child. I was like, I can find the answers to solve the problems of the world, right? But then I just find more problems. But yeah, I was a child that never asked for. I mean, it is a privilege to be a child that didn't want anything but peace in the world. I never asked for anything in any wish I ever made as a child that wasn't understanding that I wanted every child in the world to have what I had. Not that I had so much that I just wanted them to, oh, look, I want you to have a pool. I just didn't understand why I had one and other people didn't, you know? Now, as I got older, I'm like, not everybody needs a pool. You can have community pools. I mean, some people don't want a pool to care for. But ultimately, that inequity in the world, and it's funny because in religions, they're like, oh, the mystery of inequity. It's the fucking bankers. And if anyone thinks there's anything about this entire world that has any bank separate from any other bank, any fucking credit union separated from any big bank, they're lying to themselves. They're just like the oligarchs that run the financial world. 100%. They are the oligarchs that run, the oil world. An oligopoly is what they've done with the oil resources in the world, which is essentially a consolidated monopoly. And so the banks do the same thing. We can't fool ourselves any different. There's never been that not in our lifetimes, not in our grandparents' lifetimes has ever been separated. It's all the same. It's all the same bank. I know people can come in and be like, you got an economic degree and you talk banking like that.
It is now, Bex, because if you think about it, that's what they were doing with, remember in Iran, not Iran, in the Middle East, that's what a lot of that was for the oil. You know what I'm saying? This is why you never get the Saudi Arabians being touched. You don't get them sheiks being touched. Because a lot of them are bloodline of people already in charge of places around the world. And them sheiks, they don't have money. They have oil. You know what I'm saying? They don't work off money. They just work off oil. And anything what gets given to them gets given to them physically without money really. But they run and own and operate monetary systems. You see, like they took out Muammar Gaddafi because he wanted his own system. He wanted it backed by gold, which what it was originally, and silver. If you take an ounce of sterling silver to the bank, you will get $23.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so when you look at the original, when I got raided by the police, they took drugs, they took other things. They didn't take my gold, didn't take none of that, and I've got over 20,000 pounds worth of gold. Didn't take none of it because it's a real currency. That means if they take that, it offsets the treasury. It means it offsets the debt and things. You know what I'm saying? These promissory notes don't offset anything. This is why when you get an electrical or a gas bill and you see that the check at the bottom that's already got the money and printed out, that's what you're supposed to use. You're supposed to give that in. You're not supposed to give no money because what you're giving there's already been paid for. That's why the amount's on there. You know what I'm saying? But we're not privy to these things. We're not shown these things. You know, because we're being given too many different. There's too many legislations that get changed day to day in the financial world. You know what I'm saying? The fact that I can come to America with £1,000 and it will be $1,223. You know, there's things like that.
Yeah.
The fact that this is
Yeah.
how you're allowed to do offshore banking. This is how you're able to get away with paying tax.
Yeah, I hear that. I was going to say that, yeah, when I was in Mexico, I took Canadian traveler's checks, and they were still by whatever company makes the traveler's checks. I can't remember what it's called, American Express. And yet the bank in Mexico really struggled to deal with it. They were concerned, but at the traveler check company, let them know that it was good to cash. But when I went straight from Canadian to Mexican money at the time, I got a better exchange than my friend who bought American money and then sold it for the pesos at the time. And I was really proud of myself for having done that. I just didn't even think, why couldn't I travel with a different currency? They probably don't even make Canadian currency traveler's checks anymore. But that's exactly how they do it. They, well, it's one of the ways they do it is to flip it into this currency, make that money, flip it into that currency, because the bank always, sells for higher than they buy it for, right? Did I get that right?
Yeah, because if you think about it, it's like me saying, you can't come to my house with your money and get more than what I can get with the same money. But I'm going to come to your house and be able to use my money and get more than what you can in your house, because I can. I can come to America and get more with my 1,000 than you can come over here and get it. You know what I'm saying? Because of the currency split. And it's like I can go to Jamaica with £20,000 and be a millionaire. I can go to Egypt and be a millionaire with a few thousand. So I can go and I can take 20,000 to Egypt and go and buy a villa with a pool.
Yeah, it's a good point. And then it's actually an insane.
This is our countries come over and take infrastructure because of the World Banking economics and because of look who they've got in there as the heads of these CFCs or what these counterfeit fraud agencies, as I like to call them. They've got all puppets working there. That's why you can see there's a stabilization in Venezuela, Egypt. They had it. Pakistan. They had it. Again, they take out their leaders and put in their people. So then obviously they can offset the currency. Hence why America still have hundreds and hundreds of bases and embassies in all these different countries. Same with Britain as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I got all sidetracked on my and since you're here as well, I got all sidetracked on my anti-American propaganda, friends. Anti-American propagandas. The Americans didn't do that. I'm sure the British didn't do it either. It just upsets me. I'm sorry. I know I'm probably getting confused here with whether why I want to expand on that thought. Oh, hi, Benton. Are you here? We've lost Blue. I'll expand on the thought anyway then. Because, are you there? No, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I've said this here before, but I will say it again because the world has lied about our histories. The victors, we were told the victors write the history and they brag about what they won and they lie about all the damage they did, right? So just looking at Canada, the way we treated the First Nations people, that wasn't written into the history of the books, and that did happen. It did happen. And we blame Britain. We blame Britain for it. And France, I guess. Britain and France. I don't know. Why not the Dutch, friends? Why don't we blame the Dutch? Dutch East India Company, New Amsterdam, and New York, all that jazz. Anyways, doesn't matter because if we blame the Dutch, it would be wrong too. What happens is the victor, they lie and they say they lost. And then they hold a gun to the head of the people. They hold a gun to the head of the people saying, you better tell them we won. And it pisses me off. When we're like, all the American money in the banks and all the American stuff went out to the world and blah, blah, blah in the Americas because they learned the colonization from the British and the British, blah, blah, blah. It's a lie, friends. It's all a lie. Now, I don't want to blame the Russians, okay? because they were infiltrated too. But it does start with the Romanovs. It starts with the Romanovs allegedly being killed. Now I'm going to tell you guys my theory, but I can't prove it right now. But I know I studied in 2020 these family lines and the names and the movement of when you anglicize a name. And there's children in the flock of children that Queen Victoria has that tend to have the same names anglicized of the children that allegedly died when they found the one body of the little baby, the little girl Romanov, in when the Bolshevik revolution occurred. Which probably again was the story's told backwards there. But from there, the victors there went into Germany, allegedly lost in Germany, and then the Germans went out into Europe and allegedly lost to the Americans. But as we can see from Project Paperclip at that time, they distributed their scientists between the two places, chalking it up to Russian scientists. And I have a book called Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain, which is actually research done in and around war times, summing up the research done into psychic abilities and just different human abilities and stuff like that, maybe even done during war times. But my point is that, especially, I don't know how much of an American audience I talk to here, but it just really destroys me to see the American people. I was going to say, how do you say the opposite of elevated? Deflated, acting like this is something they did to the world. I can only imagine how people feel in Britain. I know for me as a young woman, when I first met, the first German person I met was one of the students we had an exchange student in high school, but I didn't pay much attention to him. And then I met a German man in university that was in my master's program, and I just felt like I was the one projecting onto him the guilt that I imagined that he should feel or would feel being a German, considering how guilty I felt for whatever I already felt the guilt of, whatever had been programmed into me. And that's something we have to let go of. Whether you're from Britain, whether you got to blame the Dutch, blame the Russians, but then as soon as you get there, you're going to find out, I don't know, in my world, I don't let, my YouTube page, my YouTube channel, I should say, my Facebook page, I don't allow for any anti-anything propaganda, no anti-Chinese, no anti-Russian, no anti-Israelite, no anti-Jew, none of it. I mean, I know that there are people in the world that are corrupt, but we're always giving them the wrong name. They are imposters, whoever they are. They are imposing upon whoever they are. They are imposing themselves upon them and imposterizing, whatever the word would be. They're imposters. They're not who we claim them to be. And we have to stop pointing a finger out at people that we don't even know who they are or what they're called, but they're not called what they're presenting us to be. And anyways, I'm passionate about it. It might not be the most humorous moment, but I learned in 2020, I started telling people I was the most. There you are.
We lost Blue. Where'd he go?
I know. He just disappeared.
Oh, that happens.
I could check in the back.
Well, and at the risk of, here's where I get in trouble, Bex, is I have something I need to say, but I don't know how to say it. And if I just say it, it might sound rude. And he seems like a lovely person and, at the risk of offending people. So, what do I do here, right? What am I to do? Should I just say the thing? Or
speak your mind. That's what we do here, don't we?
Any more Truther 101. We all, everything I heard him say, everybody here knows all that. It's like going outside and saying, hey, man, the sky's blue. Hey, look at those cars driving down the road. Did you know that cars drive on roads? Hey, bro, did you know if you go in the supermarket, they'll sell you some food? It's just so fucking basic. I can't do it. Truther 101, just into infinity. I want to hear the person's ideas. I don't want to hear an explanation of Truther 101. We all have Truther 101 in our brains by now. And it's so fucking low level. What are we doing here? I'm just confused, but it's yes, I have regard for my fellow human. He seems like a cool person, but it's just chit chat about the dystopia. I just don't understand. And I do my own versions of that, but I'm just confused. I'm confused, Bex. I'm legitimately confused.
confused by
all the Truth or 101 I hear everywhere nowadays. And again, I don't need you to respond here. It's just, and maybe it says something about me that I allow that to frustrate me, but it's so late in the game. I like to say, like, is this really where many people still are? Right? Just Truth or 101.
Well, and I know that we were both
Well, I didn't hear the whole thing, by the way. I might be completely wrong. I've already jumped to a conclusion, but go ahead.
No, I'm saying you and I, as the Bex and Benton schools of broadcasting merge occasionally, and since we do mostly talk in public, like, I'd rather talk to you. But that being said, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to override that in my excitement. I also wanted to say that that I know we both started kind of low energy this morning. I know that it's Monday mornings, and you already told me that it sort of is a slower morning for everybody. And I appreciate everyone being here and joining us when we're both our brains are operating at a pace that's a little bit slower than we're both used to.
I understand what you're saying. It's probably a me problem, right? Like, ultimately, it's something wrong with me, not him.
No, it's me too.
Yeah. So, and I don't want to offend anybody. Like, I really legitimately don't want to offend that person. But then, and I just met him. He seems cool. But what I found also is that when I ignore these things, eventually, the next thing you know, I'm just yelling at somebody because I've allowed my frustration to build up so much, like a resentment. So it's like, I kind of need to come say this, but it's like, now I just feel like a dick, like I'm being a dick, but it's Truth or 101. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, then, since I've found my voice here, and I really appreciate Blue giving his feedback to me. I have often thought, because the first time I ever met Blue, like I said, we were on one channel together, and it was we had a very good back and forth, a lot of laughter, a lot of it was really enjoyable to have that kind of time to sort of pick someone's brain. But and I'd say this to Blue, that I think it would be really nice for him to get on his own channel more often and do the kind of things that he does there. Because I'd noticed when I went looking, because I tend to, once I meet someone, I go looking for them. Like, I want to go study. I want to go study and see who knows who, where they come from, where they used to panel together, just to get to know people better. I just, what I do, right? And I found Blue to have been, like a lot of us out here. Well, not me so much, but like a lot of the people, not me at all, actually. Even if I do say the same things once in a while, it's important, and if I ended up saying, to be like, oh my God, here she goes with her whole, like, fucking, she thinks she's American thing again, right? America's a state of spirit, not a geolocation, friends. We got to get our American.
By the way, hang on. Sorry to cut you off. You are an American. This is North America, but go ahead.
Yes. I appreciate
that. By the way, Mexico too. Those are our brothers and sisters of North America. But yeah,
exactly. And so that's where I would say that when I went looking, because I'd been so impressed with him, when I went looking, I found that was the main thing, is that he's got some great ideas and great talking points, but he doesn't have time as a busy father to actually, work harder to elaborate them. And that's why I thought it was great when I saw he'd gone live, and then he didn't open up the panel. He just had Dean there, and the two of them talked, and you saw this chemistry across the globe between a man in New Zealand who's 69 and a gentleman in with a Jamaican background in England, just talking for hours, and it was just really nice to see. Yeah, so
maybe we can play that.
I hope I said that tactfully. I'm like, just expanding the talking points, expanding one's horizons. Knowing that if you've got a powerful voice and a powerful brain, that you've got to feed it. You've got to feed it, or you'll just be looping. Even if you're looping on 50 points, right? Even if you're so
no, I get it. And real quick, maybe we or I could play his content at a certain point. Now I'm encouraged, right? So now
that's a good idea.
I want to hear his ideas, and I'm not saying he would say his ideas. Maybe I just missed that part. I don't know, but yeah, I'm just over the Truth or 101. So it's not a personal thing. It's not. I'm over it. So again, it's a me problem. So I hope he accepts what I said in the spirit in which I've intended it. And I'm encouraged that he's done his own live streams and that he has his own ideas. Ultimately, that's all I need to know. As long as he's thinking for himself and can verbalize his ideas, then I'm good. Makes total sense to me. So I'm probably just being overly critical here, most likely. Because ultimately, that's what if I could wish one thing for everybody, it would be that they think for themselves. So now that you've confirmed he's thinking for himself, I'm good. And I'm not here to impose that on anybody. It was just more of, that's my preference, right? It's not an imposition. It's just, I have a preference. So, but then I've found I don't do well unless because my resentments build up. And then the next thing you know, I'm yelling at London Man and Timmy, for example. It's like, I don't want to be on here yelling at people. This is crazy. So I found when something bothers me, like with the other day when I came on and talked about the kids and the jab and all this and the mask, like that's me, like not letting that build up, if that makes sense. So the reason why I brought this up is because I don't want it to build up. And then some folks are just laugh it off anyway, right? Like I'm the one that's overly sensitive. He might just be like, oh yeah, man, no big deal. Like, okay, he might just be like, hey, that's okay. No biggie. And I'm acting like it's some huge fucking deal, but go ahead.
Oh, am I here? I thought I disappeared. But that's why I like the idea. That's why I liked having you have the keys before. And I do like the idea of, someone being able to, someone.
And you can rotate that. It doesn't have to be one person. Like, you could just do it on an ad hoc basis if you wanted to.
Well, I just know I have
it back after the broadcast, right?
Well, and I'll tell you this much, as a woman hitting that back button, okay, when I kick people out, they're gone forever.
That's
I mean, well, so far on my channel.
Wow. Oh, you mean they never come back?
Well, and friends write me breakup letters and everything.
Wow. We've talked about that, but then, I almost never backstage anybody. So it took me a long time to even get comfortable doing that. And like even Tommy, the last time I backstaged him, he knows I can't speak for Tommy, and Tommy doesn't like it when I speak for him. So let me be clear. My perception of Tommy, right? Like, I don't even like doing that to him, but sometimes I feel like he's just going to continue on until I backstage him, if that makes sense. Like he's just good. He's not going to stop until he's almost making me press the button. That's my and there's been many broadcasts where I've just more or less said, hey, will you please leave because I don't want to backstage you, right? And I sort of let him agree to leave, if that makes sense. So believe me, you're not the only one that has these issues. I've been through this myself. And like with Snafu, now it's just like, hey man, I can't deal with it today. He popped on and started talking specific language, and I was just like, man, I can't do it. And those folks have been able to accept it, the people that have known me for a while, right? So I think some of that is just developing some sort of a metaversal relationship, potentially.
And then I have a question for you. Nothing necessarily associated with Blue. What if, say we were broadcasting like this and you did take off for a while, and I got someone up here that talks like will stay the whole time like myself, right? Because actually it's a good thing to learn, because I don't know if anyone ever wanted me to leave, but I'm someone who stays to the end of a party, right? I'll just stay.
Yes.
Yeah. So is there some sort of way that you would advise if we were doing this, that, people come up, like is there any kind of timeline we put on people, or, have you learned any tricks to guiding people to?
Oh yeah, sure. I put the audience first myself. So I like to gauge based on the chat, and I'm no expert in this, believe me. Especially people that have been long time fans of the channel know that I'm the worst about running the panel. To me and OTW are like the worst in a way. If Christos was here, I think he could confirm this. And it's something I've worked on. But so when I'm doing that thing properly, I'm using the chat to sort of gauge their reaction. And as long as it's a good combo, if it goes on for an hour and a half, that's fine. I just sort of give myself over to the process. But it's when the person is hanging on and the chat is over it, right? And my chat is like, sometimes they're just like next guest, right? They just type it in the
Yeah.
chat, next guest, move on, like, let's go. And
And
then
then
at
what
that
do you do?
point, I put the audience above I'll just be like, hey man, I'm glad you were here. And I'll start saying things to sort of indicate to them that it's time to wrap it up, like, hey, I'm glad that like on a phone call, like however you wrap up a phone call politely, kind of the
Yeah,
same.
but it's a little bit different if you're like, say someone like me who can go for 27 hours or 56 hours.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
know.
joking, but it's one of those things that it's sort of like if you're going to go on, but you want to go on without your guest.
Oh, I would just say like, hey man, thanks for being here. I'm going to solo it for a while and then give them a
Right.
chance to respond, right? And then sometimes they just stay in their shtick, and then I might say it again, and then if we get to the third time, I might just kick them. I might just be like, all right, man, we'll see you next time. But I'll say stuff like, I hope you come back. Please feel free to hit the link anytime, right? Because ultimately,
And what
my
if
view of it
you don't
is
want them?
I don't know. That's a good question. Well, I'll give you an example. Like, this is just for me. Remember, this is the problem.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll say this: the problem is that as long as it's congruent with your actual personality, people will typically accept it. And I'm direct. I'm so direct and forceful and even rude by nature that if I just directly say some shit, most people, even if they're pissed off temporarily, they're typically able to accept. So like Lou Bass, for example, he derails the broadcast. So if he's trying to come on and I don't want to bring him on, I just start talking to him. I'm just like, hey Lou, man, we can't do it right now. I can't have you derailing everything. But then it turns into a joke because he knows he derails. He's not getting defensive. He knows that every time he comes on a channel, every time he comes on a panel, he just effortlessly derails the entire conversation. Like he knows he does that. So part of it is I just say what they do, right? Like, hey man, not right now. And furthermore, here's why. But there's times when I want somebody to derail. So then it's like I see Lou pop up and I'm like, fuck yeah, this is the right ingredient, And then also like, that has to do with as the channel grows. So when the channel was smaller, I wasn't really able to do that effectively. But as the broadcast grows larger and as the live chat is more letting you know what they want, then it's like that's my duty, in my view, is to the audience. It's not to the person who wants to chit chat, because we all want to chit chat sometimes, Bex, myself included. Like everybody is a human. Everybody needs some level of interaction. And then remembering, by the way, that the main reason many of us are here is to deal with our own social isolation, at least in part, right? So this is a person who probably wants to have a human connection even through this format, right? So at least recognizing their humanity, like, hey, Lou, man, good to see you. I just can't right now, but please, and Lou knows, he's a big boy. He knows, but that's just a specific person. If people are too sensitive, I can't do anything about them being too sensitive. I'm sensitive. I mean, good Lord, I'm dealing with my own sensitivities. I can't be involved in and then see how quickly we end up in codependency. And that's why the people are messaging you breakup letters, in my opinion. It's a passive aggressive codependency, but I've never studied codependency. So when I say I'm a lay expert in human psychology, I don't really understand, because I'm not wired for codependency, so I've never bothered to study it, if that makes sense. But I know the broad strokes of the thing, right? And I just won't engage with anything I view as codependent, right? So if somebody sent me some sort of weird message, I just don't reply to it, And I tell people, I drop my email. Well, and real quick, my email is in the description of most of my videos. And I tell people, hey, feel free to email me if you got a question, if you got a tip, but just understand I might not respond. Like the purpose of the email is for people to give me information. It's not to have a conversation necessarily. Although with certain people, I do have a conversation. Like sometimes I go back and forth with certain people, all day long, sometimes over email, but I just warn them at the forefront, I might not reply. Just be prepared to send me an email. But then, because like a text, how does it feel to send a text and never get a response? And email is a different thing, right? Like it's not necessarily demanding a reply the way I view it. It can just be information, like uh, if I have an account with a business, they just send me newsletters and shit. I'm not expected to reply to the newsletter. You see what I mean? If somebody emails me information, I don't feel like I can reply and be like, hey man, awesome. Thank you. Or thanks for listening. Right. But it's not a direct line into me as a human, because I want to do that on the broadcast. Right.
Yeah.
I want as much of this stuff as possible to be content. So I was on the phone for like 3 hours with Highly Suspect last night, because me and him getting to the place of where he understands, look, man, I don't have the luxury of talking to you on the phone anymore, because at some point we're just performing a podcast. And all I can think of is, hey, man, we're doing a podcast. How come we're not smart enough to capture this? And I understand I can buy an app and put it on my phone. I'm not a phone person. There's no reason for me to be recording my phone calls. Like, I want to do it through StreamYard. Meanwhile, StreamYard's way better. What if I want to show him something off of my computer? I could be like, hey, man, look at your screen. And I got a screen share up there, right? So it's just for me, I've never been a phone person. So, but my friend Keith lives in a world in which everybody he knows is a phone person. And whether he recognizes it or not, he has $1,000 iPhone, in part because it is a status symbol. And because when he messages these people, the message is in a particular color of bubble, right? I've never used Apple, but somehow I know this, right? So part of having an iPhone is a certain color of text message to the other people who have iPhones. Well, I've never cared about that. So for me, that's neither here nor there, because I've been a techie, most of my adult life. So it's like, no, I prefer Android. Apple's junk, y'all. I don't know. You can do whatever you want, people. Apple is trash. Like, you're paying about double of what it's worth, by the way. Like, it's just garbage in my view. Now, they make some good stuff, and I'm not saying the operating system is trash, but because I've never used it, but Android does. Okay, and I know I'm going off on a thing here, but give me a moment, please.
For sure.
How come everybody can get on StreamYard except my friend Keith? Like, he can get on, but he can't stay connected, But meanwhile, most people are on Android. Some people are on Apple, right? But most of the folks in these communities are on Android, I'm pretty sure. But you see what I'm saying with the psychology? I already know that it's about a certain status, and it's looked down upon to have the wrong color of text message bubble. But please go ahead.
Yeah, I've never I think sometimes people can use excuses. I don't know about your friend. I'm not talking about your friend. I mean, we can all I think we have so many forms of communication nowadays, and people are used to like not answering their phone, or they only use their phone, not their email. That I think people take sometimes liberties with themselves.
I'm the
Go ahead.
worst interrupter in the world.
No, I don't mind it at all.
Anytime I feel like somebody's trying to force me into something, I just reject it. Just if I detect that so what's been happening with Highly Suspect is, and he might think I'm trying to force him into StreamYard, but my perception has been that he's always trying to get me to talk to him through the phone. And I'm feeling like it's forced upon me. And once I feel like it's being forced, I don't want anything to do with it. But please go ahead.
Once you feel like it's being forced, that's true.
That makes me be like, no, fuck. And then I've told people before, like, reverse psychology absolutely works on me. If you want me to do something, the best way to get me to do it is to say, hey man, don't do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know this, but it still works. But please, I'm getting fired up. So I need to take a moment and wait a minute. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. I'm not sure if that's how that goes, but there's somebody that calls into Paul and sings that. So Lig, I think is his name. But yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, and I think that it's safe to say that that I know we've been doing this for a few days now. That I think we're more engaging. We're more engaging even at 60% than perhaps. I might be on a different topic now because you were talking about iPhones and stuff. I'm still back on the how do I manage people on
No,
my?
of course.
Oh, I know what I
You're
wanted to.
absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, see, I bet 'cause I am actually arrogant, and people have tried to lecture me on my pride, and I'm like, I'm a male Leo with high testosterone. Do you really think you can tell me anything about pride and arrogance? Like, get the fuck out of
Mm-hmm.
here. Like, I'm pretty sure I've got more experience with
Mm-hmm.
pride and arrogance than whoever's trying to tell me about pride, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll just say it. Like, I will go live and be interesting on command. Like, I will do that. And I think you
Mm-hmm.
have your own version of that. Like, you might, and I notice you kind of flounder here and there. I'm just going to
Mm-hmm.
call it like it is, but
Yeah, it
you
is.
always get to something interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Same
Thank
thing
you.
with me. Sometimes I go live and it's 20 minutes of me just like trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. But eventually I get onto something.
Mm-hmm.
And for a while, it was every one of my streams. The first 30 minutes, it was just like, what is this? But then by the end of it, it's like everybody's posting fire emojis in the
Mm-hmm.
chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know to sort of stay with that process. But your average person, let's face the fact again, Bex, most of the people who come on the panels, although not all, but especially to a channel like yours where they feel more comfortable, most of them are having they're speaking conversationally to you. They're
Mm-hmm.
not conducting a broadcast. But I'm doing a
Well, and
broadcast. I'm talking to you and I'm talking
yeah,
to the audience at the same time.
yeah, yeah,
You're also doing that.
yes.
A
Well,
lot of these
and
folks are not. A lot of these folks are having a phone call with their buddy, Bex.
well, in fact, they're not. They're just talking.
Oh, even worse. You're right. They're talking at you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's like I think we were talking about this the other night, but it's like when somebody gives someone a compliment, and we're all taught to say thank you. We're all taught to say thank you, right? And if you don't say thank you, people should try this. If someone gives you a compliment and you already know it, then you just say, "I know," right?
Yep. Well, and
And
I
then
have
if
my own
yeah,
versions of that, but yeah, go ahead, please.
well, and that yeah, if they look at you disappointed, like you didn't say thank you, then they weren't complimenting you for anything but to feel good about themselves.
Or to ingratiate themselves.
Exactly.
Well, and if I may, so here's something that frequently has happened to me is that people will come up and engage me in conversation, or they will approach me as if they are genuinely wanting to have an interaction. And I'm talking about in the real world. But the reality is they're actually trying to be authoritarian and tyrannical. They want to know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, but they approach me as if they're genuinely interested. And then I just respond authentically. And within 60 seconds, they're cussing me out. And then I just say, I knew it. I knew that niceness was fake. I say, this is the real you right here. I say, this is what you came at me with. You came at me with this fuck you energy, but you dressed it up like you wanted to be my friend and have a genuine interaction. And I say, 2 minutes later, here you're cussing me. So I was like, which is it? Are you nice or are you going to cuss me? Because I start getting this, well, you don't have to be that way. And I'm like, well, how do you know how I have to be? Do you have any experience being me? Like, how could you possibly know how I have to be? Maybe this is exactly how I have to be. Like, what could you possibly know about it?
Mm-hmm.
Or just how could you possibly know that? Right. And this is the kind of things that gets them to start cussing me out. So it's the similar thing to what you're addressing, right? It's that they came at me with a presentment that's not matching their true intention, if that makes sense. Versus if I know when I talk to a person, if I initiate the conversation, I am imposing myself and inserting myself into their life. Meaning, if I'm going to treat them with respect as a human, they get to respond however they respond. And if I'm not big enough to accept that, there's something wrong with me. Hang on just a second.
I totally.
Who is that? I don't know who that is. Oh, is that you? Are you
Sorry, guys. I was just eavesdropping.
Okay, what can I do for you?
Eavesdropping.
Oh, I don't smoke, and I would suggest that you quit. Have a nice day. Someone just knocked on my door asking for a cigarette.
Mm.
Yeah.
What time is it there?
6:43, but I'm loud. Like there's no question that I'm awake. I'm just Bex, for the people who've never met me in real life, you cannot possibly appreciate how fucking loud I am. It's a problem at times. Like I'm just a loud motherfucker. When they say, you know, oh, why does such and such have to always be the loudest person in the room? That's me. Every time. I'm just loud. And so they know I'm in here talking, right? But here's my favorite thing about somebody asking me for a cigarette. I just tell them it's a dumb thing to do. And you know, sometimes when they ask me on the street, I'm just like, I'm not dumb enough to smoke cigarettes. That's like one of the dumbest things you can do. Like, and furthermore, I'm like, hey, why don't you have cigarettes? Like, you're the one who has an addiction. Why should I be providing you with cigarettes? Like, this is crazy. I just tell them shit like that. I just told her that I suggest that you quit.
Yeah, we were eavesdropping.
Oh, good.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know the. we
But
let
where
it.
was I? Because I was on to something right before we were so rudely interrupted. See, I don't even remember what I was saying now.
I know. Yeah,
the chat is good at this, though. The chat might remember. Well, but music. Yeah, they're going door to door. Exactly. Musical's a secret. Cigarette bums going door to door. Yeah. But shit. Give me a second. I want to figure this out. Oh, with the people. Okay. So I know when I go talk to another person, I'm imposing and by the way, isn't it interesting that the thing we were just talking about just happened? Did you notice that? The thing me and you were just talking about just happened on some level while we were talking about it. How crazy is that?
About being interrupted?
Well, she inserted herself into my day, right? Yes. I guess I'm free to just not answer the door. I mean, ultimately. But I thought maybe it was the management of the facility here, potentially. Although they certainly wouldn't knock on my door at 6:45 because they're good, decent people. But anyway, so the point I'm making is when I approach a stranger in public, I am aware that I am inserting myself into their life. And then, so if they respond in a certain type of way, how can I be offended when I'm the one that started the interaction? Like, it doesn't even make sense. And I don't know if you have any response to that, or it sounds like you're typing, perhaps, so I can keep talking.
I am. Yeah,
don't
insert yourself.
Well, I can riff
don't
on
insert
this.
yourself into what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Rachel. We got to get you monetized. I'm getting super chats over on my side. I guess pretty soon I'm going to have to give you a cut of that, I suppose.
No. No, that I will give it back to you in hope for good health. Fantastic. And miracle money for miracle cures for an extended life and a wonderful planet that totally rehabilitates its whole self, and all the babies are good. Okay.
Oh, but yeah. So where I'm going with this is, imagine the type of person who will insert themselves into my day, expect a particular type of response, and then when they don't get that response, I've had them just say, well, you don't have to be that way, or man, that's rude. And I'm like, no, what's rude is you coming up and talking to me and then telling me I'm rude. That's fucking rude. Like, what are you talking about? And I can't tell you how many hundreds of times. And a lot of this is because I lived in the street with nothing. So I was in public, 24 hours a day to some extent in, urban areas. But I would, at a certain point, I would just look at him and say, you came up and talked to me. Like, what is going on here? I said, I didn't come up and talk to you. Like, if you can't handle what I'm saying, you might want to just get the fuck away from me, basically. If you can't handle what I'm saying, maybe just move it along. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But then we know they're going through something emotionally and they're trying to get something out of me. But then now this is where it becomes diabolical and evil and demonic in my view, Bex. And I understand some people don't believe in demons, and that's fine, but I do. Well, I can't even say that I believe in them. I know them to be real in my life. However, and I've seen them in other people's lives also. But
shit.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I was thinking about earlier how in this book that I read, this medical book, where they talk about they used to consider demons the source of illness, and then they discovered these germs. It made me think that if we don't believe that demons can make people unwell, and we only believe that there's germs, what if we're never treating for the demon?
Yeah, of course. What are you familiar with Jerry Marzinski?
The name's familiar, but that's all.
I believe he's a psychiatrist. I'd have to look it up, but he's works with people in mental illness, and he's done lots of YouTube videos and lectures about how it's actually demonic oppression. It's not, especially things like schizophrenia, is just straight up demonic oppression. And I think he's 100% right. But again, there is a portion of the audience that just completely rejects the notion of demonic or wicked spirits. So I'm not here to convince them, right? That's not my function, but it seems to me like that's what's going on. It makes total sense. And he even took it further and said that the person under demonic oppression, that the demonic entities can't stand a reading of Psalm 23. And if you don't know what Psalm 23 is, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. And then especially the part about, made to lie down in the green pastures, preparing a table in the presence of my enemies, and all of this. Like, I'm not saying that the Bible is real. I'm just saying that shit works. And in fact, I have direct experience with exorcism, and that's not an exaggeration. And the reality is, part of the exorcism I've been involved with, by the way, only with myself, right, is and again, what are we talking about? Like, I'm using words in the English language to describe experiences that I had, right? So, we're already fucking lost in the sauce of the English language itself. But I even, I at one point made a script and memorized it out of the Quran. And these demons flee whenever I just recite those verses. They flee. They can't stand in the face of it. So, especially when I was homeless, living in the streets, I got approached by meth heads so much. And if you watch, if you go on YouTube, you can listen to any account of what meth abuse was like, and there's not a single person that doesn't mention Satan and demons. Not a one. So when I want, real quick, when I want these people to go away, all I have to do is recite those verses, and they leave. They can't hear it. The force can't hear those verses.
And that's Psalm 23 and which?
Well, no, I memorized something from the Quran, and it was a collection of Quranic verses, which leads me to believe that all of these so-called holy books contain some truth, or some useful information. I can't even say truth, because truth is manifest, truth is living. What's written in a book is dead. So words on a page can't be truth, because they're not alive, because truth is manifest and living. But please go ahead.
Yeah, I would love to. I'd love to do a broadcast on our understandings of what we've learned in religion. I was over at Machine Lies.
Oh, I didn't learn this from religion, by the way. But go ahead.
No, but I mean in studying different religious philosophies.
There you go.
Is what I mean. Like,
well,
that's
yeah, concepts.
Yeah, concepts. Yeah.
Which I would say they're not. See, my grandmother corrected me at a certain point, because I kept referring to her religious beliefs, and she said I don't have religious beliefs. Like, so what I'm talking about is spiritual. I'm not talking about a religion. But
yeah,
I don't even want to be in the religious context anymore. And I was a big Jesus guy for a while. As far as talking about it, I'm done with that. I'll work with it within myself, but I'm done talking about all that stuff. That's a fucking red herring as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and if you actually do, I think that's where I would take a page from I would take a page from Islam, understanding that there were many great people that walked the planet, and or
maybe there never was a Jesus, by the way, or maybe there never was a Jesus. But go ahead.
But I think it could also come down to it embodying the ideal person. So they're meant to be archetypes.
Well, and I'm more of the Eastern idea, the Hindu idea of an avatar of God. I'm more comfortable with that concept personally, but that's just for me.
Yeah, but I
That's
think it's hard.
just for
Yeah,
me.
I think it's hard. I guess as an outsider who's only ever studied, and I looked for faith. I didn't like my dad. I didn't like my dad's philosophy, and I knew he was a man in black, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like he wore a robe. I mean, he didn't actually wear it, but he was an educated, learned man with an indoctrination that he preached. And it wasn't religious. It wasn't what I understood I was looking for. And I went out looking for different faiths throughout my whole and community just by going and making best friends of people whose families went to church. And so in doing so, I always saw that at the front of every room was someone preaching, what didn't seem to be spiritual to me. But I always sort of went through these stories looking to see why were there's something in all of them. So I had a theory at one point that every religion was missing, every religion had a piece of the puzzle, and they were all supposed to come together and give each other their pieces, and then they could put the puzzle together, and boom, we're all enlightened. And I know some people think that I've looked into, there's philosophies. I don't know what philosophy it is that, or what doctrine, what had me thinking that life is the pursuit of enlightenment. I even thought academics, I thought the university was for enlightenment. But I do know that when I was looking in the dictionary one day after learning some inferences from economics, that essentially with all the basic economic theories, assumptions you make, you end up by default nullifying the idea of a benevolent dictator. Benevolent leader of any sort, because you can't give something away without gaining util or satisfaction from it, some sort of an increase in personal, in some
Status.
increment. Yeah. So you're gaining something from it, and ergo, there's no one does anything for nothing.
Transactional. Becomes transactional no matter what.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so I went home and I wanted to look up benevolent, just make sure that I had it right, even though I knew it was the opposite of malevolent. But when I went and looked up the word benevolent, I found the word benighted, and with an N-I-G-H-T, not a K-N-I-G-H-T. And it means to become unenlightened. I was like, fuck me right there. I was so mad. I was like, how can you become unenlightened? Right?
Well,
I didn't think
I know how.
Yeah.
Through a series of incorrect actions, I would assume. And this is what I wanted to talk about earlier was when these people insert themselves into my life, I had, and this is when I do talk about my spiritual experiences. And real quick, that when I talk about a channel blowing up, this channel had some kind of minor explosions early on, and one of them was me just talking about demons and demonology and exorcism, spiritual forces, demonic oppression, and all this stuff. And I was taught a particular lesson by a particular person out in California who I believe was, the universe or God or the creator or whatever we're calling it, put me and this person together. And this person explained a concept to me of when person A uses person B for person A's own gratification. And I don't mean strictly sexually, and how that's always harmful to person B, no matter what. And that really blew my mind, because in my previous lives, I did a lot of that sort of thing. So I immediately apprehended, okay, I must discontinue doing this while also making sure other people aren't doing this to me, because it is one of the most harmful things that can happen. And that now we're back into the codependency. See? And the reality is sometimes person B is roaming around trying to find person A, for God's sakes. That's where it really gets sick. Because person B might find power or comfort or currency in being a victim. But if that's to be true, they are now dependent on person A, just like person A is dependent on person B. And it gets very sick very quick.
Interesting analogy.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about archetypes that define themselves as the anti-other person.
Interesting.
because how can you define yourself if you're defining yourself being against somebody else with
Well,
any of
and
these?
exactly, you can't. And well, a person can try, but it's not going to be effective in my view, or it's going to cause harm. And that's the person abusing themselves. That would actually be person B abusing person B in my view. Because once I know that a person is going to abuse me, if I sign up for the abuse, I'm doing it to myself as far as I'm concerned. Now they're not even responsible for it in some way, although, we can get into karma and, obviously we cannot escape the consequences of our actions, right? It seems to me.
Mhm.
So I don't need there to be a punishment after this. My view is people are punished here if they behave incorrectly, and generally punished very quickly, whether they know it or not.
Mhm.
So, and I know I kind of diverted off of your point there, but
It's okay.
sometimes I have to just say this stuff. Sometimes I have to just say it when it's in my brain, or I won't be able to say it later.
Mhm. Well, and we're hop skipping and we're hop skipping and jumping around today. That's just that's the motif of today.
It's Monday
good.
morning. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Monday morning. That's
Yeah,
my
it was
excuse.
Yeah, we had a long weekend of work, Benton. We worked very hard this weekend.
That is a fact, Bex.
Yep. Yep. I have a thought I keep trying to hold on to go back to and talk about, and I keep losing it. And then you start talking, and then I find
I know.
it.
I'm so sorry. I feel so bad, but it's
No,
like,
no, it's
sometimes
good
I
because
just
it's
have
when you
to-
talk that I find the thought, but then I get
I have to
interested in
do
what
it.
you're saying.
Yeah, we'll figure
So,
this out. If we keep
yeah,
working together, we'll get the rhythm down, I'm sure.
yeah,
It'll probably involve me writing down my ideas while you're talking so that I can not interrupt.
same.
Since
I
I'm
don't
so
mind. Yeah.
visual. Since I'm so visual.
When I do like it when you have access to the chat to pull up and talk.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think
Which I
they
do,
like
by
it.
the way. Yeah, which I do.
You do have
Yeah,
access to do that later?
I almost always read the chat while I'm
No,
talking.
yeah, same. But I mean, I like it when you can take a moment. That was probably part of what's throwing us off a little. Not throwing us off, but not keeping us as rolling as we usually do.
Got it.
Is there haven't been those interruptions of responding to everyone?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, putting the comments up, doing some chit chat, getting inspired by what people say.
Yep.
You're reading your chat, I'm reading mine. We're both trying to glance up at the other one.
I'm reading both, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I got dual monitors here. I can do whatever I need to do, Bex. I would encourage you to, as soon as possible, upgrade whatever you're doing over there, because especially if you're in a fixed location, a computer is so much better for StreamYard than a phone. Like,
Yes.
it's really not even the same thing.
And even better, like, would you say a desktop computer over a laptop?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Nope. Yeah, it doesn't take much of a computer to run StreamYard.
Yeah, I should just go buy one or order one online. It's really nice for Dillaroo to want to set up his whole system for me, but it's also, unlikely it's going to work out.
Yeah,
Friends, don't be sad. Friends, don't be sad. I'm talking to just give me a moment to talk to my chat there for a second.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we had, it was a fun bit. It was a fun bit. It's interesting the things that calm people down, just that my friend was here and he hadn't played his music in a couple weeks and he was acting like he was on drugs. I'm not meaning to highlight the comments there. But yeah, Rachel's asking her the same. Rachel's just asking the same. I had asked the same questions. All right. So what was I going to ask you about though? Or what kind of topic we need to, we should play a game sometime where people throw topics at us. See how we riff off that.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. I like smoking. Maggot's a smoker.
Oh, I don't care if people smoke.
No, I know. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, it's your lungs. It's just when I'm asked to provide a cigarette, now the person is inviting my opinion.
You know, my dad would have lost that. Okay, we didn't live in a situation where someone would knock on our door early in the morning. If it was only one neighbor. And they just would never do that. But yeah,
Yeah, and
there's
I've never seen this
no,
person in
yeah,
my life. That's not my
yeah.
neighbor. That could just be a random person who wandered in off the street. It could be.
Strange listening for who's awake at the door in hopes that by demographic cohort
Mm-hmm.
that you'd be a smoker.
Yep.
Yep. Fuck. See this? Don't you think people? I mean, I know you're not a violent man
Thank
in
God.
that sense, like
I'd be in prison or dead if I was violent.
Yeah, I know, and that's why but I just want to punch someone like that.
Can I say this real quick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. U.S. states ranked by percentage of smoking population: West Virginia, Kentucky, Arkansas, Mississippi.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's where your surplus comes from. One of the surplus in your revenue.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I wanted to answer.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Just wanted to answer Woody's question. I studied economics. I did a Bachelor of Science in Economics, and I did a Master of Arts in Economics, with my main focus being theoretical econometrics, which is that's applied statistics and economics. But at the time, computers were it was pretty heavy coding, and you just gone from spreadsheets to data manipulation in computer programs. And so I did a lot of handwritten matrix algebra, theoretical matrix algebra, which had you like inverse transpose, blah, 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 blah. Things I don't even remember now, but my brain probably uses those techniques to put information together, I would think. Just learning the math. Yeah, I really, really, really loved theoretical math. And by theoretical, it's more just that the matrix gets so big. You're working in a framework of, like an algebraic equation that's only whatever, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, but way more variables. Well, now we're looking at matrices of information. I found it just intriguing. I loved it. I loved the beauty of the math. What are you showing us? Your computer? Your sound system? The camera's on?
No, that's my computer. It's technically a mini PC. So what's inside of there is a laptop motherboard and a laptop processor.
Okay.
I've found a laptop not to be that great because I buy used laptops and sometimes they stop working. And then the keyboard and the monitor is all integrated. So this is actually better because I have these dual monitors, right?
Yeah.
And these are about $100 a piece. Like, this stuff is so cheap now. That mini PC was about $300, and I think they're cheaper now, of course. But a person could get a pretty good computer setup for no more than $500, and I'm talking everything: keyboard, mouse, even 2 monitors. Right? Laptops are great. I love laptops also, but and then you have the battery, and plugging it into the wall all the time is not always a good situation, because that's how most people use them, but it's not really designed to be used that way, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times what happens is, and this was in years past, maybe they're better now, but people would always have their computer in one place, and then they would try to take it somewhere and find out that their battery really doesn't hold a charge because of how it's been used in the past. Realistically, you would need to charge it up, unplug it, let it run down, plug it back in. Like, that's what it's designed for, but almost nobody uses it like that. But this thing, the mini PC doesn't even have a battery. It's designed to be plugged in all the time. So it's almost like buy the thing that is, designed for what you're using it for, right? And I have both, of course. I have 2 laptops and that mini PC. Actually, 3 laptops, but one of them is effectively unusable because of how old it is. But yeah, and a person could buy $100 ThinkPad and put Linux on it, and it'll work great. But I know everybody's like, "Oh, I can't use Linux." It's like, most of everything people are doing is on a web browser. And anybody that's smart enough to be in these live chats can absolutely put Linux on an old laptop and run a web browser. Like there's nothing to it. It's just a fear thing of, oh, it's a learning curve. It's like, yeah, well, so was Windows. Just because you've already learned some shit doesn't mean it's not a learning curve, right? And another problem with Linux is there's so many different distributions. People don't know if a person installs the wrong distribution, they're going to hate it, right? So it's like who's going to research all of this, But it's the golden age of affordable electronics. There's no reason for people not to have what they need, in my view. Like it's crazy. My entire streamer setup you could buy right now for probably $1,000 with all the audio, with everything. Like I'd say no more than $1,200. You could have everything I have.
So closer to like somewhere between 12 and, I'm just saying with the exchange rate.
Oh yeah, Canadian. Yeah, you got to add a little more. Yeah, but I'm talking microphone, audio interface. I have a mixer. I have a digital to analog converter, a mini PC. I actually have 2 audio interfaces now that I think about it. It's not, this stuff is not expensive. It's just not. So anyway, I like technology, so I don't want to get off into that. That'll be a whole show in and of itself, right?
I don't mind though. I do definitely need to buy stuff.
Well, and sorry, I just cut you off every time you try to talk, but some of us around my age or your age, we have a preconceived notion around technology that's just no longer, it's just simply not true anymore. Like at a certain point, it was way too expensive and it was intimidating. Like those days are over. If a person is still intimidated by the cost or the learning curve of technology, that's a delusion at this point. Like on Linux, if I need to know how to do something, I just Google it. And everybody's got a phone. If my computer isn't working, I can just Google it on my phone. Like this is, it's laughably easy to do most of this stuff. I mean, it really is. And I wouldn't run Windows if you paid me. And that's not an exaggeration, because I used to, I was in IT for a living, many years ago, and Windows is just such garbage. And even if, let's just say it works, it's spying on you to such a degree that, it's just insane to let Bill Gates be in charge of your operating system. And I know he no longer directly runs Microsoft, but I'm saying like the same people who are like, Bill Gates is trying to inject the whole planet are the same people running his fucking operating system. Like it kind of doesn't make sense. And I know I'm using some Google stuff. So look, we all have to pick our poisons, but there's just no reason. If somebody is mostly using a web browser, there's no fucking reason to be on Windows, in my view. It's just no reason for it.
Yeah, they're just used to it. Now, question.
Yeah.
With Linux, is it object-oriented programming too, if I've got that right? Like it's still buttons, like icons, and it's modern just like anything else?
Well, give me a moment and I'll share my screen and show you.
Okay. Because I have seen your computer. It doesn't look much different, but you always have the windows open.
The hardware is, my computer came with Windows. I just got that shit off there as fast as I could.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah. Believe me, if I could have paid less and not had to pay for the Windows, I would have. But yeah, if you can share my screen.
Okay, just one sec here.
Can you see my desktop?
Yes, add to stage.
It's going to be really small though.
Very simple.
So I just go internet, and I have 4 different web browsers because Chrome, and I don't know if y'all know this, but on a computer, Google Chrome uploads everything on your hard drive to Google. And I mean everything. In fact, the reason why I stopped using Google Chrome is because it slowed my computer down because it was sending all of my files to Google. So now I have to have 4 different web browsers because it's just a whole thing. But this is the one I use for, I have to use this one for StreamYard. It's called Brave Browser. and I just click on the browser, and then I go up here and I type in youtube.com, and I press enter, and now I'm on YouTube. And then if I want to go on StreamYard, I open a new tab and I type in StreamYard, and now I'm on StreamYard, right? It's just, it does everything your Windows computer does, like literally everything. If I want to go, edit an image, I go up here to graphics and I open this, but I had to install this program, right? It didn't come with it, but I just downloaded this for free and installed it, this GIMP, and this is basically Photoshop, right? So it's like pretty much anything a person wants to do, the software is out there. And it's just like, if you know how to click in a web browser, you can use Linux. And there's nothing to installing it. Like on my ThinkPad, it just installs. There's nothing to really even, there's no like, oh, it's a hard to install. It was at a certain time, but not anymore. There's almost no computer knowledge required, like virtually none. So I'm just confused as to why people wouldn't use it. And you have way less chance of getting a virus or spyware if you're running Linux, because so few people use it that the people who are trying to scam and hack don't bother. They direct everything at Windows or Apple. They're not trying to hack Linux, if that makes sense, because not enough people use it. And could you get rid of my screen share, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So, I mean, what are we talking about? If you just do if a person just does basic stuff, there's no reason not to use Linux other than their own fear. Or like I said, if they choose the wrong distribution, they're going to hate it. Part of it is knowing to get the right distribution. And I can help with that, right? I know how to help with that. But I'm not here to push Linux. I'm just saying for most of us, it would be way better than trying to use Windows. But if a person's playing games or whatever, like, people can play games on Linux, but they have to have more knowledge of how to install the games. But I don't play games, so it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, go ahead.
Is Ubuntu a Linux-based operating system?
It's a distribution.
So
there's like hundreds of different flavors of Linux, and Ubuntu is one of those flavors.
Okay. Now, can you get shareware for your computer? Is that where do you go into a shareware site to work with your Linux, or did you buy it, or?
Well, see, this is where a lot of people are allergic to typing in a text command.
Yeah.
But hang on, let me get to the right. So if you share my screen again, sorry about that. I'll show you. So typically, although not always, here's how I would install a piece of software in Linux, if you don't mind. So am I on the screen? Because if I go to my StreamYard, it's going to do the infinity windows. So I bring up a terminal window, right? And this is what everybody gets terrified of. Oh my God, the command line. We're typing in commands, right? Like people freak the fuck out but it's nothing to it. So let's say I want to install a piece of software, and I go in here and I go, like my screen recorder software. I want to install it. I say, what is the best screen recorder Linux? And then looky here, 10 best screen recorders for Linux in 2023. And I know I sounded condescending, but then I click on that and it's like, I just kind of read about it. It's like, I don't know. Which one do I want to use? Simple screen. I like simple. Hey, this looks like it'll work. Simple screen recorder. Then I just go up here and I type in simple screen recorder Linux install. Hit enter. Oh, how to install. Okay, great. Hey, look, text commands. How to install. Copy, copy. And then to paste here's one thing you do have to know. For some reason, to paste into the command line is Control-Shift-V instead of just Control-V. And see how it just pops up the command. I hit enter. It asks for my administrator password. Type that in. That's just to protect me from myself, ultimately. And then it does whatever it does. I press enter. You don't even have to read any of this, right? Feel free to ignore whatever the fuck all that is. I don't know what that shit means. Then I go back here and it says, type in the next command. All right. Control C, Control Shift V, enter. And then I don't know what it's doing. It's doing something. All right. Sounds good. Back to this window. Copy. Control Shift V. And I've already have it installed. So now it's installed. And now I go over here to graphics. Or I'm sorry, sound and video. Hey, simple screen recorder. There it is. Yay. It's a few more steps. But all I did was type shit into Google and do what it told me, you know? Like there's almost no computer knowledge. The only thing I had to know was to paste. I got to do Control Shift V, but hypothetically, I could have just typed it all out, right? Like it's pretty fucking easy, folks. Like this is not rocket surgery. It's just the fear. It's the fear and the comfort. It's more comfortable to just stay with what we're using now, even if it fucking sucks. And let's face the facts, folks. Windows fucking sucks. It's trash. Linux is not trash. Does it have its moments? Yes. Is it the end all be all? No. Is it trash? Absolutely not. Windows is fucking garbage. And you folks, whether you want to admit it or not, are choosing to use garbage. You're intentionally choosing of your own free choice to use something that sucks and sends all of your fucking data to Microsoft. Now I'm choosing to use Google, right? So I understand by using the Google search engine, they're spying on me to the greatest extent possible. I get that. That's a free choice I've made. So it's up to each person, I think. It's not just, oh, well, everybody I know uses Windows, so I use Windows. Oh, well, all my friends have Apple iPhones and I want to fit in with my friends. I don't want to be the one weirdo. Well, can we face the fact that most of us are already the weirdo just because of what we believe? I mean, aren't we already out there? And you can get rid of my screen share if you would, please.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just, I don't want to do the infinity windows. But yeah.
Is there anything? Do you want to contemplate reviewing anything? You have anything you want to review?
Oh, you kicking me out of here? What's going on?
No. I was just wondering if there's anything. Do we want to keep the screen up? Is there anything we want to do with it different?
No, we're good.
Okay.
No, and you know, and I apologize for my condescending tone, but I'm just mystified at a certain level that people don't just. And by the way, keep your regular computer, right? Just whatever you have now, keep it, and then there's ways to just get a really cheap used laptop and just play around with it, right?
Yeah.
Just play around with it once you get Linux on it. And if it isn't for you, then just go back to whatever you're already using, right? There's no fear. There's nothing to be scared of. It either works for you or it doesn't. Now, here's the thing is, if a person has one computer and they get rid of their Windows, then if they want to go back to Windows, now they've lost all the way it was set up. Just keep what you've got, get a used laptop and just play around with it until you're comfortable enough to use it. That's what I did. I mean, it's not, again, none of this is that friggin' earth shattering here. It's just our fear and our comfort. It's just easy. It's just easy to keep doing what we've done, right? Even if what we're doing sucks. Because it does. Windows fucking sucks. It's trash. Hang on. If you gave me $1,000 a month, I would not use Microsoft Windows. That's not an exaggeration. $250 a week to use Windows? No, thank you. No, thank you.
Well, and just like we've learned with the scamdemic, that it's pretty much guaranteed that Windows makes the viruses.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Well, that's a whole nother, of course.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother thing.
So of course you're not going to be as targeted at all because, they're selling they're selling the illness and the cure.
Well, somebody mentioned Linux phones. There's no usable Linux phones yet, unfortunately. So stay away from Linux phone, just for the record. But go ahead.
I had a computer that I got in university. I don't even remember how or where. It was quite heavy. Like it was a laptop, and it felt way older than it was. And it had Linux installed on it. Sorry, Ubuntu installed on it.
Well, that is
And
Linux, by the way. That is Linux.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That laptop could get free Wi-Fi anywhere almost. It was so
Nice.
strange. Yeah. It had, I can't remember what made it different because we'd take any other computer, out into the field, so to speak, of the school, that is. Not that I'm just wandering out into a field to see where I can get a Wi-Fi signal. But there was so much free, there was a lot of free Wi-Fi showing up on the Ubuntu. I'm assuming it just sort of goes with that shareware approach to things. People just must have, who use that kind of system, shared their Wi-Fi. I don't think it was so much that people didn't have passwords on it at the time. But would there be a way that people could code like Ubuntu, or is there a way that you could see that would work, that the computer could, that there would be some reason that Ubuntu would pick up more Wi-Fi? Can you think of any reason why?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. I used to crack my neighbor's Wi-Fi and use theirs. And all that software is on Linux. Now, I don't recommend this. It's actually illegal to do that. But I lived in an apartment building, and instead of me paying for my own Wi-Fi, my own internet, I just cracked the password of my neighbor's router, and I used theirs. And meanwhile, they never had any idea. Because most folks are, back then, this was years ago, most folks with broadband in this would have been, let's see, like 2011. Most people with broadband in 2011, were not using the broadband. They were just web surfing, and they didn't need all that speed. So they wouldn't even notice that I was on their Wi-Fi. Now, I'm not doing anything nefarious. Meanwhile, people like to think, oh, if you're going to do something illegal, crack your neighbor's Wi-Fi. But the reality is the authorities know, once they figure out it's not these people that have broken the law, they know it's somebody within the Wi-Fi signal who's done it. They know it's somebody that lives nearby. So it's actually worse. It's actually worse to use your neighbor's Wi-Fi and then try to do illegal things. And I'm not doing illegal things anyway.
Yep. The 11th commandment: don't covet your neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Well, there you go. But yeah, other than that, I don't have any idea why that computer might have just had a better antenna built into it for receiving the signal.
That's probably actually what it was. It was heavy duty. It felt like it'd been brought out of some sort of government agency.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good computer. Took me a while to get used to. I never used any sort of technology to its fullest until even then I'm probably not, but until I started using this phone that's been glued to my face, like a foot away from my face, for like 3 years straight. I think I just have like blue corneas now.
Well, like I'm on Amazon, and here's a refurbished Lenovo ThinkPad Chrome. Oh, that's a Chromebook. Never mind. Let's see. Like, you can get a ThinkPad with like one of the smaller ones with like an 11-inch screen, which that's probably a little too small. But let's find this. Let's see, what is the cheapest 14-inch? Here's one for $125.
Wow.
And you can just install Linux on it, and everything will just work. $125 with free shipping. So I mean, like, what are we even talking about here? And if you're just doing basic stuff like StreamYard, web browsing, it's going to do everything you need it to do. Like, there's no reason to have some fancy computer if you're just doing basic shit.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not here to lecture everybody on I don't care. Use whatever you want. Some people like Windows. If you like Windows, great, stick with it. I don't have a problem with that. Like, I'm not here to like, oh, you got to be like me. I don't want people to be like me, but for a lot of folks, it would be just better. It's just better. but your friends and family are going to think you're weird. They're going to look at you strange.
Hmm.
But they're
Luckily, I
probably
don't.
already looking at you strange now, aren't they?
Yeah,
Or you're
actually,
lying. Or you're lying to pretend to fit in.
Mr. and Mrs. Rose don't look at me at all. No, I'm just kidding. Back, just a call back. Yeah, actually, my family's too far away to look at me, and all my friends are in the metaverse now.
All right, one more screen share if you don't mind. I think this will be the
No
last
mind
one.
at all.
And I'm not recommending this model. I'm just showing you that you can just go buy a laptop for 125 bucks. And probably, if you go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, probably somebody's just selling and it doesn't have to be a ThinkPad. I just happen to know that ThinkPads are typically well supported under Linux. Also, Dell laptops are typically pretty well supported. But if you just have some random laptop like an Acer or a HP, it might be supported, it might not.
Mm-hmm.
Like Windows is pretty much everything supports it. That's another advantage. Windows, it's designed to be, it works on everything. And over time, Linux is getting more that way, but it's not fully there yet. But this thing, what is this? 8 gigabytes of RAM, but it's DDR3. That's a older kind, but it won't matter. 128 gig SSD, 14-inch screen. This one has a DVD, which is kind of strange, but yeah, it's got Wi-Fi built into it. It's got a webcam. It's got a microphone. Like a person could just, the built-in webcam and the built-in microphone aren't going to be very good, but I mean, a person just with this could get on StreamYard, like just with this thing. Yeah. But anyway, I'm done with that. But yeah, 125. Wait a minute. Let me zoom in. Hang on. Let me zoom in. It's kind of hard to see.
Do you want me to go full screen?
Whatever. I'll try. But yeah, it's just, the stuff is so cheap now. It's crazy.
And it's refurbished.
Yes. They don't make these anymore. This is like an old model. I mean, they might make them, but I doubt it. You can go buy $1,000 one if you want to, but that's up to you, right? And I'm not recommending this particular model. This is the cheapest one with a 14-inch screen that I could find just off the top of my head, right? So, if somebody wants to get into it, do your own research, right? Do your own research, ask some people, maybe go online and, go to some different places, watch a few YouTube videos about it. Like it's not hard, man. And then if a person keeps their current computer like it is, even if it doesn't work out, so what? Like, what did you really lose? $125? A little bit of your time. Like, anyway, let me stop preaching that. So, I don't know if the chat is responding to this or not.
I really struggle
my chat
to make
is not having it at all, but yeah, go ahead.
I struggle to make decisions on purchases like that. Not so much at $125. That wouldn't be. That's part of what's been delaying me going and getting one at all, is just having some sort of parameters to shop with.
Yep. It's just we overcomplicate these things, But the numbers are dropping, Bex. We got to move on.
I know.
But thank you all for humoring me. I needed to get that off my chest for a while. But yeah, me lecturing the audience never goes too well. I can assure you of that. So thank you, folks, for humoring me.
Well, and I know I've said it once before, but still, I appreciate the opportunity to do this with you, and I appreciate the patience of both chats to have less interaction than they're used to, based on the fact that I just sent you a link to join. I didn't set up any kind of parameters that you could access what we're used to.
Yeah. I'll take the blame.
I've been the whole time, my instinct has been all along to just connect it. But that's okay.
Connect what?
Well, to send you the link.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So
it's my day off. I'm taking the day off.
I know.
Back, so yeah. Although I am going to leave pretty soon and go buy some watermelons. I'm addicted to watermelons now.
Yes, there a lot of people are interested in juicing watermelons right now. Do you know the deal with that? What's the buzz with the watermelons?
Well, I think the juicing is probably because they juice the rind also.
Yeah.
Because other than that, I mean, I think it's better to just eat it personally.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion, right? But I guess the juicing would be if they wanted to keep their digestive system from being fully activated, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably,
Well,
that would be the fasting, right?
yeah.
That would be the fasting angle. I'm not fasting, so other than being in a calorie deficit.
Are there any vegetables that would mimic, like, I'm just trying to say, do you think that if you ate the rind, it would be healthy for you? I know you're really
I don't know.
limited
No idea.
to, yeah, because there are
Don't know.
ways. I've seen different things presented. There's pickled watermelon rind, but that's just too much work. But I think some people, there are ways that you can use it, cut it up, and cook with it. Like, I'll look into it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll probably end this stream when you go,
Okay.
if
Cool.
just to not feel the not that I felt pressured at all, although I did feel a little bit.
Well, I mean, that's part of just telling me what, if you're just like, hey, I'm not into it. I think
No,
with
I
some
would.
people, what I'm saying is, I think with some people, it's natural to sort of predict, oh, I don't want to disappoint them or whatever. I don't care. It's just like, if you just tell me the thing, I just roll with the thing. It's like, okay, she's not
Yeah.
into it. Big deal. I'll just move on with my life. Like, it's not a big deal.
Move on with what? Sorry?
I'll
Say
just
that
move
again, because
on.
I think
I'll just move on with my day.
you did. Yeah.
Yeah, I said my life, but I meant my day.
I know.
I'll move on with my day. Yeah.
What I meant, and I didn't feel pressured at all to join in simulcast. It's when you weren't here, or that we had just begun. Beginning the show off without you, I think, is for a second time simulcasting at my end, and the first time on all the commands by myself. Wasn't my strand being a little bit talked. Yeah, see, my brain's not functioning quite right, but that I would say that I was putting pressure on myself watching both numbers, right? So,
Well, and here's another thing. If you drop a link, anybody can connect to your stream and you won't even necessarily know it unless if you look, there's a particular part of the screen on StreamYard that'll show you that I'm connected. But unless you notice that, you won't even know. Like, I've done broadcasts before and went for like an hour and didn't even know that somebody was restreaming me. You see what I'm saying?
oh, I see. They can restream you from that link, but not.
They don't need your permission.
Oh, because
if you have the option enabled.
Oh, I see. So you can enable it.
But if you notice that they've connected, you can forcibly disconnect them on your side. But go ahead.
But how would it show?
On your StreamYard screen, somewhere it shows that I'm connected to you. But since you're on your phone, I don't know where that is, because I typically only do that on computer. And it's totally different on computer than it is on your phone. It's a completely different StreamYard. Yeah.
So anyone could grab the link and people could be watching us talk right now. And
well, that's just through StreamYard. If I go live on OBS, I can restream you and you won't even know I'm restreaming you. Because then I'm just playing your content at that point.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't think you realize the implications of being live on the internet. I don't think you fully realize what it is that you're doing.
Mm.
Like, pretty much anybody can just take what you're doing and do whatever the fuck they want with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's worldwide, by the way. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that's fully sunk into your brain yet, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Likely not.
Yeah, which is fine, but eventually you're going to be, it's amazing. If you keep going, you're going to know all of this stuff.
Well, I'm definitely committed to keeping going.
Because like Paul Enslaved, when he restreams somebody, he never connects to their StreamYard ever. He does it with, I'm assuming he uses OBS, I'm guessing, which is it's streamer software.
Mm-hmm.
So he can just, if me and you are talking over here, he could just start playing our content and you wouldn't have any idea unless you went to his channel.
I see.
Yep. And he does that sometimes. And then he can pause. So like me and you are talking right now, he can pause it and then he can talk for 20 minutes and then he can click play again. And now me and you are 20 minutes in the future. But it's still, if we don't go look at his channel, we don't know what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, as apart from doing anything that I would be doing to
Well, and
perform
look,
better.
it's the end of privacy, Bex. Like, this
Yeah.
is what I was talking to with Highly Suspect, because he's real paranoid, my friend Keith. So he's trying to do all this stuff on, like, oh, get a virtual private network because they've lied to people and said that that protects your privacy. No, it doesn't. That's a fucking lie. It does no such thing. A virtual private network doesn't make you private on the internet. That's just a lie to sell you a service.
Mm.
But so, and then he's trying to use his phone in a particular type of way to not get surveilled. But I'm like, look, man, if you don't want to be surveilled, your choice is between having a smartphone and being surveilled by the government, or not having a smartphone. So I realized at a certain point, if I'm going to be on the internet and I'm going to have a smartphone, yeah, I will be cautious, but it's pretty much pointless to try to make myself private or whatever. Like, and we're broadcasting worldwide on YouTube. So now what's the cognitive dissonance of that? You know, being worldwide in Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit, but still trying to maintain privacy. To me, that's insanity. So this is the Ready Player One. This is the metaverse. This is the end of privacy. Privacy is basically over with in this country. It's over. The Fourth Amendment died many years ago. You definitely don't have a First Amendment. That's been gone for quite some time. So I think the Constitution is more harm than good at this point. My rights, I were born with them. I was born with my rights. The government doesn't give me anything at the level of my rights. And just so you know, Highly Suspect, he's corrected his status. He's no longer a U.S. citizen. He's not subject to all of this corporate nonsense. And I'm going to be doing the same thing, Bex. And I'm gonna make content out of all of it.
Good.
Yeah. So you might want to be a part of that potentially. You could interview me about each like step or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Yep. But anyway, I feel like I've taken over your broadcast. So
no, but it's ours.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean, though.
Yeah. I spelt the title wrong. Voy pointed that out.
Really?
So we need to put a C in transcendental.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
That doesn't seem like you to misspell something.
I know. I know. But you can change it from your end, right?
Well, no, I make my own title.
Yeah.
My title is "At the Bex Factor is Live!" exclamation point.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But yeah, Rachel Zinger said privacy is gone anyway. Yep. It's over.
Yeah. I almost wanted to make jokes about, but were you born in a hospital?
I was, but I was born in Arkansas, so it's going to be a little different than what you're about to say, but go ahead.
Well, I'm just pretty sure.
I was born in 1955 in a way, but go ahead. That's not an exaggeration.
Did they prick your heel?
I have no idea, probably, but I know about all that. I know about all that stuff.
I just like to joke when people are all joking about the
101.
Yeah. Well, but I was just going to say, when they joke about the nanobots now and stuff, I'm always like, they're like, oh, it can break off a needle or come off a Q-tip. I'm like, they probably put the mark in you then when you got your first prick in the foot. Like, you know.
Yeah. Now, whether they were doing that in Arkansas in 1975, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I just have a feeling.
I know that started in the 60s, I'm pretty sure, although it probably started before that.
They definitely had they had different levels of technology for the government than we have now. And I only say that out of actual, out of meeting a man, meeting a guy at Tim Hortons who he came from Germany. I can't remember what kind of formal job he had. He was a very intelligent man who'd been given an opportunity to be some sort of high level army guy, but then had turned it down. Just really smart guy. But he had noticed that when he was at some arena one time doing some job of some sort of security, that there was access. They had access. They were looking at a suspicious guy. And he's just the security at the arena or whatever this thing is, but it's a high level event. We're talking like big city, big arena. And they were looking at information. He needed information on someone, and they got the information to him like in under 15 minutes or something, maybe half an hour, maybe even, he just described it like there had to have been something monitoring, something, right? Like, the kind of intel he was telling the story to prove the point that there had to have been something else that we just weren't aware of. It didn't work that way. If anything, the lag of getting the information to the security guard was to support the idea that they didn't have anything, right? Like that they didn't have anything watching. So,
Well, but my thing is, of course, everything's been monitored and tracked. Of course, it has been. Like I'm confused by people who don't understand that.
mm-hmm.
I'm like, we had Edward Snowden. Like, it's all known. I listened to the Alex Jones radio show every day for years. Like, he's an info/disinfo agent of the government. He's probably under MK Ultra mind control. But I'm the type of person, I don't take his word for it. When he says something, I go and research it as much as I'm able to. Pretty much everything he said was happening for the last 15 years. It all really happened, So I've known for way over 10 years that just about everything is surveilled and tracked and traced. So I'm always a little surprised when people don't understand that it's across the board. When I go into Walmart, they absolutely know exactly who I am. They're recording all of my movements and sending it directly to the government. All of my biometric data, everything is audio recorded and given directly to the government. And I worked for a Walmart vendor back in 2001. So when September 11th happened, I know for a fact that Walmart used that as a pretext to move all of their server farms and all of their IT stuff. And by the way, I had a badge to go into Walmart ISD at the time, which was their internet services division. So I did not work for Walmart, but I could go in their building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with just scan my badge and walk in. And I know for a fact they moved all their stuff underground. And I believe that at that time, Walmart fully merged with the government with their information systems.
Yeah.
Worldwide.
Well,
meaning if you're on their property, everything you do and say on their property is absolutely directly given to the government.
Yeah.
100%.
They have a bigger satellite system than NASA.
But see, some folks will just immediately say there's no satellites.
Yeah. Whatever
So
the
you
system
see what I'm
is.
saying?
Yeah.
Like, what are we even talking about at this point? Whatever mechanism is being used.
Yes.
Like, I don't know that there's satellites or not. I suspect there's not.
Well, yeah, but and this is where I would say that to support to the idea that things are not out there and down here, islands used to be called satellites to mainlands.
There you go.
So a satellite to something is, if I have a building out here, I've got my compound, right? And I've got my main building. The other buildings around it are satellite buildings.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get you.
So, but they did, used to refer to islands as satellites to the mainland.
Cool. Well, but by whatever mechanism is being utilized, it's just all of your biometric data, your video and your audio just goes straight to the government. And that's not just Walmart, I'm sure. Like, I just mentioned Walmart because it's from Arkansas. Their headquarters is in Arkansas, and that's the one I'm most familiar with. But I'm sure Target does the same thing. Like, how could they not? And whatever y'all have in Canada, I'm sure it's the exact same thing. So, I won't live in this world in which, I'm trying to protect my privacy. Meanwhile, it's basically impossible. Now, obviously, do whatever is reasonable and prudent. But these people who think, oh, just get a VPN and a Faraday cage for your phone, that neither one of those does anything, folks. You can put your phone in a Faraday cage and now it doesn't work. So, yeah, let me put my phone into something that causes it to not work. So then when I put it in the Faraday cage, they know exactly where I am and what I'm doing. And then when I take it out of the Faraday cage and turn it on, they know exactly where it is and what I'm doing. and the computers analyze all the metadata. So those algorithms can fill in the gaps of it can be like, okay, we're pretty sure this is what he did in the intervening time based on where he was when he put it in the Faraday cage and where he was when he took it out. So it's the only thing I can think of is if you were going to go buy a new phone and you were going to pay cash and you're not going to let them know your identity, right? Don't take your other phone with you and you can't use them together, right? You can't have a main phone that's associated with you and have a burner phone. That would be a use of the Faraday cage. But the person would have to be very disciplined to never accidentally have them both online at the same time in the same place, because immediately the computer systems will know it's you using the private phone. See, most people don't have the discipline to do all of these steps correctly. They're going to fuck up somewhere. And now it's not cloak and dagger, Bex. Like, I'm not cloak and dagger here. I'm not the spy versus spy, right? I'm a human being. Even with my autism, even I might fuck up, right? So I would rather just be like, yep, they got it all. Everything I do is tracked and traced and surveilled.
Yeah.
I'm going to be me. And here's the thing, Bex, as long as I don't call for people to do anything, as long as I don't try to organize people in the physical, from what I've seen, I can pretty much say whatever I want, because as long as there's no actual organization behind it. And now that they have us herded into these internet ghettos, which Matt Drudge talked about in an interview with Alex Jones back in, I think, 2013, I think it was. And I actually, I clipped a bunch of sound bites out of that. It's an excellent interview, but that's what Matt Drudge, the founder of drudgereport.com, which was the #1 news site in the world for a long time, lest we forget. And I know now it's all lefty. I'm fully aware of that. And now Matt Drudge is probably no longer associated with it, and that's fine. But he said, all of these Instas and these Snapchats and all these apps, he said, it's ghetto. He said, I know what the internet is. And he said, all this stuff, they're herding people into ghettos. And right now, Bex, me and you in the live chat, we are in an internet ghetto. This is ghetto, whether we want to face it or not. And they don't let us interact outside of our neighborhood. We're in a neighborhood in the ghetto, and it does not let us go. We're not allowed to escape our neighborhood, which is why the system is happy to let me and you talk till the cows come home about certain topics. But as we know, the next time all the pandemic measures come back, they're going to crack down on the censorship yet again. I mean, that's obvious. And for like a year and a half, Chalk Body Outline couldn't even put a video out because he couldn't even do a broadcast without getting a strike. So he couldn't even use his channel for like a year and a half. And that's not an exaggeration.
Wow.
Yeah. So most likely that's going to happen again. Remember, though, Benton had his own website and had his own podcast. And as long as I didn't say something that would cause the FBI to show up at my door, I was free to say whatever I wanted. But then I was going to crowdfund the web hosting. And then unfortunately, the Discord got deleted before I could beg people for donations, because we had an active Discord for my podcast. There was a ton of people on there. It was an awesome Discord, and it got deleted in somebody went into an emotional state and deleted it, because I was going to say, hey folks, it's web hosting time. And, I've paid for this thing long enough. And if y'all want to kick in some contributions, I'll just re-up for a year or whatever. Right. But I've still got the domain, and I backed up the website, so I can put it back up in the future. But until folks develop some sort of backups, and by the way, half of these people, and okay, half of us, forget about these people, half of us, because I am one of these people, do we know how to contact each other if all this YouTube shit goes away? Because they'll delete all our channels tomorrow if they want to. They, meaning Alphabet, Google, YouTube. They will delete all of our channels tomorrow if they feel like it. So, can we even get in contact with each other? No. I don't know how to contact most of y'all. No, I know how to contact Bex. Most of the people who come to my channel, I have no fucking idea how to contact them if this shit goes away. So if anybody wants me to be able to contact them, you better send me an email and says, hey man, it's a maggot, and give me a burner email. I don't care. I'm not trying to find your data. And I understand I'm opening myself up to people trying to pretend to be somebody else, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Just shoot me an email. Hey, it's maggot. And then a year from now, if the shit all goes away, I can at least go into my email and just be like, okay, here's all the people smart enough to email me. I'll just do I'll do an email list, but I won't do an email list where everybody can see each other's emails. A BCC or whatever. I'll do a blind copy, blind CC, and I'll just email everybody, hey, here's where we're at. Here's where the website is. Come over to the podcast. But see, we can't even be bothered to do that, Bex. That's how lackadaisical and lazy the so-called truth community is. We can't even be bothered to do that. So forgive me, Bex, for rejecting the notion of we're all going to come together and sing Kumbaya and we're all going to live on the land. We can't even organize on this thing. And I don't mean organize like we're going to do something in the physical. I don't mean that. We can't even organize ourselves on here. So how the hell are we going to go out here in the real world? If y'all think there's actually going to be a Mad Max, these are the people who are going to go out in the physical and organize? Bullshit. Bullshit. And sorry, I'm very passionate about these matters.
Well, I know. I mean, I get it, because how are we going to go fix anything when we can't even agree on anything in YouTube? Like, out here in this place that's so much safer for people to be real. I mean, you don't even have to do what Benton and I have done, which is like show our faces and give a good chunk of our name and, give our real email addresses, not real, but one that can actually be deduced who one might be.
Well, at the risk of getting hacked, the email I put out is my real fucking email.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I know how to use proper passwords and shit, but anybody can get hacked. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. My email is also on my about.
Yeah, you better have a good password, though. They will try to hack you at some point, potentially. You better have some good passwords, Bex.
Yeah.
I got good passwords, I can assure you.
Yeah.
Good luck cracking mine. It's possible, but I don't like their chances.
So the longer and more convoluted, the better?
Research it yourself.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yep.
Good to know.
Because you have to be able to remember. That's the problem is you have to be able. It has to be the strongest password you can remember. Yeah. I have the strongest password that I can remember. I'm sorry, passwords. I have the strongest passwords that I'm capable of remembering. So ultimately, it's going to come down to your ability to remember the password.
I pity the person who hacks my email.
Well, no,
I've never deleted anything.
Your email is associated with various accounts. Don't pity them. They'll take all your shit over. They'll take over your YouTube. They'll take over your StreamYard. See what I'm saying? Yeah.
See.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Is forget about the privacy. Worry about keeping them out of your accounts. And the number one way to do that is the strongest passwords you can possibly remember. Passwords that you can possibly remember. And I got mine. And like I said, it's going to be a whole lot of computing power and a whole lot of hours are going to be required to crack my passwords if you're going to do a brute force attack. Ultimately, if somebody were to try to hack my password, it's going to be some version of me fucking up and getting tricked. It's not going to be a brute force attack. Yeah, and I'm telling you, if you folks are going to be online, you best figure this stuff out. It's a whole new world, man. Anyway, I'm preaching now. My apologies. I'm preaching.
No, I appreciate it.
Preaching.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. And not to make people paranoid. This is just, it is what it is, right? And I had my Yahoo email hacked back in the day. It took me like a month to get it back.
But you got it back. Yeah,
eventually. Yeah. But then they updated their terms of service and I didn't like them. So I deleted it. And I had that email since 98, I think. My Yahoo was from 98 or 96 or something. I first found Facebook when you had to have a .edu email address to even make an account.
Really?
Yep. And I said, well, fuck you. If my .com ain't good enough for you, you can go fuck yourselves. It's trash anyway. Facebook is such trash. The software is garbage. I can't believe people use that trash. I'm just astonished that people use Facebook. It's so garbage. Like, what are we even doing, folks? Anyway, you want to wrap it up? Because I don't know that my mood is going to improve at any point here.
Yes, I think
I've
it'd
gone
probably
full
be
cranky
good.
old man. I've gone full cranky old man. Old man yells at cloud, "You whippersnappers!" Rah! But thanks for doing this, and thanks
I
for
appreciate.
letting me
Thank you for doing it.
hijack your password. Yeah, they want to know my passwords now.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I appreciate.
Well, and real quick, sorry, because I'm getting asked. My email address is in the description of almost every one of my live streams, including this one. It's literally, if a person is watching my video right now, if you scroll down, my email address is right underneath where it says 22 watching now, started streaming 101 minutes ago. My email address is right below that. So this is, and I'm not mad at Rachel, but I'm saying my email address is on the screen and the person's asking me what my email is. It's right
they
there.
might not see it on a phone.
Well, no, I'm the same way. It's oftentimes what I'm looking for is just right there. And I'm like, hey man, where's this thing? And they're like, it's on your screen. So I do it too. I'm not mad at Rachel. I'm just pointing out that we are very fucking disorganized. And on some level, I'm attempting to herd cats, right? It's a kind of can't be done. It's a thing that can't really be done. And I'm not mad at Rachel. I'm just mad at the fact that I can't even get basic information off a screen half the time. It's not Rachel, believe me. I suffer from the same thing. But go ahead, sir. Ma'am, sorry. Miss.
What
Miss
was I
Bex.
going to say?
I think we were wrapping up.
Yeah, we were wrapping up. Yeah, I was going to say I really appreciate you doing this with me and teaching me as we go, and I appreciate the patience of the chat on both sides, and appreciate the patience of viewers in the future used to watching us. Going back to the way back days and being what happened to her. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, and this I was going to say in this little ghetto though. Sorry.
Go.
Well, in this little ghetto that we're in here, I do feel like I was saying this to you yesterday. I think that I feel like I've saddled up in my little duplex here, right? Like,
nice.
It's a nice place to be. I'm happy to be here.
I'm happy to be here too, although I'm not sure where I'm going to be in the physical. But again, it's it's basically the movie that nobody on here's ever seen, because nobody on here watches movies. But Ready Player One, if anybody ever bothers to just read the plot synopsis of that movie, that's pretty much our lives at this point, as far as I can tell. With some exceptions, of course.
I'm finding it. I'm going to ponder this today. The idea of them corralling us into these little neighborhoods, right? Because on Facebook, I noticed that I got lots of friend requests from people in Africa. But it didn't matter how long I knew someone and talked to someone and used Facebook to talk to someone in Africa, never were their friends suggested to me. And then on top of it, never did I have a stream of strangers from another country. Well, maybe America. Never, ever did I have that coming this way. Sort of like how it's probably even the same, but I know when I was looking into all the allyship being forced down our throats in 2018, 2019.
Sure.
And succumbing to the pressure, and gleefully thinking I was researching things properly on my own. I was following a bunch of Black advocates, and they were, they were saying there's black Twitter and white Twitter, or black Facebook and white Facebook. And I also found that it didn't matter how many, because some of the I'm going to call them what they are right now, some of the influencers or some of the voices uplifted at the time, you made friends. You were actually friends, not just following, right? And yet still never are you being suggested friend requests from the friends that you already have in that when you've met them over some sort of activism. So if they can do that on Facebook, they can do that down here. And that's why I went through again last.
They are.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yeah. It's already been done.
Yeah.
It's
So
going
if
to
we're
get
already
worse.
in, yeah,
It's going to get worse.
And that's where I would say if you're already in these streets, unfollow all the big guys. Don't unfollow, fine. Just put them, I don't know. I've found that more of the bigger channels that I unfollow, even if you actually just go in and unfollow the ones that you liked or followed on Facebook, because people don't realize if you haven't looked at your sub list in a long time, you just have to follow someone on Facebook to follow them on YouTube.
Makes
and that's
sense.
affecting the algorithm. And that's why some people go into their subscriptions and they're like, I never sub to this, there's fishy stuff going on. No, it's not fishy. It's just called social media, and YouTube doesn't stand alone from the others, even if you don't use the others, right? So
well, and how do they interact with the way that they interact with each other is because your computer is spying on you. So when you use Facebook on a device, it spies on everything else you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? As does
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah.
See what I mean? It's all spying on you. So of course, what you do on Facebook affects YouTube. How could it not? Meanwhile, I'm crazy enough to have never used Facebook except maybe to spy on my ex-wife or something. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well, then I wonder,
or whatever. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it has to do with interests that we have together. Obviously, it's part of it, but
everything you say out loud anywhere near your smartphone goes directly to the government, whether your phone is on or not. If you have a phone in your hand or somebody next to you has a phone on them, 100% of everything you do in the general vicinity of that smartphone is absolutely sent directly to the government. Privacy's dead. It does not exist anymore. And that's by law. By law, your computer has to be able to have the microphone operated remotely, even with the thing turned off. By law.
I was just
the technology.
I was just imagining some YouTube, like some person who's not a normie, but I was just imagining someone whose phone got it all messed up, and they're wandering the streets that we all wander, being like, how the fuck did I get here?
Yeah,
I don't know. Some like some Tron, some sort of modern version of Tron, but just we're all in the computer. But there's this one person walking around looking like, where are the cat panels? Like, I just came down here to talk about cat shows. How did I get? I don't know. I just amuse myself.
Yep.
Sorry, friends.
Well, I'll just say this, most likely I'm retired forever, but I would not have a romantic relationship with somebody that even uses Facebook. And let's face the reality that most women are not willing to not have Facebook because that's how they keep up with their friends and family. And it's like, it's not about me prohibiting that. I'm not interested. If it's a type of person that uses Facebook, that's not the type of person for me because it's trash. And I don't care that your friends or family are on there. How about go see them in the physical? How about pick up the phone and call them? Facebook, trash.
I blocked my entire family on Facebook, and I blocked I don't have anyone that I've ever met basically on Facebook. The only people that I used to have it the other way around. I only knew people that I knew in real life on Facebook. But I had some stuff go down with the roses, with the War of the Roses.
Nice.
My family, yeah, and I just I just got rid of them all, and everyone from high school and anybody that was in, anyone that knew anyone. Yeah, I got the weirdest message one day that this isn't why I blocked them, but I was getting weird messages from people in high school that made me feel like they were asking my family questions, and the family was answering it in a way that I got an email, a message in whatever it's called, Facebook Messenger, from this girl, Clammy McFowle. They used to call her in high school. She was the Lady of the Lake pageantry queen. And she sends me this message, and she's in the middle of the night. She's like, she comes out like this, "Hey, tell me what you is," right? And I'm like, "Yeah, tell me what you is." And then she says something about afterwards, like, "Do you date women?" And I was like, I wanted to just send her this wine meme back, right? I don't even know this lady. I haven't talked to her since high school, right? And I wanted to just send her like a wine meme because these messages came in the middle of the night. Her English was horrible. It didn't even make sense. And why are you messaging me? I couldn't tell. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to just send her a stupid drunk wine cliche meme so she'd think I was still her friend, or whether I wanted to like take the direction of like, why are you asking? Because like you want to take me home or something. It was just so bizarre that it made me think that she'd run into my family and been like, "Oh, hey, how's Bex?" Or "Is she married?" And my family being like, "Oh, well, we don't know. Like we don't even know if she dates men or women," in this sense of like, I hadn't dated a woman since university, only dated them for a year and a half, but I felt like this question came out of this weird, like, anyways, they all had to go. Anybody who could ever talk. I had about 3 people that I kept from high school that actually weren't close to me, but they were preaching the right politics. I broke up with YouTube. Did I tell you that? I mean, I broke up with Facebook.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I just recently wrote it a letter. I'm gonna read it.
Wonderful.
I didn't actually.
And while you're finding that, do you have it there?
Yeah, almost. But you go ahead.
Well, I was going to say something while you were looking for it, which is I'm on YouTube, I'm on StreamYard, and I'm on email, and I have an Amazon account, and I guess sometimes I buy stuff on Walmart.com. That's it. I don't have anything else. I don't have a Twitter account. I don't have Instagram. I don't have any of that other bullshit. I used to use Discord. I don't even do that anymore. I ain't on none of this bullshit except for Facebook, StreamYard, email, and whatever else I said. But go ahead, please.
Okay, so, and this is funny because I put it in initials. I'm just going to see one thing here. Just a sec, because we might have a guest in the back. Oh, my computer's freezing up. Okay, so I wrote it in initials, and then there was some old man that thought, I'll be right here. I'll bring Brian up here. Just a sec. I'm doing too many things at once.
I got to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back shortly.
Okay. Ben's
hey O'Shea, I'll be right back, sir. I'm going to the restroom.
Yeah, I'm saving my Facebook breakup letter for when you get back. Hi Brian, how are you?
Hey Bex, hey Benton. I'm good. Early
Good.
in the morning. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. We've been having it feels like a lazy Sunday morning around here. I know it's Monday. We've been having a lazy day.
Yeah, just drifting down the lazy river of information in the subconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Picking things out to bring to the surface to look and talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Subconscious.
Subconscious.
Conscious. The subconscious.
The subconscious.
I think I want to learn. Yeah, the subconscious and death is where it's at right now. That should be the topic of conversation. Subconscious and death. Does that sound morbid?
No. Although I'm not a good one to talk to about death.
I don't even know how to talk about death, but I just feel like there needs to be a light shine on it. It needs to be given some attention.
Yeah, well, I'll give it the attention. I don't believe in it. It's BS, man. And one day people are going to be like, Bex, you were right. I'm like, I believe in it. I just know that they're fucking lying. I know it sounds just crazy. Now we're like, people like unsubscribe. But in the meantime, I am capable of talking about it like I believe in it. I know people are like, what do you mean you don't believe in it? Where's your grandma then? You don't even want to know my theories about where grandma might be and what they're doing, what kind of weird cryogenic quickening, dequickening, games they play. anyways, we'll just deal with the ones that, the people that we do know go missing right now, like, because they can get written off as dead, right? So let's not talk about the people that we saw their heartbeat, disappear, right? Because the thing is even a stethoscope, anyways, doesn't matter. It's gonna start sounding like I'm just got some major medical conspiracy, which I do, right? But we don't go looking for people that we assume are dead, right? So that's part of why I think they've got the idea, we've got the idea in our head that there's cannibals, human cannibals. And then once you realize that humans can't eat human meat, that without going crazy, then you know that, that's not happening. But then you're like, well, then who's eating them? Oh, well, like lizards, right? The lizards. Like, okay. So now we got, which again, all just comes back to this boogeyman idea of so long as you think something's dead, then you won't go looking for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, not to mention the fact that there's a reason to falsify birth certificates and death certificates and even foster care receipts and all that jazz, because you get money from the federal government. Plus, at some point, there might be deals across countries where it's really, let's just pick on China for a bit. So they're going to say they have whatever, 3 billion people or 2 billion people or whatever the number is, because we can't go over there and prove it. And it's nice to have a nation that seems threatening. And then you can even go with the one baby policy that was forced on them by the UN. And like China's going to agree or enforce or deal they make. Oh yeah, we'll just agree. And I know that it wasn't really forced by the UN, but of course, all of this overpopulation is a push of information, that would have at least someone agreeing to participate in the propaganda of it. And then you end up with a scenario again where you've got these hyper-stated, so then you've got other countries responding in kind and altering census data, and suddenly you have hyperinflated populations with all sorts of reasons why they're hyperinflated. And now you've got to support when eyes get on the scene, i.e. more scenery and, more ability to use our cameras to take photos of things and stuff, then you might start getting a sense of like a more empty world than you actually have. Like, where'd all the people go? They're dead, right? But actually they were just pieces of paper in the first place. So there's lots of reasons to sit back and then the sooner you've got a country out there with a bad rap for losing people, then the whole world can look down their nose at them and everyone can live in fear of being kidnapped. So there are, and don't get me wrong, all of that supports the idea that as soon as people think, it's like watching violence doesn't desensitize someone to violence. It does to people who are sensitive to violence. So once you have an idea of corruption, there's going to be people sensitive to that corruption, and then they're going to go out doing things thinking that that's sort of the norm for the lowest of society, and boom, now you've got people who are actually trying to be cannibals or whatever. So, power of suggestion. But those are just some of my thoughts. What do you think?
Yeah, there's definitely, like, I resonated with what you're saying, like, say Norm Macdonald, like his death, he comes out with that online special where he just kind of talks to the camera and basically does what he would have done on stage in front of a whole theater, like to shoot a special. He just says it into a camera, very, just like how we would. Like, there's no extras, no frills, just him and talking into a camera without an audience. But anyways, his death and maybe a few other deaths, like something just seems weird. Like they didn't die. Like I feel like Norm Macdonald didn't die. Like I almost feel like he's underground somehow. Like we don't know what's going on under the. Like he made some deal. Like I feel like he got scared of the whole COVID thing, and he was like, and they offered him something. But I don't know. But I just, what do you think death is, or what do you think would happen to you? What is, because you seem to not be going along with the mainstream narrative about death, obviously. So what do you think people are immortal? Like, so do you think there's a spirit realm and then like a physical realm,
Mm-mm.
and you could die from the physical realm, like your body could die, you could go to the spirit realm? Is there what's going on there? What did happen to your grandmother? You were saying something about cryogenics, so we think people are dead, but really they're in some sort
Well,
of maybe.
I can't say for certain. I really don't. I think starting the entire, we should have a conversation. We should have a stream where we start talking about this, just because I think I could really derail and not legitimize my ideas by sort of starting at this stage in a stream, and just on sort of a lazy Sunday morning, not to cop out, because I can give a few ideas of what makes me think this without just being like, fuck it, Brian, I can't have this conversation right now, right? But to really give a sense of I can give a few tidbits of ideas of where my ideas have come from, like just the little tidbits of truth, right? So Disney, for instance, Disney got cryogenically frozen, they say. And hi, Dom, by the way. Hi, Dom. Nice to see you. So Disney got cryogenically frozen to save, in case they figured out what to do with him later. Now, that's weird to me, right? Then we have an animation department, right? Which we call cartoons, but actually animation is to animate a body. It's actually the language used. They use trans animation was what they used when they claimed that it's in the 1828 Webster's Dictionary. Trans animation is to put a spirit of one person into another body's, like the movie Get Out, right? So Carl's saying that yeah.
Carl's saying a lot.
Yeah, but that's fine. Okay, Walt Disney was not frozen. That's fine. Then we can, I don't need Disney in the picture for that to be. It's just the fact that they claim that they were gonna try and freeze adults, right? We know that they can freeze semen. I'm not sure that eggs are frozen. I know embryos are frozen. I think eggs are most viable when fertilized, right? So to freeze. So ignoring the adult aspect of it, just the fact that there'd be an idea of it, right, just shows me that there could be a lot more to, there's just could be something to do with at bare minimum, this in vitro fertilization aspect of things, and the idea of potentially putting spirits trans animating spirits into embryos then that get implanted and born again. So it's just thoughts, right? These are just ideas. So I don't need the adult to be there. They do like to think that they do tend to show pictures and stuff of anyways, doesn't matter. I don't need that. Disney, actually, I know people say that we've got the Washington, D.C., and then London, England, and the Vatican that all have their property. They've got their own whatever nation state or whatever they're called. Well, every Disney World also operates like that, right? They have their own police, their own everything. They claim that they have those rights. We learned about it, at least I learned about it when something was happening with Disney World in Florida, and they wanted to start charging them taxes or something just in the last couple of years, because they don't pay taxes. They don't pay any revenue for the land, any money for the land to the cities, because they're not actually a part of the city. And when you look into why they did that, that's because they put all the infrastructure in for their own parks, right? Sensibly. But it's still they're all over the world, right? I mean, not all over, but there are multiple of them. But ignoring all of that, that's just to plant some seeds for just something to do with the idea that you could. Well, okay, I think we're here to integrate into these avatars. I think that that's the goal of life here. It doesn't mean it's going to happen necessarily, but I think that if you can run a 120-year program on a 1,000-year being, then you can run a 5,000-year program on a 1,000-year being, right? Like you could run a 1,000-year program on a 5,000-year being. You could run, I'm just saying I do believe that we used to live longer. And so if you go all the way out with that, right? Then why wouldn't you? What's the difference? 5,000, 1,000, 120. What's the difference? So there's some I mean, maybe it looks I guess it's biblically influenced, but even a lot of people believe that there's that we used to live under a better vapor canopy, and we lasted longer, even if they weren't religious. So, yeah, I definitely would rather have this conversation at a later date when I'm more rested, just because I can't handle Carl right now. Hi, Carl. Nice to see you. It's fine. I'll get better. I'm just getting you to amp up your game for me, but it's distracting me. So yeah, and maybe we'll. That's fine. It's fine, but yeah, it's been a lazy morning. Let's talk to Dom for a second. How you doing, Dom?
I'm here enjoying my morning coffee and having cookies back here backstage. Now I'm in front stage. Doing well, Bex. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Dominic. Thanks for being here, dude. Sorry, I'm just still processing a lot of what Bex was saying. Get thrown off because I had so many points I could have touched on. Let's see. So she brought up, yeah, Bex. Do you think the moon plays any role in what you were discussing? Does the moon play any role in death and avatars? And
I'm not sure. I know that that's definitely something. There might be someone else that has more. I haven't looked into any moon stuff other than the fact that the monetary system has something. The word money. Let me get this right. Money, monster, moon, Venus. They're all related. The original currency was eggs. Let's put it, for lack of a better way of putting it. There's a relationship with Venus, monster, and money, and yeah.
You know that Venus phases just like the moon. Like I think a lot of people aren't aware of that. Yeah, so a lot of people aren't aware that it's Venus and maybe another whatever the planets are, those celestials up there. Like it phases. I mean, I've been looking at Venus like the morning star lately, like seeing it very bright, like in the east. And yeah, a lot of people don't realize that it phases, which is trippy to me because this phasing thing. I discussed my little observations on it yesterday on the new moon and phasing and the way it looks. But I just wanted to throw that. I kind of cut you off there. I think you were kind of going somewhere where I brought up Venus phasing.
No, not necessarily, but I can't get a hold of my thoughts very well for all the different variables we're throwing in. And I'm just responding to Carl at the moment. So if someone else wants to take the stage and talk about anything, that's fine. We're having a hop all over, talk about whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, I kind of brought up the subconscious, maybe even subpsychology and death. And this is kind of where we've gotten to. I don't know if Dominic, we haven't let him say anything since he's entered. Maybe he wants to say a word or two.
On the subconscious, Brian, or on death?
Yeah, subconscious, subpsychology, death. If there's any relation between those, you could touch. It's just things that are in my head, so I'm kind of being maybe a little selfish and just kind of want to put things that are in my head and see, and then just voice it here and see how you guys respond. So, just as educational in ways to help my contemplation. Just see if it triggers anything. If not, no worries. I could ramble about it or try to bring up some talking points or something.
Well, what comes to me when I ponder when people have shared the concept of subconscious, something in the unknown, something that's running constantly. Is that kind of the same ideal, Brian? Yeah,
because I guess I'll preface it with I'm starting to believe that the subconscious is where it's at. You know what I mean? Like things we don't like to look at. We don't like to look at death. We don't really think about the subconscious, but it could be ruling us, right? This fear of death kind of rules people. The subconscious kind of rules. The subpsychology. I don't even know what I'm trying to learn about these things because I never really studied them. So I'm just using this as an opportunity to do that, I guess.
I guess when I'm hearing that, then maybe we'll break it, separate them. What do we think death is? Is death something that we've experienced? Like outside, to me, it's an aging process. You know, so when I cut my hands, is the healing done outside or inside? So it's done inside, I would think. So maybe life might be inside, and outside is maybe what we think is death. If I could just pose it as a possibility, you know, because when you go to somebody's funeral, are we really experiencing death or the absence of something?
Right. Like if you think of the void, like if you think of light, the way I think of things is like there's light and there's the void, right? What is the void? And the void could be that subconscious, the death that we think of, the void. They say when you die, they say go towards the void, go towards the darkness, don't go towards the light. You'll get reincarnated, supposedly.
Mm.
You know, go towards the void, go towards the scary thing. They say that in life. If something's if you have a fear, kind of go towards it, like, and train your subconscious. Whenever you're afraid of something, don't run from it. Don't shy away. Kind of be like a badger. I've been looking up videos on honey badgers. Like, go towards it, attack, offensive. Don't be weak. Like, because we're dealing with bullies. I don't know. My brain goes all over the place. Get me back on track, Dominic.
Sounds like you're downloading a lot of stuff, Brian. Like,
yeah,
you're observing a lot of
I think
stuff
things click in the celestials that make that easier. Like you could feel it. Like, oh, it's a time of learning. It's a time of downloading. It's a time of information. Like everyone waking up the last few years. Like, you know, it's like something just clicks in. You know, the moodiness of things. And a lot of certain people that think a lot, they could be very moody. They could be very hard to fucking deal with. People that think a lot and contemplate and try to figure. But go ahead, Dominic. Get me back.
Could be. It could be something that's once we activate something on a biblical kind of ideal. So they say there's a bright light between the two trees. So maybe sometimes, you know, when I've heard people that have assisted supposedly people to go to the light, as you say, reboot, reincarnate or rebirth. And I've always joked like, oh, fuck, I'm back here again. There's a good chance we're supposed to go through the light, to the void, as you might say it. Not supposed to around it. Maybe we have to go through it.
Yeah, like the sun is a portal. Just fucking make your own fucking thing. Just go towards that motherfucker. Just go right through that fucking tunnel into some sort of Klein bottle, fucking different place. I don't know, dude.
Go through the what do they call it? The Golden City, opposed to the Silver City, the moon.
Oh, if you went in some sort of flying device and flew towards the moon, you'd go to the Silver City. Fly towards the sun.
Maybe that could be. They've always gone to, like they've done the numbers and they're saying everything has to do with 108 the distance the moon is away from the Earth and 108 from there to the sun. Who's giving us that information? You know, I would think the moon could be one big satellite. You know, how did sailors actually literally map out the Earth? They would have to have that information from somewhere else. You know, and I don't see any man-made satellites ever crossing the path of the moon.
Yeah, dude, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. On the new moon, if you have an app on your phone, like with these celestial things, mine's called like Star Walk or some shit. If you look at the moon and the sun on the new moon, it looks like they're touching, like barely touching. Their edges are touching. Like I look at it as holding hands or making love or something like that, embracing. And they do it for the whole day of the new moon. From sunrise, the moon and the sun will rise at the same time and hold hands, basically. Be joined until the sunset that day on the new moon. Okay, and that's when the moon is like almost invisible. It's almost transparent. But it seems to me like it's getting energized from almost touching the sun, and it has that look to it where it gets blasted with electricity. If you look at the moon, it looks like something that gets blasted with electricity. And then it slowly gains energy, right? It slowly shows you what it just received, that charge, until it fully powers up, and then it releases that energy. So there's, I don't know, man. I observed something with that. And they say that the moon wasn't always there. It was man-made, so there's something weird about the fucking moon, dude. And these celestials in general, where they affect personality and all this shit.
Hey, I wanted to get in on the confronting situations aggressively. And my view of that is if I know that the situation is going to, you know, if it's unavoidable, it's always to my advantage to be the aggressor and be the one confronting the situation. And I can't think of a single time when I confronted a situation aggressively where I was not, where I was punished or not rewarded. Not once.
Right, like your demeanor with those dudes that walked up on you, like that's what I was wondering. Should have Benton just been the quiet the whole time? But it's your instincts in that moment. We couldn't see what you were seeing. We couldn't feel what you feel. Your instincts from walking streets for 6 years, the way you handled that situation, the fact that you were armed, the fact that, you know what I mean? Everything surrounding
Well, no, wait a minute. If I can't avoid the situation, I can't give them the initiative. It's a huge strategic advantage to allow them the initiative. So when I confronted the situation, I took the initiative away from them. Because see, they're trying to work on plausible deniability. If I'm call them on it, like, hey, what are y'all doing? They're just going to try to make up an excuse. But the body language and everything said that they're coming to do me harm. So I'm not going to let them have plausible deniability. I'm just going to immediately be like, hey, if y'all, I saw you were walking the other way, and now you're walking right towards me. So I'm letting you know, y'all need to not do, you need to stop your advance or there's going to be problems. Like that's me taking the initiative and just, I'm taking complete charge of the situation, right? Mm-hmm. And now for them to carry the day, they're going to have to become even more aggressive than me, right? So they've done the first aggressive move and I've actually come back at them more aggressively. But I'm doing it from a defensive stance. I'm actually just holding my ground. But my verbiage, and I was the first one to speak, I'm the aggressor in that way, if that makes sense. Even though they're doing the physically aggressive, like my spirit is aggressive. You see what I mean?
Right. Like that's what the badger does. Like I fucking love the honey badger, dude. It goes after lions and anything. I think we could learn from that motherfucker because I think it's so apropos to what we're dealing with. Like, and it goes for the balls too. It just, everything about that creature, dude, I fucking love it. I had something I wanted to say directly about these dudes. I'm kind of losing it, but
that's all I had to say, by the way.
Yeah, there's something about. I kind of had something. Maybe it'll come back. Maybe it won't. But it was just. Yeah, I lost it. But yeah, man, fuck. There's something about that, dude. That because basically you're dealing with bullies. You know what I mean? And it all goes back to the schoolyard. You know, punch them in the nose, and people like to bully, and like even that situation. Like if they were gonna rob you, like they'd like to rob the weak. They don't. You know, they like to push around these slaves. They like to push around people who acquiesce. Like, and that's maybe what we have to have confidence in. Is if you just stand up a little bit, these bullies get freaked out. They're like, it's not worth our time. There's a million other people we could just roll the fuck over. Like we might get with their porcupine.
Sorry, I'm back. I actually thought of another story where in Portland, Oregon, when I was backpacking and living in the, sleeping rough, there was a situation where there was a group of 3 people across the street, like these crusty kids, gutter punks, and they were, trained riders and all this. And I could just tell based on the way they were looking at me and communicating to each other, they were going to at least see if they could rob me. And so they crossed the street, and this was in front of the library in downtown Portland, Oregon, pre-pandemic. And they crossed the street directly towards me. So I just walked directly towards them, and we passed in the middle of the street. And I just looked at them like sideways. And when I got to the other side of the sidewalk, where they just came from, now they're on the other sidewalk where I just came from. And I just looked at them. I said, yeah, I know what y'all are trying to do. And then they denied it. They were like, what are you talking about? I said, yeah, I know. I see it. I said, we all know what's happening here. And after that, they lose their heart, man. They got no heart after that. I've completely it's like I stole their soul. You know what I'm saying? Like it just took everything out of them. Because they're not, once I show my aggression and show that I'm going to fight them as hard as I can, the bully just goes and finds somebody else to pick on. They've got no interest in dealing with me. Meanwhile, what if I can't fight? What if I'm not very strong? They don't know that. Like maybe I'm bluffing, but I'm showing them, hey, you think you're going to come get some of this? And people have not tried to rob me very much. That's pretty much my only 2 robbery stories. It's very rare because I look forward to somebody trying to rob me on some level. It's kind of fun. It's like, okay, now I get to be aggressive. Like, because in life, I can't just be out here being aggressive all the time. It doesn't work in society, you know, but I am aggressive. Like, I'm very aggressive by nature. So part of me likes it, but yeah, but it's a huge mistake to let the other, if you think somebody is intending harm towards you, it's a huge strategic advantage to let them have the initiative. That's a terrible, terrible strategy. But what were you going to say?
No, I was just saying, be aggressive. Be aggressive.
B
And then also
Gressive. What?
And I was also going to say the willpower of that badger and the fact they make this growl. They're like, "Arr, arr," like you're saying, like they're voicing their contempt for the situation of how dare you, because a lot of times it's dealing with their food. Like they'll come up on food and someone will try to take it, and they'll like they'll fight to the death for it. Like, and or they'll just go snatch a lion's fucking shit. They'll just walk up and snatch his shit. But like, they have this like tenacity, this willpower, this unrelenting will and fearlessness and they'll be like, they'll never ever give up to the last breath moment, dude. And there's something to respect about that. Like when they say we could learn from children, animals, and maybe nature. Like if we want to learn something and get back right, just study that stuff and you'll get back to center. You know, and the honey badger is probably a good one to study right now. Just look at that little bad motherfucker, dude. Lions and everything get all freaked out and he keeps going, dude. There's videos you can pull it up. There's 3 fucking leopards or something. And they're just like thinking they're going to destroy it, and no, he comes at them. He doesn't stop either until they leave. Like, I don't know.
Well, it reminds me of another time when I used to go eat this buffet every day for lunch. And back when I was lifting weights and trying to when I was putting on muscle mass, and like me and this one guy kept kind of bumping into each other, and I felt like he was sort of being aggressive and kind of being pushy. And I finally just said something to him like, "Hey man, like, you know, I don't remember what I said, but it was basically like, you better knock it off," or something like that. And he was just like, he just said, "I might do it again." And like, what do you say to that? You know, it's just like, all right, you know, it's like mutual respect, because he's like, shit, I might do it again. You know, there's really no coming back from that, you know, and then we just left each other alone after that. But it's like those weird, you know, those little aggressive dynamics, you know, like I kind of had to respect it, because he's like, well, I'm not afraid of you, buddy. You know, and I wasn't afraid of him. So it's like, all right, let's just leave each other alone here, you know. But I thought it was funny, like in the moment, I was just like, that's a hilarious way for him to respond, you know, because I was probably being a dick, let's be honest. This was like many years ago. I was probably being an asshole. A high chance of that. He's like, I might do it again. But damn, I didn't say anything. But I wasn't scared. It was just like, all right, okay.
Right.
Kind of a weird story, I know, but it's just so funny, like those human dynamics, you know. It's something in us like we can't help but respond to, you know, in spite of ourselves almost. Same thing with the honey badger, right? Those it's not necessarily the physical size of the animal itself. It's like the communication between the various animals.
Yeah, and he's got an instinct to do this. That's what I want. I want us to breed back to have an instinct of, not the instinct of acquiescence and submissiveness, the instinct of aggression and defend what's yours. Like defend. That word.
Best defense is a good offense.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so it's like they say you're going to defend your property, but that sounds like a weak way, in a way, right? What's a better way to say it? I'm offended that you want my property, so I'm going to get offended. So I'm going to, you know what I mean? Because in the courtroom, you're the defendant. I'm going to defend my property. I don't know. Like, you know, you're a vile slave. You offend me, so I'm going to get offensive and aggressive with you. I feel like I pushed Bex and Dominic out of this conversation.
I got disconnected briefly. I think Bex is probably tired. I know she's been. We were going to wrap up, but then you fine gentlemen showed up, and
no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just responding to Carl.
I hope
Yep.
you keep going. Yeah, I hope you keep going. I've got to go do some shopping, or I get to go do some shopping rather.
Well, all right.
Well, I'm here. I'm on my phone. I'm just going to go do
Yeah, and
things.
it's fine. I
I'm going
didn't
to do
mean to
both.
sound like that. It's just,
Going to do both.
yeah. I would like to address Carl out loud though, just because
Oh, please.
whatever
Please
whatever
do.
he said here, I don't know if he's just an adversary in general or if he's like a big proponent of everything you say. He's like rah Benton. I've been around long enough to notice him, or maybe I've been actively ignoring him like he's actively been ignoring me, because he says, nah, Bex, you'll be bound by the same operating laws as all streamers in this community. Truth and facts will take a backseat to fear porn speculation in order to satisfy the conspiracy-minded viewer. I think that Carl has decided a long time ago what he thinks of me. He's probably one of those men that actually just can't hear a woman's voice. And I think it's just ridiculous, and it's fine. It's like, I've been kind, and I can see where I'm flawed. I can see that I'm very good at self-correction. Not that I would do that for some guy named Carl, but whatever. Only time will tell. I can tell you formed your opinion so securely you don't even listen to me. So, it's fine. Like I also hadn't been noticing you until or maybe you're just feeling like you're missing Benton involving himself with the chat or something. Like it's just. Yeah, it's just sad for you, because I think I actually bring a lot of valuable aspects and opinions to the table. Today, I'd give myself about a C-. If it were up to me and if it was just streaming in my broadcast, I wouldn't have wanted to try and disappoint anyone on that side of the table. It doesn't really matter. Whatever, Carl. You know what? You say I'm in a box, you say I'm in a box.
Hey,
I feel
hey,
sorry
Bex.
for you.
Hey, Bex, me, you, Brian, and Benton are we're at a, I don't know, public park bench having our lunch, and all of a sudden a couple of flies come around, and we just cut. Every so often you see one of us swatting at it. That's what's going on right now, Bex. We're having a conversation, whoever that person is. Like I said, I can say the color red, somebody will say blue. And
yeah, but Dom, I can't, Dom, I adore you. Okay, I adore you, but I actually agree with Carl on a lot of what he says to you. Right. That's why I even tried to say to him, I even was positive and said, hey, Carl, like if I can agree with your criticisms of Dom, right, why can't I be able to see where I fail? Now, I probably only finished about 30% of my thoughts today. So don't worry, Carl, I'm not going to cater to you. I'm also not here to drive off anyone else's chatters, though, but I'm up here, not you. Right. I'm the one that Benton invited to be here, not you. Right. So if you want to sort through your little filter in your little ear, don't worry. I don't have misandry. Right. I'm up here with men every fucking day. One of the only women up here every fucking day, because most of the women, because they have feelings, poor little girls. Like, seriously, whatever, Carl. You're on my stream right now, actually. I'm in charge here. So, not that I'm saying, again, I don't want it. Please, Benton, I hope you'll cut me off. Like, I know you can't backstage me. But seriously, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, this guy Carl, the miscreant.
So, and it's like, I get it, and don't worry, Dom and I have found a lot of, yeah, whatever. About to time me out like Paul gets. Let's go. No, I'm fine. I feel sorry for you to be so closed-minded, actually, and I go back to ignoring you like I already are, like I was doing before, because I'm sure you've been like this all along. And if not, you're just fed up because it's 3 days in. I can get that too. So anyway, I apologize, gentlemen. I apologize to everyone, because
all I can say about Carl, if he's wrong, he's wrong, and it's okay. If he's wrong, and that's all right. That's really all I can say.
Well, and I was laughing. I was laughing along. He's actually very funny. He's like said some really funny things, like, I'll just throw out the entire whatever, all these some sort of space effects or whatever. I get it, I get it. Like, he was being very funny and very poignant and stuff. But it's just an example. It's just an example, Benton, of people being addicted to division, right? Like, say something, whatever, Carl. Yeah, womaning hard, fuck right off. Sorry. Like, just fuck right off. Like you want to talk about latent homosexuality? Seriously,
Let me say something real quick.
I love Carl.
The The dude ain't gonna come up here, man. So he's the ultimate weakling. Like that's what we're saying. He's not the honey badger. He's a
Gary.
weakling. He's like some other
but it's
weak
just,
animal. He's the field mouse looking at the honey badger and commenting on it.
Yeah.
If he was the honey badger, he could turn into the honey badger. He could morph. He could start hanging around with honey badgers and come up on panel and see what it's like to express yourself and fucking, you know, especially if you're going to be aggressive like this. It's one thing to just chill and chat and not want to come up on panel, but if you're going to be aggressive, you're almost obligated to come up on panel.
Well,
otherwise, you're a bitch. You're a bitch.
Hey,
You're
how about
bitch.
a bunch of bozos who claim to believe in freedom trying to dictate how people interact? That's kind of fucked up, if you ask me.
Oh, for me to require him to come up on panel?
Anything. Why are we dictating to Carl how he can interact here? That's fucked up, man. Why do you hate Carl's freedom to choose how he interacts here? That's fucking
well, no, I'm
ridiculous.
expressing my
That's
opinion.
tyrannical and authoritarian.
Mm-hmm. I just want, I just appreciate, I commented already, and it's fine. I guess it's my lesson to just learn to ignore. But that being said, it's just poor showmanship. You know, it's one thing to express opinion. There's other ways to express opinion, you know, and I already said I'll do better content, and not just for Carl, right? So.
See, this might be an instance where Benton loves to, like, you know,
Benton
right
understands the internet, and most of you don't understand what the internet is. That's the only problem here. Most of you don't understand what the internet is.
Mm-hmm.
Carl is operating at the base level of what the internet is. And until y'all figure that out, you're just going to continue to not understand what's going on.
Mm.
I was here when it was nothing but people typing at each other. I was here when the only thing you could do on the internet was type at other people and download text files. And maybe if you had all day, you could download a single JPEG. And that's all that could happen.
Well, we'll agree to disagree.
No, that's the base level.
I don't
That's
like
the base level. You don't have to like him. You're trying to say that he's not permitted to engage at the base level of the internet, which is fucking nonsense. There was a time when you couldn't come up on a panel because you couldn't even watch a motherfucking video on the internet, and I was here. I was here when it took 20 minutes on a T1 line to download a single JPEG image. When you're making a GIF image and it says, do you want to interlace this GIF? That's because in the old days, you used to sit and watch the screen and the JPEG populated 1 pixel at a time, and it started in the upper left corner and it went pixel, 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 and that got annoying. So the interlacing is it draws a portion of every line simultaneously, and that's somehow less annoying. You people don't understand the internet. Carl does. I do. Meanwhile, guess who's the one person who knows how to interact with Carl? It happens to be the one person here, although I'm sure there's more, but the one broadcaster who understands what the internet is. That's not Carl's fault that y'all haven't understood the medium that you're operating in, by the way. And you want to talk about McLuhan and fucking the medium is the message. Well, you better figure out the medium.
I'm abdominal breathing, y'all. I'm getting back to center. I don't like Carl. I don't like talking about Carl. He's a piece of shit idiot.
I miss it. No, yeah.
Yeah, but let's all go, hey, let's all go have a communal living and pick a piece of dirt to fucking, we're all going to get together and we're all going to live in a fucking commune, but we can't even deal with Carl metaversally. Yeah. So in the commune, there's a Carl and he annoys the fuck out of you. Can you get along with him anyway?
Well, the rest of the people are going to be like, fuck you, Benton, and fuck you, Carl. How about you and Carl go have some fucking powwow on your own and quit fucking up the vibe before we slap you across the fucking face? That's what they'd say in person.
Or you could grow and change and put your big boy pants on and figure out why does
the whole group's going to tell you and Carl to go do that. You and Carl go put your big pants on or off and get the fuck away from us.
Because we've got skills, sir. Y'all need us as much as we need you. In that scenario, you ain't got the option of kicking us out, partner.
I'm talking about
too
we're sitting around a
chilled.
fire chilling, and Carl
Exactly,
just won't
sitting
shut the
around a
fuck up,
fire chilling.
antagonizing
You need us.
everyone.
Sitting around a fire chilling, you need us to do some shit tomorrow. So you're probably not going to be brave
You
enough to
don't
try.
need. What the fuck are you
You're
talking about? Everybody,
probably not going to be brave enough to tell us how to be humans. How dare you tell another person how to be, you fucking fascist, authoritarian tyrant?
I don't tell people it's a natural flow. If you're being a piece of shit idiot, you're gonna get dealt with. Like, what do you
Brian,
think?
I've seen you be awkward as fuck and fuck up flows way more than I've ever seen Carl do it.
Maggot's got some humor for us.
Well, have Carl be the sword you're gonna.
Anyway, let's drop it. It's fine. It's fine. I will do better content. I will stay better focused. Not just for. Anyways, I'm not trying to cater to him. I've already not impressed him. That's fine. I wasn't impressing him before, but I can drop it. Let's just drop it. I would personally say, and this is it's just you get a lot of dragging. Like, you get a lot of dragging, and I understand. I'm a very intelligent woman, though, and I do feel like there's probably 70% or even 50% of what I've said that Carl could probably see as sound, you know? I can't speak for him, but I'm just saying it's so strange to have it's like having a heckler, right? It's like having a heckler, only it's just the heckler has nonstop heckle ability. I'm trying really hard for the first time to simulcast and be looking at all of this and watching all the things going on. In the other time we did this, Benton had all the keys, right? So I'm just feeling like there's a lot to do, and it's breaking up my natural flow, and that's fine. It's a good lesson, and it's a good lesson to learn not to do what I just did and do the best, do better content. That's all I can say. Move on. I'm human. Let's move on. I like I said to him right at the outset, I appreciate a good adversary. So I'm sure I've made a great opponent here. And I will continue considering today's gone the way it has, to expect that kind of adversarial opinion and probably have it amplified. That's what's going to happen. So that's great. We'll just continue doing what we're doing. And I apologize, Carl. And I appreciate the opportunity to learn. And let's just move on.
Well, in conclusion, if a person makes an enemy of Carl, that would represent a strategic blunder, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's called discernment. He's an idiot. And I don't even know him or know what he chats. I just know he's spamming the chat with bullshit.
I don't know. Have you ever noticed that he mostly leaves me the fuck alone? That's not an accident. Although he gives me the business from time to time. But mostly he leaves me the fuck alone. Interesting. Almost like I foresaw what would happen if I didn't know how to interact with him properly. But then again, I'm well versed in the text form. So I know if I read his chat long enough, I can figure out what he's doing. And the fact is, he's doing something based on his intelligence. So if I observe it, and eventually I can figure out what he's doing. But if I immediately take it personally and get in my feelers, well, now it's going to be hard for me to figure out what he's doing because I've clouded my own judgment. Oh, wait a minute. Blunder number 2.
Whoa. Benton's School of Broadcasting is like more than just broadcasting, friends. Did we know that would happen? Yeah, we expected it. So.
If the text chat can trigger you, this is not going to be a fun experience because no matter what happens, the text chat is going to attempt to trigger you at some points. And do they trigger me sometimes? Absolutely. But do I work on not letting them trigger me? You're damn right. Did it take me a long time to get to the point where I am now? Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you make mistakes?
Oh, I still do. I still make the same mistakes. I still make the same mistakes, Bex. I'm not. You catch me in my bad moments. Good Lord, it's a fucking shit show.
Well, then let's chalk it up to a learning lesson and move on. Unless you guys want to continue.
No, I think we handled it. In fact, I'm proud of all of us, honestly. And
Yeah.
I do regret that I spoke harshly to Brian O'Shea, but that seems to happen. So give me something, Brian, please. But don't do it now. But tell me at some point. Tell me to fuck off or something. I feel bad now. I'm being aggressive towards O'Shea. Yeah. So please get me back at some point. I need it, man.
Yeah, I probably stored it away. Like right now, I'm like, no, man, it's cool. It's all over with. But really, I stored it away. Like, I'm gonna get that motherfucker. Yeah, that's one little notch. Yeah, I sliced my own skin and
Okay.
tattooed it to
And then we'll
remind
say,
myself later.
Dom, we could get Dom to give us a riddle. Dom, give us some riddle to talk about.
Sure, I'll give you a riddle.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a repetitive riddle. When you look at an object, where do you see the words you share with somebody, and where does he pick up the thoughts on that object?
I don't see words.
Well, can you say the riddle again? Sorry, I was way in my head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, Rebecca shared. Yeah, she doesn't see word. So then, what would we call that? What realm is that in?
We would call that it.
Because the spoken word is actually for the avatar. The thought is actually for the what we call consciousness. Those are just words I'm using. So what would we call that? Would we call it spiritual? I'm just using words here, Rebecca. That's all. It's a riddle, right?
No,
But
I know. But what else would you use? Let me ask you, what else would you use? Well, like if you didn't have words.
Well, it's not about you. It's what would you call it? This is kind of the Plato's cave or the eye of the beholder kind of idea.
Can I ever hear the first question again?
What I said, Brian, what I was saying is when you look at an object and you call it, you'll say it's a sequoia tree in a forest. All those words, the way I'm explaining it for myself, those are experiences. And there's sounds obviously and frequency in it. That's in the unknown. So now, but even the words themselves, where do you see them? Like I'm making all these descriptions.
I look at it as cymatics. So a word is a cymatic pattern. So like in the beginning, there was the word. So you can create form almost like Plato talks about form, right? So, and if words are cymatics, and cymatic is the geometric pattern that is actual form, then what are we talking about? What are we doing? In spelling, you're creating what? You're creating the world, a sub world, a different world, a simulated world with words.
You're leaning towards its effects now. I'm talking about its cause. We say things like cause and effect, but do we actually see air as we say the word? No, we see its effects. So now cymatics is in the effects. Now within that,
when we visualize.
Yes, that's the effect realm. We're using our senses at that point, and all senses can be misled at any moment. So, but like I said, when we say what language, like think about the thousands of languages we have, numbers, colors, braille, those are all languages. Now we can, theorize whatever you want to use or ponder the ideal, who gave us the language, but I'm just talking about we're using it. So I'm talking to Brian in my kitchen. I say, Brian, do you see that fridge over there? Do you see that white fridge? Do you see that white fridge with the label KitchenAid on it? You're going to associate through all my description. But what's motive? Where's the words that I'm speaking, and where are the thoughts that you're receiving? Hence Kabbalah.
I feel like he's hypnotizing us.
I know. I was just going to say,
hypnotism techniques.
Can I? Is Flow State still over? Flow State over in Benton's? I'd love to have Flow State come up on the panel if he wants to. Dom, can I talk to you
excited
later?
Over all these characters and put the spotlight on them. Fucking Tommy, come on up. Carl, let's just fucking talk about him and chat with him and bring him up. And
no, but I just had a great conversation.
Come on. No, I don't know.
Well,
I
had a 5-hour conversation with Flow State the other night on one of my own panels, and it was a really good conversation. I feel that no offense. Just let me finish for a second because it's my broadcast. Dom, I'm going to say goodbye for the day. Okay. I much love you. I'll talk to you later. If that's okay. Well, it is okay. So,
no problem.
And I really appreciate you coming up. Enjoy your coffee and your cookies, and I'll see you later. That's better. I must, have I done that? Okay. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I hear that Kabbalah thing. Yeah, I love Mr. Peabody. Okay, he's a wonderful guy, really good friend to me actually. And but I don't do well with the riddle talking, and that's why I thought that anyways, we're good. So, and the reason I was asking Flow State up is we had a great conversation the other day. We have very similar educational backgrounds, and I just thought it would change the chemistry a little. But I've changed the chemistry some already. And yeah, sorry guys. Doing my best here.
No, you're good.
And here. Okay. All right. So I don't know if he's going to come up, but that's fine. So
Well,
I do know all these. I do know most of these. A lot of these guys I've known for like five or 6 months. Flow State and I, just the first time we'd actually talked ourselves, but we've paneled in the same communities. Watched many a show that we've, been back to back on a seat. So I'm not just calling characters up. No offense, Brian.
No. I've heard good things about Flow State,
Mm-hmm.
or the last few days or whatever. I don't know. There was some sort of, I thought, because I wasn't just feeling when the Jack's panel and people just whatever's going on with that. But now it seems people things are shifting up a little bit. So I don't know. Yeah, I'll fucking have a conversation. I don't know. Get fun.
Yeah.
Fucking commandeered the goddamn that phrase though. I was in Flow State.
It's a good one. I'd never really heard of it until I met Flow State, so I'm not sure where it came from.
Oh, you're not familiar with that term, Flow State?
Mm-mm. Yeah.
Like to be in a flow state?
Yeah. I was going to say, talking about censorship, though, that Benton brought up earlier, and the idea that there's next level censorship coming here. Has anyone ever thought about, like, whether this relates at all to all agreeing to say a word we never used? Do you think it's related at all to saying half a population or a quarter population or however, sorry about the water, that we have a word that none of us hardly ever use. So it was easy to all agree not to use it. And then you had, I just wondered, do you think that the censorship of the N word had anything to do with the beginning of this censorship at the rate it's been going? Because I know the R word came next and stuff like that.
The R word. Is that a medical word?
Well, it's the term. It's when they decided to start calling things like someone an ableist, if you weren't compassionate enough and you didn't use the modern terminology for disabled people, you're an ableist.
R like
if you use the word retard, yeah. Nice.
Oh, right. That type of censorship. Yeah. The fucking.
Well, hello, Flow State. Good morning.
Good morning. How's
How are
my
you?
audio?
Sounds good.
Right on. I'm in the car, so if I cut out or get noisy, then let me know.
Okay, cool. How's your day? How's your morning, I should say? What's going on?
Well, it started late. It started late, so I'm on my way into a job I was supposed to be at already, but that's fine. Are we in merchant? We must be like right in the middle of some astrology retrogrades or something, because it's been fucking wild out here already so far. I've been driving for like 10 minutes, and already it's just nuts. Well, what's going on around here? I think it's interesting that I'm subscribed to you, Bex, but you didn't show up on my feed. Benton did.
It's I'm shadow banned. I'm in the shadow of them. It probably just has to do with the algorithms picking up the one that has more.
If you are
Yeah.
shadow banned, you got there extra
No.
quick. That's pretty impressive.
No, shadow ban technically actually just means sitting under the shadow of. It's actually just a mathematical. It's the way the algorithms work, to uplift the most. What am I trying to say? The most popular, and down to the least popular, and least used to the most used, most popular, most commented. So, out of the two, I would be sitting in the shadow of Benton's. That's all I meant by. Because shadow ban isn't someone going in and being like, oh, this guy's content's no good. Even if there is also some aspect of content that allows the algorithms be pushing stuff so that when your daughter's on YouTube, she's not coming across us, you know? But it's just a mathematical statement for sitting under the shadow of something.
I don't think that would be the right word. Not that it matters. I'm probably just being semantic. I get you.
Yeah. Well, and at least that's how I understood it. I never saw it as a secret, people going around, and same things with people say, oh, I'm not getting any notifications from you. Well, if you have like 100 people or 100 subscriptions that are all on full notifications, the computer can't keep up to the posts. So you have to go through and make decisions, because the computer will also pick the most popular of those notifications. So there hits a point where you aren't going to get all notifications from everyone because you've got too many notifications on.
Good point.
And then that's when people are like, oh, I'm not getting notifications. Oh, it's because I'm speaking the truth. I'm speaking the truth. And, so.
So how many hours have you been streaming now?
We're going on 7.
That's nothing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's been a lazy morning, though. It was a lazy start up and chill. It's been a pretty chill morning. Well, except for maybe the last half hour. But redirecting, all you can do is learn from situations and go from there. But yeah, I love that that those two topics I just touched on were things that made a lot of people feel special. It's like targeted individuals, targeted individuals are like the biggest they have the biggest, martyr complex or whatever, especially the religious ones. They're like, so long as I'm being targeted, I'm special, right? And I'm being chosen because of my faith. And that's why I'm being targeted by these demons or whatever it is. When in fact, it's probably most likely in their head. It's just they have this desire to be special and demonically chased. It's like ridiculous.
I hear you. Like I tend to think the same way, but I guess I just give them the benefit of the doubt and keep my mouth shut because I don't know what I don't know. I feel the same way about Mandela effects, sort of. Like, how do you know where reality starts and your own sort of self-deluding stops? I mean, Mandela effects have a better touch point, but they have similar issues in my mind.
Yeah, the Mandela confuses me a lot. I don't spend too much time on it because I sit with the books of my childhood, which have an A in them. My mom gave them to me, the Berenstain Bear books. So whatever memory I have, I don't know how that came to be, and I'm just going to stick with what sits in front of me physically as proof for what is.
I mean, it seemed to me that Mandela effect was just the perfect example of group mass hysteria or something. But then the Chick-fil-A thing is the one that got me because I specifically remember having looked up how to spell that because I was texting somebody, and now it's changed on me. I don't know. Who knows? I don't dwell on it. It's one of those crazy maker sort of problems.
I wonder if it does have something to do with that consciousness study that I learned of from Cage Reality. I mean, I learned it from Laurentian University in Ontario, actually. Study that I watched a video of, and then we talked about after. And it showed basically a few different tests showing that when we're close to one another, our brains sync on some level. And they put one person in one room fell asleep and the other person awake in the other room, and they flipped a light on in the room where the person was sleeping, on the light on where the person was awake, and the brain of the person who was sleeping responded in kind. So that, coupled with the fact that there's these magnetite in our brain that is most people have, at least this study said that some people have more of it. I think some might be dormant, but that's just my theory. I'm going to go with what the paper said. I'm going to stick with what we know. And the paper, the magnetosomes are these, they're basically crystals, like made up from the magnetite, crystalline structures, metal crystalline structures that they are tied to human consciousness. And that's all I remembered from the study. But I assume that these magnetosomes have something to do with the magnetic frequencies that we emit and affect each other with. And so when you think about a Mandela effect, right, I think that there could be something to the idea of misremembering. So same with the hypnosis causing false memory recall.
I tend to believe in manifest that I believe that we manifest our reality collectively, and so it would make sense to me in my worldview that if that ball gets rolling where we believe Mandelas are happening, they will continue to happen and accelerate. But of course, it's not demonstrable. It doesn't pass the scientific method, but that is kind of what makes sense to me. I believe in some of the woo-woo things. I believe in manifestation. I believe in the power of the law of attraction, things like that.
I definitely believe in collective conscious manifestation of some sort.
But I think it's interesting that the Mandela effects have been something I'm very reluctant to touch. But and you mentioned hypnosis. I've been on stage at a show with a hypnotist one time, and I was the first one kicked off. He said after the show, some people just are not hypnotizable, which I don't know. It just kind of lodged in my head, like, because the people who stayed on stage, they were so insanely hypnotized. They were doing things that anybody doing. I just don't believe that they were actors. You know what I mean? It was very convincing. Hypnotism is obviously something real. Apparently, it doesn't affect me the way it does other people.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's a correlation between people who can't be hypnotized and people who can't wear watches. Like some people,
I used to wear watches. I don't really anymore. I used to wear a lot more jewelry.
No, I mean the watches. There's people who can't wear watches because they put them on the watch stops.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yep.
I think it's an attention. I've learned since then that a lot of people are. I had a hypnotist tell me that a third of people are walking around hypnotized at any given point in time, and a lot of it has to do with anxiety. And I'm a very low anxiety person, so I assume that that's why. But
do you think that magicians use hypnosis? Would that be how they, I'm thinking of big magic tricks, like where they move or they make a gigantic thing appear, or
I think they use misdirection.
Yeah, that could be holographic technology.
Yeah, I've had a pickpocket who I knew was a pickpocket pull my watch off my wrist without me noticing. And there's no way he had time to hypnotize me in the brief second we talked before my watch was gone. I think that they're using misdirection very well. But hypnotic features are used all the time. You know, when we're back to the football game and the little spiral graphics come in on the screen, like that's all hypnotic effect. TV lulls people into hypnosis a lot. Not full hypnosis, but you know, a form of it.
Yeah. Well, when they in the movie Get Out, which I know is just a movie, but the woman has mastered like hypnotizing someone with just the stirring of her tea or whatever. I guess she could have drugged the guy, but I do think there's a lot of tricks. I think actually I think in some cases, some of the big channels that in this community, like where quote unquote truth is being told, where our minds were open 3 years ago to think alternatively, but somehow people have been moved into camps like churches that they go to religiously to follow people saying the exact same fucking thing every fucking day, you know? And
that is human nature.
Exactly. But in doing so, I think a lot of people get hypnotized. Sometimes it's it is totally human nature, but there's a lot of, if we were seeking information, we wouldn't continue to follow people saying the same thing all the time, unless we are simply seeking to confirm the bias that we already have in the information that we've sought, right? We're right. I'm right. I'm right. All my friends are here and we're all right. You know, if we really want to be correct, what we have to go do is take every single paradigm that we think we broke down and found the truth on and go back to it and reassess it, which the best way to do would be go back straight to the truth that we were taught, quote unquote, as the truth, you know, and try and argue that point, right? So try and get back to try and understand how someone could be brainwashed, right, by what we now think to be wrong. And so unless we do that, then all we're doing is confirmation bias to make ourselves feel better because we're confused by information that's contradicting, right? Contradicting, say, what we see in the world, you know, like, oh, the earth doesn't look flat and the earth doesn't look round, ergo it must be flat, right? But then you get to this point where, you know, you have to look at the math of something so big, right? And question it, right? I mean, and go back and suss it out. So, and I'm not someone who has been a big proponent of the globe. I haven't since I was a child. But I thought to myself at one point, hey, maybe you didn't understand something, or maybe you're missing something, right? Because I didn't come here I didn't even really, that's not a big aspect of what I researched, quote unquote, researched online here. But I know that one thing I have been working on is going back and looking at round earth science, so that I don't sit in some sort of like counter propaganda position to the truth, or they're both countering each other and there's lies in both of them. But either way, if I just bounce from one side to the other, right, and I don't try and go back and look at what I've done, then I have simply confirmed to myself that I'm confused and I'm looking for a story to fix my confusion. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go back and find whatever you're looking at and say, oh, no, I totally was wrong believing all these stories on YouTube for the last little while, you know, but there is a huge aspect of we get hypnotized by the different things that different big content creators would do. And I'm not picking on anyone in particular, but I am picking on the truther content creators here. You know, I'm not picking on someone who's 3,000 subs or 5,000 subs. I'm looking at 70,000, 120, 225, 500, you know, those are the people, right? That
the small guys can get it too, though. But I think people make the mistake of, well, I know people make the mistake of confusing, to stick with the flat earth example, confusing deconstructing the heliocentric model with then positively constructing a replacement model. Like you can, you can negate the heliocentric model all day, but I think that once you start trying to reconstruct a new worldview, well, now you're just out in speculation land, and that's a lot harder to do. But people don't realize the two are separate a lot of the times.
Yeah, and I just wanted to take this moment to also let people know that geocentric and heliocentric models, right? The geocentric has nothing to do with flat Earth, just in case anyone wants to, because some people think that it does. Geocentric and heliocentric are both globe models, and one is Y is a function of X, and X is a function of Y, right? So just so people don't think that flat Earth math has anything to do with geocentricity. That was all about the round Earth being the center of the universe and the sun rotating around it, and all the luminaries rotating around it. All they did was put, all they did was flip the function and discover that's actually how the universe works, because now they've seen things further. So. I'm not saying there's no flat Earth math. I'm saying people who are working very hard to prove their theories are doing their flat Earth math as we speak. But ultimately, there's no published math for it. We've never done it.
For which one?
Flat Earth math, not in our, it might be out there in theory, but it's not taught to us. It's not taught.
Right. Yeah.
And geocentric, and I was just pointing out, because a lot of people think that geocentricity is flat Earth opposed to heliocentricity. It's not. They're all round objects floating around in space around each other.
I suppose you're correct. I don't know of any. I've never actually heard anybody propose what you're describing as heliocentric. I think that once you're away from the globe model as presented by NASA, you've got an issue with space altogether. So I don't know that you're wrong. I guess I just haven't heard it.
I've heard it used out here by flat earthers.
But you know what? The flat Earth debate was never the only reason that I speak on it ever at all and have thunk about it as much as I have is because Tommy, because Tommy's such a staunch glober and he runs around ranting and raving about people who don't buy the globe model or don't buy the heliocentric model. That it's kind of forced me into a more active role than I had. Nobody wants to. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that, but I never wanted to have this as a talking point for myself.
Well, then you know what I would say? You could put it to rest. I mean, not that.
No. It's fine. I'm here now.
No. But I just meant in general.
Right.
It's interesting to take, and I'm just saying this as a statement of observation. First of all, I want to say shout out to Tommy actually for sort of teaching me through his conviction on that point, that if I'm feeling like a glober would feel, okay, when you talk flat Earth and they're like, fuck, no way. And if someone's talking to me like they're talking science to me and I'm like, no way, then I'm responding just like they are. So who's brainwashed? Right. So I actually appreciate Tommy's conviction of duh, science, duh, this, and just shutting us up. Now I know I may actually have a bit of that aggression this morning. I'll try and calm down, friends. I'm just actually trying to show Carl that I'm not a fucking truther. I'm not by saying, oh, I think the earth is round when I really think it's flat. I'm saying that actually, I'm just trying to show that I do actually have been working on breaking down these paradigms that we think we've adopted that are all new and great, but everything's counter propaganda to the teachings, right? Or both are propaganda, one's counter propaganda. Either way, can't just jump from one side to the pendulum without questioning what's on the other side, but going and looking at it again. So that's one thought. Then the other thing I would say, when somebody's character is defined as anti somebody else's character, right? So, or talking points, which is how that's how Tommy approaches things here in the metaverse. And then you take on your character, defining yourself against him, right? You'll get cast in a similar box and again, I don't know all the players in these scrates, I just know I had an amazing conversation with you the other day. And I think you have a lot to offer in terms of your reasonability and all the education, all the things, your humor, everything you brought to the table the other day. You really, really helped me push through some things that were bugging me, made jokes of things and stuff. And I think that defining flow state with flow state without taking on unnecessarily battle with someone who's simply battling with someone else would serve you to your advantage.
Well, I appreciate that. And yeah, I don't define myself in those terms, but I do definitely think that Tommy defines himself as opposed to people. I mean, I know he does. I've heard him do it.
As opposed to one person, mostly.
I think he sees himself as opposed to I don't think he sees himself as opposed to one topic or one person. I think he sees himself generally as adversarial to anything that he deems untrue, which in a way we all should, but I think that he's got more of a crusade against what he deems to be untrue than most people.
I think it's probably a good thing, actually. Shout out to Carl. Shout out to Carl. I'm sorry. I'm not sucking up. I'm not people. Just want to take 1 second. I'm not people pleasing here. Okay. But I took it out on one of Benton's chatters. Right. And, I think at least I'm not doing it to show him. I have been working on getting some of this brainwashing out of my head. Right. So we can get back to talking about things that matter. Right. And not that I'm saying we're not talking about things that matter, but we all have a lot of talking points that are from studying the same things for the last few years or overlapping studying things that listening to people who watch the same things, right? And I'm running around here with quote unquote truth, right? That we think we know, that we've learned on YouTube.
I think it would be a mistake. I mean, I don't really think that the truth community is an active or an accurate description of the drama community with truth flavor.
Pardon? Say that again.
I think that this is not a truth community so much as it's a drama community with truth flavoring. But now that I say that out loud, I think that that's basically the same for all YouTube communities, probably all internet communities, really. But I don't fuck around in Discord and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's hard. If we were to all say, okay, let's talk nothing truther, what are we going to talk about?
No. I mean, I think that we spend more time talking about other people in the community, right? It's gossip.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Which I'm cool with. I'm not. When I say that, I'm not elevating myself above the fray. I'm definitely part of it.
It's probably part of being visible though, and playing sort of interactive TV. It's like choose your own adventure movie style, only with no for the majority of people who were in the chat, with their active participation being up to us. So choose your own adventure, talk about something else. Don't talk about, again, I'm not trying to cater to one person in the chat, but this is the dynamic that we have, right? So let's just say we did cater to one person and we said, you know what, let's put the bullshit truth or shit aside for the moment. And anybody who's actually been talking about that, what should we talk about? I'm not demanding that. I'm just thinking of that as a cognitive exercise. So we could talk about if one of us was studying mathematical theory, right? Or if someone else was to pick something. What's something that interests you outside of YouTube?
No interest at all.
No?
I'm just kidding. All right. Well, here I don't have a lot longer to stay on, but let me throw a claim at you and see if you can struggle back against it.
Okay.
Quantum everything is fake.
Yeah. Well, quantum. I mean, again, I'm not a physicist, but since I'm not a physicist, I feel like which you're saying quantum physics is fake?
Physics, computing, I don't know where. I guess there's probably a lot of ways quantum is used that I'm not familiar with, but the ones I am familiar with are all things where I don't have the knowledge base to disprove it. And I think that 99.9% of people don't understand quantum physics or quantum computing enough to dispute it, and people just accept it as reality when in fact that's just default to authority, would be my thought.
Sorry, say that again.
I don't think any layman understand quantum physics or quantum computing enough to disprove it or know if it's bullshit or not. And so the reason it's accepted is because of a default to authority. But if you consider quantum physics, that is the belief in quantum physics is promoted as science, when in reality, for all of us, basically, this is something that is so far removed from applicable scientific method that all we're doing is just accepting what authority told us. So.
Yeah, I don't have any experience studying quantum anything. At this stage, the only thing I have is some resistance in my chat to we don't have quantum computing yet. He says we also don't have true AI. As far as I know, isn't quantum is it just theoretical? I'd have to look into it.
I mean, well, I suppose it could be. I don't know that we have quantum anything in application yet. Yeah, I don't think it's being applied in any way regularly that I know. But whoever's in the chat that's saying that probably knows better than we do. But it's interesting because it looks to me like religion or like science has been co-opted by religion when you start talking about quantum.
Yeah. All I know is that physics is one of my favorite sciences that actually constantly is evolving its models. So it'll come out with, and I'm only a general cursory understander of any of it, but because I'm impressed by the fact that physics will come out and be like, oh, hey, wait a minute, we found another layer, right? Oh, hey, wait a minute, we didn't have this quite figured out. We've got other ideas. And then they go through in their peer reviewed science and they study their physics, math, and do all their stuff. And they come up with these theories, right? But most of physics is a theoretical. Yeah, most of physics is theoretical stuff, theories that to understand the world. And so I'm not saying in any way physics is pretend. I'm saying physics is one of the most adaptable sciences I've ever seen, constantly building on the models they already have.
Right. And in some way, it seems like, I don't know. And I'm not even saying I don't believe in quantum physics. I'm neither here nor there on it. I do think it's interesting, though. Something that I've noticed is that, like, if you consider science class in school, right? You learn about space, you learn about dinosaurs, you learn about everything you learn about in science class is things that a kid can't apply the scientific method to. Now, yeah. I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying that I don't believe in any of those things or that I do. I just observed that fact and think that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and Carl's saying that the MRI uses that technology and that quantum mechanics, let's start there. Exactly. So quantum exists. Now, it doesn't exist in, a lot of people use the word quantum like a catchphrase, like it is a science term. And so from what I understand, things like quantum mechanics in the light frequency of an MRI machine, and then let's say even bigger yet, let's go out to something like the Hadron Colliders, right? I'm assuming, okay, that they're also doing physics and light research, like something like that, some sort of quantum something. Now, again, I could be wrong.
They're just
but,
doing witchcraft. That's witchcraft. I'm joking.
I know. I'm just trying to.
But am I? I'm not sure if I'm
us.
joking. I think
Yeah,
I'm telling a joke.
Yeah. No, and I'm with you. I was just trying to keep us on the straight and narrow. It was funny. It's just so from what I understand, if they can have something working in a quantum mechanics fashion in a small model, and then you take it bigger and bigger and bigger, you get out to the CERN, and now these are different aspects of these are not the same uses, but I'm just saying this would be physics, applied physics, and quantum mechanics, or I don't know the proper, this is not my area of expertise, but I know I don't go around, there's a lot of people that use words like quantum, like it's like epic or something, and they'll use it to, I'll bet you there's like quantum hot yoga or something out there. So
I would totally watch quantum hot yoga.
So that's where I understand where things become more theoretical when they start getting bigger and bigger and bigger into the macro. And yet they can take their measuring devices and do their macro science, right? It's just that when you get far enough out, if we've only gone to the moon and everything else is objects sent out into the, whether if you believe in outer space, out in outer space. If you believe in some sort of flat realm, then just assume they're going way up in the sky and way out along the plane or whatever, right? My point is that these objects they use, these things that they've sent out to get information, that stuff is real. And that stuff reinforces for the physicists as they've theorized things and find other newfound objects in space or vapor, whatever in space. I don't know any of the language, but I'm saying that's how we go from the micro to the macro. And things that are theoretical can be accepted as true by the scientists because they have facts coming in from their fact collectors, their whatever their objects. I don't know the space words because as soon as you start talking space words, like whatever someone please tell me what the big, huge telescope, like moving sort of telescope taking pictures of things.
Yeah, the James Webb.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So that whether people want to believe it or not, because they think the Earth is flat, that picture taking device, that data collecting device is real, and it's going somewhere. So if it's going out,
and that's still a bridge of trust, right? And I'm not so much saying where people should or should not put their trust. I just am observing the fact that we don't know that we take their word for it. I've never seen a telescope. I've never seen a satellite. I don't know where they build satellites. There's a lot.
But that's where I would say you take these language terms then. So if someone wants to apply the language of outer space to this flat realm that they believe they exist on, then satellites, we've had this before you came up earlier. We talked about what satellites could be, right? So satellites were referred to as islands around continents at one point. So a satellite on the ground is something that's smaller than the larger object around it. So that's why I find people, even in the flat earth community, if you say the word planet, they fucking freak out. Okay? Well, someone has to understand that along a flat plane, if you're arguing flat plane, then these are just words that people get hung up on because they've abandoned space altogether. So you're like, oh, you can't talk planets. Well, Mars is somewhere.
From plane, though. It's derived from plane, isn't it?
Well, or plane is derived from planet. Right? What word came first?
Right. Yeah, I guess that's fair.
And Brian, I know it was requested quite some time ago if you had any thoughts on this idea.
Quantum physics?
Yeah, or just the idea of
Yeah, I used to look into it. Anything mainstream obviously, has kind of gone out the window. But I've looked into the double slit experiment, the quantum entanglement, where you could, and they say that's how a quantum computer would work. because of superposition, where so the way when I start talking about these things, and the fact that you brought them up and brought them into my consciousness again, and which starts resonating, is the spiritual, the metaphysical aspects of it, because these I was about to go down a road and say these computers are strange anyways. They're like magical, like this whole world of computers and crystals, and billions of transmissions a millisecond or whatever the fuck it is. It's bizarre, and it'll hurt your brain to think about it. But fuck yeah, I always go down this rabbit hole. But yeah, quantum. I guess the question is it real, or what do I think about it? Yeah, I mean, no, I used to kind of get into it a little bit. Especially the quantum entanglement. I used to think that was fascinating. Like, I don't know if you guys know what it is. I don't really feel like explaining it, but it has to do with superposition and how a quantum computer would work. But like, you could be in any, like, the way it would work is like, it can have all the. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say it could have all the information at one moment. So instead of being able to do a 1 or a 0, it could be a 1 or a 0 or something like that in superposition so there's something weird about I forgot it. I have to go back in my brain. I feel like I understood superposition a little bit better before, but when I was kind of into it, but it, you just relate it to what is superposition. Superposition would be the fucking the Akashic record, you know what I mean? All the holographic aspect. You take one piece of a hologram, you got all the information. Like superposition's kind of like that. It has all the information. You could extract one bit of information. Like it's like the Akashic record or something. So it's probably some sort of materialistic way of explaining some sort of spiritual, natural thing that we have access to or something. Yeah.
I was a very good mathematician in high school. I really did well in biology, chemistry, but physics was a real challenge for me. I liked solid answers in math. I didn't understand the theoretical numbers. I understood pi, but I didn't get it when we get into speed of light and stuff like that. It didn't compute for me. And that's why, at risk of looking foolish, I did my best to at least show that I can understand how we could be, not we, but how the truth community could be totally wrong for complete confusion, right? So at least I can, without the words, the infrastructure words, I would call them, because I remembered when I was a landlord, I was trying to call the gas company, and we were having the manifold on the wall. We had spaces on the manifold on the wall for more gas meters, but I didn't know what the manifold was called on the wall. So I called the gas company and I ordered 2 more meters, and I was like, I needed them. We have the infrastructure, and she's like, oh, the manifold, right? So I don't have the language, but I have the ability to at least see that experts way above me, because I didn't get physics in high school, and I didn't carry on with it, but I have an intelligent brain, and I was propagandized for a long time to believe that I knew the truth, but which was not what I was being taught, because the truth that they were teaching me confused me. And so in the last couple months, I've been doing my best, to try and go in and understand much higher level physics than I could ever understand. But go sit on a page that talks round Earth, right? Go sit with some educated people that talk round Earth and at least listen, right? Because counter propaganda is just that. It doesn't mean the propaganda or the teachings are wrong, but if you're following counter propaganda, then you assume the teachings are propaganda and you run forth with the opposite.
Yeah, counter propaganda.
I think, did we lose? Are you back?
Oh, me? Did you lose me for a second?
No, are you there? Did we lose flow state? He said he was going to go. Said he had to go.
He's not on the screen, so.
Okay. Well, there were 3 of us. But anyways, doesn't matter. So, since physics is not our forte, but I think at risk of looking absolutely ridiculous and trying to explain to someone that they could be confused with flat Earth concepts, I did my best. And
well, just to bring it back to it,
yeah.
Just to bring it back to it for a second, like when I was living out in Los Angeles, I had a friend that worked at SpaceX, right? So he was a what they call it, a fucking astrophysicist, right? And then I had another friend out there that went to school to be an astrophysicist, but when he was like got real deep into it, what it is, the PhD level or whatever, he kind of like dropped out last minute. But he's very knowledgeable about it. So I would watch those two talk about it. I was geeked out about astrophysics, right? And he ended up, one of the dudes ended up working one of them worked at SpaceX, the other one worked for like a aircraft thing, like working on simulations for aircraft things or airplanes in general. And I don't know, man. Because I ended up bringing up stuff to him about the world and like the globe model and stuff, like to one of the dudes, like an astrophysicist, you know, and just different things. And it's like, you were kind of hinting at it before, where it's like astrophysics. These things, physics could be like a mental masturbation. All these things, calculus, trigonometry, they're kind of like, it's all theoretical shit. You know what I mean? Based on data.
No. Math's not theoretical. Like calculus isn't theoretical. It's not. It's used in everything, right?
How did Alan Watts describe it? Like, you're putting a net over space. Like you're trying to like put things. You're trying to measure things that like, you're trying to put square lines on like a round object, like something like that. There's something. But go ahead. Unless you finish your point, I'll cut you off.
No, I'm saying no. I'm reading the chat. I'm seeing the value of Carl, and I'm not pandering. Okay, and if I am, it's just because sometimes hypocrisy is the best teacher. For me, if I get slapped in the face with a hypocrite, it's always right after it's happened too. At least within a day. You get upset with someone, they did something, then you're walking out, you're doing the exact same fucking thing. Right? So, it just, it's interesting to have, because our these phones work on physics. These phones work on some level of physics. Like, and again, I don't want to risk looking any more uninformed than I do, because I feel like I have shown what I want to show, which is that I am doing everything in my power to question everything I thought I learned in the quote truther community. However, the round earth pages are shadow banned by the flat earth pages. And right there, we should be looking at, are we in a church? Right? Have we been corralled into churches, been brainwashed into some sort of like, completely brainwashed? And I say we loosely because I'm not in some of these camps, but I did, when I first come to YouTube, watch all of them. And they're really elevated. There's not everybody's on Tartaria. Tartaria is like, what? It's 120,000, everything throwing Tartaria and mud flood and meltology. And like, what about if people are willing to do that? And there's like millions of people around the earth, around the world that believe in some sort of faith-based flood, then what's the difference? Like, what's the difference between a mud flood and Noah's Ark flood? And then, oh, wow, so for non-religious people, right? So it's just, I think that since it's not our subject of expertise, we shouldn't stay on physics any longer. My point was to ask people to question themselves, because that's what I've been doing. And in fact, I learned to do that from some of what Tommy was running around doing. And I appreciate him for that.
Yeah, I realized I didn't have anywhere to go with the physics other than I knew people. A guy who supposedly worked on lasers in space, and then go ahead.
And and I get so excited. I'm stuttering. I actually been up. I should have eaten breakfast by now. That's where that comes from. I haven't eaten. And but I appreciate the words thrown out. The John Webb, whatever. I'm like, telescope. I can't think about it. The space object that nobody believes is out there because they don't believe in any of it. Now, there are things that there's exciting things about the feedback loops of these information systems, whether they're ground-based or sky-based. So, for instance, the satellites that map out our Earth were originally they're a feedback loop of information. So they were initially placed with the map in the satellite system, and thermal dynamics doesn't matter where they are. There's pictures being taken. So if they're way up high in the sky, or if
they don't
what,
take
well, then fine, they're reflecting
There's
off the
no picture
firmament.
taken of Earth. They don't take pictures of Earth. I mean, where's the picture of Earth from space that people talk about, where they stick the iPhone out of the fucking thing and just take the pictures of Earth? That's not like that's not like doctored. Isn't that what Crow 777 was going on? There's none of those.
Well, then they're shooting light beams up at the firmament and bouncing the information back to them. And that's why they don't have a picture from outer space. And they've got pictures to use for Google Earth. Or then they have the balloons they can send up and take pictures. So for lack of a better word, I'm just going to use the word satellites, because that's the word we've been told to use. And where someone chooses to see them can be where they choose to see them. There's pictures. There are pictures of this planet, sewn together, and we have access to them at our fingertips, and we can zoom down in, and I can tell you those are pictures of my city. Now, as far as NASA sending back a picture of Earth, I can't tell you why they didn't do that. It doesn't necessarily mean that they, anyways, that part doesn't really matter, because we have pictures of the land we're on.
What about, you think India went to the moon recently? That bozo ass cartoon footage, you believe that? I didn't even look into it.
Any of that. I haven't followed any of it. All I know is that when it comes down to talking about these conversations, we can't have a conversation about what we know without bringing up some sort of absurdity that we don't know. So what I do know is that I can talk about the pictures that I can zoom in down on Google Earth. And those pictures are taken by something very, very far up in the sky. Now, how far up those pictures are and where they need to be taken, and whether they're taken from the satellites, whether the satellites are way out there sending fucking information back down to the weather balloons, I don't fucking care, right? I'm just saying the pictures exist and they're taken out there. And for now, we use the word satellite to tell us that that's where the pictures come from. That's all. So we could call it Frank. We could call it Frank. He could be on the ground. He could be in the sky. It doesn't really matter. We have pictures of the Earth. They're sewn together from all these information. That's very real.
Fucking Frank, dude. Every fucking time you look up, it's always Frank there with the camera. It's fucking looking weird. You know
what I mean? Nice. Let's add a breath of fresh air. A breath of fresh air, smoking in G sharp. Welcome. Welcome to the Benton and Beck School of Broadcasting, i.e. Benton School of Broadcasting and Beck's School of Broadcasting, two separate institutions that merge occasionally. And today he's letting me, I'm hosting, but I'm also in charge of these buttons here, and it's on a phone. I'm not doing a great job. We've discovered on a computer, the interaction with chat is much easier.
Yes, it is. Well, thanks for having me up, and thank Benton for letting me use his platform. It's a very interesting conversation, and I'm right there with all of you in the questions, what's going on. I don't have the tools to say whether we're on something round or flat, but I can use my observation. And what I try to put out recently for people is to observe what the other humans are doing. And they're concealing something. I stress that they formed the Antarctic Treaty back in 1959. It is the longest standing treaty among many nations to keep everybody out of Antarctica. And that's where I want to go. It's like, what are you hiding? What are you preventing us from seeing? And if indeed they're preventing us from realizing we're on something other than what they're telling us, they must have benefit from that. and just even simply down to the human basics of scarcity and abundance. I think they want to keep us in a scarcity mode. Oh, there's not enough food. Oh, there's not enough electricity. And if we find out that there's other things beyond the Antarctica, then the abundance of it will change our perspective of these critters, as I call them.
Mm-hmm. Well put. Well put. I appreciate that perspective. When I was, before I came here and found other people who I thought were of like mind, right? Like, I just mean, I thought I knew the earth wasn't round. But when I was out in the world, most of my life, I just told people that I don't believe in the shape of the earth. The earth is the shape that it is, and my belief has nothing to do with it. It's like believing that 2 and 2 is 4. I know 2 and 2 is 4. I know I'm on this plane, this planet, this space, this whatever it is, right? And I appreciate that perspective of, is there added aspects of what they've told us that they're purposely leaving out? And I think that's really key, more key than any kind of shape debate. Now, that being said, I think it's also potentially a fallacy that we can't go and figure these things out ourselves. Now, I know we need money. That's the one that's the hardest part. But most people are convinced that if they actually get a boat and go out there, they're going to be shot down by the army.
Pretty much.
But what?
Yeah, but how would that go down? So you show up, right? You're out in the middle of fucking nowhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say, hey, you can't keep going in the middle of nowhere over there. It's for your safety. You gotta stay over here. And they're like, no, I'm gonna keep going. So they shoot you in your back for your safety, or like, what are they? Because you could fuck up a penguin. Like, what is that? Don't make no sense.
Say that again.
Like, what? Yeah, I mean, I hate going down this road because it's like, let's just get in a boat. Are you serious, woman? Do you want to get in a boat and go down to that fucking place? I'll go with you. Fuck it. Let's just give it a shot. What do we got to lose? I mean, we're gonna stay around in slavery. No, I'm talking to the other lady. What is she?
Oh, sorry.
Serious about getting a boat?
That's smoking in G.
Sure. Well, I'm not at an age to jump on a ship and traverse the Antarctica. That's why.
Oh, your mic. Let's see.
Am I there?
I thought she was serious. I thought you were serious. Now you're saying, "Oh, I'm too old." Come on. I mean, what do you got to lose? Get on the goddamn boat.
Hey, if someone sponsored me to go down to Antarctica and dodge the bullets, I'd do it. Sure, why not?
Maybe there's no bullets. It's just a fear exercise. It's a whole thing. You got the clues. It's a game. This is one big escape room. You figured it out. The big riddle. Now just get your ass on the boat. Go to fucking Antarctica. You got nothing to lose. We're gonna kill everyone here anyways. It's all slavery and genocide. You're old. Just get on the fucking boat. Die in the ocean then. It's a good way to go out.
Yeah, well, that's just it. You can get on a boat, but they won't let you go. They'll stop you.
They won't let you know. That's what you're saying. That's why. No, you just say, I'm going to do it anyways and just see what happens.
Well,
if you end up in jail. What are you going to do? End up in jail or dead? Who cares? You're old.
Yeah, thrown over a ship probably because they don't want to bother.
Good. You go out like a pirate. You'll get a pirate's funeral. Walk the plank like a.
Yeah.
Go out into your terms, not their terms.
Well, that's true. Well, my bottom line is, I mean, we've been lied to for so long, and they get away with it because apparently we let them. We're just kind of dumb or something. But they keep lying upon lying upon lying, and I'm wondering where's their benefit? What's going on here? I mean, I do know back in the 60s when they lied about the moon landing. There were many benefits to that. One, they were in a Cold War with Russia, and they wanted to prove that they were the big boys on the black bloc to remain the petrodollar, stance, because that was part of the issue on the table too at the time. But since then, there's some benefit here, and then I wonder. Is there truly something else involved? Is there an extra terrestrial, as we call them? Is there something else working with humans to keep us in this pen? There's more questions than answers, but I do know this from just looking around, we're not on something spinning. I can tell you that it's not spinning. If it was spinning 1,040 miles an hour, you would feel so much wind resistance. It would drive you crazy. It really would. The whole humanity would just go bonkers at that level of wind coming at them every day. It's so yeah. The little minions are starting to wake up, and we're starting to realize, that we can trust our senses and not their dialogue. I'll step off.
But who are they, and what are the lies?
Well, I don't know who they are per se. I have a suspicion that they're old families. We're going back hundreds, and some people say even thousands of years, being ran by families, mobs.
Yeah. Okay. So definitely there are people with a lot more money in the world than other people. And that's been going on for a long time. Now, what if, in the 60s, they went to the moon, and yet because of the technology they didn't have, and yet they wanted to sensationalize and give the people what they wanted, they went to the moon and they gave them footage. So what if, just saying, that both are true? And the only thing we're not believing is the pictures. And yet their physics and their science and their support of everything, and what if when they went out there, they actually didn't have a camera to take a picture of the globe? What if when the globe is out there in space with all the atmosphere around it and everything around it, all the clouds that are close to us, and whatever I don't know is above the clouds? I've only been in an airplane above the clouds. I've never been any higher than that. So I'm going to assume that as we get through the different layers of atmosphere, whether we're getting far away from a flat plane or a globe, but I'm going with globe model here for a minute because that's what I'm arguing, right? That I'm just trying to get us to some point of understanding that just because we don't believe the pictures doesn't mean that they didn't go there. What they could have done was just needed to get the population understanding that they went there. And once they get out there, they can't take a picture of the globe because actually the different layers of atmospheric whatever, all the way up to the ionosphere, right, create barriers so that technology that they had at the time for taking pictures didn't work once they were out in outer space, or even they didn't have the cameras. So I just think that just because the pictures tell a different story doesn't mean that they didn't go there.
I hear you, but why go to those lengths? Why don't you just say, hey, we send something out, we can't take pictures, but this is what we have. See, it was all an elaborate stage. And just looking at Nixon talking to them on the phone, give me a break. I was in communications, and I do know that 99.9% of our current communications rely on bouncing off of our atmosphere. We can't penetrate it. So, I mean, why pull a huge hoax on everyone? Oh, I have to stop just a second, Bex. Yeah, sure. Carl asked me, Coriolis effect. I do not know what that is. Coriolis effect. I don't know what that is. Okay. My last stance on the whole idea of what we're on, I just call it a realm because I don't know, but I know it's not what they're telling us, is okay. We have to breathe oxygen. Okay, all the stuff in our air. I'm just going to go through it. It has to be contained. This whole idea of a spinning ball holding gases to it because of so-called gravity or whatever, it doesn't work. It doesn't even work in my little beady mind. It has to have a containment, a barrier. I mean, go ahead.
I would just say that it is an electromagnetic barrier, right? Like there's something to do. And again, I would trust Carl. I'm trusting Carl on this one because I don't know the words, but I know that it's not just air up there, right? Like this is call it a force field, call it a nature's force field, right? A gigantic torus field of some sort that interacts with other luminary bodies. You know, the sun gives us life, gives us sustenance. It's like water in a beam. I don't fucking know, but it's an aspect. Maybe it actually gives the energy to the ionosphere to make it impenetrable. I don't know, but I do know that there's lots of ways that, because that's part of the thing that I would say, that when we say that, you know, my beady little brain can't cognate it, then we can't assume they're lies. And I'm not picking on you. I'm saying you said it yourself, right?
Right.
So
Well,
so we
okay,
can go on intuition, and I'm with you on them actually on there being the idea that there's more to this. There's more to this world. If people haven't traveled below the cloud line, just like a 45-minute airplane ride in Canada, someone should do it. This land is huge, right? This land is huge. Everywhere you go, there's more and more and more and more land than you could ever imagine. And maybe in our human psyche, when we're not landowners ourselves, we're picking up on the idea that there's more land because we know that we're not overpopulated, you know? So I'm just saying that I've done a good job of exhibiting that I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Like I've done a really good job of using all sorts of shitty words, right? To show that I don't know what I'm talking about. But I've done it to show that also that I can cognate that what I don't know, right? And I can trust experts, right? I can trust experts that they do know. So if we're running around doing intuition on everything, right, then we're not using our intuition correctly, because we all have gifts to bring to the table. Some are musicians and some are fucking physicists, right? And those physicists do real science together all the time. So, and they expand all the time, all the things that we have to use. Now, there'd be people like, oh, no, they didn't expand it, right? Like they didn't generate anything new. No, we got that from, they're hiding it. We found it. It says on every building, founded. Well, a foundry is what makes metal. That's what they used to call it. So when something is founded, especially with a steel frame, it's built, it's erected, it's done. It's not found. You know, just as an example of something that's a buzzword that was like, see founded, right? Well, founded was to be made in a foundry and ergo erected. So, and I'm sorry, Smoking and G, I promise I'm not attacking you. I loved how you came up with you were very succinct when you came up here I know.
No.
Yeah, and I appreciate it.
This kind of topic always should have some friction.
Yeah.
In all directions. I'm just reading. I just want to ask. Too bad Paul is not here. Is that Paul guy that screams at everybody? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. Anyway, Carl. Yes, my intuition. First of all, let me say this. I no longer believe in our educational institutions. I think that they're just little indoctrination centers and send you out with a little diploma that you're so proud of that you're going to defend it no matter how much your degree has been proven wrong. You know, just to give an example, I knew a geologist. He has tons of degrees in geology, and he was talking about something with carbon dating. And I said, oh yeah, I'm fascinated as to how that carbon dating machine works. How does it, he says, I don't know. I've never used one. I just send it off. See, that's where they're at in life right now. It's compartmentalized. You don't even know what you're sending your rock off to get carbon dated.
But
no, well, I'm just saying, I watch all these. I've been around a lot of educated people, and they'll defend their degrees to the end, because that's what their whole thing is based on, their life, their title. So when you challenge it with something, they just get really glitchy. They just do. Or walk away. Oh, I get a lot of walkaways. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, and poof, they're gone.
You know, yeah.
So,
Here's the thing, though. If we were in a factory putting together cars before we had robotics to do it, then every single person in that factory would have had some aspect of putting that car together. And each person would only know that compartmentalized aspect of their job. No one person would have known how to put the car together without knowing that one aspect of their job.
right. We're very compartmentalized on an assembly line in our working lives. Even me, I was in accounting and printing for many years. You only know what you do in that part of the job, and it's very handy. Another thing I get too when I've talked to people about this idea of not going to the moon, let's say, for example, I get tons of people going, oh, but my uncle, he worked for NASA or the Smithsonian Institute. Always somebody has a relative. Yes, they probably did. And they probably made a widget or whatever for these institutions. But it never amounted to us going outside of this dome that we're under. Countless things. I just, I come from a long line of Trekkies. My whole family was nothing but about space and Star Trek, and my bubble was bursted big time when I figured out that they were lying to us. So it's hard. It's hard to get off of what you think and believe. It really is. But once you do, once you realize one lie, that's my whole premise here on YouTube. Just recognize one good lie, and then all the other lies seem to just come down like a house of cards. That we are living in a world of lies. That's it, bottom line. No, just pick a subject. And somebody has really told us a whopper about it because they somehow benefit.
I think we're dealing with some trauma of sitting too long in schools that just didn't challenge us on some front, or didn't give the people that didn't like what we were being taught in school enough choice, right? So we go out and we're like, I knew they were wrong. That's why I didn't like math, or I knew that's why I wasn't good at that. I get it that show me a liar, right? Tell me a lie and I'll show you a liar, right? But this system wasn't set up by one person. One person didn't write down everything, So I would say, like I said earlier, before you hopped up, the exercise of the day has turned into the idea of trying to go back to arguing what we learned. Because if we're so convinced out here that we know what we know because we found a lie and everything else, then now we know we were suspicious of everything. And then we hopped into YouTube, where we started out with little channels, went to 5,000. Now they're at 70,000, 120,000, still saying the same thing they've said all along, right? Like churches. People go to these places like churches down here. They maintain subscriptions to them. They go, they meet their friends. You can't even see each other in the chat, but you're there watching the same video of the same guy, Jan Levi, like whoever, Hobo Code, I'm just saying, all these people.
It's
right?
so funny. We all form our little churches one way or another. It's human.
Yeah.
I think it's a human.
And then we get convinced that we're right. And then we throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. Right. So back to your initial premise of there's a lot of people have a lot of money. And when people hoard that kind of money away from the masses, and the masses don't have this same ability to move up the ladder, let's just say, and I'm not picking on, the garbage man compared to the doctor. I'm picking on like Nigeria compared to Morocco, right? Or Nigeria compared to America, right? So we look at this. So let's not even talk about the families at the top. Let's look at Nigeria compared to America, or compared to Canada. I don't care. It's just they're good back and forth because they're close enough in size. Like 80. Nigeria is like, I can't remember, 75% land. It's about the same. They're very similar. So we can sit here and we can talk about the Rockefellers till we're blue in the face, right? And what they've done to us and all that jazz. But it's we have more ability to look at Nigeria and talk about how come Nigeria pays the same amount for an iPhone as we pay here, and they only get paid 10 cents a haircut. You know, oh, because it's the Rockefellers, right? But we're going to look at these issues across the table and at least say, this is something maybe I can reasonably do. I'm going to lobby my government to blah, blah. Oh, no, not Nigeria. They're scammers, blah, blah, blah. They do, you know. So I'm just saying that it comes down to when you're looking at a system as big as we're looking at, like and when I did my applied econometrics, if someone looked at the kind of statistical numbers that come out of economic studies, manipulating the numbers of the economies of the world, every single biologist, every single pharmaceutical scientist, every single everything, right, would be in this community. That was the wrong example. I'm sorry, but I'm just saying that they would never, ever take a single credible statistic from economics because the R-squared value is too low. The data points are too large. You have to just do your best guess. And honestly, if you sat a biologist doing real studies on whatever, mushrooms, you know, in their more controlled environment, and they were pulling out their data points, and then you pull out any kind of economic study, every single scientist is going to throw out every single fucking economic stat ever made because the math doesn't justify the statistics. The R-squared value, which is the variation in the Y variable based on all the variables you put, X's that you put into the equation, plus the margin of error, the R-squared value in science, in applied science, in medicine, in biology, in chemistry, in all those areas, they're looking at R-squared values of 80% or up, 90% or up to pass their studies. Whereas you go and look at economic data, you're looking at an R-squared value of 8%, 10%, 12%. And I worked in this field just as a co-op student, right? And so you know, when you're just looking at the actual statistical theory that you're applying now to economics versus what a scientist is doing, the scientist would be like, you can't do that. But this is all we have to work with, right? We only have the GDP, which is the gross domestic product. That's everything spent in the country the whole year. Right? In every country, that involves every single human getting those data points, you know, plus the system's so big. So I'm just saying that I had a point there, but my point is that that the system is very big. Humans make mistakes. None of us have the capacity to study everything. And so we have to check ourselves and say, what am I good at? I'm good at math, right? I'm really good at math. I'm good at logical thinking. You know, I'm so good at logical thinking. I sat back the last couple months and thought, fuck, I never signed up for a fucking church. You know, I'm so tired of they. I am so fucking sick of it. I can't tell a lie. Who are they? Right? Oh, the rich families, you know, like I'm not picking on you, Smoking G, I'm picking on myself. I promise you that. You know, and I'm, you know, feeling humbled by my own hypocrisy.
I get that totally. Hey, I wanted to answer chat a little bit here.
Okay.
Carl's asking me about what I think about the Holocaust. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I can say not only to question what really went on with the Jewish people in the Holocaust, but ask yourself, what happened to all of those German soldiers after the war? I heard a lot of them just got snuffed, lined up and shot. There was no Geneva Convention for a lot of them. So just keep that in mind the next time you want to march off to war, people. They will get you one way or the other, your government or theirs. The other thing I wanted to ask is they keep going on about Paul, this Paul guy. I've watched him a few times. I just want to say, you know, if that is the kind of character you want to follow, go for it.
Who's that? Is that all over? That's in Benton's chat?
Yeah. Yeah, go for it. Go for it, because those personalities are going to lead you down a fast, hard road to nowhere. Just saying.
Oh dear.
But you don't know much about him, you're saying.
Yeah.
I've seen him enough. I've seen him enough.
Did you see him or did you listen to him?
Oh yeah, no, I listened. I've been watching on the OTW and his what is his channel called right now? But
Is
yeah.
that who's getting out of the car? You, Brian? It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm not here to tear down somebody else.
I would,
That's
yeah.
not
I
my
would say,
thing at all.
you're probably,
they're just bringing it up in chat, and
yeah.
so
I see. Interesting.
That's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering. I see Christos down in the chat. I wonder if he's going to come up.
Well, apparently I've touched a subject here on this channel that I probably shouldn't have. So I'll take off from here. But you all have a really good day, and thanks for having me up.
Yeah,
Bex.
and I really appreciate what you brought to the table today, Smoking and G. I really do.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
Have a good day. Okay, bye. Okay. I'm sorry. It's just, I have to take this moment. I mean, Bex tries to be as authentic as she can be. And if Carl wants to know my neo pronouns, they are Bex and Bexel. But that being said, Carl, when Benton's not here, thank God you're here. Thank God you're here. Because I couldn't agree with someone more. And I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to any of the other chat. I was actually paying mostly attention to Carl there. And I was just holding back. I was just holding back my posting all his comments right below Smoking G as she spoke. I'm not going to lie. And I promise, I know I've admitted to be a people pleaser. I am working hard at pleasing myself today. You guys, like, I see there's a huge audience here that's not my typical audience, not my audience, and I'm not your typical host. And I felt a little bit pressured. And in doing so, and also, I haven't had breakfast. I've been on for 8 hours and 12 minutes, and I do start to stutter. I really start to stutter when I haven't eaten. And that's my fault for not having groceries in the house when I choose to do this. So I think that schools teach us less than lies. They bore the shit out of most people. And whether they bore you because you're really intelligent and it's set for an IQ of 100, or whether they bore you because you're just not interested in academics and you wished you'd had classes in music or art and all that kind of stuff, the school system is not diverse enough, does not cover enough areas of life for people to filter into doing the things they want. But we don't live in la la land. We have to get jobs. And so they give us the tools to go out into the world and get jobs. And they can't cater to the people with 120 IQ because rest of the people wouldn't be capable of keeping up. And they can't cater to the people with an 80 IQ because the people with 120 IQ would leave school, so I'm just saying that it's really, I really feel like it's time to check ourselves personally. And get on causes we can change. I mean, intuition. I wish intuition is not discernment. Discernment is what we're looking for. Intuition has us following our feelings and ideas, and we end up in camps that grew from 5,000 people to 120,000 people in no time. And I'm going to tell you, just so you guys know, I'm not picking on any big channel. I haven't watched the big channels in a couple of years, but I still sub to them. And then I keep unsubbing from them. And then I'm like, oh, and I don't know what's going on. I didn't even watch them. None of them anymore. And yet I have this loyalty to keep my subscription with them. Even if they're big channels, that you guys know I'm talking 75, 120. I'm not talking 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. I'm not talking about anybody close to us. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, if a channel grew, if any kind of channel grew based on taking confirmation bias out of any books in history, as much as I've loved reading old books with people, it's too much. Running around and we're all looping, they, we. Yeah, the governments are struggling with equity, right? That'd be the main thing that I have a problem with. That's what has me in these camps. In fact, that's what has me, that's what had me ready to just backstage. Yeah, I was going to backstage her when she started talking about channels she knows nothing about. Shouldn't know the community she's catering to. And that's here in Benton's channel, he talks sense, right? I have the ability to do that. I'm one of the most rational women I've ever met. That's one of the reasons why I'm here. I look forward to bringing you more sense than foolishness. And I appreciate Carl for helping me realize how important that is, especially to this audience, even though we can bring humor. I hope to work with Paul, be up there more often. I fucking was against this banking system and the way the governments have organized things since I was a child. But I'm not anti-capitalism, I'm not blaming the capitalists. In fact, there's no perfect capitalism or perfect communism in the world. They're almost identical at this point. In one, the government owns all the land, and in the free lands, the rich people own all the land. So let's talk something else. I think we've done a good job of, at least I'm showing that I'm not interested in being brainwashed and running around being brainwashed, looping. I'm not interested in imagining I can talk about anything, right? And as Carl has shown me today, I've been doing way too much fucking imagining, hanging out in spaces where I'm imagining Earth to be. Some people are not even looking at Earth as round or flat. That's how far we've gone, friends. Right? Oh, I hope so.
I'm about to pull up at this job, so I might
Okay.
keep it on during the job, but I'll be like in the background.
Okay, yeah, you just stay on and just okay, I'll keep an eye out. Oh, I'm on my own. I'm on my own. I won't read from my boring book. Let's see what's going on in the chat. And I want you guys to know I really appreciate how patient you guys have been with not having chat interaction, not as much chat interaction as you're used to, or maybe more abusive chat interaction when you're used to. But I tell you, Carl, you are the voice of reason when Benton's not here. And I tell you, hypocrisy teaches me every fucking time. So I hope I can continue to see that, even especially when you're talking to me. And today we're not talking, I hope I don't, offend anyone, but I'm not talking any fucking truth or shit today. I don't want to talk any more truth or stuff. I don't want to talk theys. I don't want to hear about theys. I know that there's a lot of business in this world and the need for people to make money that does have us doing things that are not as moral as they would be if we were in a system of more equity, I believe. I see that. So,
Hey, Bex, I'm about to pull up to the house of the shop, so I'll probably just drop off. So
okay.
But I appreciate it today, and
I appreciate it today too.
All these flat earthers probably gonna come at you, man. These people are crazy. Imagine that, thinking the Earth is fucking flat. What a bunch of weirdos. No, I'm just playing out. I don't know what the fuck this. I'm more flat earther than I'm not. So good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
I just say, yeah, for sure. Nice to see you, Brian. So like I said before, belief in the shape of the earth is a silly thing to say. I guess people think they need to have a belief in something. It either is or it isn't something. You either know or you don't know. Like a triangle is a triangle. So what people should be saying is, I don't believe what they've told me. And I need to figure out what it is. But I guess that's what happens when you, anyways, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm just saying that it is what it is. It is a shape. And having a belief in it is absurd. You either know or you don't know. So if you don't believe what they've taught us, then you don't know. And if you haven't gone to do all the proofs and you've done all the science, then if you're sitting with someone who's teaching you physics from a flat earth perspective and you don't even understand the physics of the round earth perspective, how could you even know that you're being taught the truth? It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, friends, I don't know. I don't want to watch you guys. I don't know if Christos is down there and he wants to come up. I don't know if anyone else wants to come up. If not, I probably won't keep this stream going for much longer. I don't want to watch the numbers dwindle or watch myself dwindle up here. So I'll give it a minute and let people know that the link is over in Benton's room. And if anyone wants to come up, they're more than welcome. But we're not talking truth or talk today, quote unquote, truth or talk. Now, that being said, someone wants to bring up some research to the table, some things they've seen, papers they've read, that's fine. We just leave any of the confirmation bias without degrees off to the side. And if not, but I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate Benton for, oh, look, someone's here. Someone's here to save the day. Benton's back, thank God, just in time.
Here I come to save the day.
Did you hear any of that?
No, I got on an hour-and-a-half phone call with Highly Suspect, my buddy.
Nice. Well, then I'm just going to recap, and I promise I'm not sucking up or people-pleasing, okay?
Oh, I can't wait. I love
We did discover while you were gone, all right, that the voice of reason when Benton isn't here, well, I discovered the voice of reason when Benton isn't here. Guess who?
Bex?
No.
Low State?
No.
Well, I know it's not Brian O'Shea.
No.
Oh, Carl.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes. I had to do everything in my power not to be putting every comment he put down up under. I wanted to put every fucking comment up, right? But for some reason, Bex will bully your chat, but won't bully the woman that comes up.
Ah, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I love it.
Well done, you.
Well, I got my moments here, but
But yeah.
Awesome.
It was amusing conversation. But yeah, I've decided
I'm glad I wasn't here to ruin it, Beck.
I don't think you would have ruined it.
Well, I might have.
So you want to keep going for a bit? If you do, I'm going to go take a break.
It does not matter to me at this juncture. I'm so silly that I wanted to go do my shopping, and then fortunately I remembered that the fruit stand is not open until tomorrow. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. So I'm here for it if you want to keep going. Otherwise,
well, I'm sure these guys would love to hear from you for a while. And I would love to go get a coffee.
Oh, you want to see? I need a break.
Yeah.
You need a break, Bex. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Please take a break, Bex.
Cool. Excellent. I will be back shortly. Okay.
Fantabulous. Yeah. What's up, Brielle? Yeah. Super Benton to the rescue. Oh man, Carl the Moist Maker. Goodness gracious. My God, it's turned into quite the love fest in my absence. Folks may know that I certainly would not have allowed excessive amounts of love fest. Just the right amount. Oh, Carl, yeah, we broke snafu. Ah, geez, man. And speaking to highly suspect on the phone just now, he's corrected his status, right? Which I know is certainly some folks are allergic to these type of terms, but the reality is, Mr. Keith, highly suspect, is no longer a U.S. citizen, therefore no longer pays federal income tax. And you know what's going to happen to him, haters? Not a fucking thing, other than he's going to get to keep more of his money. Meanwhile, I can hear him already. How are we going to pay for the roads? I don't know, probably gasoline tax, I'm guessing. Meanwhile, have you driven the roads in the United States? I have. Fully half of the freaking interstate system in this country needs to be replaced yesterday. But, oh, that's right. Americans are so stupid that we don't have any problem with the politicians stealing about half of the road project money. And that's why if you watch your local newspapers over time, and here's how I know this, kids, is, and apologies for my condescending tone, but I'm on one today. That for some insane reason, I started reading the newspaper in the 80s when I was a child. And as I recall, pretty much every time in this country that there's any sort of public works project, especially a road, they say, well, yeah, we got this thing budgeted at, I don't know, 350 million, because this was the old days, lest we forget. I mean, how much of a road could you build for 350 million these days? But I digress. So surprise, surprise, by the time the project was completed, it just happened to swell to nearly double the original budgeted price. So actually the taxpayers paid 700 million. And why is that? So that the politicians could steal half. And if they stick to the budgeted 350 and the politicians steal half, well, 175 is probably not going to build a very safe road now, is it? Welcome to America. And anybody that thinks this is the best country on earth is out of their fucking minds, as far as I'm concerned. Now, it's certainly not Canada. No offense, Bex. But as I was telling highly suspect, who wanted to go on and on and on about his Mexican roommate, I said, yeah, man, I know the Mexicans are wonderful. Our brothers to the south there. I'm aware, sir. And then he apparently didn't understand that a lot of Americans, because of the economic situation in America, are on fixed income, Social Security, disability, whatever, SSI. A lot of those folks have moved to places like Mexico, Ecuador, I don't know, Costa Rica, although that already sounds kind of expensive. And I said, yeah, man, I know. And I said, in fact, if I had the brain to learn Spanish, and in fact, I don't, yo quiero aprender a hablar español. I've been working on my accent, but that's certainly still terrible. I can't phonetically, I can't listen and understand any Spanish. That's my problem. People are like, oh, you could learn it. No, I could learn to read and write Spanish. If I did that first, I might have a chance, but I do not have the brain to learn to speak Spanish. And I have very few regrets in this life. In the time machine fantasy, if I could go back in time, one of the few things that I might be willing to change is, hey, Benton, I know there's no Hispanics around in Arkansas yet, but they're coming. So why don't you just go ahead and learn Spanish? That's what I would do. Well, Venezuela is collapsed, but yes. Well, that's what the media tells us, right, Rachel? That who knows? Guatemala. Who knows if Venezuela's collapsed? But supposedly the American dollar is quite strong in Venezuela, as we know. But yeah, I would love to go live in Mexico, or when I was still capable of driving a truck, I certainly considered living in the U.S. 6 months out of the year and then fucking off to Mexico the other 6, right? Although as a truck driver, hypothetically, I could just get my, I forget what they call that, but I think it's a TWIC card or something. And, I could actually drive a truck into Canada and into Mexico. But once the fake pandemic reared its ugly head, and then the possibility of being expected to subject myself to fake pandemic testing in order to cross an international border, I'm good. I think I'll just stay in this this particular portion of the hell realm, right? I guess I'm going down with the ship, folks. I'm just going to stay here in America. Ageless Timeless is agreeing. Fantastic. South of the border. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Sterling Ray, press 1 for Espanol. Well, and hilariously, at a certain point, the only ticket I ever was written living in the streets with nothing, I got a ticket for illegal camping on the University of California at Santa Barbara campus. Although I was nowhere near any of the buildings, it was technically land owned by the university. And interestingly, on the 1-year anniversary of the Elliot Rodger Bang Bang event there in Isla Vista, for some reason the cops, for whatever reason, wanted to go out and harass the homeless on the 1-year anniversary of that event. Thankfully, I was not in town for the event itself. I'm sure that was quite strange and unnerving. Not that it was real, right? I mean, who even knows? But yeah, they wrote me a ticket for illegal camping. Why did I start telling this? This is a problem. See, my cognitive function has been affected. Does anybody have any idea why I started talking about this story? Illegal camping, the one ticket I got written. Oh, well, at a certain point, because I have a driver's license, which, you know, for whatever that may imply for some folks, I knew that I would need to go to court, because I know from experience that if I just say, well, I'm not going to go to court and I'm not going to pay the fee, that in fact, California will just suspend my Arkansas driver's license. Yes, that's a thing. And then that won't be a good situation, because I knew that at some point, if I wanted to return to the workforce, that it would be important to have a driver's license, because most likely big rig 18-wheel truck driving would be my venue into a return to corporate slavery, as it may be referred. So I was calling into their automated system from Eugene, Oregon, in order to get a court date, and their system, you have to tell it what to do. You cannot use the touchpad. And I was unable to figure out how to speak to an agent, and that system could not understand my ridiculous accent. But the press 1 for Espanol, I realized, well, I bet if I spoke Spanish, the thing could understand me just fine. Right? Like that is the world in which I find myself, or the realm. I don't want to imply the spheric. I don't without referencing the potential shape of the realm, which I myself find almost no interest in. However, I certainly would not believe it to be a sphere rotating on an axis, hurtling through space, right? I do like tacos, by the way, and I've had many excellent tacos in Texas, of all places. Austin, you can get, not in Arkansas. Don't come to Arkansas and expect a decent taco, but yes, also California. And in fact, I crossed into Mexico. The only time I've been there, I drove to near the border in Southern California, and I parked my car on the street there, and crossed into Mexico on foot, and just walked past a federale holding a machine gun, because this was before the United States angered Mexico enough for Mexico to start actually checking people and requiring certain documentation to enter Mexico. But then, of course, in order to return to America, I waited in line for 3 hours. That was fun. And I knew that with my driver's license and birth certificate, they would let me back into the country. Although they found it strange that someone such as myself, a penniless, vagabond, would just cross into Tijuana and just wander around. I said, yeah, it was a Sunday morning. Nothing was going on because everybody was at church. I said, yeah, I mainly just wandered around, looked at the street art, and had a $1 fish taco. It was quite delicious, I must say. Shout out to Tijuana Fish Tacos. In fact, I have an awesome picture I took of some graffiti, but I don't know exactly where that is on the old hard drive, so I'll spare you. And in fact, I can't do a screen share anyway without Miss Bex being around. Is she here?
I'm
has
here.
She unmuted? Oh, great.
I can screen share.
Well, that's okay. I don't know where it is anyway. But,
okay.
And I might have oversold it anyway. So. Yeah, go
I'm
back
not,
on break, Bex.
Okay,
your break's
just
not over, surely. Look at what a great job Bex is doing, by the way. Let's go back to Love Fest. She's doing such a great job monitoring the broadcast, even on break. Now, if I was involved in some version of a cancer grift or a e-begging, right, I guess this would be a great time to say, well, perhaps we'll choose to reward Bex for her efforts through donations in the form of super chat and super stickers over at the Benton side of the broadcast. But certainly I would never risk to stoop to the level of being seen to e-beg or cancer grift. So that's clearly off the table, right? And certainly most of us would not want to see Alphabet, Google, YouTube get a portion of that donation. Now, I myself have less of a problem with YouTube getting the portion of the donation because, as Rob has said, perhaps inspired by yours truly, Rob Cleveland, shout out to you. He's stated that he just likes, part of it is he's willing to pay the fee, in order to see his super chat on the screen, which I also resonate with that. But no, it's more the fact that YouTube is also going to break off 24% apparently of the payment I'm slated to receive sometime between, I believe, the 21st and the 27th of this month, I think is what they said, or maybe the 21st and the 26th. Yeah, they're going to give the feds 24% of your money, folks. So maybe don't send super chats. Now, when I correct my status, of course, and I am going to do that, and that's my intention is to do that. I'm not going to, until I put action towards it, it's all moot, right? But I certainly have notes here. I have a page of notes, and God bless highly suspect, my friend Keith. But what Keith wants to do is, because he's so excited that someone might actually take action based on his assistance, he wants to tell me the whole process. So for me to get this far in the notes, I more or less was yelling at highly suspect every step of the way, saying, no, man, you have to stop here. And I said, this is why nobody can understand what you bozos, and I'm also include Word Wizard in this. This is why nobody can understand what you bozos are on about, because you just tell the whole process. It's like, no, give me a little chunk. Give me time to stop. Give me time to take a note. Give me time to ask a clarifying question. Keith, it was not his intention, but he accidentally introduced a bit of confusion into the process. And I was able to say, wait a minute. Did you mean this or did you mean that? Right? None of this can be facilitated without a pedantic asshole, insane, potentially undiagnosed autistic person such as myself saying, nope, we got to stop here. And then we move one little iota. Nope, we got to stop here. Then we move another iota. Nope, we got to stop here. I mean, I understand why the average person has effectively zero tolerance for such. So, of course, almost nobody has corrected their status, right? But I now know my first step. And then he wanted to tell me the second step. And I said, no, man, I don't even want to think about the next step until I've done the first step. Because this universe, whatever we want to call it, God, creation, the Most High, whatever, until I actually take action on this information, I don't, it seems to me like spiritually, whatever this is not willing to believe me, right? And then Keith was telling a tale of going and visiting a magistrate, which as far as I can tell is a judge, but it's a judge in the actual legal capacity as far as spiritual law, right? It's the when we talk about judge, right? That's the corporate fiction side or the corporate slavery side where the person is allowing themselves to be tricked out of position, at least as I understand it, right? And I do have a certain level of grasp of various aspects of this process. However, I'm certainly no expert. And if Wizard was around, I'm sure he would be already correcting me in some regard. But I'm getting up out of this system. That's my intention, if at all possible. And I don't want to hear anything about income taxes. The reality is, at the level of my morality, I have no desire to continue to feed this beast system with what? What am I feeding this beast system with my blood, sweat, tears, and physical effort? And lest we forget, folks, not only does your federal income tax not pay for the roads, my research indicates that most of your federal income tax in the United States actually goes to pay the interest on the national debt in the form of AKA, it goes directly to already rich bankers. Well, they're already rich. Why do they need a significant portion of my wages and my labor? And yes, Carl, my labor is my property, Carl. And I know Carl loves that. And Carl, how many times have I said my labor is my property? And some person up here who thinks that they believe in traditional family values, who thinks that they're right wing, just immediately agrees with me and has no idea that that concept would typically be associated with things like Marxism, leftism, all of this, right? It's hilarious to me, Carl. And further to Carl's point, one of the first things I recognize, Carl, is that most of these people ain't got no schooling. See, most of these people have no formal background. And yes, I said these people. I did. And if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. But most of these fine folks here do not have a background to understand these various dynamics. And even somebody like Dominic shows up and gives a description of technical Satanism. And most folks don't understand or comprehend that the words that just came out of that man's mouth is Satanism. But Benton's just sitting here going, yep, that's Satanism. And I'm not saying, and meanwhile, one day it got so deep, Dominic was like, well, if these ideas aren't welcome, I said, man, I'm not the idea police. I mean, if these people can't figure it out and get tricked into Satanism, I guess that's not my problem. I mean, I'd prefer that they didn't fall victim to that. Meanwhile, if you talk to a person who believes themselves to be a Satanist, most of them, and I'm not saying Dominic is that, I'm saying at times he will be describing what is technically considered Satanism, right? But I've met and talked to Satanists before, and they seem to believe that what they have taken on is morally correct. I don't agree, right? But do I need to agree with them? No. But probably one of the reasons I understand some of these topics is I'm not threatened by ideas. An idea cannot go into me and pollute me or infect me. It's literally impossible. Meanwhile, that's a dumb strategy for life. Why? Because if I sit with an idea, I still can reject it later. See, I don't have to. It's not going to just infect me and become a part of me, and I'm not going to be able to get rid of it. That's not how this works, people. So maybe we could all do a little better in that regard, but that's none of my concern. I'm not here to lead you necessarily. I'm not here to inspire you necessarily, although those things could happen. I'm not the leading, but if someone hears my words and takes inspiration, that's fine with me. It's certainly not the intention. And I think at some point, somebody referred to me as some version of a motivational speaker. Well, I mean, I certainly fall into that at times, but I also subscribe to the David Goggins notion of motivation is crap, meaning if I if I'm dependent on something outside of me to motivate my actions, well, eventually that stimulus will no longer be present. And now what do I do? Because I've farmed out my ability to be effective in the real world to something outside of me. And if that thing is no longer there to inspire me, how in the world am I going to be able to be effective and act? See? But how many people, this is where I will brag a little bit on myself, how many folks are actually able to reason through all of this? See? Now, did the broadcast end, or did Bex just decide that I'm on one today? I don't know. Perhaps she shall return. Yeah, I'm still here, so I guess I'll just keep rambling as I want to do. And Bex, take all the time you need. I'm on one. So there we go. Thank you, Mr. Cleveland, with the fire emoji. And, I do appreciate your super chats, folks. But I must say, given the choice between a super chat and a Rob Cleveland on fire with the fire emoji, I might choose the Rob Cleveland on fire with the fire emoji. Quite possibly. So Carl says Satanists are just edgelords at this point. Well, and again, this is when I say Satanism, I'm referring to a very specific thing, right? It's not a feeling. It would be, canonized, ideology or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, man, great broadcast today. I missed much of it. Flow State was up here, which is cool because I'm glad to see him around. Apparently, he's starting to. Not that I have expectations for him necessarily, but I've heard that he's been. Let's just leave it at this. I've heard he's been putting out some good stuff. So always encouraged to see that, as the ethos of do better content perhaps is growing and changing and spreading. Oh goodness, boy, we're going into all of it today. Yeah, it's the left-hand path, indeed, catch 22. And fortunately, I'm not involved in that, but I will say at a certain point, I was getting involved in some occult interests, and that actually ties in with the West Memphis Three. Say their names, Benton. The three little boys who were supposedly murdered in West Memphis, Arkansas in the early 1990s. And I am approximately the age of the convicted killers who I now believe to be responsible for the crimes. And Bex has returned. Hello, Bex. How are you? We cannot hear you if you're speaking, Bex, but I see you there. Yeah, he said, Maggot said, keep going, bro. Well, I can keep going. Yeah, the West Memphis Three. Why did I bring that up? This is a problem. Benton, I'm just going to have to start writing down everything I'm talking about so that I can remember. Why did I start talking about the West Memphis Three? Oh, Satanism certainly would have to. Oh, my own dabbling in occult practices. I was getting into various chanting involving, various, they're not referred to as chakras necessarily, but certain energy centers in the body, a chakra. And then fortunately for me, myself, I was able to realize that, well, this is not what's appropriate for me, based on the rest of my own spiritual beliefs, which are, clearly personal to me. And the Jehovah's Witnesses religion, the Jehovah's Witness cult, they bestowed a great gift upon me where I'm unable to force any sort of spiritual or religious belief on any individual. I certainly can give my opinions on many different ideologies, philosophies, religions, and such, right? But yeah, the West Memphis Three case, those three fellas definitely committed those atrocities, if in fact those atrocities occurred. Okay, Byers was one of the little boys' last names. So Stevie Branch. Was it Mike Myers? I know that's also the guy from the movie. Michael Myers, I think it was, wasn't it? And Hobbs, the third one was Hobbs, I think, right? I might be getting this wrong. Now I'm going to have to look this up. And if Bex is back, she's welcome to jump in, because that's probably pretty close to the end of the rant, honestly, Bex. I don't know how much I have more left in me.
You know what? Do you know what I did?
What'd you do?
I did it metaphorically. I know I'm just trying to make a bit of. I did it metaphorically, but then I did it physically. I fell flat on my face.
Oh no!
Yeah, I tripped. Well, I heard it last night. All the they're not chestnuts. All the nuts are falling.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry. Steve Branch, Michael Moore, and Christopher Byers, just for the record. But go ahead.
I slipped on a nut. They're all over the place. Like huge trees. The nuts were coming down. Like nuts were falling everywhere, friends. All last night I could hear them yeah, I heard them like hitting the roof, hitting everywhere. We've got metal flashing on the edges of our balconies. And so they're coming down like gunfire. And so I go out this morning, I was wearing the wrong shoes. So I was wearing my Birkenstocks instead of my TiVo sandals because I've got a broken foot, right? Anyway, so I must have I fell flat on my face. So like knees, hands, chin, right? Glasses flew black. So the glasses are fine. No scratch. The phone hit the ground, bounced out of its cage out of its case. And if it's scratched, it's on the back. I'm not even looking at it. Like, phew, everything was fine. But I was like, oh, great. I fell flat on my face. Yeah, I did. I'm fine.
Well, I'm glad you're okay. Now, it does occur to me that you've been having penises flashed at you indoors, and now outdoors you're tripping over nuts. So what is the universe trying to tell Bex?
But I think with
a specific message being directed your way, Bex.
Well, I think though I've done a little bit of damage. I'm wrapping it up right now. I think
no, you're injured. Are you hurt or are you injured?
Well, yeah, I skinned my hands and my knees pretty good, but I'm okay.
Oh, no.
And then I have a broken foot, but not one that could be cast because it's just the bone just below the baby toe. So I was at a point where I didn't need to wear my tensor bandage. Not that I've been, but I think because I was wearing these, I've not been wearing the shoes because my foot was too swollen. But also I should be wearing supportive shoes, right? So it's stupid of me to put the Birkenstocks on, and stupid of me to be staring at my phone while I'm walking on the ground covered in like round rolly pebbles. I'm fine. I'm actually invigorated. A good dose of, a good dose of adrenaline does that, right? I'm like, whoa, I haven't even had any coffee yet, but I think my brain is good. Oh, but the
yeah. Oh yeah, your brain is wonderful. You have an excellent brain, Bex.
Well, I desire to. I've realized through these conversations this morning, Benton. Why I'd like to work. I mean, I already know many reasons, but I can't talk this truth of shit anymore. I can't handle it. I don't want to listen to fucking any of it. And I know that can't be in a community without, some of it. It's entertaining and stuff, but what a waste of, I'm sorry, but it's good. If you're trying to wake people up, it's like, hey, come here. And
it's the same shit over and over.
It's like you want to come here. Yeah, sorry. Come here and we'll wake you up. Then that's great. We want to have, Carl like fire his stuff at you, right? Like, oh, again, I know people think I'm sucking up. It's a big lesson here, okay? Like I could have done nothing and said nothing and just witnessed and then thought, oh, and what does that say? Oh, if it's bothering me, then see, oh, look at, and I'd already seen him say something about Dom. And I was like, I agree with that, right? And then these other, anyways, I can't.
Well, and I'll give you a key to Carl. People like this have to be accurate. They have to be. So, so probably if he's typing something, he might not be completely correct, but he's probably not technically wrong, if you see my meaning.
Yeah. Well, and what's funny is I just want to recap a little because you weren't here. So a Smokin' and G came up with some pretty sound arguments. If we weren't in this, like, we don't want to listen to truth anymore. Sort of like there could be something like there's something being hidden. There could be more land, just like the earth is bigger than we know, or maybe there's an island somewhere. Like it felt like it was like on this side of, I just know that there's more. But she even, and I don't mean to pick on her because I said it right to her, but she even said that she's used BD in reference to her brain in the same sentence, saying that her intuition was leading her to all of this, right? And I said, one lie, and now everything's a lie. And so I took this idea of like, basically we started talking quantum physics, and this was just after you left. I don't think Smokin' and G was up here yet. I'm trying to remember. Anyways, there was at one point, I am completely speaking zero physics terminology. Okay. I can't even, because I haven't eaten anything. I can feel my mouth is dry. No water seems to be satiating it. Right. And I'm stuttering all morning. So I'm feeling nervous, right? But I'm like, going to tackle this. I'm going to show you how an uneducated person can at least argue that everything we think is a lie is not a lie. And just because they went to the moon and the pictures don't match may be the case that they didn't have the technology at the time to take the pictures, for instance, right? So why would they do that? Because if you looked back at those times, those people were living in a John Travolta movie, it looks like, right? I mean, that generation just before them, they're the ones that listened to Orson Welles on the radio and they lost their minds, calling in. Is that the right? Is it Orson Welles? Was it that did the
War of the Worlds?
Yeah, War of the Worlds.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, because that's
they thought it was real.
Yeah, so that's how this is the people we're dealing with, right? So, it was for hype and sensationalism, and probably to increase the tax coffer, right? Send some pictures. But anyways, we could watch it sometime, but I sound like a fucking idiot, okay? But at least I'm arguing the sound side as someone's, and I don't have a beady brain. I just clearly.
What does that mean?
Well, I just mean I don't have what, I guess I don't know actually, but I know that
BD means. What does that mean?
Like a small and focused, I guess. I don't know, but
like a bead, like a small thing.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but that was a term that Smokin' and G had used to refer to herself. That's all. So, and I had called her on it, in terms of, as she said the same sentence, I will, like, if we have beady brains, how can we fathom it? And oh, well, there's a lot of, it's just, and then I even gave an example of, well, the reason why the person who works with the telescope doesn't know how it works is because, like in a car factory, everybody does different parts and use different, does different aspects of putting the car together, and no one person can put the car together, So you're going to have very specialized. I mean, there's people out there who devote their entire 5 years of study to get a PhD in like weighing fish brains. I'm just using an example of something really boring to me, but someone out there right now is like getting the stuff from the fish market and they're weighing these brains. I'm just saying, people do the most meticulous research, you know? And yet that, anyways, I used examples and it just wasn't. But my point was my discussion on physics. Okay, and I'm trying to remember that John Webb, I don't even know what these things are called, going out and I'm saying, I don't care if it's going up in space or it's straight across the plane. Something's gone out there and taking pictures. Okay, like it's happening. The data's being collected. Something's being collected, right? I mean, anyways, just trying to argue the case to show that, you know, you can't just, anyways, that we don't know what we're fucking talking about. And yet we're standing on something, and what the fuck does it matter what shape it is anyway? Like, worry about going to Antarctica when we don't even have equity in the world, you know, and then people are concerned if they go to Antarctica, they're going to get shot. It's just one thing after another. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to be the one that lets people in.
Well, and I don't know if you know this, but the channel that's done the best content critiquing what you're describing is Chalk Body Outline. He still has some, but he used to have a ton of content critiquing, but there's still some on his channel. Yeah, he's had the best content about that. But could you hit the screen share real quick? I kind of want to see.
Yeah, I sure can.
Sometimes I find these random live streams. So I subscribed to this channel a while back.
The majority of you Negro actors are moles. You know what we want to say, the F word. But anyway,
and the women.
And can't forget that.
The women out
can't
here,
forget that.
You got women out here eating more or getting more twat than men.
That's right.
Getting them and having some bad, pretty women too.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Some very beautiful women out there, and they fucking eating carpet because they made it fashionable.
Right.
And they indoctrinated with the music. That's why you had songs like Drake, I like girls who like girls. And then you have them being whores. Girls are players too. But it's all about that freakism.
Yeah, it's sick.
Think about it. You got kids in 5th or 6th grades that's having orgies and threesomes already, man.
That's right.
Or maybe younger.
And all these things are pushed heavy here in Babylon the Great.
And I dropped the link in the chat if anybody wants to check them out.
Spiritually, Sodom, going back to Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And here's the point. It says, and Egypt.
Yep, because they got all 12 tribes in captivity. That's why Jeremiah 15:33 says Judah and Israel were pressed together.
Anyway, if you all want to check that out, I like to look in on other live streams sometimes to see what they're doing. And live streaming, by the way, is blowing up. And I know this because, you know, there's some certain channels that I follow that have nothing to do with truth content, and more channels that have never done live stream or that rarely do live stream content are starting to do a lot of live streams. So, you know, I definitely think it's just blowing up in general, especially here on YouTube. So I think that's interesting. And apologies for cutting short your recap. If you'd like to go back to the recap,
no, it's fine. No, it's fine. It was that's enough. But it's one of my most idiotic moments. But it proves the point. It proves the point that neither one of us knows what we're talking about. But at least I can be a voice of reason, you know, in the sense that neither one of us knows what we're talking about, and you have to argue the other side. You can't just hop to one side and then be like, I'm good, right? I'm good over here. Like, you have to go back and look at what you've just completely thrown out, or else you don't know. You've just, anyways, it's fine. It just, people are very confused.
It is a time of great confusion, Beck.
Well, I'm throwing all the truther stuff out. I'm
not going to hold you to that, Beck, because by the way, I'm a conspiracy theorist, meaning I enjoy looking into conspiracy theories because I find them to be enjoyable and entertaining. So I always reserve the right to go there. And I think it's okay. Like, well, real quick, I hold that thought. I do want to say that if people are able to reference a conspiracy theory and tie it into a larger idea, that's great. My thing is, can we just stop talking about the actual very basic Truther 101 stuff? But please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, I was read 1984 when I was just turning 12 years old. And my teacher read it to us, and I had moved with my mom. My siblings had stayed with my father, and I was a very naive child, right? And I was moved into a sort of inner city school where all the girls wore makeup and were even having sex, right? Not all of them, but some of them. And the teacher read us 1984, and it's just not the right book to read to a kid who's just like not with her family anymore, just with her mom, you know. Anyways, I swear it paved the way for my understanding of things, you know. And I definitely think that I have some ideas about some of the infrastructure that may be used sensibly originally used, or even put below us perhaps for shipping and stuff. I mean, I still have some ideas of things that I think could be sound. I call myself a conspiratainer, right? So I always used to try and come as let's look at this, but from an entertaining point of view, because actually any idea should be entertained before it's absorbed. If you're having your own, you know, if you're questioning these things, like it's not like you're just going to have an idea and be like, I'm right. Like, so yeah, conspiratainment. It's not, I didn't coin it. Actually, one of the big, I don't even know who, but one of the big flat earther channels coined it, only they call it conspiratainment. And I'd prefer to call it conspiratainment, just to sort of have that added aspect of sort of source, you know, but not intuition, you know, not like God told me, but more like that discernment. You know, it's discernment over intuition. Intuition, I think, is about, again, it's one of these things that we'll probably find the definitions on Google to be almost the same by now. But I don't know. This intuition is more about your safety, you know, is about, I think, you know, you're out in the woods, you're walking along, whoa, I sense something dangerous. Not like, oh, the boogeyman's after me, but discernment is like looking at facts.
The boogeyman. I love the way you say boogeyman, I must say.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people believe in the boogeyman around here. There's all sorts of boogeymen. There's, you know, the naval ones that keep you from even buying a boat. You know, why don't you actually just understand that it's the crippling economy that's keeping you from buying the boat? That's what keeps you from being able to dream. Now, I know there's crowdsourcing. We live in a modern world. There's always ways, but everyone thinks they're going to get shot, right? It's just like one thing after another.
Indeed. Well said. You left no meat on the bone there, Bex.
Thank you. I'm trying. I'm quick learn, do better content.
Doing that now.
Yeah. Well, there's some good clips back there. Becky looking like a fucking idiot talking about physics, but that's fine.
Well, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
I've embarrassed myself recently, so it happens at times. I'm just looking through, trying to find some other content to possibly take a look at, but we don't have to. While I'm talking to you, I'm just looking through some various things. I think I found an old live stream with me and Drew and Yurt, actually, that I'm not even sure I remember doing, but I'm in the it looks like I'm on the broadcast as far as I can tell. Yeah, maybe take a look at some of this. 7 months ago. Was this before the old yeah, here we go. Let's play a little bit of this if you don't mind. If it sucks, we'll just not watch it.
Yep.
Give me a second. I'm gonna 1.5x. 1.75. Yeah, our ears have sped up by 25, by 0.25. Oh, and it's Benton in the big rig. Even better. All right, one moment. Click the button, sir. And as I've said, at some point, it's just watching an old man try to use a computer. It always becomes that, right? But this is from Get Chalked Up, which is Drew's backup channel, or so-called panel channel. But yeah, if you could share the screen, perhaps.
Yep, I'm there.
Right.
What is up, everybody? It's your boy Drew, checking out that Sunday night
Did
Abyss.
it do it? No.
Yeah.
tonight we're going to talk about panel-demic. Do a panel about panels. Speaking of panel.
Wait, is that even?
We got one of the
March 20.
Okay, you got some audio running.
Yeah, I'm killing that audio.
Okay, we got one of the
hashtag
reigning
content
champions of these
machine.
channels right now. We got bentonja, aka Benton 24/7, aka Ben Thorpe's daddy.
Collected scalp.
Collected scalps brutalized Ben Thorpe to make him rage quit. That's one of the appeals of the panel, is that you can make people rage quit. Shout out to Tinfoil Straitjacket. But yeah, tonight I wanted to talk about, if anyone wants to join in, talk about these panels overall and stuff, and the maybe like how do they serve the system. Some other interesting things I've heard in a book with. I always say that in a year with books. Speak of the devil. Right when I said it, he popped up. Right when I said it, in a book. Now, one of the interesting things that I wanted to talk about. So let's just jump right to that, I guess, because
the man himself
is the idea that Yurt said that. Shout out to Austin. All the screens on all the cameras or whatever on the screen looks like a tarot spread almost. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, yeah, like everyone's kind of in their own place, and when you can share screens and all that shit, yeah, it just starts looking like.
Let me know if you want me to pause if you got anything to say.
Or any of that. So every tarot card has most of them have a figure on it, and then sort of an environment around there. And then so these screens are kind of opening up the windows to our own individual tarot worlds, I guess you could say. And that's the idea with the tarot, is that all the cards are in you, you're in all the cards. I know that's some woo-woo shit that gets everybody pissed off, but that is what's going on there. That's why no matter what cards you're dealt, we can always create a story around your life with them, because it's sort of a thought experiment like that. So. But more just graphically, like what's in our thing. You guys are really good at that, Drew, and EBT. You guys got really well where you create sort of a color motif, and you got your pimpin' jacket on there and your hand stuff.
That's right, baby.
You're looking good, man.
Got the frames, got the Tom and Jerry back here. Yeah. I think I'm kind of the opinion that everything happens by design. Like these elite controllers.
Channel link in
want
chat,
this type
by
of
the
thing
way.
now being pushed out there and going more and more mainstream. These have been going on for a long time. Bro Sanchez used to do them on his channel back in the day, but I think the barrier to the entry of it keeps getting easier and easier. Like especially with the app I'm using right now, StreamYard. It's just so seamless and easy. Anyone can do it. And as you saw, I've talked about in the past how, like with rap music, you don't even need to know how to play an instrument. You can be releasing CDs basically from your home, and it kind of degrades the quality of the music over time. One of the things, everything's multifaceted. One of the things that the reason this could be being pushed out right now is to kind of sink the overall level of the quality of the content by increasing the quantity of it.
Well, and like to connect to where we even first started talking. So we were talking about like conspiracy theory and how conspiracy theories sort of went off the deep end into nonsense land. And then so like your channel and some of the conversations I was having was sort of a response to that. And now it almost seems like this is like the next stage where the audience of the conspiracy theorists are now talking amongst ourselves, and we're no longer even really talking about breaking news or conspiracy theories anymore. Now we're just kind of hashing out this sort of respectfully retarded social, and I don't mean that in the pejorative, I mean just like a degraded social interaction on these things, which, the conflict, it's our drama, we want it now. It does tend towards that. That's what will bring more people in. And even as participants, I mean, that's sort of what's exciting and fun and all that shit to a certain degree, until it's not, until you're going crazy and you have to delete your channel, right? And then so it almost seems like we're getting off track again, maybe, or maybe this is the right track. I'm not sure. I don't know. These panels are interesting. They're a lot of fun. It's fun to meet other people, but man, they can just like suck you into their addictive nature and sort of incentivize a lot of bad behavior. I think. I don't know.
You don't say.
Yeah. Shout out to Benton. Go to his channel at Benton. What is it? At Benton 668 or at Benton JA?
Yeah. I'll let him just give me a random number like a bozo.
That's all right.
Dude,
well,
I think I've been streaming like 15 hours today.
Ben's running straight 24/7 live streams. He's got Truth or Cop coming in, running the late shift. It went down last night.
That was dope.
Toilet Bowl Earth rage quit. He rage quit so hard he rage quit the Discord. Even he came in the Discord, rage quit the Discord. So that type of like you just said, Austin, that type of behavior is sort of almost encouraged, right, in this type of environment.
Well, yeah, and like you go from making content to like making.
I think that's interesting, Bex. The comments about people's behavior in panels and how we've seen, and I think you've had your own version of that, and I can't speak to your experience as a lady, of course, but it seems like you've experienced various aspects of people's bad behavior, and I'm not referring to anything specific. I'm more speaking generally. Would you have any thoughts on this, or should we keep going, or we don't have to continue to watch this? It's kind of interesting to flash back, like 7 months ago and see what's going on.
What was the question about the human? What did he state about the behavior of people, or was a question generally about patterns in people's behavior?
I think what he starts setting up is a discussion around people's behavior, and then the rage quit was all the rage at the time. There was a lot of pressing and trolling and trying to get people agitated and having some sort of back and forth. And I engaged in a lot of this actually, and trying to get the sign of the victory is like when the other person just quits, right? They just disconnect without saying goodbye or anything. A so-called rage quit, which doesn't really seem to be a thing anymore. It's almost like a lot of folks, went into battle and had these verbal battles for a period of time. And then I haven't seen as much of it lately, although I'm sure it does occur. But yeah, we'll play a couple more minutes and see where they're going to go.
Friends. And I know that's a subject we've all sort of like discussed. Can this be an actual friendship when there are certain rules built into the platform that sort of prohibit that or make that not as, it's hard, right? Because you want to talk about shit, but that revealing of your true self can sort of expose you and make you vulnerable and people jumping on you. And that's what I thought was interesting. I caught a little bit of that with Tinfoil, is that like, he's a pretty brash dude, right? And he plays that role, but you can only do that so long before the audience or other people on the panel start being like, dude, you're sort of messing up the conversation. Dude, that's not cool. And it's like, oh, shit, you got to update your behavior in these panels. You just can't keep going with the same shit or you're going to get called out for it. And, it's not as easy to just like troll or throw your shit if you're going to sit on here for any communicate with other people.
You had the channel in here with books, so the new one is in the thought experiment. And you went hard on these panels, man. You were going hard to kind of set the stage for now. Benton's going even harder. Like these, did you feel towards the end of that experiment?
I was so new to all the internet stuff and making content and just kind of like jumped into the deep end. And that weekend, man, when Jay Dreamer showed up and then wasn't really prepared. I wasn't prepared for that. It was just everything that would bring, and started behaving in ways which are sort of inconsistent with my true character. And what's so trippy is like, I wasn't naive to the MK Ultra platform, because I was saying that the whole time. That was like a running part of my whole thing, and I still got all tripped up. So I had to step back, nuke the channel. I took a couple weeks where I didn't do anything. And now I've kind of set a schedule where I'm doing like Wednesdays and Sundays, and then kind of popping up on these panels a little bit. And it was winter too. I think a lot of this comes off what happened in the last few years of social isolation. We're all looking to interact, and this is like an easy way to do that, but there's pitfalls in it too.
Yeah, it's definitely an extension of the work from home, go to school from home, the Zoom, all that, everything that they came. So they rolled that out. It's a further extension of burying you into the metaverse even further. And I thought EBT had an interesting perspective on it too, where he said it ends up looking like a bunch of people in like glass jail cells or whatever yelling at each other over time too. Like, and that's kind of what it devolves into over time.
Monkeys in a cage.
Oh, here's Tin's in here now talking shit. What's up, Tin? Jump up in. Let's just go right to the drama, bro. That's what the people want. It's our drama, and we want it now up in these YouTube streets.
Yeah. Man. Well, and the thing is too, so there's this thing of like, and I got tripped up in this of like your own personal issues, that you got your own insecurities, that you got, or maybe things you haven't worked out in yourself. And, I'm trying to, there's part of me that likes the drama, likes the fighting, but then also gets a little uncomfortable in that heat sometimes. Right. And so I was doing pretty good and feeling, and I think even with, Mr. Unslaved, in the actual interaction, I did pretty good keeping my cool. But then this man turned it up like super hot, where he just like took that whole stream and was going to go for days. And so it became this question to me, like, are you really?
Oh, this must have been just after Yurt tried to go in on Paul. If anybody remembers that. And there's been quite a bit of lore, Bex, that you're, I'm assuming, not aware of, right? So perhaps over time we can get you up to speed with some of the lore, so-called. But and I think there's a Benton versus TBE battle coming up. However, I've noticed your side is not quite as responsive to the drama, probably to your own credit, by the way, Bex. It's like my side of the broadcast loves the drama to some extent. And then your side seems a little more resistant, or maybe they're confused. I don't know. Would you have any thoughts about that in particular?
To the drama on the panel?
Well, more of that. From what I've observed, the folks on your channel seem to be less. So what happens typically is if drama pops off on my channel with people arguing and some sort of controversy, typically the numbers would go up. And what we've seen with the Gremlins versus what was that guy's name? The Real McCoy.
Yeah.
Back and forth. And I think Tommy might have got involved at a certain point, although I don't even remember that your numbers actually went down as far as how many were viewing. And then the numbers on my side went up like they always do, because on some level, a lot of folks, myself included, respond to the drama. I won't say that I like it, but I certainly respond to it. But it seems like at least that day, you had a group that was less inclined to engage with the drama. Although, who knows? Maybe they just had other things to do. It's hard to say. One moment. I'm trying to figure out. We'll let them play a little bit more, and then if it doesn't go anywhere, we might just stop.
Yeah, I'm just
committed.
I just want to say to Brian's backstage and my phone's crashing.
Maybe on, and I actually appreciate that, because it made me identifying with the underdogs.
I just wanted to say, I've been trying to message in the back. My phone's not, Brian's in the back and my phone's crashing. So I'm just going to leave it, the two of us up here for now, if that's okay. I don't want to jump out again. I just wanted to say that out loud because I tried to type him a message, but that's what I was trying to do last time. I was trying to let him in and it crashed. Now I'm trying to type a message and it's crashing. So thank you.
Well, let's just cut to the chase. Let's just cut to the chase and see how the audience responds to a replay of what I'm assuming is going to be a Benton versus Toilet Bowl Earth battle.
Okay.
Who came for it, brother? They came for the drama. What's up, Toilet Bowl Earth?
It's such bullshit when you say, "Oh, I want to get a word in," and there he leaves. He fucking leaves.
He's muted.
I'm here, bro. I want you to talk, man. I want you to just say what you have to say. I'm gonna listen.
It's absolute bullshit on your part, Drew, that you sit here and say, "Well, nobody can get a word in." We got to mute this guy. And meanwhile, you have Ben on the stream with Ben Thorpe doing the exact same thing.
Okay.
You congratulate that, and you say,
I called him out on that. You might have seen that.
I didn't hear that.
You probably didn't hear it. Ben will tell you. I called him out on. I said what you did was the exact same shit that you did tinfoil up doing, but it's also at the same time it's Ben Thorpe, so fuck him.
And it's also Ben made a video about that Anna Perna chick, and he's talking shit about me. He's like, could she finish a sentence before he interrupts? And literally you engage in the same behavior. I mean, that makes you a hypocrite. Okay, I literally am just asking questions when people are saying bullshit about Jesus, something that I believe in. So here I am. I'm trying to interrogate you and try to get a better understanding of why you come to that conclusion. And I'm shamed in a room full of apparent truthers. I can't ask questions. Isn't this the same polemic we have with our kids and his sycophants? You're not allowed to ask questions.
Like, that's not true. So what's happening? I watched the replay last night, bro. You're my boy.
And I'm not. And I do not care about some bitch like you're giving me his dollar store psychology about me and my personality, dude. Shove it up your ass, dude.
Yo, this is where the screams excel. See, this is the appeal, I believe, of the panel. It becomes a Royal Rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Him and Ben having these 69 suck-off sessions, pretending they're like psychologists and intellectual debaters and all. It's just like so cringe. And you're like, I can't ask him questions because apparently that's my gimmick. I ask you questions and you can't defend it.
It's okay. Listen though, I watched the restream again today to make sure I wasn't tripping last night. And you ask them a question, and as soon as they get 10 seconds into what they're saying, you're shouting them down. So they're not able to even get out what they're saying before you're coming back, and it was just a loop, and nothing was happening.
I mean, did you want the energy or did you not? I remember, I thought this is what it was. This is the bonding channel or whatever. So I'm in there, making it more exciting instead of people murmuring
right. Each other. But it's also it's a show. It has to progress. Things have to happen. You can't just stay stagnant for 25 minutes. I mean, I guess it can, but the channel's
and have some bimbo in there crying about, you keep asking questions. That's it.
I forgot how bad my mic was. That mic was on its way to dying, and I did not realize that it was physically damaged. So anyway, this might be a bit of a nothing burger, Bex. I may have potentially could have reviewed this ahead of time. I did see Realist McCoy down there. He said he's not into the drama, and I must compliment Realist McCoy. I like the way he handled that. I hear Tommy's here. Oh yeah, well it's all exactly, Tommy. Well, and it's interesting. Let's do, instead of replaying drama, could you get this? Well, I'll take care of it. Hang on. Stop sharing. It's interesting. Tommy has no problem, telling me how it's going to be, and being very direct and arguably aggressive towards me. But then I've somehow done something wrong when I choose to backstage him. So I'll tell Tommy, based on your own behavior, I now will backstage you anytime I feel like. So that's just how it is, Bubba. I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, I see the drama didn't quite. And to your credit, Bex, you don't seem to be quite as willing to engage with the drama as myself. So that's probably a good sign, I suspect.
Willing to engage with which drama?
Any drama.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, good.
I mean, just like I'm just going to say I have created my own drama. I have engaged in my own drama.
Well, and it is interesting, real quick, to me to observe myself just 7 months ago. That's and that's also an interesting part of the live stream. If a year from now you leave most of your streams up, then being able to go back and see how you've progressed and what you were like then, and certain people were still in the chat, but then maybe they're not here anymore. I'm just fascinated by the whole thing, honestly. So, I'm pretty excited by the experimental nature. We can try to play an old live stream, and then, it actually didn't work out too good. And then now I get to try to figure out how to sort of dig us out of the mud there. So yeah, I find it very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I am promoting Benton and Bex there, Gary. I believe I'm doing that now. responding to a comment in the chat there. But what were we going to say before you were so rudely interrupted?
Well, you're never interrupting me. Well, maybe not never, but we're co-hosting, and your voice is strong, and I know you're here. You're very supportive of me, and I appreciate that. But I appreciate that very much.
Fantastic.
I get lots of talk time.
That's true, and the chat's on fire. I think maybe I'll just sit here and read the chat.
Sure. I do like it better when you've got the keys.
Well, okay, but I would sort of challenge you just a little bit to maybe over time, over time.
With the
like
computer,
don't pressure yourself to be able to do that right now, right?
With the computer, I
yes,
can.
you need a computer. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, it's much different on the phone, certainly. Well, did you want to bring O'Shea
I'll
up,
tell
or you
you,
said
I'm
that you
not going to
didn't want
lie.
to, or-
Sorry. I wanted to
Go for
engage
it.
in the drama. I wanted to make drama.
Oh,
Yeah.
with the O'Shea or just generally? Oh, good. Let's do it.
No, I wanted to put, I just wanted to put every
Tommy?
comment Carl put up. I wanted to put every comment Carl put up under everyone who was up here.
Oh, I see.
You know?
Yeah, I've done that at times, and I sometimes, as much as I get confused, as much as I get accused of licking Paul's boots, I do put Carl's comments up sometimes when Paul's up here, and sometimes it's about Paul, and I am a little bit fearless that way. Although it's just, I mean, come on, none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans, Bex, as we know, but I would certainly enjoy doing it. Now I'm reading Tom's comments.
I agree with him. He has a good point. Yeah.
What about re-meeting
But
all
you
the
guys,
same people?
you know me. I always would like to talk to Illuminati.
Oh, I'll bring him up I don't know if he's backstage or not.
No, he's not. He's not backstage. I don't know if my phone will work. Then I will. He's welcome up. I'll make sure if it crashes, I'll.
Yeah. What do you think would be the time frame on you having a computer?
As soon as I go shopping, I guess, or I could order one online.
Gotcha.
Someone
Cool.
holds my hand. I can get one sent quickly.
Relatively soon.
Yeah, I really, I don't know why. I hate shopping for anything. I'm just, I think it's from, years of supporting myself through school and then just never really, and then being a chronic pothead, probably where the rest of my money went. But now that even if I am in a position, even when I am in a position to buy myself something, I have so many years of not, that I think I still sort of exist in a state of lack when I don't need to. I mean, I can't exist in a state, well, life is pretty abundant, but I don't spend a lot of money on things. So my point is, I just don't, I can put off shopping forever. But my last Lenovo lasted me, I got it in 2012. I still do I can still log in and do minor studio stuff on it. So it's pretty good. 12 years out of one little, it's not a notepad and it's not a computer. I don't know what they're called. It's somewhere in between. I mean, it is a computer, but it was designed pretty small. It's a little tiny laptop. It's done a good job. 12 years.
Yeah. Awesome. And I'm going to respond to Tommy here. Tommy, if you don't like people having mod god powers, then how about you just do your own thing? And you're choosing to subject yourself to that. So that sounds like a you problem, Tommy, honestly. That sounds like you choosing to go into an arena where then certain things are in play and then you're whining and crying about it like a little bitch. That's what I see, Tommy. So I would like to see Tommy do his own broadcast, but certainly I don't have the ability to backstage him here, but he's not here, right? He could backstage people, but he could come up and not be backstage potentially, but I think he would prefer to whine and cry about people are going to backstage me. Yeah, that's possible.
Well, I have the keys. It's only me with the keys to Illuminati. It's only me. So
I'm not at it, Snafu. This is not us being at it. And if anybody's heard me and Tommy over time, there's times when Tommy freely expresses himself, and there's times when I also freely express myself about Tom. I mean, this is nothing new, Snafu. And if we went at it, unfortunately, I'm ill-equipped to take on Tommy directly. That's just the fact of the matter, and I'm well aware of that. So lest we forget. So if Tommy were to come up here, you would see that I probably wouldn't have much to say all of a sudden. But what was that, Bex?
Well, I've just sent him over to the link in your chat. I pulled the link out of my chat. I was like, yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Says everything itself. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Just a sec. Aw, this makes me happy. Yeah, the panel channels. It gets us all talking too much, not listening to ourselves enough. That's one of the bad habits I bring here. That's what Carl sees. I mean, I don't want to speak for Carl now, but definitely, beyond the brainwashing,
but
stuttering, and it's true. But I've eaten now, and I've got lots of adrenaline. Welcome.
The only reason I'll justify it for you is because all he does is speak the narrative and talk for people. There's a lot of that in the streets. Carl. When you say you don't want to speak for Carl, that's if you let Carl go, he'll just tell you what everyone's feeling, thinking, why they're doing.
I don't know, Tommy.
I'm surprised he's not an Unslavia troll. It's like you'd be perfect in Unslavia. That's their MO.
Tommy, he speaks your voice of reason on some things. I'm like, no offense,
and
Carl.
That's what I said. Even when I find our views aligned, I have to remember it's just even a broken clock is right twice a day. He's still a socialist troll. And I mean, that's what everybody has to remember. Even Hitler knew how to drive and stayed on the proper side of the road. It doesn't mean if you drive correctly, you're a fascist. Small mustache. But like Benton, that's what I'm saying. Your thing has always been is this, well, I'll do what I want with Tommy. And it's like, well, I don't have to come up. And then you're saying, hey, you don't even have to come up. Like, yeah, that's my line. It's always like what's the contradictory way to battle on this? And then that's how someone falls into being controlled by doing the opposite of. And even though I don't very often use what's it called, reverse psychology with Paul, it's what he likes to throw out a lot. And
well, you can talk about control all you want. I'm not controlled, and I'm not going to be controlled, partner. That's impossible.
Not what I said at all.
Impossible.
So well, it's possible because I'm not saying
possible,
I'm doing it, but anybody can be controlled.
Absolutely not. Nope.
How, if you were raised generationally in a psyop, how can you ever see yourself in a psyop?
What I'm saying is that I've deprogrammed from a mind control cult, and if you think I'm going under any version of that again, you're out of your fucking mind. That's what I'm saying.
You mean how you take the common religion that we know of and call it a mind control cult?
No, I do not. I was raised in the Jehovah's Witnesses, which is completely different than that other bullshit y'all are talking about.
It's like labeling a thing.
It's completely fucking different. I grew up in it, and you did not. Therefore, you don't know the first fucking thing about it.
Was it Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses?
To speak to it, and you are not, Tom. You have
Was it Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses?
Here. Doesn't matter. Oh, I just said Jehovah's Witnesses. You have zero experience. I have all the experience. Therefore, you, sir, are not qualified to speak to my experience.
Oh, I see them out there on their bikes, Benton. I'm not
See, the
saying they're
Mormons
not.
out there on their bikes all you want. You haven't seen any Jehovah's Witnesses on bikes. However, you have no experience being made to go to a Kingdom Hall 4 times a week. So
Oh,
therefore, you have
I've
no
known
fucking idea
Jehovah's
what you're talking
Witnesses.
about.
I've known
Therefore, you have
Jehovah's
no fucking
Witnesses.
idea. Doesn't
But
matter if you've
because
known
you're
them,
in your
sir. You
feelers.
did not attend the Kingdom Hall 4 times a week for most of your life.
Oh, you're
Therefore,
goddamn
you
right I
don't know
didn't.
what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm saying it's a little
You
over
can say your opinions about
characterized.
my experience all you want.
Oh, I know. See, you're doing the thing. You're
I'll
doing
do
what I
whatever
came up here
thing
to
I
tell you
want,
you're
sir.
doing.
That's fine. You
Like,
can tell me whatever
you're
I'm doing, but I'm here to tell
absolutely.
you, sir, that I cannot be controlled on here. And the fact is, if you think you can manipulate me, you can try it till the
Oh,
cows
I
come
have.
home.
I have, but I
Or
only
perhaps
do it
I
for
allowed
I
you
only
to
do it for
believe that, sir.
moral
Perhaps
direction.
I
But
allowed you
but
to believe that, sir.
No,
Perhaps I'm a
you
little
made
bit more
your
astute at these
okay,
games
he's
than
just
you
gonna
give me
talk over me.
credit for.
You're just gonna talk over me,
what
Now,
Benton.
what are we
Tommy, the
You're gonna be
master of
my
talking
bitch.
over people,
what
is
are we
going
arguing
to
about? Or
Tommy
what's
is
He
or
going
what?
to
doesn't
whine
know.
and
This is
complain.
why I say
The
he's controllable, because
master
he
of
doesn't know
talking
what the fuck
over
he's
people is
arguing about.
going to complain when I talk over him. The
No,
one
I
who is
haven't
the
gotten a turn.
master
You
of it
just keep
is
chiming in
going
like
to
you got the
complain
spirit of
about
your
me
daddy in you.
doing it.
You
My
got the
daddy's
spirit
Larry
of your
Benton.
daddy in you.
My daddy's Larry Benton, and he to this day would smash the fuck out of the person that you are implying is my daddy. My 68-year-old dad would
So
smash
if
the
he'd
fuck out
smash
of the
the fuck
person
out of who
that
I'm
you're
implying is your daddy,
claiming
why would you have a
is my
monthly
daddy.
fiat sub to that guy?
I can't have a daddy because I had a daddy, Tommy. I can't have a daddy because I had a daddy.
I
Now,
had
I'd
to.
like
I'm
to
sorry,
meet
Tommy.
Tom's daddy.
I don't
That's okay.
mean to do
I'd
it, but
like to meet I'd like to meet Tom's daddy. I'd like to meet his real dad. Because the fact that he thinks I could possibly have a daddy online shows that he is very, very, very confused. So that shit ain't flying anymore, Tom. But yeah, I might have allowed you to think you manipulated me. That's certainly a thing that can happen, Tom. I'm certainly very astute at noticing attempts at manipulation. Meanwhile, I don't care if somebody attempts to manipulate me. That's fine. Go for it. Good luck with that.
I backstaged him. I backstaged.
That's okay. You can leave him up here. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter to me. That's up to
No,
you.
no. It's been a lot of stuff today, and you know, I took the link out of my chat. I had people asking me for the link after, and I like your guests better. You know.
Well, Tommy is one of my guests. Lest we
I
forget.
know, but I backstaged and then he left. So.
But this notion that I'm going to be controlled by anything on here that's a non-starter. I'm not here for that. I will firmly fight that idea as hard as I can. That's some fucking
he's
bullshit.
back. I've started war now.
I'm just going to mute.
He's here, but I can't see. Okay, Tommy's here. Just a sec. But he wasn't. I looked right after to bring him back. You know.
I'm going to let him speak interrupted. I'm sorry.
I did look. I looked in the back, Tommy, and I couldn't see you, but you're here. So I must have just looked as you were jumping. I was going to bring you right back. There's been a lot of. It's just we're trying not to loop. You know, we're trying not to loop. We're trying not to talk truth or top. We're trying to talk new topics today. Argue new. I want you to argue flat Earth. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're just trying to, you know, do something
so
different.
it's not okay, Bex. You can't. You brought me up here saying
I know, but you're freaking out.
You backstaged me and said I left when I didn't, and you backstaged me for not getting to talk my side while he overtalked me.
Well,
you're just falling into the same old thing. Like, welcome to the fold, Bex.
Excellent. Well, Benton and I have both done like 24 hours plus 10, 34 hours in 3 days. I rested. I didn't do other things.
Zero accountability.
You know, I'm being accountable. We're doing a good job. You know, I'm sleeping regularly.
Why do you find value in this marathon sleep losing stream thing?
While I'm over the marathon, I've gotten my sleep now, 6 hours a day. I feel good.
Right, but that's what I
So-
usually, that's back whenever I was like on speaking terms with on
Oh,
Slavia.
I thought
that's
you were
what
going to say
always told.
on
All right,
substances that
she
cause you
said
not
come
to
up and
sleep.
talk my side. You said you were going to let me talk. So that's what I had with Unslavia when I was on speaking terms. I always said, dude, no one's saying you have to do 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. That's actually where you do lose having full-time quality
How would you
entertainment
know?
relevance, is to make yourself have endless streaming. If look at Steve, he does 2 hours 1 day a week, and he crams it full.
Excellent. Good for Steve.
And I'm not even saying you have to do that. It's just to make a point in that
But I
direction.
can do what I want.
Oh, you can like backstage me and say I left.
What you wanted? I didn't think you left. I looked for you immediately, and I admitted to backstaging you. Okay, so I didn't. I looked for you immediately, and I couldn't see an avatar back there at all. I promise. Right? There was no message, nothing. Then you said you're here, so perfect. I brought you up. I didn't like getting in. There was no need. I mean, again, I shouldn't manage the arguments, but we're up here. I want to have you up here. I don't want you getting all fucking fighting over dads and stuff. It's just disrespectful.
No, that's an established thing. It's a terminology. I don't really believe that Benton is genetically coming from a person that we're talking about. It's the nuance of what's been created here. But just like you don't see that just to backstage me, while I'm the one not getting to talk, this is why I told Benton, don't talk I'll backstage you if I want, because I'll just not come up, and then you'll say, yeah, he's down there chatting away like a broken hoe. It's always the contrarian I win. It's always do my side, raise my own. It's like the video you were watching. I only said, yes, Benton occasionally backstages me, but those other 3 guys, Yurt, TBE, Drew, they were all crying about the banning, the muting, the removal of a side, and they've all 3 done that to me long term.
But I want you to know that you are not the first person.
Wait a minute.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Wait a minute. That's fair, Bex. What he just said is absolutely fair, in my opinion. But please go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I got. I'm constantly. You have no idea the layers of like disgust with a lot of this community. Like I've got my home field denying me as the fucking toasted hoax war agent. He's jumped on board my PDF file accusers now, trying to make a video saying, yeah, look at Tom, he's a PDF file. And he cut out the part where Hoax Wars himself said, yeah, Tom's pretty much handled those PDF accusers on logic and reasoning and legality, and people don't want to let it up just because their own like vigilante essence saying I got to find a nail because I'm a hammer. And there's people in these communities that are like having charges exposed of things assaulted on young people. It's like, no, let's go with the guy that openly admits that almost 17 years ago he dated that age of a girl, and they can't let it up, and they can't find a victim either. They can't find this wronged Paul aged woman because it's not going to happen. I'm actually glad I never gave a name, because I can also use it for like prove this girl even existed, prove I'm not like some ultimate PDF troll. And I'm working on like the video where I scroll through the mentions and notifications.
So
just
can I
spammed out.
want to, before we get into schooling me on dynamics, I'm a little bit stuck on how the statement Benton has booted me in moment, but the other 3 have banned and muted me in long term and here and they cry about it. What was I supposed to learn from that about not backstaging you once? Because
it was to display their hypocrisy, their contradiction. It's not always about the listener. Just like Drew, the same one I was calling on that hypocrisy, I'm personally wrestling because of the people that are connected to both Drew and Davey. I'm wrestling with releasing a very well thought out piece about how much shit they give me about that dead guy hated me. And I'll show the scenes I've found where he thought I was talking about him in the moment when I was busting on Drew or Stephen David, and he'd leave being angry at me. And then I tie in the night that drunk ass EBT admits they've always exploited Davey. He always wanted to be friends. They always kept him at a distance. And then they sit there and talk about their epic broness they have as their epic internet duo. I say they're a couple wrist flips. And I wrestle with putting that out because I don't want to hurt L. Like, I don't want L just to see that is. It's not even about making them not like each other. It's, I don't want L to know that those people she still has contact with are that shitty. And I fucking sat there and cried as in real time as they said that shit. Took me an hour before I could come online and seek them out and verbally berate them because I was sobbing. Like you know the meme of Jesus putting his arm where the guy's injecting heroin. Like Davy's ghost could have been over top of me as I was like sobbing at that revelation that night. Those guys are dickheads.
And may peace be upon Davy Crocco, certainly.
R.I.P. Davy Crocco. And they'll
Indeed.
tell me I don't have any right to say that. When it's
That's
like I was
bullshit.
sobbing because as I look for footage just to use for lulls and funny shit, I didn't know that I was saying stuff to people. Like, I caught a time that I told Stephen David, like, oh, you're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you. And Davey thought I was talking to him, and he like exit raged at me. And I forgot that I sat there going, because I didn't know Davey, I was like, oh, did that guy think I was talking to him? God damn it, Stephen Davey. Now I gotta find him and work that shit out. Because he thought I was saying that shit to him. And I just found more of that shit after months of those motherfuckers telling me, oh, Davey hated you. Why are you always dropping Davey's name? Well, because I found out, and with respect to Davy Crocco, I found out we were very similar in the substance abuse womanizing department and the investigation department. And now I will always bittersweet miss him on what could have been. And I have no right to fucking R.I.P. Crocco in their mouth or in their ears. And Jessica Jane, you can eat that bag of dicks because you're as fake as they are too. I've seen too much of your chats. I see how you talk around these streets. You don't impress me. You ain't shit. Because last time I was on Steve and you showed up out talking all nice, I saw you over on Unslavia helping coordinate that alleged nothing attack, which it turned out to be. It's like, I don't care if you're fake. A lot of women are. But you want to walk around like the Drew crew and drop my JC and the boys references. And I mean, you're free to. None of us can really judge. We'll all find out. But I think it's funny how I claim to follow JC, but the people I get along best with in this community is a Muslim and a fucking Satan worshiper. And everybody else claiming Christianity, I can't fucking stand you guys. So maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe I'm the one doing something wrong.
I don't think so. And some of the things you just said there,
lying to my face, dude. The Rat Blood, Axis Rat Blood. And I've challenged that to him. He likes to say he's a Satan worshiper, and I've challenged him a couple times. Like, I think you might actually be on God team and not realize you're like being singled out to oppose some of these people. And he agreed in the moment, but he's doing his thing. I can't question his thing, but I get along with him. He's like you, Benton. He's got the personal email. We talk about a lot of he's one of the if Z had done that week of hosts, he's one of them that was gonna Sam Fisher me in on the show. But Jessica Jane, after the Steve thing, I literally went over to Paul and watched your fucking chats get shared. Like, the nerve of you to sit and say this shit. Like I said, you're fucking fake, but it's never surprising when a female is. It's like that's your challenge, is to not be. And men are challenged by it too, but our code is like derived of not doing it. That's why I've said so many times, you'll never catch me sock accounting. I might occasionally try and infiltrate a stream with a filter and a name change, but you'll never catch me on a different account unless it's I make an alternate account to tell people they got me blocked or muted or something. I'll never run around here posing as a Talcott clone or something. And that's what makes me proud to be this alienated guy, because it's based on standing on those able words, no matter how much a channel wants to claim them. The reason you guys hate me is holding you to what me and many dead men in history have held themselves to. And anybody can. It takes effort, but anybody can. That's the point. And the thing I like about the able words is you can be an atheist. We can still agree on those able words. It's like the layers to it. And I know you guys would never be small enough to cut me off in the middle of
a. Did he leave?
No. Well, I didn't touch anything.
Okay, I think he was doing it.
Yeah.
I think he did a thing there. That was
Did
funny.
a thing?
Well, he says you guys would never be in, he was implying that we would never backstage him in the middle of while he was talking, and then he disconnected. But maybe he'll be back. I don't know. But
I didn't touch any.
For the record, I have every intention of getting along with Tom as much as I'm able to. But part of that involves, at times, I'm the one that's hard to deal with, potentially. It's not always Tommy being hard to deal with. So he's right. I do have the email, and I'm certainly, my hope and intention would be to stay, to continue whatever our metaversal friendship has been. If it is that, that would be my intention.
Well, I felt like, and maybe it was inappropriate timing, I couldn't hear either of you what you were saying. You were both, I was just, but I know when he came back, it was like walking through a doorway, and I don't think he was behaving for me. I'm just saying it just tripped the switch, and now we're talking. So, and then we were talking. So,
yeah, I'm pretty sure he was doing a thing there, but bit, non-bit, exactly. And real quick, for those who may not, if there's some confusion, because I've been trying to help Highly Suspect get on StreamYard. If you're using Apple products, you must use Safari. But if you're on Android, actually, I'm not even sure about Android, but if you're on Windows, you have to use Chrome. Although I no longer use Chrome because it sends literally all of your data and your files to Google. So I use Brave, which it works on StreamYard, but it doesn't fully support it. There's certain things that don't work properly, but most of it works. So that's been very confusing. And I don't use any Apple products, but you must use Safari on Apple. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the opposite on other forms like Windows. You have to use Chrome or Brave, which doesn't even fully work. So all these tech kerfuffles, Bex. But Bex, someone said earlier that you sounded frustrated, so I was wondering if that was a thing.
Frustrated while you were gone?
No, I'm not really sure. Snafu said that, although it's Snafu, so let's bear that in mind.
Snafu made some pretty funny comments.
Yeah,
They weren't,
shout out to Snafu.
Yeah. I wonder when. I wonder when he was referring to.
Oh, it's okay. You might. Who knows?
I was really frustrated with some. Yeah.
Okay.
I was frustrated earlier.
Well, I do want to say, if it's me, and I'm not saying it was me in this instance. I'm saying in the future, I prefer direct communication, and I am a bit dense. In fact, now that Mr. Crocco is no longer here, may peace be upon him, that I'm now perhaps the most dense person around. So it would be best to just tell me directly if I'm doing something.
I have no frustration with you.
Well, if you do in the future.
Yeah, I will.
Please let me know. Because
I will.
I'm not always tapped into those dynamics, right? But and then this is the time of the day when I do that thing that drives Tommy nuts, where I start monitoring to see if Paul has scheduled a live stream yet.
Excellent. Well, I do apologize to Illumitomi for putting him backstage. I'm sure it was my I was feeling a little fed up with
You know what? It would have been better if you backstage me, I think, in that
Yeah.
instance. But
Okay.
yeah, because
Okay.
let's face the fact that you were just trying to get us to stop yelling at each other. So
Yeah.
actually, you could have backstage me and kept him. But live and
All
learn,
right.
and that
Yeah.
just occurred to me anyway. Because I certainly
Yeah.
don't want to be viewed as if I'm getting preferential treatment, even though perhaps I
Yes.
will, in fact,
I
get preferential
appreciate that.
treatment. I prefer not to be viewed
I
that
just,
way. And in fact, I would
yeah,
prefer not to have it at all.
yeah, but it is still strange to, you are a host of this show as well. Your audience is here, so it
Oh,
would
yeah.
seem strange to me to backstage you in front of your audience, and
see, I
yet
don't
I
think
would
so.
say
I'm sorry to cut you off.
yeah,
I disagree. Yeah, I disagree with that, actually. Yeah, I do. I backstaged myself one time and I yelled at Provo. I spurred on Provo Kid for an hour and a half the first time he came to my channel. And then I backstaged myself and I let him host the broadcast for 30 minutes.
Oh, nice.
So that's one thing I like about this. We're not limited. We're able to do what we choose to do within the forum, right? And again, you didn't do anything wrong. It just occurred to me that was a possibility. I was like, oh, she could have actually backstaged me, but it's fine. But
or I could have backstaged myself.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, and I want to say this to the audience: just because I'm yelling at Tommy doesn't make me right. It just means I'm yelling. Ultimately.
Yeah.
That's not
well,
what
and
determines. Oh, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
I am not someone who likes to use that. I wanted you guys to stop fighting, and I shouldn't. I know drama's part of this. It's just been a long day, and
Indeed.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed it. It's just that's where that button came from, and it was it was wrong. I could have done one of three things there, and my preference would have been to leave Tommy on stage and put one of us out. So I just didn't think to do that. So now that I know I could, I don't plan to use that button often. I'm glad he was there.
I'm getting a little more comfortable with it, I must say, of late.
Yeah. Well, the friends, quote unquote friends that I used it with, once and done. Done. Breakup letters. Oh, we might have.
That's so strange to me.
Yeah.
Well, because I was talking to Highly Suspect on the phone, even after complaining about not wanting to talk on the phone, but then I sort of got on this tirade. At a certain point, it's a good rant, and then I went full tirade, and then he, he was on. What he does is he gets on speakerphone and then just gets farther and farther away from the phone, which is that makes sense. But finally, I'm like, "Hey, man, you're really far away from the phone there," and he's like, "Oh yeah, just let me call you back when I get home." But he hasn't called me. But it's like I could take that personally, but it's like, yeah, he probably's just done hearing me hoop and holler for the day, right? Like it doesn't have to be some sort of personal thing. Like I don't, I could choose to take that personally, or I could be like, we're still friends, right? Yeah, we'll still be friends.
I have always told the people that I whenever I'm on a stream, I've told people and not that they need my permission, but I can be seen as sensitive, and I always want people to know, especially people who use that button all the time. I got no problem with it. Sometimes I probably should have been backstaged.
Yeah, and if Tommy's still watching, I mean, and that's growth for the channel. And now we're back to the Beck's, the Benton School of Broadcasting and the Beck School of Broadcasting. It just occurred to me, oh, actually, the move there was backstage Benton, and in fact, I was the one behaving inappropriately. If anybody was, it wasn't Tommy. It's funny how the favoritism comes in so quickly, and that actually is part of Tommy's point. Now I reject all the power games and I've got a daddy like that. That doesn't mean anything to me other than eventually I get annoyed by it, and I'm going to directly say what I think about it. But well, in fact, that had a lot to do with me and Drew's so-called breakup was the daddy concept at all, right? But but Tom does have some points there, I must say, and he certainly brings a lot to the table in helping to work out the dynamics. But yeah, it's something that we're both learning, and I'm certainly committed to the content creation side of things, but not necessarily. It doesn't have to be YouTube, right? And like Jane says down there, she says Bex and Benton has a cool ring to it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a show. Honestly, it doesn't have to be a daily thing, right? And I feel like maybe you've had similar thoughts, but we certainly have a good rapport. But I'm sure you've had a good rapport with other folks, and I don't mean metaversely. I just mean in a creative sense. And in fact, me and Drew had an excellent rapport. I mean, and we did a morning show. I'm assuming you're not aware of this, but the morning show was very well received when me and Drew did it on his on Get Chalked Up, and yeah, even when while Z was live, I think we were pulling similar numbers to Z, what Zetetic Warrior's doing. So I would be open to a regularly scheduled Bex and Benton show, certainly.
Yeah. Yep.
But that would be, discuss that in the future.
Yeah.
Potentially. But yeah, it's exciting. And
here's more excitement.
Working through what's that?
Brian's back.
It's Tom. Oh, fantastic. What's up, Mr. O'Shea? I'm going to take the opportunity to make a cup of coffee if Brian won't be offended by me leaving when he shows up. Okay, Brian.
I do have a paranoia kicking in that you're not getting a cup of coffee. It's strange timing. As soon as I show up, you run off.
You know what, man? You're one of my favorites on here, actually, believe it or not. So, although we do have these awkward interactions at times, but then we really play off each other well at other times. So, yeah, you are one of my favorites on the YouTube in the YouTube screeds, I must say, Brian. At the risk of going love fest. And no reciprocation required or requested, by the way. What are you up to, man?
I am adjusting the audio settings on my fucking phone. Let's see here.
He sounds good.
All right. Oh, I sounded fine?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. I just got done with a job, which is cool. I did 20 minutes of work, got a 2-hour minimum.
Nice.
That's always cool. And he gave me a tip. I got a 3 p.m. job lined up later. I got to finish assembling this bunk bed for this cool little family. Looks like a single mother with a young boy and a teenage daughter. So we'll finish that job later.
Your volume might be a little low, or maybe you just turned away for a second. But you got another good job later?
Yeah, I had it on that automatically adjust volume. I'll just do it like this. Yeah, I got another job lined up later. Got this fucking comedy show set up in Arizona in like a week. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to cancel it or end up driving out to Arizona.
How long's your set?
It's only a 5-minute set, but it's at a fucking comedy club. And the dude was telling me, I was like, man, I'm in Vegas because they thought I was still in Arizona. He's like, well, I don't know if you want to come all the way out for a 5-minute unpaid fucking set. I was like, well, I want to go out there anyways, and fucking, I don't mind. It's a legit club. And then now I'm like, God damn it. So we'll see.
The addictive nature of comedy. It's fun.
Right.
It's fun, but don't get me wrong. I've been streaming 10, 12 hours a day, if not longer. So I'm not, I've been there, done that, and I've advanced to this thing. So I've got 3 fingers pointing back at me. If not, I've got like 8. Because my hand's all clutched. I can't take it out of the shape of a cell phone, when I just have to pull the phone out of it. Right? It's just like one hand's clutched, 4 fingers back, and the other one's pointed at you. I got 8.
You ever been in 12-step rooms?
Interesting question. Yeah, I have. But
yeah, a lot of us in this Truth or Streets have. And we it's just one of those sayings. Like when you point one finger at someone else, you got 4 more pointing at you. It's just one of those common. No, I don't want to demean what you're saying.
Should we all just start doing the serenity prayer when things go sour? You know, that was one of my bits I used to say in comedy when I'd hadn't been in a while, right? I'd show up and I'd be like, "Oh, hey, I'm, sorry, I haven't seen you in a while. I've been out doing some things. I've been doing some things to make myself more comfortable on stage." I was like, one is, I've been kickboxing and stuff. I said I joined AA, right? And nobody ever clapped because I didn't do that. I've got 10 days clean or something. I joined AA, and then they'd pause and wait for a laugh that didn't happen. I'd be like, yeah, I knew you were on to me. I just went there because they don't restrict my mic time. But AA and comedy and 12-step programs and comedy are very similar. It almost makes me think that maybe a bunch of comedians started the whole 12-step scene in the first place because, like, you hang out with your buddies every night saying the same thing, over and over and over again. I mean, fine-tuning a craft, I get it. I'm not trying to, I am self-deprecating here, but as a group, but there were a lot of similarities between 12-step programs and getting really involved in stand-up comedy, because there was only one night a week we didn't have a show. So every night we saw the same people 6 nights a week on this little island. It's a big island, but it feels small when you're meeting the same 20 people every night, every single night, always.
Yeah.
But maybe. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's the thing about meetings is you get the one guy who what would they call them? Drunkalogs, war stories. But some people could be fucking funny, dude. Especially if they're combining it with like a good story in general. Like say they're given like what they call as a lead. Like they just tell their life story for 40 minutes and how they got what it was like. What do they say? What it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. Would be like the outline for that particular story. Some people are fucking funny, dude, and they're telling some wild shit. You know what I mean? That some people might get freaked out by, but yeah, I've said that before. Yeah, because you'll be at some of those dead mics where it's just like the same people. There's like a weird energy in the room. Everyone's quiet, and it'd almost be better to be in an AA meeting at that point. There's less pressure, or it's just less creepy. Like,
could you imagine just breaking into a set at an AA meeting though? So you're not actually just trying to be funny while you share, but you're like, you just start up and start doing your like 3 minutes. Be pretty funny. I wonder if anyone would interrupt you. Just go practice. I never thought about that because I just imagine myself at the mic doing, AA comedy or whatever, as telling funny stories. But now I'm imagining going in and just busting straight into like my slut shock humor set or whatever, like just like straight up. They'd let you do it. I bet you they'd let you do it once. Be good practice. Did you ever when in your live somewhere where they didn't have enough places to practice and do the crash the music scene? So around here, it's something people do when we were down on open mics. There weren't enough of them. They'd go crash like hootenannies or places where people go and just in bars where you've got a night of everyone coming and just playing music, like few songs each. So the comedians would go in sets of 2 or 3 and check out if the music scene was happy to let them interrupt with like 15 minutes of comedy.
how would that work out?
It's tough. I never did it. I went with friends who did it. It's tough because the room isn't designed to be quiet while you're talking. Like music is designed to be, at the pub being played, everyone's listening to the music and stuff. So it's the tough crowd because nobody's really listening. Nobody cares to listen. But lots of guys did it.
Yeah. I don't know if I've been to how many places I've been to where the mics were limited. I mean, I've been in small towns. Crash the mic. Yeah, I've done that before where it's just like, can I do comedy here? And then I'm trying to debate. Well, because I could do music too. I mess with some hip hop stuff, so I could kind of do a little rap in or something, freestyle or something. Yeah, I've been suggested that I'd get into like a one-man show type thing where I could bring the music in, the stand-up comedy, and then like maybe like a spiritual, philosophical entertainer kind of side to it.
Well, was going to say that I went to, I'll tell you, the 12-step program I went to, though, was for weed. And I showed up at this MA meeting because I was in grad school and I just had never stopped smoking weed and I was really struggling and I'd been told it wasn't addictive. So I'm like, oh, I'll go to this MA meeting, Marijuana Anonymous. So I get there and of course, what's going on? Nothing. Nobody's there. Why? Because they're a bunch of fucking potheads, right? So I grabbed the literature and started reading and thought, oh, okay, well, I'll just go to an NA meeting. And so for 9 months in university, while I was in university, myself and a former service provider friend were the joking entertainment of NA groups. Yeah, I know, it's hilarious, but it did help. It helped me have a framework of something to do. See, what the 12-step program does is it replaces the desire to use something with the obsession to use something with the obsession not to, and it replaces your drug dealer with your sponsor. And it, it's an okay model, but in the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous, they say about 5% of people will succeed from the program. 95% of the people will end up in jails, institutions, or dead. That being said, 5% success rate, might want to check the model. Not that I'm trying to knock everyone back into relapse here. I'm not, friends, but it's just like some programs don't help. They don't help as much as, like, I'm not an advocate or proponent for the Church of Scientology, nor do I know if I can verify their statistics, but the Church of Scientology has an 85% success rate with addiction. And I'm not talking about the church aspect, just looking into their detox methods. That tends to be what looks like they have a very heavy laden supplements and saunas and stuff like that. So there are models out there ignoring the cultish aspect of what I understand Scientology to be. If I had a town with only 1,000 people in it, and every year 100 people got sick, and 5 of them survived, and the next year, same thing happened, I'd fire the fucking doctor, is what I'd do. So one of the reasons that it's so hard for people to succeed in the rooms of these 12-step programs is because I don't think that they are the optimal model. They don't allow you to understand what has you, they give you fraternity. They give you lots of good things. And those are things that a lot of people don't have when they're in addiction. But when it comes to the actual addictive behaviors, you just get addicted to AA instead of hanging out with your friends. So.
Yeah. I've been to plenty of those Marijuana Anonymous meetings myself.
Yeah.
I was like chairing the phone. It was like a call-in. I would do mostly a lot of phone call-in meetings. I was like chairing those. Whatever the fuck they call them, where you kind of host it or whatever. Fucking where we go.
I just think it's funny. I know it was the comedian in you that was like, you ever been a member of a 12-step program? I just think it's funny. It's like, it was good. It was a good question. Especially since those things are like, if most people lots of people are vocal about being in a 12-step program, but it's also the anonymity of it. But it's like, it's basically, you're saying it's a tell. Like, you're a comedian. Yeah. What's your vice?
I mean, what I didn't like about chat.
Pardon?
I was gonna say, if you ask the chat, put a 1 if you've ever been to a AA or NA meeting or Marijuana Anonymous meeting or Emotions Anonymous or Sex Anonymous. Put a 1 in chat. But there's a big ass percentage of people that are going to be honest to do it that have been to one for one reason or another. Because Rachel's saying 12 steps for weed? ? I used to suck dick for coke. No, but it's a half-baked quote. But I digress. Cut you off.
Al-Anon would also constitute a 12-step program, I believe. Don't they? Isn't Al-Anon 12-step program for people who have
I've been to those.
that have been? Yeah.
I've been to adult children of alcoholics. That'll count. You know, that's an interesting crowd. Yeah, so what the alcoholic dudes, if they want to get a date, they just go to the Al-Anon meetings. The girls can't help themselves around the alcoholic. It's like the codependency. They just link up like two magnets. Like codependency of the situation.
What's happening?
What's it called? Sorry. Go ahead.
What are they voting on in the chat?
Everyone who's had involvement with 12-step groups, one way or another.
Oh yeah, yep.
I suspect it's like a high percent, like 90% of like people that come to like these type of panels have been to a 12-step meeting at one point, like one reason.
Well, and I just want to be clear that I was not pushing for people to join Scientology as the next measure of seeking help, but they do boast an 85% success rate.
Yeah, well, they lie.
Yeah.
80% success rate. 75% lie.
They probably just don't let you back out, right?
I don't know. I mean, I've looked into Scientology a decent amount, but I don't want to just shit on your point there. But they would definitely lie about that. I'm not saying they don't have success, but they would certainly lie. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
I like
this is the internet addiction meeting here, Brian.
I haven't smoked a joint. I haven't smoked a joint in a couple of days.
I think I saw you smoking the last one you smoked on stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Sitting right in front of me.
So you didn't do nothing. You've been sober, as they say, for a couple of days.
Yep.
What did you do that for?
I don't know. It just happens when I interrupt my routine.
Oh yeah, you've been going hard. You did like mega, like 18-hour things.
Well, I was smoking weed on all that though. I was smoking weed all the way up. And I'm not giving it up or anything. It's just usually I have to any routine interruption will usually cause like a med holiday or a med vacation. You know, I'll take it with me or I'll go to my parents' house, go see my family. And I've always been a weed smoker, but just getting out of my element. So I think I've just gotten a little bit, out of my element, which is good. But I didn't even have to leave my house. Not that I'm trying to not smoke or anything. It's just nice when that happens naturally.
Right.
Just a nice break, And I'll probably stick with it for a bit. I got a lot of shit to do. Yeah, and I'm getting it done bit by bit, considering actually how busy I've been. Last couple of days, I've been pretty organized. I mean, not a lot.
Weed breaks are the best.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I told you guys about my ultimate weed break, right?
Mm-mm.
No weed for a month and a half, 2 days of food fasting, and then 30 milligrams of edibles. It was a psychedelic experience. 30 milligrams is 310 gummy bears. Those are tiny. That's a tiny bit. And it was it was so strong. It was like a mild psychedelic, like even in the vision. Like the room was it was baffling how strong an edible can be when you're THC free instead of THC saturated.
Yeah, Canna Dummy said he's grouchy as hell after quitting weed. I think I'm grouchier when I'm on it potentially, but yeah.
Well, I could relate to his, like, if you're doing it every day and then for some reason you can't get it, you're cranky. Don't have my baba.
Oh, maybe that's what Snafu was sensing when he said I sounded frustrated.
Yeah, that's what I just thought about. Yeah, maybe it's possible.
Oh, you should see what happens to me. Yeah, it's documented on Paul's stream over the year because I'll do these things where I'll get sober and then I'll start semen retention usually at the same time. It'll go for a month or two and I'll just become, all of a sudden I'll be really intense on the stream and people are like, what the fuck's up with this dude? I haven't seen this before. And then I was like, nah, yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this side of O'Shea. Like, I'm just like super intense all the fucking time, you know, getting into it, and then I'll get back on the weed, and that kind of goes away, you know.
I don't have any
Mic
problem
check.
quitting. Yeah, I don't have any problem. You're good, Bex. I don't have any problem quitting, but it fucks my sleep up for like 2 or 3 nights when I quit. But other than that, no problems quitting.
And then
And
the
I'm
dreams will come back.
typically a heavy user. But yeah, the dreams, exactly. The dreams start coming back.
And that's a creepy thing, because you're like, wow, man, I'm really getting deep REM sleep. Like these dreams are probably like for brain function, like probably healing. And then dreams are cool in general, like even the occult nature of them, and deciphering them and the subconscious and all these different things, and the theory that the dreamland is actually the real one, and right now we're asleep dreaming. You know what I mean? Like all these, you know. But that goes away on weed, which is kind of strange. Interesting thing. You don't dream on weed, apparently.
Well, and that thing about cannabis is that, you know, it's not benign. You know, a lot of people like to promote as if it has no you know, if there's no drawbacks, but you know, it's not. I don't see it as benign, but it's certainly
The way it's been
less harmful than other things. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think the way it's been bred, they bred the CBD out of it. We need to sort of breed it back in, get the full experience, the full range, like you would get on an RSO, where it's more medicinal thing. It's probably a completely different high. Right now, it's all THC, so you're missing that component of it. It's like all either male or female, whatever. I mean, you got to get that union. Just like in society, they want to divide everything, segregate it, like you say, compartmentalize. The union is where it's at. The union of male and female, THC, CBD.
Yes.
These complementary aspects that really make things go.
Well, and Rachel Zinger in the chat said that alcohol is worse. Actually, just about every time that all drugs are studied, in fact, alcohol is the worst drug across the board, it turns out. So it's worse. It's worse than weed. It's worse than all of the other drugs also. But surprise, surprise, it's the one that's socially acceptable. And I've said it before. Actually, I think I've said it on this broadcast today that all amounts of alcohol are poison to the body, and one glass of wine is good for you. No, it's not. It's poison.
If someone's a major heroin addict and someone's a major alcoholic, which one do you think is more life-threatening if they just stop cold turkey?
Well, it's clearly the alcohol, and I went through that myself, brother.
Well, that's creepy then, right? Think about that. Like the stigma they have on heroin compared to alcohol. But if you were to stop one cold turkey, the alcohol is actually more life-threatening. That's something to consider.
Well, I've never used opiates, but from what I understand, the withdrawals are horrible, but people are able to just ride it out potentially. But it sounds awful, you know, it just sounds terrible.
So one of the most ridiculous pieces of propaganda ever is that smoking is cigarette smoking is more addictive than heroin. I don't think so. I don't think so. I know it looks it. It's convenient. It doesn't put you out of your mind. It doesn't, you know, but the withdrawals from heroin versus the withdrawals from nicotine, I don't think so.
I think they're saying if you like, the point they're making is if you actually were to go to the mission to give one of them up, like they're trying to say, oh, it'd actually be easier to be cured of heroin. You know, not that the withdrawals are better, but it's just like there's something about the habitual ease, seeing a cigarette around all the time, and just like it's easier to relapse and start smoking again or get away from it. And
see, I've never been a smoker, but I read this book called "Easy Way to Stop Smoking" by Alan Carr. And my mother quit and stayed quit by reading that book, and I've read it also. And I believe what he says in that book, that it's a trick. It's a diabolical trick. It's how it works. It's just a total trap of the intellect.
Yeah.
So when people start saying things like, you know, it's more that they're, you know, it's a habit, or people just, you know, they want to have something to do, that's all a bunch of bullshit. That the actual the urge is contained within the cigarette, meaning when I don't smoke, but if I'm addicted to cigarettes, when I smoke this cigarette, that creates the urge for the next cigarette. So that when I have the urge for the next one, if I let that urge pass, you know, at some point I will not have the urge for the next one. But if I choose to smoke another one, that creates the next urge, which makes sense to me, right? But I haven't, again, never been a smoker of cigarettes. But I know my mother was able to quit that way, and she has not, started smoking. It's been several years.
Oh, she read it recently.
Well, no, it's been several years since she quit smoking by reading the book, and what I'm using that as proof that it works or can work. And my second wife, who loves to smoke, she cold turkeyed it for 2 weeks when we first met, and she was such a basket case. I had to. I said, "Listen, just start smoking again." Like she was beside herself. It was insane. I said, "You have to smoke. This is nuts." But she truly loves it. Like some people just love to smoke. Well, she read the book, and one of the first things he says is, keep smoking while you're reading the book. But he said that many people will not quit because they will stop reading the book halfway through, approximately, and that's what she did. But they also talk about how these messages are put into our brain. So, like for example, in the movies, when someone's going to be executed, they put the blindfold on, and then what is the last thing that happens before the person is shot is they're given a cigarette, which then gives us the message that the most precious thing in life, the one thing that you will want right before you leave this place, is a cigarette. And then further, that real quick, I'll wrap up on this and pass it back around, but that when someone smokes their first cigarette, it's so disgusting and nasty that they just assume that they could not possibly get addicted to it, and that's also part of the trick. Yeah. And also that when they see everybody else smoking, they assume that the person that's never tried it, they just assume, well, obviously there has to be something good about it, or all of these people wouldn't smoke cigarettes. It's not possible that actually it does absolutely nothing for the person. Like, so it's also a subtle psychological thing. Well, obviously it must do something, when no, it doesn't. It does nothing. And in fact, he likens it to wearing shoes that are too tight so that one can feel the relief of taking them off. Meaning, and the caffeine addiction is similar also. It turns out that caffeine works on those mechanisms where it actually, when I'm addicted to caffeine, as I am right now, actually what happens is the addiction makes me feel shitty, and then when I drink the coffee, I feel okay. Like, that's a real thing. Yeah. And man, I go through terrible caffeine withdrawals. It's awful. I hate
Just like a restaurateur's house never has food, and a carpenter's house is never finished. A doctor's house never has medicine in it, right? And so when we were kids, when I was a teenager, my dad had these samples of Tylenol with just a bit of codeine in them. And I know he told me that, just help yourself to one of those when I had a headache. But so I took one of those and had a headache, and, took them a few days in a row with headaches. And next thing you know, I'm taking this pill every day for a headache. Because it had some sort of sample that he brought home. Anyways, luckily for me, I guess it probably scared me. I didn't know of it. It was causing my headaches. Just the dependency. I mean, obviously I'd taken them a few days in a row, but still it was, I can't take that kind of stuff. The painkillers in the hospitals and stuff, I just want Toradol. It's just a liquid ibuprofen. Like, I don't want any morphine or any of those things. Oh, look who's here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look who's here.
Could not agree more.
Welcome to the stage, Rob Cleveland. I think they've got his name right. Yeah.
Hey, greetings. Thank you.
Good
Bex, I'm not sure if you saw my comment earlier. Maybe it was a few hours ago by now, but I wanted to apologize for having such harsh judgments towards you and not really having any reason to.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know you'd had them. So
yeah, I think Ben was kind of aware.
Well, I appreciate that. I think we'd only been, I popped over once. I think our first time I met you, maybe it was over on EBT.
I think I met you on Christos.
Christos. I see. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate, and even modeling that here in this community is great. I think we're very quick to judge each other.
Yes,
you demand, Rob. You demand, Rob. Good to see you.
Well, you're new on the panel. We'd welcome any thoughts you have on what we're talking about, or we can also just keep talking and jump in when you're ready.
Yeah, Rob likes to hang out sometimes, so
Okay.
he's good at chiming in when appropriate. He seems to have mastered that to some extent. See you later, Rob. Oh, he's back. Okay. It's funny, he disappeared, but now he's back with no icon.
He is back. Okay.
Yeah.
My phone's lagging from your computer quite a bit today.
Yes.
You see things quite a bit faster than I do.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen here, but we're going to get you on a computer at some point. It's going to have to happen. I don't know that I'm going to be involved in that, but we meaning just everyone, right?
All I really need is help making the decision. I got the credit card number. I have a phone I can order one on. If I thought to do it that way, then it's just in the mail, and I don't have to go out and have some salesperson, translate everything for me and,
I can tell you the one I got recently. I don't know if you could get as great of a deal I did, but it actually worked out because, like, for poker too, you would like to have a nice strong thing for like video editing. You'd like to have I don't know what you're trying to get into. But mine's pretty strong. Mine's called the Legion. It's like it's by Lenovo, and I think they go for like around 1,400. But when I bought mine, it was on sale for like, I want to say like, let's say like 1,000 or something, right? But then, or 1,100, so it was like a few $100s off. But then I did the open box at Best Buy, and I got like another $500 savings. So I went from a $1,400 laptop, and I only paid like $700 for it, right? $750, $30 or something. So like, but it's a nice strong laptop. Like, you could do all types of powerful shit. The battery's just not too long on it. It's like a gaming laptop though. That's why they're nice and strong and powerful. But I don't know. I just want to give my 2 cents since you're.
Thank you.
I don't know. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah, luckily I'm blessed to be able to pick what I want, really. I mean, I'm not usually in a position where I have savings, but I do. So
look at the name of the laptop, Legion. Isn't what were the name of the
Legion,
demons that came out of that being when they begged Christ, like, don't just kill us, let us go to those pigs over there. Or he asked them their name before that happened. He goes, "What's your name?" They go, we are Legion. It was like a demon was coming out of someone or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like thousands, like 1,000 of them. I think a legion is 1,000, right? Something like that.
So you think it's an accident? That's the name of the laptop? Is there any connection? I don't know. The apple, the forbidden fruit, the apple with the thing. That's the name of that company.
5,200 to 6,000 is considered a legion, apparently.
Interesting. 5,200 to 6,000. Oh, and like, okay, yeah, those things.
I got a legion to 6,000, I guess.
So what would be more than that? Like a army, a militia?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, that's good because it's like, yeah, these are technically like I got a legion of motherfuckers that'll come after your ass, and that's like they used to say it literally, like they were saying an actual number, like motherfucker, I got an army, motherfucker, I got a legion, and one of those is bigger than the other. I think army would probably be bigger if I had to guess. I got a crew. I got a what would they call it? I got a there's a million different terms for different sized groups. I got a militia. I got a posse. I got
a gang, partner.
I got a gang. Rob Cleveland.
At the risk of changing the mood, apparently Snafu has left to go under the knife. He's having surgery, and I don't believe that he left any details. So as much as I don't like this phrase, thoughts and prayers to Mr. Snafu from myself. I don't really know what else to say. I don't like that phrase. But
he has an autoimmune disease, apparently.
As he's going, I don't mean to make light of anything, like speedy recovery, Godspeed, Snafu. But like as he's getting the anesthesia and it's going down, like the last 10, 9, he's like, Hogo, Pella, you fuck it, like, the doctor's like, what?
It's more. Have you seen the waking up from anesthetic videos that some people do?
Oh, I saw the one with a girl talking. She was talking about her husband's like friend. Oh, I seen him playing basketball. Had that thing like she was going like ghetto, bro. Talking about getting dick down and just like I never liked you. I wish I had him. And she starts crying. I wish I made him. Oh my god, it was so awkward.
They're pretty funny.
I got put under for oral surgery for my wisdom teeth, and I have a notoriously weak stomach for certain things. Like I get air sick, and it's kind of ridiculous. But so when I woke up, the first thing I said was, "I'm going to throw up," and the doctor kind of laughed. He said, "No, you're not," and I said, "Yes, I am," and then I threw up. I know when
No,
I'm
you're not. You should have
Yeah,
grabbed
he
a
was like, "No, you're not."
trash can. No, you're not. What an
It's a
idiot.
funny thing to say. I still don't know why he said that. It's like he said, "No, you're
Right.
not." I was
It was
like,
like a
"Yeah, I
mind
am."
control trick.
Yeah,
No, you are
exactly.
not. What?
Yeah.
What a control freak idiot. He ruined his office by being a prideful idiot. He
Oh
should
no,
have grabbed a trash can.
I got it into wherever they wanted me to put it. And in fact, as a young person, I was notorious for refusing to vomit, which meant I would sit with that nausea. I hated regurgitating so much. I would just be
I
nauseous.
didn't know that was a thing that you could refuse to vomit. I thought that was the whole point. No one wants to vomit.
No, I mean I just wouldn't. Like I would just mind over matter that shit. But so now I finally figured out, oh, it's better to just go ahead and get it out, and then I would feel better. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because your
made
body's
it miserable.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, retching is an interesting thing because you could retch in a spiritual sense. Like people do that on ayahuasca. They'll retch physically, and it's more of a
Purge.
Isn't that just like
metaphysical
dry
thing that's
heaving?
going on. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Retching. Yeah.
Well, I will say, at the risk of making it about my health, there's been quite a bit of retching and dry heaving for me over the past year, but I don't know. It's not that bad of a thing necessarily. It didn't. I don't know that it helped, but
Well, that
oh,
mom
and
get me dry
the
heaving.
drinking. You know, I would vomit from drinking too, so I guess I was used to it.
Oops, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, that's scary when you vomit from drinking. You're dehydrated. It's all bad.
Terrible.
I'd
I'm glad
never,
that's over with. What's
Especially
that,
when you
Beck?
start getting them sweats.
Yeah. I think I had some night sweats from drinking. I'm pretty sure. I was usually actually this tells you what kind of alcoholic I was, and I don't believe that like I don't identify as like I'm an alcoholic, but I was certainly practicing alcoholism. But understanding that an intoxicated person doesn't sleep, right? If you just pass out drunk and wake up, it's like you did not sleep. So if I was going to get hammered every day, I start drinking right in the morning, or I did rather. I don't drink anymore, but I would drink just more or less within an hour of waking up. I would start pounding the drinks so that I could get sober enough by the evening to actually be able to sleep. I was fucked up, dude. And I was working like 16 hours a day while I was doing it. It was insane. Just total insanity, Rob. Complete insanity. And I do remember we had a big snowstorm in Arkansas, an Arkansas snowstorm. Actually, it was freezing rain, and my Kia, I had a Kia Sorento that was like covered in ice, and all I had was a screwdriver. So for some reason, very intoxicated early in the morning, I was out there with the screwdriver trying to break up the ice, which sober, I would have been able to do this, but intoxicated, I ended up cracking my fucking windshield like an idiot. I just remember like thinking like, why did you think you could fucking get a screwdriver and like break up this ice? Like, that's just crazy. But meanwhile, like if I was sober, I would have had the dexterity to do that. But it's just these things we do, a person that drinks and then somehow this is a good idea, right? It's like, oh, I've broken my own windshield for effectively no reason. Like why did I do this?
You ever have to deal with parents that are up that get drunk?
No, neither one of my parents were drinkers. Although my mom, and at the risk of offending the ladies, I've noticed that most women will take on the habits of the husband. And my mom got remarried. Actually, she had 2 remarriages, but her current husband, who I'm pretty sure they're staying together for the long haul, especially at their age, he was a drinker when they met. So of course, next thing you know, now here's my mom drinking. But she's a grown woman; she can do whatever she wants. But now neither one of them drinks. He had a widowmaker heart attack and managed to get off the booze. So good for him. But yeah, my father, listen to this, Brian. we would go out and have pizza once a week, and my dad would have one Miller Lite with the meal, and then my mom would drive home, and my mom never drove. Like my dad always drove, when they were together. So, that was a pretty strong signal to me. But then I got drunk around age 14 or 15, and they say that, for people who end up, being binge drinkers, and I was mostly a binge drinker. The daily drinking never happened until the fake pandemic, not to excuse myself, but now I'm getting distracted with the comments. Shout out to Thinks He's a Penguin, by the way. This was he was a podcast guest of mine back in the day. ANS treatment, that's the name. Anyone looked into that? Put you in a coma and somehow run your body through all physical withdrawals. I think I've heard of that, but I did not know what that was called. I've also heard good things about like Ibogaine, supposedly being very good for alcohol.
That's interesting. You pronounce it like that. I mean, I pronounce it Ibogaine. I don't know what the actual thing is, but I've never heard it
I've heard
like
it Ibogaine, yeah, but I know how to spell it. It's spelled with an I, but I've heard E, but who knows? And do y'all know that?
Yeah, I never heard E.
Okay, well, Ibogaine. Have y'all heard this? That basically Hunter S. Thompson back during there was like the 1972 presidential election, and Hunter S. Thompson wrote a book, Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, 1972, and Hunter S. Thompson started a rumor that this Ed Muskie, who was like the running mate of, have you heard this before?
I laugh because it's like they purposely did a rumor, like, and that's things that have done throughout history. These fake rumors that like fuck people up, dude. Like, I mean,
he started a rumor that this guy went down to like Ecuador or went to some Latin American country to have Ibogaine because he was, had addiction and mental illness or something. Yeah, it's crazy, man. And that was.
But the funny thing is,
go ahead.
The funny thing is, it's all the person's reaction to it. It's not really what was said. It's like because it derailed this guy. Like he completely fell apart. Like dropped out of the race. Like, and it was his reaction. It's not. It's like that saying in AA. It's not what happens to you. It's how you react to it. But sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, you're good. And the only point I had was that was pretty much the introduction of that term Ibogaine into the mainstream. Prior to that, most people had probably never heard of it.
Yeah, they did that to the historical figure, supposedly Fortune de Saint Germain. Like he's supposedly this guy that lived a long time. He had all these crazy stories. So like, what this guy did, it was actually who's the guy that was good with the ladies? Not Don Juan, but Casanova. Like, so this other historical figure, well, I don't know if it was Casanova or one of these fucking guys, an actual figure who was like known for being like a ladies' man or whatever, and like he didn't like this Fortune de Saint Germain, so he went to the local. He got an impersonator that kind of looked like Saint Germain to go down to the local shit bars and tell these fantastical stories that made him look like an idiot. To where they just fucked up his reputation. I don't know, man. It's just like I guess it's similar today, like with the hit pieces, like the Sovereign Citizen and being played on Vice, making all of us look like these fucking idiots. It's just propaganda, hit pieces.
Well,
but the Hunter.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I'm on his Wikipedia page, and this is the problem with Wikipedia is that it's actually not bad overall, but I just went to Ed Muskie's Wikipedia page, and Ibogaine does not appear anywhere, right? And I'm certain 10 years ago it was on there. And recently I was on Jamie Dimon's Wikipedia page, and there was a quote that I know was on there a few years ago. It's just gone. So
right, and what Hunter S. Thompson did was more comical. Yes. Like he did it, but it was such a brilliant move and like a comical thing, but it also exposed this guy's like vulnerability. Like he can't take the pressure of being like called out, even if it's untrue. Like he'll just unravel. It's like a subconscious thing.
And I think they had given him shock therapy or something. Like he was hospitalized for mental illness at some point, apparently.
Also, Hunter like sensed it. Yeah, Hunter like sensed the vulnerability, and whoever this Hunter guy is, like I don't know. Like, gotta be careful with these celebrity.
Oh, he was definitely controlled and managed. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And I've read all of his books, by the way, except for those bullshit letters. He has like 3 books that are collections of letters. I never read that, but I've read all his actual books.
Yeah, it would make sense because when I think of him, a cool guy, like just a normal dude, just like, you know what I'm saying, he'd like to do drugs, like whatever, smart dude. But really, is probably creepier behind the scenes, like you were saying, controlled. Like I don't know. I think it sounds like you delved into a little bit.
I think so. And Yurt, shout out to Yurt. He's one of the first people I've heard to say that, the system glorifies, Hunter S. Thompson and the drug use and everything. But really, if you look at the way the guy lived, he was just a piece of shit. Like, honestly, like not a good dude at all. But then, glorifying him, and then, the Johnny Depp playing him in the movie, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Actually, Bill Murray played him in a movie, Where the Buffalo Roam, as well. But yeah, he was just not a good dude at all. So I find that fascinating. And I said, yeah, you're right. It's definitely not a good dude. Looks like the CBO universe, they're doing in 8 hours, they're going live. Which reminds me, Bex, we're already at 10 hours and 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, we are.
But I do want to, if you want to throw up that screen share.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Not at all.
Folks get annoyed with me sometimes but look, I don't see the harm in promoting pretty much anybody's channel. And then we get back to the discernment of the truth community, so-called. It's like, surely people can make up their own minds about their own content, right? I mean, Is it really dangerous to, he's promoting CBO? It's like, I mean, is that really a bad thing? I don't think so. So they're going live tonight.
I think Machine Lies goes live tonight as well. I'm not sure about that. Either Monday and Thursday.
Excellent. Well, I see him in the chat there. And if it wasn't Get Chalked, I'm pretty sure I'm muted on Get Chalked Up, but I'm not muted on CBO. So, because this is Drew's backup channel.
Drew's Clues.
That shit was hilarious, man.
But see, I don't know if you know that reference. Like, I don't know. It seems like people who hear that, they have it in their head, but I don't know that show. I don't know that theme song. But it seems like a lot of people do. It's not our generation, right, Benton? Like, it's the younger cats.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, Blue's Clues was sort of my generation, I guess you would say.
So they just nailed whatever theme song and just obviously just inserted Drew in there, and it worked beautifully. That's the whole joke that I don't get, because I'm not familiar with that theme song, but I still laugh at it. I still love it, though, just like with everyone else, because laughter's contagious. You know what I mean? It's just so silly.
Dude, I just can't deal with Cecil, the guy with the microphone there. I just can't. He used to be on my channel quite a bit. He's a fucking idiot. I mean, I don't get it. I just don't understand it. Like, there has to be something that I'm missing, because a lot of people like him.
I don't think so.
Don't get it. You don't think so, Rob? I'm gossiping now, Bex, by the way.
Well, if you don't get it, then I don't get it either. Shit.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Me and Rob do have we do see things quite similarly, it seems. I've noticed that, Rob. And it's not just me. It's not a one-way thing. I've noticed it, both ways, certainly. Some similar viewpoints. So, yeah. And I am a big fan of of Drew's thumbnails. Best thumbnails in the game, I must say. Certainly. Look at TBE back there with this fucking face. That's hilarious. Who is this on the left? I don't even know who that is. Anybody?
Isn't that
the Machine Life?
I don't think so.
Is that Rat? Who is that? Rat?
Oh, Axis Rat Blood or whatever. Yeah, maybe.
No, that's not.
No,
that's not Rat.
I don't know who that's supposed to be.
Probably Machine Lies. Rob Cleveland probably has it right, even though I don't know who Machine Lies is. But.
Well, and if you notice, real quick, in the thumbnail, Cecil has the SS emblem on his shirt,
and he has a beard.
Well, and supposedly,
I've only seen him babyface.
Yeah, I've never confirmed this, but EBT alluded to rumors that there's videos and pictures of Cecil cross-dressing, which I don't know anything about. That's just what EBT said. So now I'm really gossiping, right? And I never got the details. I never got the full inside skinny on that, But and as much as Bex, as I say that it's not that I don't gossip, it's that I must if I don't discipline myself, like I'll just be full gossip all the time, you know. It's more of a I'm reining myself in from just going like full tabloid 24/7. Toilet Joel Osteen.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by that.
Yeah, TBE says, why am I on the thumbnail with these retards? Yeah, I might tune in for this, although I'm assuming I'll be asleep. Bex, could you teach me how to not require sleep, please? So I can match your level of broadcasting. If I could just learn not to sleep, I think I'd be everything.
Well,
my life would be great. It is great. My life is great.
Yeah. Here's my plan with all of this, because I'm sure my cognition does deteriorate. I know I slow down, and already I'd like to be a bit faster, right? That being said, I always tell people when they started university, there's a lot going on, and I was a TA, so I had like undergrads. When in grad school for 2 years, I taught TAs. Oh, sorry, I taught undergrads a lab class. And the thing about your first year of university, that's the time to get the C's.
Bex, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please highlight Kim Before the Storm's last comment.
Okay, just a sec.
I'm doing a little bit of broadcaster school here.
This one?
Yes. So real quick before Bex moves on, I just mentioned that apparently that there's pictures of Cecil cross-dressing, and then that's what Kim said. He said, I have the pictures on my phone, but I'll let CBO share. I'm assuming that's what he means, but yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that in the first year of university, you get C's, then it could only be improvement from there, right? So one could argue, take a little break, come back, be arrested and everything, keep the streams the right thing. People be like, she's on fire, right? You know, maybe that's an exaggeration, but.
Well, and I'm certainly adept at getting the most out of small amounts of sleep because the truck driving really does level up my ability to get rest when I sleep. Just, necessarily. But yeah, maybe I'll just start setting alarms and, making myself, just sleep for 3 hours and then set an alarm and wake up maybe. I hate setting an alarm though. But yeah, that's right, Jessica. Don't just definitely read Kim's comments before you highlight them. Don't just randomly highlight them. I agree.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, and sometimes if people see me randomly highlighting things, it really is because my phone freezes up and I shouldn't even be touching the comments, but I can't go to anywhere else. I can't scroll. Anyways, it's when the phone freezes is when I get these weird comments that I have hit. So I'll be very careful with Kim's and a few others, I'm sure.
All right. I'm doing a community post of this. I'm going to promote their broadcast. So I just, why not? And I know me and Paul have a difference of opinion here. My thing is, I don't see the harm in promoting pretty much anybody's channel. And then, it's up to the audience or it's up to the person to discern if that's for them or not. That's my view of it. But, I'm willing to consider that that might not always be correct, right?
Well, my position is, like I've said earlier, get rid of any huge channels you're not watching. Go through your subscription list.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your sub list regularly, because if you are on 2 forms of media or more, that stuff does cross over. That's actually how a lot of the big channels get that many subs, is they got shorts running on TikTok and over here and over there. And you've got a lot of subs that actually aren't in YouTube, which is nice. I mean, it does draw people from other social media, I'm sure, but I think people tend to be in their social media camps to begin with somewhat. I mean, I guess anyone who's promoting for just that. But it really does come down to the fact that if you follow something on Facebook and you're watching the shorts in there, a lot of them translate to if it comes from YouTube. If it's crossed over with the YouTube, then you get a sub and you get someone who doesn't necessarily come over to your channel, which isn't necessarily a great thing. But when you're up that high, when you've got that many views already, then it's just about numbers. So, but that shadow bans everybody.
Well, and also for a long time, I had my YouTube search history turned off like my my watch history, I mean, and that makes a big difference. When I turned that back on, it was totally different ball game. So that
Indeed.
certainly they factor that in. Where obviously, they're keeping up with it. It's not like they don't know. Somewhere at Google they know my watch history, whether I turn it on or not. Obviously, but that definitely makes a difference. And Gary Baxter is asking or do you mean me? Gary Baxter says you and Drew good. If you mean me, I don't think so. I mean, I don't have any animosity towards Drew, and I can't speak to what he thinks about me, but it seems like we're just not able to work together. That's my interpretation, but I'm sure I'm regularly roasted and lampooned over at whatever Discord they're on. But by the way, that's no different than what's always happened even when I was on the Discord. So I just more or less expect that across the board. Hey, is this Snafu, man? Are you going under the knife, brother? What's going on here?
Yeah, I wanted to say one last thing. Thanks for all your well wishes, and this is for Brian. Pogo, fuck you, Pogos.
Full screen.
Fuck you, Pogos.
The optics are hard.
Fuck you, Pogos. No, man. Much love, man. Thanks for the well wishes and shit.
Yeah.
I have emergency surgery coming up. I got some bad stuff. So remember, life is fragile. Make the best out of it, and always stand up for what's right. Thank you, Benton.
Thanks, brother.
Much love, Snafu.
Thoughts and prayers.
Speedy recovery.
Fucking A, man. Yeah, and just I know it's not your fault, and especially since you're on a phone, but anytime somebody goes live and they turn their camera on and they're about in that situation, as quick as you can, put that shit full screen.
Okay. Got
but
it.
I understand you're on a
Thank
phone
you.
and you're new to this, but yeah, that's the move there. It's the full screen.
And I have to be, I'm sure it won't happen necessarily here. I don't anticipate the same way, but I have had streakers and flashers and stuff. So,
yes.
I know Snafu's icon.
That's not going to happen with Snafu.
No, but
I'm pretty sure
that.
Snafu's not trying to show his manhood to the world.
No, no, but what I was, but the people that came up on my.
People that came up on my die because that can't be the last thing I said about him before he passed away. Now I know he's going to live. But sorry, Bex, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say the people I let up were people that used a name. It was of a mod, not of someone who walks on panels, right? But still, I knew it wasn't. Yeah, I knew it wasn't. I mean, I knew it was him. So I didn't want to imply that. That totally goes against everything he stands for.
Just
remember, guys.
No, real quick. He's about to go under emergency. He's about to go under the knife for emergency surgery, and he's pulling out his penis and showing it to his friend.
Remember, guys, life is fragile. Don't try to.
Oh my god! And then I actually talked over the top of him because I'm like full screen. So I did the fuck up.
Yeah, his last words. You fucked up his last words.
I know.
And guys, final conclusion. Full screen.
What an idiot! Oh my god!
In a few weeks, he'll be back to saying you're on the cancer grift.
That's right. Yeah,
we got some. We got some well wishes. We got well wishes and solidarity from Jake in the chat there.
Indeed, Snafu. Predator, Pogo, Marfugal, and Granny Panties to you, sir. Yeah. Oh man, I do have a bit of a morbid sense of humor, I must say. So I'm not going to go too much farther with that. But
that poor smoke detector. Who's going to listen to it now? It's just
gonna... That's a good point.
It's going to be there chirping all by itself. Probably just shut the fuck up after a while. Someone's going to fix it, take its voice away.
Did you guys know that anesthetics are actually an amnesiatic drug? That it's kind of like morphine is actually not a. Oh, sorry, I'm highlighting weird comments. Sorry, friends. It's trying to hit the hidden comment thing. Morphine, for instance, isn't really a painkiller like Tylenol, for instance. I mean, I know it's not the same, but the difference in the families is that it actually kind of takes your mind off the pain. So it affects your mind more than the swelling or inflammation or anything like that. whereas anesthetics is probably a higher level of that. But I know anesthesiologists, they're actually putting you under amnesia. And so whether you feel pain or not during surgery, you won't remember. I watched a little video that was one of those animated videos of someone's story, and there was some people actually don't get it. The anesthetic doesn't work on, but it works enough to be like a, I guess, GHB or something like that, where the person can still, they can't move, but they can feel everything. And they haven't been put down under enough to get the amnesiatic aspect of the drug. And the woman that was telling the story was saying that she had to flicker her eyes, and she got her eyes flickered, and the nurse just covered her eyes, and they did up the dose a little, but now her eyes are closed. And she just told a story of it being quite traumatizing because she could feel everything. She came through, her heart's fine, but I guess the rare occasion, it paralyzes you, but the memories don't go away or aren't taken away. So it's interesting because it kind of takes your mind out of your body. Not out, but separate somehow. And I was thinking about when that Kim shared that comment about the ANS and that drug treatment for withdrawal. I was wondering if it's taking your mind out of the body under anesthetic is that for 24 hours or a little bit longer or whatever. If that's more the medicine is actually that it's amnesiatic. Maybe that interruption in your addictive cycle it's the amnesia for a day that actually interrupts the addictive cycle enough to potentially cure you. Just a thought.
What's interesting, what I was resonating with what you're saying is like it could be used to like for mind control almost so you could work on someone's subconscious, like if you fuck with the dosage to where they're kind of awake but they don't remember what the fuck they're talking about or something. That's what you're saying, like GHB kind of is that, I don't know, but that's fucking weird. It's an amnesia. But it knocks you out. It's also like a coma thing because like wasn't that what Michael Jackson was on supposedly? It's more of an induced coma. Those
propofol, something like that.
Yeah, isn't the state you're in kind of like a coma state? Like even when you get your wisdom teeth removed, they put you under.
Yeah, I would assume so. I'll bet you it's very similar.
Or you're knocked out.
Rarely are people, like, you don't usually come out of an accident and you're in a coma, right? Like you'll come out of an accident with a head injury and then they'll put you in a coma. The coma is the drugs, not my body isn't running,
Yeah.
So and they
that's
usually
kind
do
of creepy.
that. Yeah.
They just do that locally, like get your wisdom teeth removed, they put you in an induced coma, basically. That's what anesthesia is. It's like strange. But the laughing gas could do that to you too at the dentist, right? You'll get knocked out from it.
Oh, dude, I want to talk about that laughing gas, man, because shout out to the state of California, by the way, who because I was homeless and I happened to be in California and I got Medi-Cal and they paid to fix my teeth. The state of California fixed my teeth. Shout out to the state of California, who also, provides services of other kinds. But I think maybe I got some eyeglasses at a certain point. But so I went to the dentist and it had been so long since I went, and I hated that gas. My sister loved it. I always hated that gas. And I remember just asking like, hey, y'all don't do what about the gas here? Like, oh, we don't do that anymore. Like, like, what are you talking about? Like, not in a rude way, but my sister loved that shit. And then looking back on it, dude, they were getting us fucking high as kids. It's high on nitrous. How is that allowed? That's crazy. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. You're just fucking high. Yeah, exactly, Salty Siren. How does that? Oh, let's get the kids fucking baked Alaska and then fix their teeth. Like, what? Doesn't even make sense. And then, hey, who remembers that terrible 80s movie, Little Shop of Horrors? And Steve Martin is a dentist and he's getting high on his own supply in the movie. When I was a little kid going to the dentist and they're putting the nitrous mask on me. And then meanwhile, I went and saw a movie at the movie theater and the fucking dentist is getting high on the nitrous. Like, what is this, man? whatever it is, nitrous oxide. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is.
You ever been in a party when they have that shit? They bring in the big jug of it and they start filling up balloons and selling the balloons for like $5 a piece.
No,
Everyone's
believe
voice
it or
gets
not,
like this.
fairly straight laced when it comes to that stuff, but I'm sure that's a thing, Brian. Yeah.
I think they call it that you get the wah-wahs. Wah, wah, wah. Like all of a sudden the world, I don't know, I never inhaled the balloon that much. So. I guess you could do the same thing with a whipped cream can. It's nitrous oxide. You just inhale the whole can and fucking get the wah-wahs. Whip it real good. Yeah, whippets.
Nitrogen dioxide, apparently, is what it is. Is that right? NO2? Or am I on drugs here? Is that
Nitrous
what you said?
oxide? Nitrous oxide.
Mm-hmm.
Nitrous oxide. So nitrogen and oxygen, I guess.
Well, what did Gary... Hang on, I got too many windows going. Gary says NO2, which is actually nitrogen dioxide, it says.
Yeah, nitrogen.
That can't be right. That's not even a gas. What the hell is that?
O2 is oxygen. Dioxide is oxygen, right?
Fuck, I am not a chemist. I mean, I'm just going to shut the fuck up right now because I'm making myself look like an idiot.
You can't do worse than I did when I was talking about physics earlier.
Well, see, the problem, Bex, and that's why I'm glad Rob Cleveland's here, is because you were going down you were defending like globe theory or something. So it's kind of like the universe was kind of giving you the business a little bit. Not that I'm saying either. I'm not defending. Yeah. I'm not saying one's flat and one's globe. I'm saying the globe model is retarded, and I'm more of a firm.
Well, that's no. I was using. I'm going to say that if you went back and listened, it's because I didn't have the words to explain what I was explaining, not because. Yeah, no. It's basically it was two people, whether it was. Yeah, there were two people, both didn't know anything about physics, right? One claims the earth is guaranteed, totally being lied to about everything. And all I did was act like I had a grade 7 education, trying hard to explain, well, it makes, it still can make sense, right? You can't knock that it can't make sense if you're not going to go and do the research to actually do the math yourself. Now, level water, I get, right? Level water, I get. But maybe, just maybe, the lie is there's more land than water.
What about the one the woman brought up with? I can't believe I'm getting into this. The 1,100 miles an hour. Do you think we're spinning at 1,100 miles an hour?
1040 it was. 1040.
You think right now that you're going 1,040 miles an hour?
Do I?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm not a physicist.
But I'm saying, like, you think we could be, like, if they're right, we could be. It's possible that we could be going at 1,100 miles an hour right now. Like, that is possible.
I'm just, at this moment in time, I am abandoning all counter propaganda to simply do my best to immerse myself in what we learned to see if I have confirmation bias. Now, I'm not equipped to actually assess either. So I go with my eyes, which tells me it is a level plane, right? That's what my eyes say.
And it just it seems like we're not spinning either. It seems like it's calm, peaceful, at rest. We're not fucking, but whatever.
But we're back now. We're back to it feels like I'm just saying, So I'm not equipped to discern that. I'm going back to the earth is the shape that it is. My belief in it has nothing to do. It won't affect anything. Like it's easier for me to believe in God than to have any belief in the earth.
No, but I didn't say it feels like it's a feeling. Yeah. Like it is not. I don't.
That's sort
like,
of the thing.
Like
though,
logically,
it's an elliptical motion. So that means it's accelerating and decelerating at different points, which we would feel.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I am not claiming to be a round earther, nor a flat earther. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that one point up.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I have been in the flat earth camp since I saw the math and it was presented to me when I was still a math genius around 8 or 9 years old. I mean, I was into high school as well. But I really didn't. I had big questions for the teacher that she couldn't answer. I was like, okay, well, because she told us that about Alaska, places in Alaska where the sun, dips below the horizon, but for almost 24 hours a day, if not 24 hours a day, it's not dark. So I said to her, where on the other side of the globe, I didn't say it like this because I was young, But I know I asked, where on the other side of the globe is the place that happens? And the teacher was like, I don't know. We know it's probably Antarctica. We haven't been there. Yeah, but it's mathematical. It's a mathematical equation, right? That's easy. It's symmetrical, roughly. Well, with the bulge and the this and that. So that was one question that I asked that I just thought, you know. And then you go to the space, you do go to this whatever museum, they have it all set up, floating in this. Yeah, just, it always seemed bogus to me. I'm not going to lie. But I never looked into it. So it's just one of my exercises. I don't have to look into whether Tartaria was real or not. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to check if the mud flood was real or not, or meltology was real or not. I just can just start looking at pictures without those ideas in my mind. But this one's a big one. So for me, that's my exercise, because I'll come out of it either with more knowledge, reinforcing what I think I always knew, or I'll be on the other side. So, and I think it's a good exercise, because obviously I know nothing about physics. So I'm with you in those questions for sure. I always have been, but I never tried to answer them. So, and I've been following only people that are smarter than me that claim to be answering them. So I'm going to go see what the other guys are saying. So, that's all.
Yeah, Rob's got probably the nail in the coffin one, because if you're on a treadmill going 1 mile an hour, holding a cup of coffee, and they turn it off suddenly, you probably spill the coffee. But they say we're decelerating like thousands of miles. Yeah, so that's like the nail in the coffin to their fucking mainstream theory.
So does this comment, the flat earth model map was debunked in 2015, north is not in the center and there are 2 poles. Nonetheless, no earth curve on the ground is proven. Does that still leave room for suspicion in that statement, or is that saying that the earth is big enough that the ground is flat?
I don't know. I think it's all just speculation.
One thing
One thing is, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Rob.
Go ahead.
Like,
I forgot.
You're those people that drive, and it's like you both get to a stop sign. And you're like, no, you go. No, you go. No, you go. You both just sit. And people are honking. Go, motherfucker.
I'm making up. You guys talk for a while.
You ever been walking towards another person and you go left, they go left, you go right, they go right, then you collide them with them?
You know, that's never happened.
You're trying to juke each other out.
No, but I do be shoulder checking niggas though.
Oh, for not respecting, for not like taking up too much space.
Oh, for just not moving. Like I'm
right.
walking I'm walking in a clear direction. I ain't moving. Niggas ain't moving, so they get shoulder checked. And I just keep walking.
What I'll do, oh God, yeah, I know there's some people are so oblivious, or they'll try to like think you're gonna move, like out of some entitlement. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you just have to show them that, like, what are you thinking? And just blast them, and then they bounce off you, and then they're just all shook. And it's like, well, what are you doing? You're not looking where you're walking or thinking about the social dynamic of this? You want me to move out of your way? It's the subtleties, Rob Cleveland. It's one of those subtleties that could be talked about on stage if you really unpack that. The little things against most people. Like if bullets started flying, explosions, most of us probably get calm, band together. It's these little annoyances that build up day after day. Everywhere you go, like there's some little thing. Rob Cleveland shoulder check. Motherfuckers on the strip. People just bouncing off him left and right as he's walking down the middle of the strip.
Yeah.
My favorite is like
that's sort of. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
No, I want to hear from you, Rob. I'm here running my yap all the time.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, that's sort of what it is. You know, when I get off the bus and I start walking to the plantation, I gotta walk through the strip, and you know how that is. All them fucking tourists and just mindless individuals, dare I use that word, just walking, and you know, I'd be shoulder checking motherfuckers, and they just, I don't know if they look back or if they're confused or what, because I just keep walking.
Just picture him bouncing off you, dude. All fucking surprised and confused. Oh my god.
And if anybody ever tries something, I ain't never lacking, so it don't really matter. It ain't nothing.
It's like a taller Charleston White. Yeah. I love his
You gotta
story.
give me some of that pepper gel. I got the spray, but I want that gel, the pepper gel.
Yeah, the gel's like see exactly where it's going. It's glopping on them. It's like a hydration pack. That shit's not damn that gel. That's creepy though, bro. You goop up your eyes with that shit. Well, the spray, I don't know though. See, it's got to be a real thin. Huh.
Yeah, the one that I have, it's not like it's a thick spray. You know, it's like you said, it's sort of thin, and it's not really like it's not that, doesn't seem very powerful. You know, just coming out. But you know, that's why I like the gel. I need to get me that.
Yeah, so it's minimum. People should start with the less lethal. Get used to walking around with shit and fucking popping off on people if need be. Like, not popping off, but just
Shit, I got me a baton too.
a baton, pepper spray. I'm trying to think what I would start off with pepper spray. I guess a baton's not bad. You just carry it. You can carry it in your pocket, or you got like a whole. You got a whole.
But if I carry it with me, I have a duty belt, and I have it on my duty belt.
It just slides up. You just pull it up and out.
I'll pull my shirt up.
Yeah, pull your shirt. So you gotta unclip the motherfucker, right? It just like falls into position.
Hey, Brian, RT's down there in the chat talking about meltology.
Is he?
Yep. What's up, Ageless Timeless? Good to see you. I'm not sure what I'm being thanked for, but you're welcome, as always. He says the so-called meltology group took an interesting idea that certain low-elevation rock structures could have been structures to the claim that all mountains are melted brick buildings, unprovable. I don't even know what that means, but maybe Brian does. I'm lost with that.
Well, if you start, I mean, anyone could get like Google Earth or whatever and just start looking at the star forts, looking at the continents, the boundaries. What are they? We're at the coast. What do they call it? Where the land meets the water. A lot of that is artificial, like straight up mainstream, like, or just when you view it, like that is a huge structure that is man-made right there on the ocean. Like most of the world probably is, and you're like, okay, you know what I mean? You start seeing structure in that, in the continents now. So now you're going from mountains to actual continents having structure. So to me, the whole fucking thing is brick, dude. So I'll go fully out the window.
Yeah.
This.
I was going to say Minecraft Earth looks kind of real when you look
Now,
at
wait
that
a minute.
stuff.
Sorry. Now Snafu's typing in Get Chalked Up's live chat for his upcoming broadcast. What the fuck is happening here?
So he could be dead later. He could die. And that broadcast won't even be live, and his comments will be there. Sorry, I shouldn't.
Like, where's Snafu?
His last words are going to be in a broadcast that didn't even start yet.
What were you saying, Bex? I just had to say that because I was so confused by. Didn't we see him going for surgery? Like, what the fuck is happening?
He's like, and he played it up too. He's like, "Yeah, guys, remember." It was like kind of a moving little last speech, and then he just goes right back to his phone, fucking typing wherever the fuck he can.
Fuck? Could you hit that screen share again? I have to show this to the people.
Yes.
What?
Life's fragile, guys, and remember, Oh God. You act like he died and Snafra.
He just posted this. It says Mr. Chalk with a thumbs up, Mr. TBE. What does he do? I mean, I don't care that he's typing over there, but it's just bizarre. What the fuck? This guy's going to be in a coma texting mother. He's going to be in a coma on his phone. I mean, I hope he's not in a coma, but you know what I mean. Where'd the chat go? Anyway, I think y'all can read that on your little bitty screens, hopefully.
I guess Paul was right. This is his metaversal heroin.
He can't stop. Anyway, I'm going to... I screwed my own window up here now. I got to... Thanks, Bex.
You're welcome. Just say...
Oh, did my goodness. That was it. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, if I close the window, it just disappears. That's what happens.
Okay.
Even though I don't have the keys. It was just me. I clicked the stop sharing. Yeah, exactly, Gary. Does he have a hospital bed in his house? I don't know, man. The plot thickens. Perhaps he's on a sound stage in Quantico. I mean, that's what EBT said about me at a certain point, that I was on a... So now if you ever hear me say that, when somebody accuses me of being an agent, I always just say, oh, I'm on a sound stage in Quantico. I don't know what y'all are doing. I mean, clearly. Yeah, the sedation is kicking in. I mean, by the way, why are they letting him have his phone? I mean, I'm not in favor of him. I guess because he might die. Is that what it is? Is this his last request? Like, I mean, seriously, like, what is this? I mean, I don't think they should prohibit him from using his phone, but if I'm going under the knife and I might pass away, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be, no offense, folks, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be on here chatting with y'all. I mean, take that however it sounds.
I was like, I don't know who's more hardcore, Bex or Snafu.
Yeah, Bex would be live, right, on mic. Well, people.
Should I probably go live to my 5 little viewers?
I didn't even know you did live streams, Rob. This is where people are not people are too humble sometimes. I didn't even know you did live streams, Rob. I mean, this is the first I've heard of it.
I got one up there, and it was about the effeminate warrior, and there was another one that I multi-streamed you, or restreamed
great.
You while you're gone.
Well, in the future, if you ever want some promotion, just feel free to holler at me, and we'll make that happen. If you're so inclined.
Yeah, it's sort of inactive.
Got it. Yeah, maybe he has surgery tomorrow. Yeah, he made it seem like this was today, though. Did he not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said he was about to go under the knife.
Life is fragile.
He's getting a mole removed.
His whole life is a LARP. I've figured out. Like, he's managed to. His entire life is a LARP. Like, how is that possible? None of it's real.
Is he CGI?
Oh man, I don't know. He seems.
I met him
real.
in person.
Yeah, Brian met him.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, O'Shea met him in person. That's right.
Did you shake his hand? He could be a hologram.
And ran off those two ugly.
Brian blew him. What are you talking about?
Whoa!
Just kidding, Brian. I couldn't resist. It obviously would be the other way around. It would clearly be the other way around, Brian.
He records everything, though. Just know if you ever meet up with Snafu, if you meet up with him, your conversation is being recorded on like which is fine, because you could say, but no, he has not fine, but he has like he'll have like the old school like an old school recording device, like and video, anything you can do. You can have your video and audio recorded anytime you're around him in his home at any point too. If you're in his home. Every square inch of that thing is going to try to be video or audio recorded. So, fair warning to anyone who visits or is around Snafu.
Well, and I've said it before. If I meet up with any of you fools, we're live streaming it. I mean, that's just across the board for my safety as well as yours. We're going live with this.
Yeah, I met up with Gimp, Austin Murphy,
Mitchell.
You played frisbee golf.
Mitchell seems to be turning over a new leaf. I mean, I'm only from my perception, you know, right? Or at least he's tightening up his game there, it seems like. I'd like to think me yelling at him had something to do with this, but who knows? He would probably say no. But I'd like to think that it helped.
Got to be careful with the gimp, though. He'll relapse on you.
Oh, he's definitely going to relapse. I mean, that's well. I see now, but I shouldn't even say that. How do I know what's going to happen? Yeah, who knows? He has in the past relapsed, right? But I don't know, man. People flow state apparently is doing okay these days, and Mitchell and it's although snafu, I don't know. It's interesting.
Well,
man.
he is.
Very
he is in the hospital.
Is he? Or is he on a soundstage in Quantico? I mean, is he in the hospital? I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, what was that? Was he at like one of those oxygen bars at the mall? Because he had the thing in his nose, like fucking. Yeah, he could just be at home with an oxygen machine, and then his fucking. We think it's like, oh, what are them noises? We heard the beeping in the back. No, that's his fire fucking detector, smoke detector, not the heart machine.
One thing we know is he's definitely not CGI or a hologram, even though you've met him, because no robot could be that passionate.
Thank God he exposed. I don't know. Montograph.
But you were saying that people seem to be. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
You're saying he seemed to be what?
Well, people seem to be turning over a new leaf. I just thought I'd say it is season 4. Time for curveballs, friends. Season of change. There's only 4 seasons in a year.
Shout out to thinks he's a penguin. I'd like to think all fireplaces are real, even in Quantico. Indeed, sir. I see what you did there. Well played. All right. Y'all want to get out of here, or what are we going to do? Or do we want to go? Yeah, exactly. Let's get the fuck out of here. We got 38 more minutes.
I say get the fuck out of here.
Get the
Dark
fuck out
Winter
of here.
comment.
Oh, yeah, Dark Winter. I think that might be sarcasm, perhaps.
I hope so, because all those threats were returned to sender.
Oh man.
All those threats of a Dark Winter.
Yeah, Dark Brandon. What a joke, man. I've lost my faith in humanity for the most part. And again, Ready Player Benton, you know, here we are in the metaverse. I haven't lost my faith in you folks necessarily, but outside of this metaverse, I've more or less lost my faith in humanity to some extent, right? I don't know that I will ever fully lose it, but it ain't looking good, people.
Ready Player Rob. Population U.
Population U.
Fucking epic streams. 11:23. It's a Fibonacci sequence.
Uh-oh. That's right. Yeah.
1 1 1 2 3 5 8 13 21.
I kind of want to go get some pot now, but I refuse to get medical cards. And in fact, I think since I have a CDL and a DOT, you know, since I'm DOT medical certified or whatever it's called, I don't think I'm even allowed to have a card, but I don't believe in them anyway. But
I think
stupid states, man, these stupid fucking states like Arkansas and Oklahoma, why don't they just have rec? It's ridiculous. What were you going to say?
I would think if you can do it, like it's medical. It's like they can't HIPAA, like they can't interfere with that. Like your driving shit, like you could do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know,
they
maybe.
can.
Because they say it could interfere. It's in probably
because
insurance
it's federally illegal still. It's Schedule 1. As far as the feds are concerned, it's still Schedule 1. And as far as the DEA is concerned, all fucking cannabinoids are illegal.
Yeah, that's why they were. It was to fuck people over with the guns eventually. Like, oh, we see here you got a registered gun and you've been to pot marijuana shops. Like they were gonna try to use it. So you can't get guns if you go to weed shops or something.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about, but yeah, there's been some weird shit around that too. But and yeah, I think some states have said that exactly the people can't buy a firearm if they have a medical card, which doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. But let's face the reality that if we had a Bill of Rights and a Constitution, then clearly, my right can't be infringed. But yeah, interesting. But if I drive my happy ass to Oklahoma, which is not far from here, I guess I could find some synthetics. And I like the synthetics. A lot of people are like, oh, I want to talk about this. Like I go into these, there's a channel I like called Strange Show, and they talk about, all things cannabis. And I'll be in their live chat talking about synthetics. And all these people are trying to tell me, why don't you just smoke real bud? And I'm like, all these fools are on meth and cocaine and fucking MDMA, but I can't do THCO. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, it's like, oh, we'll just do any drug on the fucking planet in the realm, but Benton can't vape THCO. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. And I've met vegans who were on meth. It's like, yeah, okay, we need our food to be pure and organic and all this, but the methamphetamine, like, that's okay. Like, what is this? What is this?
Well, I could tell you this. I was at the convention for the smoke shops, where they give out samples of those vape pens. So I met a lot of people in the industry, and I was out smoking out front with them, right? And I heard little conversations. They're talking about moving like millions of like metric tons of that goop of that resin, whatever it is. Like there's so much of this shit made. Talking about different things in the market and growing it and the legalities and testing and products and like
it's
things
insane.
you put. Yeah, ways like you could put this on your product on your grow, it'd still pass. And it seemed like they would like be willing to put anything on it. Like, oh yeah, it'll still pass even if the shit's basically poison or weird shit's on it. Or, it sounds like they got so much surplus of this shit. Like motherfuckers got tons of this goop. And
yeah, oh yeah,
there's all this regulation involved and fucking so. It's like people trying to play middlemen to fucking make moves to get rid of all this surplus.
Yeah. Well, Arkansas banned it. And I'm sure if I just went to every tobacco store, eventually somebody just didn't get the memo. And although not in this town, I forgot the U.S. Marshals are very active in this area. But I'm sure, but yeah, I'm real close to Oklahoma, so they still have it, apparently. But yeah, it's crazy, man. The whole thing's fucked. But I like the synthetics, so. Yeah, the optics are high, Rachel. That's right. Indeed. Yeah, exactly. Jessica, thank you, Jessica. See, this is what people haven't realized about these meth heads. And look, do whatever you want, people. Like, I'm not here to say, hey, don't look. Believe me, if I want to put a substance in my body, I'm going to. And whatever anybody thinks, that's their problem. But so I'm not preaching anything at that level. But she says, I dealt with a meth head over a decade, and nobody believed more than him that he was not on meth. Yeah, when they reach a certain point of meth use, they truly believe that they're not on meth. So when I'm not kidding, they believe they're not on it. And so I've had them like tell me, oh yeah, I used to do it. And I'm like, okay, how did you quit? Did you go to rehab? They're like, no. Oh, okay, it's just addictive drug, but you just woke up one day and stopped. It's like, no, I don't believe that. They actually have convinced themselves that they're not on meth. It's the most bizarre. And I've met multiple people like this. It's just so bizarre.
I'm just trying to think. Like they'll be hitting it, kind of saying that to you. Nah, I mean, smoke anymore.
Yeah, as they're hitting it. But yeah, then also, I've worked a lot of gas station jobs, and I remember this, and we had a lot of regular customers. My college friend owned he owned a convenience store after college, and I worked with him for a while. And it's a thing in convenience stores. you can get repeat customers just through providing proper customer service. Because, you know, there's convenience stores everywhere. So, but they would always come to our convenience store because we, you know, we were all the people that worked there were very personable. And this lady that came in there all the time, she had gotten hypnotized to quit smoking. So for a couple of weeks, you know, it was a thing where I was used to her buying cigarettes. But then, and I never did this thing. Some people would always like know what the person was going to buy and have them ready. Like I just made them ask for them. I'm not doing all of that, but because, so she was not buying cigarettes. And then one day she came in there and asked for a pack of cigarettes. And I almost didn't sell them to her, but then I'm like, well, shit, she's going to do what she's going to do. So as she's opening the pack and putting the cigarette to her mouth, she's saying, I'm not smoking. I'm not smoking. I said, you're doing it right now. You know, it was like she was so much in denial. Like she was saying it out loud. Like, I'm not smoking. I'm not smoking. I'm like, I just pointed at her. I was like, you're doing it right now. And of course she just went right back to smoking, you know, from then on out. Just the bizarre things people put in their mind, right?
Like a mantra.
Yeah. And then I'm also thinking, my buddy that owned it, he was a Patel, and he figured out eventually, because sometimes the regular customers will try to talk you into giving them some kind of credit or just like, hey, let me, you know, let me borrow $5. I'll get you next time. But the problem is some of these people are so broke that then they start going to other stores because they don't want to have to pay the $5 back. So my buddy finally figured out he'd rather just give them something for free or give them the $5 so he doesn't lose their business, you know, in the long run.
Right.
Yeah, Patel, Rob. Patel's a thing, man. Patels are in. Patel is actually one of the most common last names in the world, I believe, and they're typically in motels and convenience stores. Although you will catch some doctors and probably some lawyers here and there. But yeah, typically if somebody's last name of Patel, if they're in business, you're looking at motels and or convenience stores. And then my father, the rare white man who owned and operated a convenience store. That's a whole thing, right? What's up, Heckle Bus? Good to see you, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Paul just went live.
Oh, excellent.
Yep. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, give me a second and we'll get out of here.
Yeah. Do you mind doing the sign off, Benton?
Say it again.
Do you mind doing the sign off?
Oh, that's not his main broadcast. Hang on,
oh, it's
Bex.
not?
That's not his broadcast.
Okay.
That's his warm up.
His warm up? Okay, good.
Yeah, but thank you.
Good to know.
Yeah, that's his warm up stream. Yeah. Yeah, he typically schedules the actual live stream ahead of time.
I see.
Yeah, typically.
That's the pre-show.
He might have done that. Well, anyway, he might have had a sense of what we were doing over here. So anyway, regardless.
Okay. Yeah.
Regardless. Yep.
It's good.
We're cool. So I mean, the thing is at 11:33, I mean, I see no reason not to go to 12, right? I mean, why wouldn't we? If we've been here this long.
It's true.
And we lost Rob. I guess he just bounced. Did he say bye?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that he has to. I see him in the chat, but good to see you, Rob. Thanks for being here.
I met Rob Cleveland.
That's very honorable of him to pop up and say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Brian was doing like a world tour at a certain point. Looked like he was going to meet everybody. I was wondering when it was going to be my turn. I said, "Is this fool coming to Arkansas? What's happening here?" Not that I think you're a fool. You know, it's a figure of speech.
Nah, it's all good.
But then I realized there's generally no reason to go to Arkansas, so probably I'm safe.
Well, I met Rob in South Carolina, of all places.
Now I'm interested. What is? Thank you, Word Wizard, for the 10 likes. If you could hit, that's on Beck's channel or my channel. No, if you could hit Beck's, we'd appreciate it too, sir. If you don't mind. I mean, I hate to ask you. I at the risk of asking too much, if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what he was doing in South Carolina. None of my business, perhaps, but
No.
Flattoberfest. What the hell is that?
Yeah, Flattober. It's a flat Earth convention.
Oh, okay. And I got to say this for the record, I've just lost all interest in the flat Earth. I'm just not interested. It's not that my number one evidence for it not being a sphere is that the system tells us that it is.
Like, to me, that's the most compelling evidence for it not being a fucking ball hurtling through space. Other than that, I've just totally lost interest. Whenever Zetetic Warrior starts talking about flat Earth, I tune out. I mean, I understand a big portion of his audience is, the FE community, but I could not care less. Could not possibly care less. Thank you, Wizard. Much appreciated.
One of the words they used to use before they used the word globe was spherical, like spherical, which is not necessarily a globe.
That's a good point. Yep. Could be oblong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
A crater.
I'm a crater Earth guy. I'm a crater Earth guy, but not at the level of I think this is what it is. I just like that God Gev Lamance channel. So much so that, people historically nobody knows, but I actually know how to type it in and spell it. God Gev Lamance or whatever. Lamaste.
God give Lamste.
Is that how he says it? Oh, okay.
He came over. He did a soundbite I was on a channel for a couple of years in the chat. Did a couple interviews with it was a conspiratainment channel. We were called Crater Earth USA for at least a year and a half.
Oh, that was Lou's thing.
Yeah. So and he and Wim is the name of the guy who did the whole Kivlanste. We can't say it, but it is it's really interesting. But God give Lamste.
What?
He is on Vimeo for sure. I've heard.
He's not on YouTube. Oh my God!
No, it was the news of a couple weeks ago. He got kicked off.
I'm gonna say it again. Download your favorite videos because I bet I've got 20 of his videos on my hard drive, but I haven't been downloading the recent ones. Any content that you folks enjoy, download it, and you may never need it. But it's nice to have it on a hard drive or a memory card somewhere.
Well, and not know one of the things that he proposes is that if people are preppers getting ready for any kind of event where you think you're going to be without electricity, or but you've got the ability to generate some electricity, he really strongly suggests downloading some of your favorite videos from people you really enjoy, just in case you're ever without, for spiritual reasons, for mental health wellness. Yeah.
I suggest toilet paper, like stock up lots of toilet paper. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you something. Well, with the risk of being gross, and it's a person who's had to clean up his diet out of necessity, a roll of toilet paper lasts me a long time. Take that however you will take it. I go through toilet paper much less quickly than before. Sometimes it wasn't even necessary at all. So, yeah, the old diet plays a part there, certainly. Yeah, get a damn bidet, indeed. Indeed. I'm bummed out, man. I'm bummed out over this Crater Earth channel being gone. That sucks.
He's on Vimeo.
Bummed out.
Is the whole catalog on Vimeo?
As far as I think so.
Okay.
You guys got to listen to my theory, dude. It makes more sense than Crater Earth. I mean, Crater Earth could still be there.
But Crater Earth is more entertaining than whatever you're about to say.
But actually, I've already said it.
I know it sounds like a dick, but go ahead.
I'm just saying, though. I mean, Crater Earth could still exist. No, it's the one on the new moon. The sun and the moon touch. Well, they spend the day together, and then all of a sudden the moon starts phasing and energizing until it gets full, and then it decreases in energy, and it does it again. No one sees that. It's plain as day. Like, not going to talk about it, and how the moon looks like it's being blasted with electricity when you can see it.
How are you feeling, Bex? Asked my Cherie. However you say
I'm pretty good. Pretty good, Cherie. Thanks for asking.
Well, and Brian, what do you think about Crow 777 has at least discussed the idea of the moon, in fact, being masculine and the sun being feminine?
Yeah, and they talked about a battery, anode, cathode.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. I loved all that stuff.
think Benjamin Balderson was the guest when he was bouncing that back and forth. I don't know if you know Ben Balderson, the alchemist.
I never know who anybody is generally, but yeah.
Yeah, Ben Balderson, he's a flat earther as well. Like he's pretty well known and whatever, man. People say, oh, he's pretty well known. But no, he just seems like a bright dude. He gets into alchemy stuff too, like hands-on, like dealing with distilling, and he's also a homesteader, just all around sort of. He's got masculine qualities in terms. Got weapons, big shit. Like I don't know. Ben Balderson's pretty cool. But yeah, that was interesting. The male, female, anode, cathode, battery. You got the salt, maybe in the water, and the way the moon looks like. Because does anyone know what a cathode is? A cathode gets blasted with electricity, I guess, in a battery system, and it would kind of look like the moon.
I'm no longer
I do not
attempting any
have the head
conversation.
for science. What's that, Bex?
I said I can no longer tackle these conversations.
Yeah, that's the thing, Brian, is and thank you for verbalizing that, Bex, because what I think some of us are suffering just truther burnout, right? And I am to some extent, but I will say this: I'm definitely open to conspiracy and truther talk in general, but I mean with specific people, I should say. Like with Brian, I give him a little more leeway, but just random people coming up here and explaining it's like super basic stuff, I'm over it. I'm just over it.
Yeah, well, that's why it's all going to be getting taken to the streets anyways. We could sit up here and pontificate and talk.
Yeah, it goes nowhere, but it's it's light banter, I guess, right?
That's what I'm suffering from, though. I'm suffering from just sitting around talking and imagining too much. It's beautiful if I'm going to become a author or, I could even do a short or tell some fables. But when you call it building, when we're building ideas, I mean, if we're not building some fiction book, then it'd be good to just start talking some things that we know for a while instead of hypothesizing things that we don't. Again, that's just my feeling at this moment. I mean, I feel like I would like to engage in conversations about things I'm more knowledgeable about. Not that I'm dictating that we don't talk that here, even though this is my broadcast. It's just, that's where I sometimes, sorry, I've got really loud noise out here, you guys. Okay. Sorry about that. Sometimes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I know that's part of why I was, I don't want to, when, there's sometimes people are really entertaining, of course, but it just seems to be, it's just too much looping, too much imagining. I want to find I need some solid ground of something for a while, but that's just me. But I guess we all are out here opening our minds, and that's why we're, it's not just imagining. It's it can be theorizing, but both of those things are not proven. Well, an imaginary thing is not proven likely, but theorizing is still just that, which most of the things we've been taught are still called theories.
Or yeah, and by the way, shout out to our forgotten friend, the hypothesis, lest we forget. Because oftentimes when people say, and you might have just said that, I was kind of tuned out typing into the chat, but so I might be repeating what you just said. But many times when people say theory, they actually mean hypothesis, lest we forget. But and part of me talking to Brian about this stuff is I don't really know his opinions on a lot of on a lot of the truther stuff. I just haven't had the opportunity to find out where he's at with some of the stuff. But I agree as far as the actual broadcast goes. It's not good. It's just not good content anymore, in my view. But
Chicago.
we're almost 12 hours in. Sometimes we can give ourselves some leeway, certainly. What's that, Brian? He's muted.
Oh, my bad. I was just someone noticed my Illinois plates talking to me.
Oh, okay. And Bex, I'm just wondering, did your
did your chat all end up on my channel? Because you've only got like 4 people over there.
Yeah, many left and some are over here, but some of your chat was over in my chat for quite a while as well. So yeah, and it tends to happen. It tends to happen when things peter out. I know I would jump off a friend's chat into the more exciting chat.
Okay.
It's good. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, and you're not live this time of day that much, are you? I'm trying to think.
I think I was live all the time for a while.
That's true. Yeah, you were in all the time slots.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And are you still on Mars, Brian? Although
still on Mars. Oh yeah.
Okay. Yep. Still on Mars.
What does that mean?
Oh, what you showed us with your camera the other day, wherever you were. I think.
Oh no, I drove from Mars down to half hour to the city, and I've been doing some jobs. But I slept. Well, I went back to Mars, so I showed you guys Mars, did some jobs, then went back to Mars. It's nice to be able to do that. Just sleep under the stars like that. Sleep out in the middle of nowhere. Go to the city and work. The top of these mountains. They got all these campsites real close. But the fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah, about the truther shit. You're saying the overdose on truth. Oh yeah. Well, I got these tickets, so if someone wants to do something hands-on. You know what I'm saying? I got no license, no insurance, no plates. You know what I'm saying? People laughing at me. You're gonna go to jail. That's how these truthers are. That's what these panels are about. Most motherfuckers ain't about a motherfucking thing. I don't stand for shit. You said just talk about fucking bullshit. It comes down to doing something. They're fucking bitches. So that's my little badge of honor. I do something. We'll see how it plays out. At least I'm standing for something. I'm willing to try to go to court for something. Instead of being slaved up.
Hey, Bex.
Yeah.
Don't hit the button just yet, if you would. But if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and sign off to the audience, if that's okay.
Okay, for sure.
If I'm making any sense, because what's 14 minutes going to matter at this point? So unless you have something you want to say, I see you talking and typing to the chat there. But I think we're out of here, folks. It's been awesome. Appreciate everybody being here, and thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye.